What's up, guys? We are back again. This is the new stream. Of course, we did the morning show. Casey's here. He's getting set up. Of course, he did his part from home earlier, and I was here. Now we're going to be in studio all the time. This is a studio that's being built out, by the way. We haven't shown many pictures of it. We're working on it because this is going to be for Warp Factor Fiction, Quarter Impulse, our Star Trek shows, and our Patreon exclusive show. And we're also going to be doing one for the Scene Snobs more and things like that. It's taken a little bit of time, but bear with us. It's going to be a lot of fun. We hope you guys will like it. That's neither here nor there. We're here to talk about MS, multiple sclerosis. We are raising funds for MS research. And if you weren't watching earlier, you don't understand that joke, but you will by the end of this 10 hours because we're getting in depth. We have a lot of fun stuff. We had our buddy Billy, who we did a podcast with years ago called Mystery Elephant on earlier. He has MS, and he shared a lot about the struggles that he's gone through. And he just shared also a lot about doing the medication, things like that. So it's a big deal. But we have a great show coming on for you now. The Phil Better is going to be here with Invest in Yourself, and he has a great I've been talking all morning, so you have to bear with me. He has a great guest on today, Rob Actis. I've actually had a chance to meet Rob when he was telling me about Podapolo, his site. It's does a lot of analytic work for podcasters, and they're going to get in depth with it, so I'm not going to ruin it by screwing it up on my end. But I just want to say thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for the donations. Just so you guys know where we're at right now, we are, let's buffer it. We are at $790. Our goal was $500. So we've surpassed that. Thank you so much. We're going to keep going because we're going at 11 p.m. tonight. Keep donating. I will add to the to everything, to our description. The link, it will be in the comments. You will be able to find us all over our social media. But thank you guys again so much. Let's keep building it up. It's going to be great. I'm going to bring in Phil, and I'm going to bring in Rob. First, let's get Phil in here. Phil, thank you so much for joining us today.
Hi, Phil. It's my absolute pleasure to be here, Mick. You are doing amazing work helping people with MS, growing the things. I'm so happy you guys beat your goal. I want to see you double, triple your goal because this is too important. MS is something we should have gotten taken care of years ago.
And you know what, man, I appreciate you so much being a part of this. You're always such a huge help, not just with us here at the Scene Snobs, but in the podcast community, sharing so much wealth of knowledge. And today is going to be like no other because I've met Rob. Rob's a really nice guy. I'm going to bring him in because I don't want to take up any more of your time. And then you guys have a great show. Phil, go ahead, and I'll bring Rob in.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So Rob is the guy from Podapolo. He's Podapolo, let me just tell you about Podapolo. Podapolo is the place for podcasters to earn some amazing money if they join their program, but also it helps you as podcast listeners find podcasts that you may not have been able to discover. And as soon as Rob jumps in, I know he's running a little late. Hey, Out of Bounds, glad you're here. And the man himself is here. Rob, thank you so much for being here.
Absolutely. Really great to be here. Thank you. Thanks for including me. It's always nice to be thought of, and it's incredible the power of podcasting and podcasters, and podcasting is one of the coolest things to do in this world. I mean, my license plate says podcaster. I've been podcasting since 2007. I know, right?
I'm so jealous.
Well, the whole fact of the matter is that, and we talk about this all the time, is that podcasters are not they operate out of abundance. They want to help everybody. They want to get their message out. And so I'm just thrilled to be here and be of service and add whatever value I can today. That's why I'm here. So bring it on, baby.
Let's go. So Rob, first of all, how did you get involved with Podapolo?
Well, I got involved in Podapolo. So it's a podcast story. If you don't know, I bought Life Transformation Radio from Sean Douglas. So podcasts can be bought and sold. They are entities. So I purchased his podcast. And one of the benefits of buying a business is you get access to all of the people that have been involved. And so Sean introduced me to Melinda Wistock, who is the CEO and brainchild of Podopolo. And what's really amazing about Podopolo is that I saw it a long time ago, and I saw it in his bare bones way. And I got it. I saw the forest through the trees. I saw the future. I saw how powerful it was. And I made friends with Melinda, and I loved who she was as a person. She's very heart-centered and very spiritual, which really lands well for me. She operates truly out of abundance, that she wants people to win. We don't want people to lose. We're all about abundance. At Podopolo, we make decisions, hiring, firing, who we do business with, as we bring on creators. Are they in the abundance mindset? In that, doesn't need to be a losers, that we can all win. And I was just really impressed with her. And then I saw the potential of what this was. And I just had conversations, and I created a program with them, not even working for them. I just said, hey, look, this is incredible. I'm going to prove it before you do anything. And I created the Podopolo Weekly Hot 10. So I have a background in radio, and I love Casey Kasem, the American Top 40. And so I created this. You can see it on Podopolo. It's super cool. It's in hiatus right now, but it's coming back. And it is a countdown show of the Weekly Hot 10. And it's very highly produced. It moves really fast. And that's how I got involved. And I just immersed myself in Podopolo. And I love it. And to the point where I was shouting from the rooftops, Podopolo, and we're a tech startup, that Melinda asked me to come in and be part of the team. And she had me as a sales position. And we talked about the conversation, and I said, I don't want a title of sales. I am an evangelist for Podopolo. And so I want to be the podcaster evangelist. So my job is to enroll podcasters into a free offer that's going to help them monetize their podcast and amplify their podcast to get found with more listeners. So that's what I do. And I love it. Now, I have my own businesses on the side, but I've taken a full-time position here at Podopolo because I truly believe in the opportunity for all of the podcasters. And I think you will attest to this, is that when a podcaster gets on a call with me, they can feel my passion. They can feel, someone the other day said I was trying to sell them. And I said, I'm not trying to sell anything. I don't take a credit card. I don't take anything, because out of abundance, if we rise the tide, all the ships rise. So the more podcaster pros we get on the platform, we get them enrolled, we give them the analytics and all the goodies that we have for them, where we're going to prove to them for a year, we're all going to win. And it's going to happen faster and faster and faster. And so it's happened very organic. We just signed over the last week a couple networks. I've got a network it's going to be coming on. They have 100 podcasts. They're the number one music podcast network in the world. And I've got another one waiting for their agreement to be in here. But they've got 65 podcasts, incredible stuff. And we're all about changing the user and the podcast experience for podcasting. So that's pretty much it.
Yeah, this is what I love about Podopolo. Not only do you guys want to help individual podcasters grow, you also want your users who use it to listen to podcasts to find extra podcasts, to find
Absolutely.
the podcast that they may not know. Because if you go to Apple's, iTunes, or Spotify, they're just promoting bigger name podcasts. They're not letting individual, smaller, independent podcasters get found. But you guys have a really amazing technology that allows the end user to find podcasts that they may not even be aware of.
Absolutely. And one of the coolest things is, so podcasters, we know we're on Apple Podcasts and we're on Spotify. Well, here's what happens when you're a podcaster on those platforms. Nothing. You just sit there. All of the discoverability of your show, unless you're in the top 0.01%, is all based on what you do on social media. At Podopolo, your podcast is a living, breathing entity, and it is alive. And our AI-powered recommendation engine is always pushing your content out to the people that need to hear your content. And if you listen to me as the podcaster evangelist and you're a podcaster pro and you take advantage of one of the most favorite things that I have, which is the clips functionality where you can grab clips and there's going to be an announcement really soon on the clips and you might know what it is. But right now, you kind of read between the lines. Right now, when clips are grabbed, whether you're the podcaster, you grab the clips of your own show, or me as a listener, I grab clips of Phil's show, I can share them inside of Podopolo, and our recommendation engine actually heavily weights that clip, that audio clip. And guess what? I had a podcaster yesterday, and he's like, dude, I wish I would have listened to you sooner. He goes, my downloads have almost doubled since I did the clips. I go, you're welcome. So it's really exciting. You know, the cool thing is that operating out of abundance, and it's true. Like with podcasters, we are so committed to get our message out. And podcasters, the majority of them, don't make any money. So we have come up with a way to, one, amplify your show and get your message out, which is usually coming from your heart. And then two, put you in a position where we can have a conversation about monetization. And it's not just advertising in your show. We are an incredible podcast community built inside the app with all of these incredible features. But here's the best part. We put you in a position for monetization. And it doesn't have to be in the show. It actually could be, if you notice it's an app, it might be an on-screen graphic that's wrapped around your podcast. We will pay you for that. So it's so exciting to be part of Podopolo and where it has been. And the podcasters that have embraced us is truly remarkable and truly humbled. And I love it, as you can see.
No, I can't see how much you love it. It's not clear at all, Rob. But I can attest to the clips. I have a good friend of ours, the El Jefe himself, Wiz. He has told me how much the clips have helped him grow his show. Like the clip function not only allows you to share because most people are like, oh, I don't want to spend 30 minutes of my time listening to this and not get anything out of it. Whereas the clips, you can hear a bit about the show, know a bit more about what that episode's about. And it's like, oh, it's a preview of my show. It's like a preview for a movie. Do I want to go see this movie without seeing the preview? No. And do I want to listen to this podcast without a preview? The clips are the perfect way, pardon me, to get out there. And it also counts towards your downloads because people are listening to your content.
Absolutely. And it's really a beautiful thing because not only you as a podcaster get to grab clips of your show, your listeners that love you and want to share your message can grab clips of your show. And soon they can share them everywhere.
Ooh, that's going to be super powerful. Just knowing that my audience, because how we grow, like podcasters grow through word of mouth, right? If you don't know about a podcast, your friend tells you about a podcast. Hey, you're interested in, movies. I'm more specifically horror. You can go with a horror podcast like Horror with Sir Sturdy. But if I don't know about that, my friends don't know about that, I can just clip that and throw it up to my audience. Like my audience will find out, oh, Phil listens to this podcast. I like horror. Phil likes horror. Here's another horror podcast I didn't know about. Or even the Scene Snobs, or any of your life transformational radio show podcast is an amazing podcast. Sharing those stories.
You ready for this? How exciting would it be? I'm not saying this is happening, but just how exciting would it be if that AI technology knew what would be the perfect clip from your episode or episodes, and it would grab that clip and then share it on the platform so other people could hear and experience it and bring listeners to your show. How cool would that be? Wouldn't that be amazing? Wouldn't that be just amazing if that would be a possibility?
Are you hinting at something? Because I don't want to don't want you to put words out there.
I'm just saying that'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? I mean, I don't know.
It would be kind of cool. Awesome. That's going to help so many podcasts.
Might hear something like that. Yeah.
Hopefully
Yeah.
they're watching and they hear it and do it. But like that would be amazing because that would help a podcaster. Because when you run a podcast, as both of us know, when you're an independent starting your show, you have to do everything yourself. If you don't have the money to throw to a team, you have to do the clips and all that. And having this AI help you find those clips, or even having your audience do the promotion for you to help grow your show. Because when you're listening to a podcast, you become a fan of it. You become, like you said, an invent. I can never pronounce the word, Rob. Evangelist of your podcast. Like your fans are the people who promote your podcast the most. Even though you may be posting hundreds of plays, they have a bigger reach because you never know who's listening. And if they share it, more people are going to listen to it. So I love the fact that the AI possibly, maybe, but you have the clip feature, which is amazing.
Well, it's funny. I was talking to someone yesterday and they go, why do you do all this for me? It's free. Why do you do this for me? I said, well, coming out of abundance, we're a company. We are growing very fast. We're a tech startup company, and we have this incredible foundation. They've put in millions of dollars into building this platform, and it's truly remarkable. I am so blessed that I get to see behind the curtain, and I see where things are going and coming. And what's really cool about Podopolo is that we genuinely, truly want you as the podcaster to grow your audience. And why? Well, let's see. We're a company. We need to generate revenue. So it makes sense to us to help you have a bigger audience. So there's more advertising revenue for us to share with you, the podcaster. What a win that is.
It's true. Like you're coming in, and thank you very much, Stuck in My Mind podcast. You are amazing. I love you, El Jefe, yourself. It's true. Like the more podcasts that come on that are promoting the app, the more businesses are going to see. You're going to have more detailed stats saying, hey, we're getting about 10 billion downloads a month on this from this app. And more people are like, wait, what? Companies love that because you have the evidence to show. When we do, you go Apple, you get this small little, unless you're huge, like you said, top 0.1%, you don't have the data. Whereas you're going out, getting the advertisers, bringing it to the podcasters and saying,
well,
here.
Let's talk about data for a minute. That's what's really exciting. So you as a podcaster, what's really cool is that your podcast is already on Podopolo. We've ingested 6 million podcasts. It's already there. So you might as well take advantage of it and get part of our incredible features and functionality that we've added for you. So when you become a podcaster pro, first of all, when you get on the platform, you join up, you sign up. If you're a podcaster, you claim and get your podcast verified. You claim it on the app that it's you, and then you get a little blue check mark and you're a verified podcaster. And then from that point, you really want to have a conversation with me or just be an action taker and jump into Podcaster Pro, because we then open the door to like the candy store. You get incredible analytics. Now, our analytics are so far different than the analytics that you would get from other platforms. And what I mean by that is that we show overlap audiences. We show you who listened to your, what the majority of people are listening to right after your show or before your show. And they also show, which I love this, is it shows you the percentage of listeners where they also listen. So with Life Transformation Radio and I just looked at the analytics for this the other day. Life Transformation Radio is all about heart-centered and love and light and spirituality and people overcoming obstacles and transformations in their life. Very uplifting and sometimes deep and sometimes emotional. I mean, come on, made Chris cry. But it was good. But what the power of that is that I joke around a lot. I love my life. I joke around. That's me. Well, some people in my circle of friends and family have said, you shouldn't joke around. I don't think your listeners are going to like that. Well, I was in my analytics the other day and I discovered that 18% of my listeners, they love stand-up comedy. So guess what? I'm going to continue my lightheartedness in those conversations because apparently it lands well for my listeners. And so you're able to get those insights. And now I know, based on the analytics, that I can joke around because 18%, which is a lot, love stand-up comedy and they love comedy as well. So I'm getting this overlap and I'm like, that's kind of cool. So there's just a lot of really neat features in the analytics, and those analytics are available to you as a podcaster pro. And the one thing that I will say is that it's free for a year. People go, how much is it when after a year? We're looking at probably $49 or $97. But I will tell you that this week we had a lot of meetings, and those meetings are, what can we add into the Podcaster Pro program so that in 8 months, because some people have been around for 4 months or longer, that they're going to go, here, take my money. Like, it's going to be the biggest no-brainer, period. It will be what we've just lined up now, and then what's coming is so incredible. And as a podcaster, it warms my heart because we want to get our message out, and people don't always have the financial resources to do that. But Podopolo is a place that podcasters can call a home. It gives podcasters a home. And we've created an incredible listener experience from the listener side. I'm excited for all of you to experience the Podopolo app. There's all these beautiful features in there that makes listening to podcasts so much more enjoyable. My wife's into true crime, and she loves the fact that she can listen from, instead of the top down, she can listen from the bottom up. She can listen serial style to a podcast. We also have a feature in there that's playlists. And you can go and say you're doing a road trip. You can go pick a bunch of podcasts and they'll play one after the other in a playlist. And there's a sleep timer. So what we have done for you, the podcaster, is we are sticky. So it's either, I think it's like 67% or 97%. I don't know off the top of my head, of people that once they get into the Podopolo app and start listening and engaging to podcasts, they don't leave. That's where they listen to podcasts.
Because it's so,
you're a podcaster.
As a podcaster, it's great because you have the opportunity when you get Podcast Pro, you become a Podcaster Pro account, you have that opportunity to monetize your podcast. But on the flip side, as a ingester of podcasters, a listener of podcasters myself, like when I go on the app, it's simple. It's not hard for me to find the podcast. It's simple to navigate. Like you said, I have those playlists when I'm on Apple or Spotify. It's harder to do. It's more manual. Right. It's a simple thing because you guys came from it was like, first, let's look at what the podcasters need. Now let's make it easier for the podcasters to get their stuff out from listeners. You're a podcast first. Like you guys coming from a podcaster
the CEO
first.
Is a podcaster, a very successful podcaster. I am a podcaster. I've been podcasting for many, many years. And that's really why it works, because we have podcasters in the company. In addition to that, we listen to podcasters. Phil has had conversations with our internal team. Chris has had conversations. And we are building a platform with not just what we want to see, but what you as podcasters want to see. I want to share one feature that is really cool for podcasters. So, Phil, you have guests on your show, correct?
Yep.
And you that are listening and watching this show, you know that there are people out there that say, I've been on all these podcasts and I'm amazing, right? So what we have inside of Podopolo is the search functionality. And what you do is you go in and you go ahead and you type in the name of the potential guest. Watch this. Then you go to the function that says episode, and all the podcasts that person has been on will show up in the search feed. And then you can go listen and go, wow, they really suck. That's not very good. Or, oh my God, they're amazing. I need to push them up faster. But it's real. And you will see on Podopolo when you do, like you could search, sugar cookie, and you will find podcasts, because on the other platforms, unless you type in the name of your podcast, you're not going to be found unless you're the top podcast that's been around for decades. And that's just the fact. With Podopolo, you may find a podcast that may have one listener, but I tell you what, it may be the perfect podcast for you to listen to. And our recommendation engine is always going to be putting on in front of you on the Discover page podcasts that you didn't even know you should be listening to. because it's very, very, very smart. And it's very, very, very smart.
It's AI. It understands stuff. So like I have a podcast and vidcast for the past 6 years. I have a sports show which is fun and quirky but knowledgeable, and then I have a top 10 list show that is taking off really well. Like, look, if you bring that onto Podopolo, that top 10 show can pop because you can do clips and throw it. Here's
Absolutely.
the top 5, the top 2. And then your sports show on it. I am so excited for what you guys have coming down the line, because you guys are podcasters centric. You're looking out for the podcaster, helping them grow, whereas Apple, Spotify is looking at taking their content, just using their content to grow their platform without helping the podcaster.
Right. Yeah. And you know, you get to deal with me. So like if you call Apple or Spotify, who do you ever talk to? You get email. You get me, and it's Rob at Podopolo. Like, I'm all about the personal touch, and we are committed to an incredible customer success. Like, we want you to succeed. And, you know, I hope that if you're watching this, that you will trust in Phil and really know that I got your back. And we don't take a credit card. We take nothing. And we're going to prove it to you that you're going to love Podopolo. And what's coming out in the very near future is going to really blow your mind. It's really super cool. Really super cool. If you like Podopolo now, wait for what's coming.
I can't wait. Like, just with what you've shared with me on the back end, because like, I'm not 100%, I'm not paid by Podopolo except for what I get from the advertising for my podcast. So, but I know how much this is going to help podcasters, because I've been in the game for 10 years now. A decade in here, I've struggled to make money podcasting. I know what it's like to be an independent podcaster. And then you see the top lists on Apple and all that. Those are celebrity podcasts or business owner podcasts that have the money to put into the advertising. Whereas Podopolo is like, no, we want to help those independent podcasts. Those are small shows grow to the size that they should be, because they have great content, and the AI is just helping that. I personally think, like, if it's a charity, it's even better. Like, if a charity has a podcast, it can help them raise more money for their podcast, for their charity, because they can get they can use
you
clips.
Bring that up. Yeah, so we're very socially conscious. So we're going to reward people for listening to podcasts on Podopolo. Like, if you're a listener, so you say you listen for 1,000 hours. I'm just spitballing here, but this is where we're going to go with this. Is We'll send you a message. You'll say, Phil, congratulations. You've got 1,000 hours on Podopolo. We want to thank you. And in doing that, here's a certificate. We have planted a tree in your honor. So we are all about giving back, and where things are going with our charity that we haven't really publicly shared is truly, it's a beautiful thing. We are going to change the face of podcasting, in that we are coming from a massive abundance as opposed to gimme.
You're giving away, pretty much giving away the farm with it. And if you want, go to their website. They have, if you go to their website, podopolo.com, you can actually see, as a podcaster, what the payout of getting advertising with them when you join the Podcasting Pro part of it will break down everything, how many episodes, how many downloads you get. You put that in and you'll see the monetization that can come there. There's just so much that you guys are doing with Podopolo. I know Geo G3 was like, he's talking about getting his stuff on a bigger platform with his top 10, and so he's listening here. Look, just go to the website, check out the website. If anything, book a meeting with Rob, and Rob will sit down and go into detail and answer all those amazing questions. I think what you guys are doing at Podopolo is great, because it can help everybody monetize their show and make this a living and make it like a radio show or TV show of the future. Yeah.
Thank you. It really is an opportunity to level the playing field for podcasters. You know, the top 1%, it's only the top 1% that have over 10,000 downloads for a show. So the rest of the podcast community are not attractive to advertisers in any way, shape, or form. So what we have done is we have flipped that script, and say, for example, you have 1,000 downloads or listeners to your show. Well, if we have 100 podcasts that are in the same genre, we can then go to an advertiser and say, we have 100,000 listeners for your show. And the revenue is generated from that. And we just You get a little bit, you get a little bit, you get a little bit, you get a little bit. It's not going to make you rich if you have not a lot of downloads. However, you are monetizing. And with the power of Podopolo and our recommendation engine, your listeners could go up. And it does happen. If you listen to me, Rob, your podcaster evangelist, because I'm here to help you amplify and monetize your show or shows.
If you have multiple shows, it's even better because then the recommendation can help grow each show. Rob, if they want to get in contact with you, if they're a podcaster that wants to get in contact with you, or if it's someone thinking about starting a podcast, or even someone who wants to help Podopolo, how can they do that?
Easy. Reach me at rob@podopolo.com. And I want to let you know something. We have a new division at Podopolo, and it's called Brand Studio. And Brand Studio, it's not for everybody. It is our enterprise podcast creative agency. And what we have is not only the super high-end storytelling, theater of the mind, very well produced, written, directed, the whole thing of a podcast, and lots of different variables for that. But we also have incredible power of the Podopolo engine behind that. So it's expensive. It's not for everyone. However, if you are someone who is doing a very serious, wants to own a vertical market, if someone is listening to this and you're a brand, we can put you in a position that truly no one else can. And so that is worth a conversation. And we have just opening up our doors, and more information is going to be coming out. I think there might be a link on the website. And I will let you know that if you are a brand or you are a company and we have an opportunity, what we have set up is for you to really control a narrative of almost an industry and what we put together. So if that excites you, you know, there's an opportunity there, and a conversation might be in order. But like I said, it's expensive. It's enterprise level. It is not a basic podcaster functionality. However, if you're really serious and you're a brand or a company and you want to dominate or own a vertical, and what would that mean to your revenue, reach out to me and we'll get you all set up for a conversation. And there's that too.
Just Podopolo is it's going to change the game. I love what you guys are doing. I can't thank you enough, Rob, for being here, coming on and talking and supporting this Casters for a Cause by sharing us with what Podopolo can do. I suggest everybody who's listening, just go download the app, check it out, see how different and how great it is. The user experience is way better than if you look at Apple, Spotify, and all that stuff. It's the only app I use now to listen because it shares with me all these different podcasts that I can then learn from and listen to and be like, wow, I never knew this podcast was out here. And the knowledge that are on these podcasts, because they're so small, they may not be shared, but the knowledge is so valuable. So highly suggest everybody, after they download that the Podopolo app, then go donate to the GoFundMe for Casters for a Cause to help eradicate MS.
Wonderful. Thank you for allowing me to be here, Phil, and all of you that are listening. Truly humbled to be in the podcast community, and the love that I've received from the podcast community is really truly humbling. I mean, I really want to add value to podcasters, and you guys are getting it. You're getting it, and we are going to change the experience of podcast listeners and podcasters in ways that have never really been experienced before. So thank you.
You're very welcome. I think our time is nearly up. Mick, I don't know if you're ready to jump on the scene, or because I know you guys have a tight schedule. I don't want to run over other people's stuff.
Oh, No, we give you have your extra time, man. No worries. That's kind of where we're at with this. You know, we come in when we just jump in with the hosting from time to time. But great shows being a part of this. I want to thank you guys both so much for coming on and helping us out with this. This is something that really means a lot to us. And anybody who was listening earlier, we had a buddy of ours on who's podcast with us in the past, and he's been doing it for years. And he has MS, so he was talking about it in depth. And if you guys are looking to learn more about it, I suggest going back and listening to that maybe tomorrow or something, and just learn a lot about it. The GoFundMe will be on until Sunday, and yeah, we've already reached our goal, but let's double or triple it, like Phil said. We appreciate all the help you guys.
I want to see us triple it. You guys you're doing amazing. Yeah. I can't thank you enough, Mick, for all the work you guys do.
Are you ready, Casey? You want to say hi?
Oh, okay.
Hi. Casey's here.
Great to see you.
Casey.
Hi, gents. It's a pleasure to see you all. Thank you so much for a wonderful show, as always, Phil. And it was wonderful to learn a little bit along the way.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. And thank you for helping out, as this is a big cause. That's something that we really love. And it's close to our heart, is MS.
Yeah.
You're curing it, not the actual disease.
Yeah, we don't want to give it anymore. That's for sure. But
No, we'll get rid of it.
Again, I know I'm blocking Casey and Rob's face, and I'm sorry about that.
It's okay.
We're getting there. But
No, Rob's the pretty one here. It's okay. You can keep blocking
There we
mine.
go.
Oh, it made me feel like Mr. Wilson.
I know that's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, Mr. Wilson. I was like, it was good. It was good.
give us some good advice. Go to Podapolo.
Podopolo.
I'm never going to say
Podopolo.
Right. You
always
realize
say
how many celebrity interviews we do, and I murder their names. And I'm just like, listen, you're going to come on here. You got to deal with that. I'm terrible. I'm from Jersey. We don't understand anything.
He says it his way very directly and a lot.
Yeah. And then I try to convince you that my way is right. Welcome in New Jersey. Guys, again, thank you so much for being on, being part of this, and helping us out. It just means the world to us. And Phil, I think I'm going to see you later tonight for Movie Trivia Battle Royale, correct?
Yes, I'm looking forward to that.
Robin, more than welcome to do it. But yeah, we're going to keep going. We're going to let you guys go. We're going to start prepping for the next thing. But thank you again, guys.
Thanks for having me. Blessings to you guys all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys.
Absolutely. Take care, guys. I'm going to let you guys out, and I'm going to say, go check out Phil's show. Go check out Podopolo. Said it right.
Oh, you nailed it.
I said it right. I'm going to put my headphones on. So that way it's not bothering anyone. But I want to say thank you guys again. You guys are amazing. Check out Phil's show, Invest in Yourself. He's got just a wonderful array of shows going on right now, and you should definitely go check them out. I'm going to link everybody in the description below a little bit later as I go through. It's a lot to get to at the moment, but I'm going to make sure, Podopolo and Invest in Yourself and everything else is a part of that. But yeah, Kate, how you doing today, man?
I'm great, man. It's fantastic. And I always love seeing Phil. Phil's just a wonderful human being. He's got a great attitude, wonderful outlook, and he busts his hump in what he does, and he's really good at it. So it's always nice to hang out and good to see Phil.
Well, just
and learning about Podopolo.
I put my headphones on, so if you want to turn that up.
Oh, I'm good. I can still hear you.
Oh, I think I'm catching on your mic.
Are you?
I'm going to turn away. How's that?
Are you catching on my mic?
How are you doing today, buddy? I think we're okay now.
Okay. Yeah, got enough distance.
When I go like this, I can hear.
Yeah, and then when I'm over here, yeah, I'm sure. So I should probably stay focused here. We're professionals, folks, and this is definitely something we've done for years.
You would think so. This was a bad choice.
This was a terrible idea. I'm now going to have to go to the other side of the room.
You are. Go home again.
Yeah, go home again. We got an hour.
Stop yelling because they can hear everything. All right. Let's talk low like this, like we're actual podcasters.
Yeah,
see, they can hear everything, but they can't hear double. And I know we know that because Billy is in the private chat again, and I can tell by his laughter. Casey, Billy says, your mic is the problem.
Well,
you got to turn it away.
Turn it away?
Oh, I got an idea. Here. Hold on 1 second, everybody. We'll be right back.
Mike.
All right, guys, this Casey's getting started. No. This is our fault, primarily mine because of the way I set it up. But we're gonna bring Billy in just a few minutes. Casey's getting started with kind of just changing the layout. We just didn't anticipate that we'd be so close and the mics would turn. Again, my fault.
They turned on us. They turned against us.
It is. It's amazing, but I get to see your face now. I don't see the side of it, so it's going to be beautiful. So, guys, again, thank you so much for joining us for Casters for a Cause. Again, go down in the description below. That's where the GoFundMe is. Please donate if you can. If you can't, we ask that, which is fine. We get it. We understand eggs are expensive, and we don't want to put anybody out. But if you can, please donate. But if not, please share. Please share this out. It goes a long way. Do you need the plug? Okay. Yeah, it goes a long way because it builds the awareness and gets it out there quite a bit. Let's see what people are saying. Okay. Yeah, that echo is rough. Yeah, no, I know. We're working on it. Mick, you sound a lot better. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. The worst ideas are the best entertaining, though. Well, that's because we can pull it off because we are entertaining folk. But actually, while Casey's doing that, why don't I show you what this hour's prize is? We got some Geek stuff for you guys to check out. This is a very cool hanging sign, wooden sign. I really enjoyed this thing. This was in my old studio in a galaxy far, far away. If you're a Star Wars fan, it's there for you. You got the Millennium Falcon on there. That should be fine, dude. I think because the mic will now be pointed away. Oh, shit. I didn't even think about it. You want to put it beyond the TV? Then I'll turn the TV on. So, guys, whoever donates the most with this, you will take this home. I'll send it out to you. So please feel free to do that. While we're waiting, Casey, you ready? All right, I'm going to bring Billy in. We do have the Scary Snobs coming in at 2 p.m. And then, Billy, if you want to join us again at 3, we'll be back on. But I'm going to bring you in now, actually. What's up, William?
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, it's going well. The strength of will is here. I will never let that one go, by the way.
I was just yelling about that stupid scene, too, the other day, like a couple weeks ago. Just fucking popped in my head, and I was annoyed shitless by it.
I get it, man. It was really they did a terrible job on that, and the fact that it's still going, that whole CW universe. Bless you, sir.
I saw the Flash was still going, and literally my mind was nearly blown. I was like, wait, I thought en masse everybody gave up on this, like I don't know, 2 years ago. I was astounded it was still going.
It's actually the last season of the Flash this year. They're bringing
shocking.
Yeah, they're bringing what's his name, Oliver Queen, back for the last season, which I don't know. He died, I thought, but whatever.
Tell Lazarus fit him because who gives a shit anymore?
Well, you know what it was is a strength of will that brought him back to life. It's like I need to come back for the last season of the Flash.
Oh God, it's just such shit writing. Like I got no problem with your CW, I don't know, teen shit. Like I'll watch one of those dramas all day and night. I'm not embarrassed, but like they got to at least try. You go with that low effort shit just drives me out of my mind. Where it just becomes about two people who are just like, I love you. I need to be with you. I can't be with you. Okay, now let's be together. I can't be with you now.
I can't do it. It's just, yeah. And CW plays that so much, so well. Yeah, everything. Man. I get it. We do that a lot here. You want me to pull you in, see how you doing? All right, let's pull Casey in. Excuse
Hi.
me. That's so much
Who it
better.
is.
Oh, you know why too? I figured out. So in the brilliance that we are awash in, with the three of us being the smartest men who never make any mistakes, I definitely did not connect my microphone to my camera, and that was the problem. As we were going through my camera, I wasn't even through my
Echo,
actual
yes.
mic.
Yeah, that'll do it. But
So we were
also,
going through-
for real, you need
So
some
we were going
sound
through the
deadening on
camera
those walls.
microphone, which is just picking up everything. It's just wideband, grab it all.
Well, you might be able to move back later.
Yeah, I mean,
We'll wait
now
till later.
I'm here now.
I don't think you should. You do still need to put something up on those walls because the slightest, tiniest bit of feedback. I'm sure you can adjust it through the mics, but you know, I'm being retentive on this stuff, so I'm noticing it, and I'm like, put some foam up, you bastards.
Oh no, we just moved down here.
Yeah.
We just moved in
gotcha.
here. We're still putting stuff up because we are. Is everybody getting an echo? Because I am.
The slightest bit still, but not. It's not heavy anymore.
I can actually turn my mic down a little bit, and
There you go.
that helps. How is that?
Echo from me? Echo from you?
There you go. No, it's way better
Oh.
now. Way
Mine-
better now.
Oh,
It goes pick me up.
gotcha.
So yeah, no. So as we're going on and we're doing this, it's been quite the ride. I can't believe we've already beat our goal.
Yeah.
Which is amazing.
I mean, that's a great way to start a telethon. Do it in the first 2 hours. Game over. All right, now we're hanging out. No
Oh my
stress.
God, dude. I know that stress went right. I didn't sleep at all last night. Now I'm like, okay, I can go to bed. I'm fine. Casey's got this.
Exactly.
So if you get tired of the echo, but Billy, if you want to join in today, we are at 2:00. So hang out with us right now. But at 2:00, we have the Scary Snobs guys. Make sure you check them out. Sturdy and Jason are going to jump in. Make sure to check out their show. It's on Thursday nights, but also make sure to check out Horror with Sturdy, Popcorn and Pints. That's Sturdy's 2 shows, and 3 Geeks podcast and Matt Talk. That is Jason's 2 shows. So you're gonna have a lot of fun with them. We're gonna take off for the hour, but Billy, if you want to join back in at 3:00, we're gonna be back. So, but let me ask you guys this.
Shoot.
I want to talk about that card episode last night.
Okay. Go nuts. You guys start. My thing is here. I have to go up and grab it.
Son of a gun.
Jesus.
I'm kicking you out. Oh my God. You are ready. So let me take Casey out so that way we talk. Did you watch the new Picard yet?
I have not watched. I watched like the first half of the first season, and decided I was going to wait for the whole show to go its duration, and then I'll watch all of it. So I'm getting ready to start my marathon, but no, I haven't watched it.
Oh my God. It's the first 2 seasons they're tough. There's good episodes, but that's about it.
Yeah, that's why I decided. I got about halfway through the first season. Was like, I love these characters, and I know that if I watch it all together, I will grow to love them. So I'm just gonna let it sit. I'll come back to it. It's one of the few shows I can do that with. You know me, I ferociously consume everything that there is.
No.
It's one of the few I've been able to let sit. Only like Casey spoiled the end of last season for me because I'm a huge fan of Q. So he showed me that, you know, I can't be spoiled on shit. So I thought it was beautiful. So I can't wait to watch it just to get to that moment, you know.
I'm telling you, now is the time that you're going to enjoy the most. The 3rd season, Q is great, and really the biggest highlight of the 2nd season. But this season has been absolutely beautiful.
So this is season where they get the replica data, right?
No,
No.
not the replica data.
Or new data, whatever it is, the new version of data.
Dude, take your time and eat. No, he's been starving, and I don't want him. He's been going all morning.
Well, that in 12 minutes till you break, might as well, you know,
Might as
ramble
well.
this out. And do I like horror?
Yeah.
I love horror.
Oh yeah. Sturdy's got a good show. Jump on, man.
I love horror.
With them. He's a big horror fan. So you guys, if you want to stick around, feel free. But they're good guys. You'll have a good time with them. I'm taking a break. No, but the one thing that you're really gonna love about this is it is not a replica data. It's data.
Oh, okay, so it is. All right.
It's a new data it's the same old data, but it's a new data and how they built them. And you'll understand that when you see it. Oh, puppy.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I never mind a dog on screen, so it's fine. But this season has brought back the entire crew from Next Gen, has brought back many faces from not just Next Gen, but other Star Trek shows.
Yeah. I saw an episode Casey was watching, so I do know a little of what's going on. And I was just the whole time like, oh my God, Beverly's on. Oh my God. Like just every second getting all excited.
I one thing that I truly loved is, I said this on Twitter yesterday, in 47 minutes, I not only got an F, I got the D. And if anybody understands that reference, because you've watched it, or if you don't understand that reference, the hell with you. It's definitely worth it. Each episode has given me the fan service I want this season, but it's also given me a really great sort of adventure with this old crew coming back, and new faces a part of it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think love or hate him, J.J. Abrams was the one who kind of put everybody on the look, give them what they want, and the nerds will love you, and yeah, I agree. Fan service is the best. It's fucking reason we're fans,
Yeah. Which is a great thing they do in this season. Was wonderful for that. I love what they're doing in Picard, because they're giving us the final season of Next Gen. It's a love letter goodbye, and it could not be more perfect. Like how they put not just the cast in, but where they put the cast. And Buddy, I thought it was great. I like seeing them around, the new bridge of the Titan. Seeing last week's episode, they all get around a conference table, and I'm like, all right, this is great. And then this week, this glorious week, I cried. I wept twice. Yeah. It was so beautifully perfect. I'm just gonna say it. They brought the D back.
Yeah. I got the reference when he was talking about the F and the D. I was like, oh, so some time travel and an old ship returning, huh?
Mm-hmm. With the old bridge and everything.
Nice.
It was glorious, dude.
Like, I mean, obviously they've got it well explained in time travel terms. I'm just trying to think of it would have to be some kind of time travel warping shit, because that ship's gone.
No, it's the D.
I thought the D got destroyed, didn't it? Or am I thinking of
so Viridian? It crashed in Viridian 3. So remember the saucer section? They had to separate.
They separated it out, and it smashed into the planet.
Given the quick rundown, Geordi is now the commandant and the head of the Starship Museum. So it's all the original ships. That's what he's in charge of. So they had to. Viridian 3 was, due to the Prime Directive, they had to retrieve everything. So they got the saucer section back, and then were able to. He actually pulled parts from and nacelles from different old busted up ships
from the
Syracuse, and he just pieced it all back together. It's awesome.
Oh,
yeah, man.
It's like an old man's hot rod project, but the Enterprise.
And I love that they're building up, and I speculated on some stuff, and I had some observations about the episode. And Billy, I don't want to ruin anything for you, so I could leave it alone if you want.
No, you can't spoil shit for me. It's the journey.
Truth.
Yeah, I agree, man. And this is a hell of a journey. I think the things that I really liked about this is it added. How do I put it? Now they've taken out every young person in Starfleet.
Mm-hmm.
They're off the board. They're all Borg.
Nice.
They've killed pretty much everyone over 25 in Starfleet.
Yep.
Everyone. Except for, of course, Next Gen crew.
Bro, we got Admiral Shelby.
Shelby, who finally got to captain
the Enterprise.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's a change.
Mowed down in her captain's chair.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Are you serious, man? Oh, that sucks.
It was the best. It was the best of both worlds.
Hey-o.
I see what you did there.
See what he did there.
I mean, look, I'm excited into that. I really do want to watch it. And now that you're telling me this, that makes it even better that I waited, and I'm going to get that. Because remember we went and saw Beyond, right? And I didn't watch shit going into that. But I forgot they were making it
Yep.
until you were like, "We're gonna go watch this." And then I purposely avoided everything because I realized this is the first time it's happened in like 10 years. And it was just the most amazing journey ever for me. And anytime I see anybody talk trash about it, I'm like, what are you talking about? So like,
Dude.
I know good, like steady plot chunks from each season because we've talked about it. I don't care. It doesn't spoil it for me. I still want to see what the writers do with the characters, what the actors do with the characters, where they end up. You know, that's the exciting part. It's not the movie Fallen. I'm not going to have to rewatch it because there's a twist at the end, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
So, I'm hyped hearing this. Like, it's just making me more excited to watch it.
Yeah, and I mean, I showed you that one episode from season 2. You only really need 2, maybe 3 episodes from season 2 to kind of get the gist of everything, and that's only if you really want wrap up from the first season. If you didn't care about the first season, you watch 2 episodes, you're done. You open it and you close it. Game over. and you watch that Q scene. I showed you that.
Oh yeah, man. I really did love that. I really did.
Yeah.
Look, I didn't know any of the rest of the plot of that season, but the fact that just that scene that you showed, a third of the episode, handled all those characters respectfully and showed them the way I remembered them, you know, from growing up. That's enough. I don't really give a shit if the plot was terrible leading up to that. They gave me a moment, you know.
Well, I pulled up some pictures to check out. We were going to kind of go over, and then there's a couple things I wanted to. That's the Enterprise F on her maiden voyage,
heading out of space dock.
Oh, really?
And then like I got pictures of that.
Meow.
Yeah.
That's the D that shows up.
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, girl.
Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the F again. And of course, in action, ready to go, because it's the only ship not connected to all the other Starfleet.
The only ship not assimilated.
Yep. Oh wow.
And there they are on the crew.
Oh, hello.
At that point, I was crying so hard. It was ridiculous. I couldn't, because this is last night. Mick had told me about it, and he's like, "You got to check it out. You know, you got to watch it." And then text me, and I reached this point, and I was just like sobbing. It was painful. My eyes were stinging from the tears.
What
So
about
beautiful.
in the chairs?
That legitimately is almost the entire.
It is. Everybody
It
except for
is.
Wesley.
Holy shit.
All of them are back except for Wesley, and we don't know if he'll come back.
We don't need him back. I'm cool with him back. It's fine.
He was great last.
He really was. Yeah.
Wait, what?
They crushed it with his wrap up. It was beautiful.
His wrap.
Oh, is he in this new series? Does he?
No, he's not in this season. In
Only
this
one.
season, we have a different crusher.
Right,
Well,
right.
another one
The
of
important
Beverly's
one.
kids, her wayward children.
Oh my God, how many did she pop out?
Well, she and Picard popped out another one.
Well, no, I'm aware of that,
just one.
and I really, 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 really liked the actor they have playing him because we hadn't gotten to the storyline yet, and Casey was watching, and I was just watching over his shoulder, and there's a break, and I look over and I go, that kid's like a young Jean-Luc Picard. He's like, no, that's his son. It's like, oh shit, man, good choice of actor.
It works so well. And
Yeah.
they did such a beautiful job. I'm absolutely loving what they did this entire season. Not one bad episode, whereas in the past seasons there were a lot of hiccups. And so I really dug the fact that they went full into this. They brought back so many people, and the story is so well told and done. And I'm absolutely in awe with it. I'm having a great time watching it. So, I know Casey is too. We went.
I'm loving it. Oh yeah, and especially I'm really bitter. I found out yesterday that they released tickets for IMAX, so for free in select theaters. It's free.
It wasn't around us though.
It was in Georgetown, and I wasn't willing to drive to Georgetown.
It's fair.
I mean, I could just say that all the tickets were sold out, but that's a lie. I was just like, man.
Fair. I want to say, because we have to introduce the next guys coming up. They are going to talk some horror. Billy, if you do want to stay on with them, please feel free. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and I know Casey has to eat. But let's bring them on now. Our buddies, our black friend Sturdy.
I can't.
What's up, Sturdy? Hi, Jason.
Yes. What's up, guys? How's it going?
What's up? How you guys doing today?
Couldn't be better, man. I was really enjoying listening to you guys in the car. I had to keep it low because of the swearing. It would make my mom's head explode, but great show so far. Like, I can't believe you guys have gone for almost, 6-7 hours now?
Yeah, it's been pretty crazy. That's all for sure.
How you
we
don't run out of
appreciate
things to talk about blows my mind.
I mean, our old show was like 3 hours long.
Yeah.
So, and we generally had to stop us, or Billy would just turn off the recorder.
True.
It's like, I'm tired. I'm ready to go to bed.
It'd be like 3-4 hours. It's like, we can't do this. We can't go this far.
Keep going. That's back when podcasts were allowed to be that long.
How many sets does Casey have today?
What's that?
How many sets do you have? This is your second set for your background today?
There's not really a set.
Oh.
That's just junk I have over there.
Yeah.
That he got stuck being around.
I just now have to shift in this position so I don't get anything fancy behind me. This is my repayment for all the beauty you normally see behind me. Now you're just stuck with I'm the best thing on screen.
Listen, when you're off, we can turn it a little bit more that way, and I'll put a poster behind you.
No, it's fine. I'm beautiful this way. It is. They should all stare at my wonder.
You look
And
like an
plus, I'll
old
have
man.
9 different outfits. So
You do.
You need your tweed jacket on really badly because you would look
do.
like a retired professor.
sum it up.
You really
I
do.
have it.
I love it. Yeah. Guys, I want to say thank you so much for doing this. Guys, if you don't know who Sturdy and Jason are, they are the Scary Snobs. They talk horror here on the Scene Snobs channel. You can catch them every Thursday. Sometimes take a week off, and that's okay. I try to tell them that that's okay. You don't have to do it all the time, but they just love doing it, so they keep going. If you guys want, and Billy, you want to join in, please feel free. I'll leave it up to you. I'm going to let it go because it's your time to shine. We're going to be back at 3 o'clock. We're going to have our show, Quarter Impulse, where we'll talk some more Trek, and then my 5 takeaways. Billy, I think you're joining in for that, right?
Yeah, I'll be on.
Okay, sweet. Guys, make sure you donate. Right now, we are giving away to the top donator for this hour this cool Millennium Falcon Star Wars wooden sign. So right now, Kim Godburn, thank you for your donation.
Well, thanks, Aunt Kim. I appreciate it. And yes, I am actually suffering from the good old-fashioned sinuses. Who doesn't love spring?
She is the front runner right now for the sign, and maybe she'll give it to her nephew. But I'm going to let you guys go. Have a great show, guys. We'll see you in about an hour. And if you guys want to donate, it's in the description below. We'll talk to you soon. Take care.
Awesome.
Yes. How's it
So,
going?
how are you guys doing? Billy, it's nice to meet you, man.
Yes.
Hey, how's it going? I don't want to disrupt your show. I could drop off. I don't have a problem with that.
No.
But-
Stay on and talk. We're just talking random horror in general. We have
I'm
nothing
in.
planned, so that's what it
I'm
was
in.
just like. It's the easiest thing to do. Anybody can join the conversation, and
Yeah, Sturdy's got some awful views on movies, but that's neither here nor there. Worst damn gamer ever. You are not the worst damn gamer ever. I am the worst damn gamer ever.
What's up, bro?
And we're doing good, man. So thank you for sending, or lady, thank you for sending love and positivity. We appreciate that.
That's my boy
But,
Chris.
see, Billy, Sturdy hates Indiana Jones.
I do.
Who hates Indiana
Wait,
Jones?
but why? Why do you hate Indiana
I
Jones?
just couldn't. I enjoyed the second one back in my childhood,
It is the best one.
and then going back and watching them for my other podcast, Popcorn and Pints. I just didn't like them at all. I couldn't connect with them. It just didn't. I feel like if it was like a kid for a lead for all the movies, I would have probably enjoyed it more. But I just didn't like it. I couldn't connect with it. I honestly said this before, and I'll say it again. I like the Dora movie better than Indiana Jones, and I'm standing by that.
You like the what again?
Dora, the Dora movie, I enjoyed that more than Indiana Jones.
Are you saying the Dora the Explorer movie?
I'm being dead serious with that. Yes.
Something bad happened to you. I like you, but something bad had to have happened to you for that day. And I don't want to delve too deep in because I don't want to open wounds. But
No,
nah,
It's okay, Billy. We can just do this. And then you and I can just take over the show, and Sturdy can just hang out. That's right, Sturdy. Oh, shoot.
Oh, no, it's bouncing. Oh no.
But seriously, thank you guys so much for tuning in. And I am
yes.
I forgot you could control it too, you jerk.
I wanted to give you a break, man. So I was gonna do the chat and stuff, so you could step away, maybe grab a bite to eat.
Before we dive into the silliness and stuff, I do want to give a round of applause to everybody that's been sticking by, that's been donating, and to Mick and Casey for doing this, because this is a really awesome, beautiful, beautiful thing. And Billy, hats off to you, and hats off to you out there, Chris, because that's just keep fighting, guys. I'm behind you guys 100%, and I can't wait for us to find a cure for this, because these diseases are bullshit. There's no reason why all this money that we make in the world, why there's all these diseases around. I feel like if we put those resources, those finances towards stuff like that, instead of tearing up shit and killing each other, you can probably wipe out a lot of bad shit. I
just micked him. I love that as a verb. It's fantastic. That's exactly what I did. Something bad must have happened to him. Must have. Somebody in an Indiana Jones costume must have beat Sturdy at some point in his life, and that's why he hates him. Or maybe he's just a big fan of snakes and hates Indiana Jones because of his hatred for snakes.
It's the whip. It's definitely keyed into the whip.
And then George says, I get crap for hating Three Amigos. George, it's because that is an American treasure.
You know what? I can see why you hate Three Amigos. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I understand it. The Indiana Jones one, I just don't understand. It's just beyond.
I never heard anybody say. I mean, the fourth movie that people say they made, I understand hating that one.
I've never heard of that one. Something about skulls, I think. I don't know. It was a direct to VHS release. I don't think anyone saw it. We don't count it.
Yeah, no, nobody cares. Nobody knows. I think I had a fever dream about it or something.
I am going to go see the fifth one, though.
It's called Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, and it is probably the cinematic peak in masterpiecedom.
I don't count fan-made YouTube videos as sequels to movies. Like, I just kind of keep those separated. You do you, but for me, just because some random guy threw Indiana Jones in the title of a movie about aliens doesn't make an Indiana Jones movie. That's all I'm saying.
All right, I'm out. I need to go to use the bathroom, and I keep listening to you guys.
Go potty, and then come back and join us if you want.
I don't know, Daniel. See, you also love the Friday the Third or the Nightmare on Elm Street remake, so I don't know if I can talk to you.
I stand by him on that. That was really good. It got a raw deal. It was very well done.
See, I have to watch that one again. I haven't seen it in a while, so I couldn't really give you an honest opinion on it. Back when I seen it, I didn't really care for it, but watching it maybe a second or third time over recent times, it may help. It may not.
You know what? I will watch it again too. Let's do it. Dan, let me know when you're available to come on the Scary Snobs with us, and we will rewatch it that week, and the three of us can review it together.
Boom.
And I will go into it with an open mind because I love the casting of Freddy in that movie.
Yeah, it was. First of all, you're fighting nostalgia, especially at a time when all the 80s slashers were making their comebacks. So everybody was like really hard into them. So then it pops out in theater. Everybody was expecting it to match the tone of the original, but it didn't. I mean, they went Halloween with it. You know what I'm saying? We're making our own thing with it. And if you look at it away from the hype that was built up around it, that's a really good movie. It really is. But it just isn't, Nightmare on Elm Street. It couldn't be. Nothing could be,
Yeah, and maybe it's just because, realizing what Freddy would like, they always hinted to what Freddy did, and the remake they show you what Freddy did, and maybe that's just the ickiness of that. I don't know, but
again, like I said, for me, I think my biggest thing was the look of Freddy. But going back again, I have to go back and watch it again because I haven't watched it in years. I may have seen it 3 times max, but I haven't watched it probably in over 10 years, to be honest with you. So going back and watching it again, maybe I'll have a different opinion on it. And
wow,
that's phenomenal right there. That's phenomenal, people. Clap it
up.
Wow,
guys. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Damn near doubling this. Let's keep it going, people. That's beautiful.
Mick was going to shave when we reached 500. Now we've almost doubled that goal.
I feel like Mick should shave on the live tonight. I feel like if it gets to 1,200, Mick should shave on the live on the last show tonight.
Honestly, if it doubles, he should have to shave everything,
on live. Do it first on live. If it doubles, I'm just throwing it out there, Mick. Let's see. Because you're cutting it off anyway. I'm just saying.
Every time Casey says "Great Scott" during the Back to the Future read, Mick should shave a section of his head. All right, so somebody just wrote, Did you hear that they are making Final Destination 6? Yes, and I could not be more happy
It's
about it.
Final Destination films are like, I just watched them a couple months ago. They're like just above guilty pleasure films for me. And when I watch them, it's like eating potato chips. Like I can't just have one. I gotta watch them all. I have to watch them all. And it's not something I do often. Like I'll watch those films maybe once every 5 to 6 years, unless a new one comes out. Then I'll go through them again. But other than that, I don't watch them too often. So that's probably another reason why they don't bother me too much. Versus if I was watching them all, say like every year. But that's kind of good for me. Like right above that, so when 6 comes out, I'll watch all of them again in the correct order, and then go for them.
Wait, the correct order. Spoiler alert for a movie that's over 10 years old. But so you watch 5 first?
I didn't know that at first, but now I know that. Which speaking of that, seeing part 5, the way that ended, that part, I was like, that helped this movie with a few points for me, because I was a little pissed off around this time until I see that. I was just like, that's dope.
I want to get. You mind if I get a little deep with Final Destination real quick?
Absolutely.
I'm gonna say Final Destination is ranked up there with movies like John Wick, right? And the reason I say this is because John Wick was conceived by stuntmen who came up with really cool fight sequences. Or like, let's put a movie around this, right? And Final Destination was the same thing. They came with some really awesome death sequences, and they were like, let's put a movie around this, and just came up with an excuse to show these really cool death sequences they came up with. And as you go further into the series, it kind of gets away from that a bit. I think by 4, they're almost entirely away from it. But that first one and second one, nobody drives down a highway without checking out for every fucking logging truck around. I apologize. I keep using profanity, guys.
No, go ahead. You can keep going.
But like it's that style of making a movie, of finding something really cool you want to film and then just putting a movie around it, could be very hit or miss. But Final Destination is one of those ones that every single one of us remembers because they did it right, and we're going to remember John Wick, 25 years from now the same way, because they did everything right,
I have a question for you guys about Final Destination, and then I'll pull up Worst Damn Gamers comment, because this is a good one right here. But what do you think of this being, instead of it being a bunch of movies, what do you think of it being a series? What do you think that would do?
I mean,
like a TV series?
Yeah. Say like an HBO Max type of deal, but yeah.
I like the idea, but I think the thing that works with Final Destination is that by the end of it, everyone's dying. Maybe one person gets away, but it's not going to be good, and they're all dead. If you do it as a TV show, I guess if you do it like as a per season anthology, where it follows a new tragedy,
let's say you do it like
that would be pretty neat. But I kind of like the punctuation of the movies, because you just know as you're seeing it go down, like, well, it's cute of you guys to try, but you're dead.
So honestly, let me ask you this, Billy. Me and Sturdy talked about this a few weeks ago when we talked about Final Destination. And my question is, what do you think of them doing? Because, legacy sequels are all the rage right now. What do you think about them doing a direct sequel to 1 and skipping the rest, where Devon Sawa and Ali Larder are both still alive?
Yeah, because you don't get to see, what happens to him. You only get to see what happens to her. I think it would be phenomenal if they went back and did that. The only problem is, if they do it right, which a lot of these legacy sequels are doing right, which is phenomenal to see. We're getting at least like Scream 6, stuff like, we're getting decent stuff out of it, as opposed to like H2O when they weren't doing it right. But I think you would pigeonhole yourself if you did that, because where are you going to put the next movie?
Mm-hmm.
If it works out, you just got to jump now to a whole new season. I think if you're going to do it, you got to do it separated from everybody now, like a whole new thing,
They'd still have characters that are alive, because a couple of the people at the end of 2 are still alive as well.
I think by the end of 4, there's only 3 people have survived the whole ordeal. One of those is like comatose. One of them lives in an underground bunker. You never hear anything more about them. And then the other one dies in like 5 anyway. And that's a prequel, so it doesn't even make sense. It's weird how they handle the survivors of it, but basically, even if you manage to survive, it's no good. And the moment you step out of whatever you're in, you're dead.
Yeah.
So
They
you don't
literally
win.
die in the plane crash a few minutes later.
So we got a little, I guess, request from. I'm going to say from the three of us, Billy, if you'd like to join us for this.
Sure.
Right here, I want to do a collab with y'all about the Freddy series, old and new. I mean, if you guys are down, I'm down to do this. And Jason, if you're down,
you know I'm down, man. And we did this on our show a few weeks ago. I want to hear what the chat and Billy has to say. What are your guys' favorite Nightmare on Elm Street movie? Mine is New Nightmare.
Oh, okay, that's a good question.
Personally,
Dream Warriors, 100%.
It's hard not to pick Dream Warriors. I really like 2.
It really is. 2 is great. 2 is fantastic.
2 is like legit scary.
Yes, I think 2 really pulled off what they were going for the most, but Dream Warriors was so, I mean, off the charts, insane and done well. And you didn't get to see, I don't know, somebody putting their mental illness on screen. It's just such amazing effect. God, I love that. The kid with the hearing aid, come on.
Yeah, it's tough for me. Like I want to say Dream Warriors, but I also think 2 and 1 because they were both really good. If you go back and look at like those, part 2 was the last like serious, I guess you would say scary Freddy movie. And then after that, from part 3 on, they got kind of silly. I'm sure they had some scary moments in it. I don't know the franchise that well. I got to go back and watch it again. I'm more of a Friday the 13th fan, but still love the Nightmare on Elm Streets.
You mentioned 6 with the hearing aid. 6 is one of the best Looney Tune movies I have ever seen. I love 6 so much. The whole Power Glove sequence is amazing. Oh my God.
But they owe that. You know what I'm saying? Like it gets to that. It's kind of like how you don't get the modern Fast and the Furious series without Tokyo Drift. You know, you needed something to kick it off the rails. So they went, oh, we can do whatever we want. You know what I'm saying? And Dream Warriors, man, it just started. But 1 and 2 were legit scary movies. Mm-hmm. Like I remember watching them as a kid, and 2 scared the ever living hell out of me. Just the scene of the deserted town at the beginning just scared the piss out of me. I was like, I'm out.
I guess for this question, then, if you're going for like overall fun entertainment, then you would go with part 3. If you're going for fear, you can pick one of the first 2. You can go, part 2, definitely.
1 is great too, though. Yeah,
New Nightmare is pretty scary too.
Which one?
New Nightmare, in my opinion.
I think I was too used to the idea by that point, so it didn't have the same punch as like the first one when that girl gets flung around. It really messed me up. My mom started me in horror movies too early too, so but it really messed me up. I was like, holy crap, you know.
Yeah. What's too early?
At like 7, she had me watching USA horror movie marathons on Saturday nights, like 3 horror movies in a row, because she loved them and nobody else would watch them with her.
Yeah, man. Worst damn gamer ever. Our lists are not too far apart. Only I would throw, like I said, I'd reverse New Nightmare and Dream Warriors. I'd put Dream Warriors at 2 and Freddy 2 at 3 and get rid of the original. I've just seen too many times that I just don't think to put it on my list because I'm more living in these at the moment right now.
Yeah.
But Dylan's New Nightmare, I love this. They got the original kid back, and fans are making a sequel to Wes Craven's New Nightmare. And I love fan films. You know, we've talked about this many, many times. The Hiking in the Woods alone is fantastic.
Yeah, I definitely gotta check that out though. I definitely gotta put that up on the screen one more time. Dylan's New Nightmare. Definitely gotta check that out. Gotta show love to the independents.
Yeah, I can't wait to review it. I can't wait to talk to you about the trailer next week.
I didn't even check it out yet, but I will.
All
so,
right.
Billy, what got you? Like, who or what? Well, you said your mom, and actually already answered this. So, all right, you answered that part of it. So then, what's the first movie that you can remember that scared you as a kid, like that stuck with you, that one that really stands out?
The irony is, I was actually just talking about this 2 days ago, getting into how my mom got me started so early. I don't remember most of the ones she started me with, but the ones that there's two that I'm tied for that are the earliest horror movies I remember seeing, and my son actually helped me find the name of one of them, and I already forgot it. So there's one with drowned Nazi zombies on an island. God, I wish I could remember it. He just found it for me, and I was real young when that came out. My mom sat me down to watch that. And there was another one called Slugs. Slugs I loved, scared the piss out of me for the longest time, because there's a sequence where this lady's cooking us or making a salad for her husband before they go out to this business dinner. And it's all carnivorous slugs that are eating people. And a slug gets into the head of lettuce she's chopping up. She chops it up. She makes salad for her husband. And he eats it. They go out to dinner. And he's drinking some wine and his nose starts bleeding. He goes into the bathroom and like he just starts melting as these little tiny billions of slugs are eating him from the inside out. God, I had to have been 8. And it's like those are the two that I remember the most.
Is it Shockwaves?
Shockwaves for the zombie one?
Yeah.
God, hold on. It's got yeah, I think that is right. It's with Z or something in it.
A group of tourists who encounter aquatic Nazi zombies when they become shipwrecked. It has Peter Cushing in it.
Yep, that's it. 1977.
All right, I might have to check this out.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that cover is amazing. It's exactly the one. Yeah, that one and Slugs are just drilled into my mind as the first ones I can remember.
Wow. I just recently seen Slugs and reviewed that. Maybe the end of I forgot when, but within the last year and a half, I'll say. And like, for me, I started the horror when I was around 5, because I would just follow my older brother, my older cousins around, whatever they were doing, I wanted to be doing. And one of the things that they actually let me do with them was watch movies, no matter what they were. And 9 times out of 10, it was a horror movie. And their rule was, no matter whose home we were at, if we were at my house or my mom's, or my cousins, just don't wake up mom and don't wake up aunt so-and-so, because what's going to happen to all of us if you do. So I didn't watch these scary movies. I would be so scared, guys, that I would have to have them walk me to the bathroom and but I'd go right back to watch the movies. And now it's funny looking back, and the one thing I can say is I miss that fear as far as when I'm watching the actual movie. Like, I wish I can have that just watching the movie. I don't need it before, and I definitely don't need it after. Like, that'd be ridiculous for me trying to sleep with the lights on, telling my wife, turn the lights back on. I'm scared. And I'm supposed to be the man in the house protecting her if something goes down. And I'm over here scared of a freaking make-believe movie. I don't need it after. Just that, because I miss that, like, yeah, you get that adrenaline rush when you're excited for the movie, but I miss that adrenaline when you're, like, legitimately scared. Like, just that, oh my gosh.
It's weird. It's rare, man. The house I grew up in was always like a cave dark. We grew up in the kind of semi-rural, and we watched our movies in a Florida room, which is just a room of windows, basically in woods. And my mom would turn off all the lights, and you've got to walk down this rambler house that in pitch black. You can't see a damn thing after watching like 4 horror movies in a row. And she would just cackle and then run into the darkness and get to her room, so that I had no guidance. And now when I go to the bathroom, I walk in, close the door, turn the lights on. I like having the lights off when I go in. It's weird. Psychological damage, folks. It's not good.
I want to thank Chris Harris, because I just Googled the movie that he had mentioned, Deadly Friend, and it's a Wes Craven movie that I'd never heard of. And I will be making sure I correct that mistake here very, very soon. But my first horror film that I can remember, I think it was It. I would have been about 7 or 8. And that movie scared me. I rented that movie so many times from the Meyer video store. Yes, folks, there used to be video stores inside of supermarkets. But I rented that movie so many times at the Meyer video store that they gave it to me for free after, they were done with its cycle. And I watched that all the time. I loved it. If one of the times I watched it, I looked out my back window. True story. And I saw 2 balloons floating across, like, bouncing across the grass. And I ran upstairs and hid under my bed oh man, that's scary.
That's a reasonable response right there.
Even I feel like it's a reasonable response, even as a grown man. Like, what the I'm not going outside to investigate that. I don't know what's going on. It could be just stupid teens playing pranks, but I'm not even gonna
why risk it?
Yeah, exactly. Behind under the bed.
Yeah, I've been hooked since. I rented Nightmare 2 a lot. Chucky 2 was my favorite at the time. But I want to go back to what we were talking about with Final Destination, because right now Devon Sawa is killing it in horror all over again. He's on the Chucky series, and he's been in a few horror films, and I would love to see him come back to do a Final Destination Legacy sequel. I hate the fact his character was killed off screen. Like that made me mad back then.
I agree. I felt cheated hard. I'm like, how are you going to bring back one and not him? How are you going to do that?
Yeah, he said he wasn't even asked.
He must have been like a horrible person on set or something. I got to look that up.
Yeah, that is crazy. And if they do a legacy one, they better bring him back. They might as well just do that shit anyway. Figure out a way to bring him back, one way or another, because they did him dirty.
Scary, did you ever watch season 2 of Chucky yet?
Not yet. I didn't see it on Shudder or on Peacock anymore. I only see season 1 on there. I'll have to check it again.
They just added it to Shudder, but I don't know if season 2. I just bought it on Blu-ray. Speaking of, the opposite, Chucky's still on its original story run from the '88.
That's
like they haven't missed a beat. They're in the same continuity with the same actors, and I love that they're doing too. Like it's better now, I think, than it's been since it came out, and since I'd say the second one in 89 or 90. So much good horror out right now.
I know.
I just watched The Howling 1 and 2 for the first time.
For the first time?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. How amazing were they?
They're good. I have a werewolf-shaped hole in my horror watching, so I'm trying to correct that. I've only really seen An American Werewolf in London.
Of all the mythical creatures, werewolves are my favorite.
Are they?
I mean, of course, if we had to choose one to be, I mean, you got to pick vampire. You don't really have a choice. But like, werewolves are just the coolest if done correctly. They're always really neat. What is that? What is that series? Why am I forgetting the name of it? Not Underworld. I was going to say Underground. I knew that wasn't right. Underworld series. Love their werewolves. Love their goth vampires too. So I liked the goth scene when I was a teen. So why not?
Dan, that was a pitch, I'm pretty sure, for one of the Freddy movies. I am 99% sure that was going to be one of the plots of Freddy vs. Jason, where nobody's afraid of Freddy anymore. And, they go to sleep just to beat him up. Now, this part is new. I'd never heard this before. And then you say also that he's an old man that can't fight back until a nerdy kid who is bullied into it gets caught by him and builds him back up. That's kind of what happened with Michael Myers and Corey Cunningham. Dan, didn't you hate that movie? Just saying.
But I guess the difference would be that it would give Freddy his powers versus Michael. It was a completely different thing. You know what I mean?
I know. I'm just trolling Dan.
But oh man, that'd be interesting.
I agree with that statement right there. There's always been a lack of good werewolf movies, man. Always has been. It drives me nuts. You get a couple good ones here or there, and then you get like a dry desert for a long time. Like Ginger Snaps was phenomenal.
Yes, I was going to bring those up. Did you like all three of them or just the original?
Just the original. The other two are fun to watch, but they're not really good, But that first one was legitimately good.
Nice. Is this the Freddy one you're talking about, Dan? Or a werewolf movie?
That you were talking about, yeah. Dog Soldiers is great, yeah. I loved that. But the thing is you get good stories with werewolf movies through independents who don't have the money to do great effects. And they do good things with the lack of money they have. But, there's only so much you can do when you're an independent running a werewolf movie. It's dependent on special effects.
Yeah, really
you can do vampires with no budget, but with werewolves, like it's near impossible.
No, you're right about that. You're absolutely right about that. Because especially like if you want to see at least a small piece of the transformation as well with the werewolves, and it's like if you can't do even a small piece of it, even if you just see like the fingers growing, the nails growing, just something. We want that, and if you can't do that, it's like,
what was it? Being Humans, UK version. They do the I don't know if you haven't watched it, I highly recommend it. They do a voiceover when one of the characters is turning into a werewolf, where it's one of the other characters describing what's happening to him, and it is horrifying because it's just talking about his systems basically shutting down and reforming and ripping apart. And because of the adrenaline going through his system, he doesn't go unconscious. He's conscious through the whole thing. One of the best transformations ever done.
Really? Nice. I got a topic that I want to bring up to you guys, but first I want to share a little bit of an update of where we are with the funds and everything. We're at 9:15, like Mick said in the comments below. Thank you to Samantha. Let's see who our most recent donators are. Samantha and Kim, thank you guys both very, very much. We appreciate your support for MS. And again, thank you guys. It's amazing. We're all flattered and happy, and it's very, very cool. So thank you so much.
Yeah, as somebody with MS, thanks, guys. I appreciate it.
So Mick and Casey were talking about TV shows that were 10s earlier, right? So I thought we could kind of discuss that in the horror sense. So what horror TV shows do you guys see as 10s? For me, Buffy would be a 10.
I adore Buffy. It's my favorite show of all time. I will die on the hill there. But I put it as a 9. It's great, but it ain't perfect. But like The Terror season 1 was perfect in all ways. Man, there are some good ones. There's just not many. Tales from the Crypt. I'm seeing it. Daniel talking about that down there. I mean, fun. I mean, I've watched every anthology series, Tales from the Dark Side, Tales from the Crypt. I mean, you name it. I've watched every episode of every single one, and they are all magnificent. But I wouldn't give a 10 to any of them.
I'd give Tales from the Crypt an 8. Like, there is a lot of fun stuff. There's some not so great stuff mixed in there. There's a whole bunch of camp, is a nice way to put it. And I love it. I don't know about a 10 though. And you did remind me that season 4 of Buffy does exist. You know, minus the silent episode, which I think is one of the best episodes of television.
God, it's so
ever.
good.
Amazing. Yeah, Twilight Zone. I'd count Twilight Zone. That would be a 10.
I would disagree with you on that because Twilight Zone had some real bad filler episodes, but it did have, and it also had some episodes that were more moralistic than horror, but the ones that were horror were real good.
If we're counting the Twilight Zone as a whole, like including the Forrest Whitaker season and the 80s Twilight Zone and the new Twilight Zone, it'd be about an 8. It'd be like a 7 or an 8. But if we're looking at just the original series, I'd put it at a 10 or a 9. I'd be up there.
X-Files a 10, straight up. I'll argue it. What's up?
Dude, did you watch the X-Files reboot?
I did. I'd put it at an 8.
The episode where the monster gets bit by a human and turns human, I think is one of the best written shows of like the last 10 years. I love that. I loved everything about it. Like, he hates being a human. He thinks they smell. And brilliant. He always wants to go back to being a monster.
What are some...
Bates Motel. What do you guys think about that?
I got to go back and watch it again, but...
I'd put Bates at 8. If the first three seasons of Bates kind of felt like they were treading water, but once the show... I like that twist that they did with the... I'm glad they didn't do the same movie as Psycho at the end. I kind of like that a lot, but I wouldn't put it at a 10. But it's a pretty solid horror show for sure.
Yeah,
I love Freddie Highmore as Norman Bates and Verma. I'm blanking on her name.
I know what you're talking about.
Mrs. Bates. She's fantastic.
Verma Farmiga or whatever.
Yeah. And I guess we're getting a Conjuring TV show. So we'll see how that goes.
I'm excited for it, but I'm also a little nervous because I'm like,
you got it, man. That's a 10.
Oh yeah, that's a 10. Agreed. All the way
just
through.
Just for the episode in the morgue, it's a 10.
Oh my god, it's so good.
It's one of those things that you never thought you needed to see or wanted to see, and then you see it, and you can't believe that you hadn't seen it before. I remember falling on the floor from my couch laughing so hard at that episode. I love Bruce Campbell. Like you'd mentioned Sturdy, we had mentioned that he was on last night's Impractical Jokers. The comedy that Bruce Campbell does is so natural and so good.
Yeah, it is.
Oh yeah. My wife doesn't like horror. She watched every episode of Ash vs. Evil Dead. Couldn't
Really?
stop laughing and cringing like every other scene. I think that's a pretty good indicator right there that I love horror. And I couldn't get enough of it. She hates horror. Couldn't get enough of it. You know?
I'd die on the hill that the Evil Dead franchise is perfect.
I agree entirely. It doesn't need any change. No notes.
No, even the quote unquote remake from like 10 years ago, and then Evil Dead Rise hasn't even come out yet, and I can already tell you guys it's gonna be glorious. That trailer is amazing.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna throw Castle Rock up on this. I don't know if anybody's watched that because I feel like I'm one of a few people who actually watched it. I think it's only like 2 or 3 seasons, 2 seasons maybe. I think they.
I have mixed feelings on Castle Rock. I liked it a lot. The first season, I didn't like the ending of the first season. It's more or less my issues with that season. But the episode in the first season where you're going through the mind of somebody with Alzheimer's and you don't know what's happening, they make you feel like you've got Alzheimer's because you're watching it and trying to, keep up with who everybody is and where we're at in the time period and so forth. I thought it was really brilliant.
Yeah, I thought it was extremely
good. With Misery, I loved a lot.
Yeah. I was really loved Castle Rock as a series. And like I loved the first season all the way through because I felt like it ended exactly like, look, I've read every Stephen King book. I love the guy more than anything. He is a corny, weird dude. You know what I'm saying? Who writes some weird shit in his book. So like when you got to the end of it, I was like, that was very Stephen King. I felt like somebody channeled him into the ending of that.
The Outsider, speaking of Stephen King, I wish that we could have gotten like everything building up to The Outsider, like the Mr. Mercedes trilogy as part with that cast. I think it would have been really, really good. And it would have added to the outs. Because I remember reading the book The Outsider, and the fact that I'd followed these characters through to this was great. The Mr. Mercedes series doesn't really follow the supernatural until the third book. Yeah. But I loved The Outsider so much. Like I even liked the Mr. Mercedes show, but The Outsider was on another level.
I thought the show was
so good.
Magnificent. I saw the show before I read it. And Domhnall Gleeson, I mean, is just holy shit, is he good? And it was just so well done that I fell in love with it and I got excited to watch the whole thing. And then I went and read the series. You're right. They're not the same. And I loved both. But I thought watching it before reading it, it's become my kind of default now. Like, hopefully I didn't read it before it comes out. That way I feel I can enjoy it more.
Yeah. Sturdy, have you seen The Outsider, Castle Rock?
No, I haven't watched those yet.
You should add it to your list, man. Yeah, because I read the book after I saw The Outsider as well. I had read the Mercedes trilogy, so I knew who Holly was. And then watching it, I'm like, man, I wish they'd pulled this mythology over. But yeah, it was really well done. And I thought the book was just a little bit better because it was the Holly from the books that I had read, and I felt like I'd lived with her for so long until we got to that point. And I hope we get a second season of The Outsider, or the If It Bleeds turned into a series with the Outsider cast, because again, so good. Daniel says, "Where's my Dark Tower series?" They can't get their shit together with that, man. I'm sorry.
God, wouldn't it be nice just to get it together and finally release that? Waiting forever. All we got was a shit movie with a great actor being used horribly. I'm not even going to get started on that.
And it was only an hour and like 15 minutes long. It was like really short too.
I took my daughter out to a drive-through theater to see a double feature of It Part 1 and Dark Tower. We watched It. Freaking amazing. Everybody's like excited. It was phenomenal. It flips over to the Dark Towers and like 20% left. That's all, which is pretty good for a double feature. And about 20 minutes in, half of those left had already left. And I'm looking at my daughter like, do you want to keep watching this? She's like, do we have to? Can we leave? I don't leave movies early. I left that one early. I was like, yeah, I'll watch it when I get home.
What other shows you got, Sturdy, for this list?
He was like, bye, I'm done. Fuck this.
I think Chucky would make my list. We'll see how it pays out, but The Last of Us has the potential to be a 10 if it keeps going the way it's
Oh
going.
my God, yeah, agreed.
Maybe an 11.
The only thing with The Last of Us is, which I know they have to do it, and you want them to do it because they have to take their time with it, is it's not coming out until 2025. Is that going to kind of hurt the hype?
No.
No, because it's the end of this story's happened, so it gives them time, since what's happening next is going to be a totally different story.
That's true.
We wait 3 years for a movie, and the hypes never fall down. I mean, I'd say the hype for Marvel movies has gone down a little bit, but we
give HBO a lot of time, though. We always have.
That's a good point. But I'm just thinking with the rush mentality that we're in now, the quick, I need it now kind of.
I think that's reversing. I mean, you're seeing more and more streaming services switch over to week, or they can release like 2 episodes at a time. You're seeing people start to change their trends on that as well. I mean, the reason they're starting to do that is people stopped marathoning shows as much as they were. So like I think there's a natural snapback. We all got excited because we had this glut of entertainment. We were like, let me see it now. And now everybody's like, all right, I'm getting kind of tired of it because I've been watching too much of it.
See, and that's my thing right there. Is I love that HBO Max was doing that with The Last of Us, and I hope more platforms do that. Like I get the whole wanting to watch it, binge it in the weekend, but it's also cool to, I mean, not even just for content wise, but just to have those conversations with your friends once a week about, say, The Last of Us, for example. Like, hey, we all watched it. We're all going to talk about it by, say, Friday. We're all watching it Friday. We're all going to talk about it at the end of the week. And it's cool to just have those conversations about that one episode instead of one person watching all 14 episodes of whatever show you're watching, and you only watched that one episode. Like, yo, we're only supposed to watch one episode and talk about it today. And you watched the whole damn season.
They pushed it out so that, Discovery and HBO can realize that they made a stupid decision changing the name of HBO Max to Max.
Yeah,
they should have changed it to HBO because that's literally the name of quality. Like when you think of HBO, you think of the best shows ever made, not Max.
Why change the name? Just leave HBO Max. But here's the funny thing. So just jumping back to the Conjuring series, right? So I seen that headline. I was like, the Conjuring series is going to be on Max. My first thought was, son of a bitch, now I got to get another app. So I clicked it and read it. I was like, it's a stupid name, but okay. I'm all right. I'm just like, why? Why not leave it HBO Max?
You're in the know and you got confused. Think about the mass audience that is not in the know. And then they see that HBO is gone. They're going to panic.
HBO Discovery would have been a better name than Max. I mean,
but they are trying to differentiate themselves from HBO because HBO does still exist. So HBO still is going to be doing their thing. They're no longer, full partnered into it now. They gave up all of that. They sold all that. So they have to differentiate themselves from HBO. Because that's the thing is if you keep HBO the name of it, the quality is going to drop on the streaming service. They're going mostly reality TV shows going forward. So it ain't going to be great. HBO would be real pissed because they're still going to be making, wait, do they do Sandman? I don't remember who does those anymore. That's Netflix. But they're still going to be doing, Game of Thrones and quality shows, Last of Us, things like that. They're not going to want their name associated with the same thing that's doing like the new episodes of Pawn Stars 4, or whatever. So, I kind of get it. I'd be pissed if I were HBO. I'd be like, yeah, take our name off all that shit.
I get it.
Yeah, HBO is going to be known as a studio from now on, and I'm okay with that.
Which they have been forever at this point. Sopranos, Oz, the Real Sex series. These guys have always done their own thing. And,
Real Sex series. That got me through the 90s.
Five. No, that last channel button was a hot button.
Yeah, it was. You just got to do it with your left hand, like, oh, that was just the house creaking. Click. Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
TV on mute or super, super low.
You see on mute, dude. You can't risk super low. You get lost in the sound.
Yeah, on mute. Could you go back to you go back to your channel and unmute it?
Yeah, you got to be quick about it.
Dude, I would turn it down on a different channel and I'd run upstairs to see if I could hear it. But if you go like in your parents' room during the day and you have your TV on, it just sounds like the sound is amplified in their room.
Yeah.
So yeah, I didn't mess with sound.
Yeah, but parents always, like when you're doing something you're not supposed to be doing, you're in the house, they always hear you. somehow.
I always thought like an orgasm was silent for a long time.
Oh man.
Sorry, man.
My parents were old though, so I was able to get away with a lot of stuff. They were already going deaf, so you could make lots of noise. It didn't matter.
Wow.
My mom is just sensitive to light, so I had to make sure everything was dark. Like I had a TV in my room that I bought because I worked as a taxidermist, was 13, saved up all my money, bought a little 13-inch black and white TV, and I take a blanket, put it over the TV over my head, and then tuck it so that no light could leak. I could have sound on, but if a sliver of light came out, my mom would be right there.
Dude, talk about being scared. Like if you think somebody's by that door about to open it.
Oh, dude, my mom was great at terrifying the living crap out of me. They had these little troll dolls from Germany that were horrifyingly scary as a kid. And I'd be going to the bathroom, and the door would just pop open. A little troll doll would come in. They're like that big. They're nice size, like 2 feet tall. And it would just poke in through the door and start. My mom would be throwing her voice like, hello. And it would just, she thought it was funny. It was traumatizing and affected me for life. So,
Maybe that's not awesome after all.
I mean, I did it to my kids too. So, you got to pass it on.
And they're going to do it to their kids.
Keep the cycle going, guys.
Yeah.
Traumatize your children. Anyway, have you watched Yellow Jackets?
My wife keeps telling me I should check it out. She's into it.
You should check it out. You should check it out. Here to talk horror series. It's current, it's on, and it's excellent.
Really?
Oh my god, dude.
What's it on? HBO or Hulu?
Showtime.
Showtime.
Yeah, Showtime's a good little streaming service as well. And they're about to merge with CBS.
Why merging?
They're owned by the same parent company, so they're going to make, instead of having a Showtime streaming app, kind of like what HBO did with Warner Brothers back when they made HBO Max.
Okay, that makes sense then.
More content, less apps, because people are getting tired of all the apps. And I wish, because you know how like some apps will connect through Amazon Prime and you can just have them all on one list. I wish that Netflix would find a way to adapt to the Amazon Prime so we could get Netflix through Amazon Prime and I can watch all my shows in one place. That'd make me so happy.
So I'm not going to admit to anything here, but let's say that I have a friend who sails the seas quite a lot and has an extraordinarily large collection of things and knows that if you get yourself a Plex account, you can make sure it's private. Don't share it with other people. You can link all of your streaming services into it. And when you find a show that you want to watch, if you have the streaming service, you've got it linked in, you can just go straight to it from there and watch it. Extremely good service. And if you decide to sail seas, also really good for adding your private collection into.
Okay. Nice. You might have to look into that.
Yeah, it's
and with all that money you're saving, make sure that you donate today.
Of course. That's the first thing you should be doing is donating and sharing.
Yes, guys. If you guys have $1 amongst 100 people is $100. So even if you just have a dollar that you can get rid of or spare, please donate it. We appreciate everything.
Mick, if we get it up to $1,000, Mick is going to shave his head on the live, his head and his beard.
Did he say that?
But
are we just making?
No, we're saying it for him.
While we're making Mick promises, sure. And then every time that Marty says that something is heavy and Doc says, "Great Scott," Mick's going to take a shot. Let's just keep it going. Let's keep promising things for Mick to do.
There you go.
I can't imagine. Like, I'm sure that this is all stressful running this event. If he started drinking, that would not help his stress level. I'm sure.
They're doing a great job of knocking this thing out.
Dude, absolutely. 7 hours talking. I get tired of hearing myself talk after an hour.
Not me.
See, that's a weakness. I could talk for decades.
I used to. I don't do it anymore because I stretch out and listen. I've been listening to a lot of audiobooks too, though. But I used to listen to my own podcast. Like when I'm at work, I used to listen to other podcasts and listen to my episodes just to hear it. And the funny thing is, like when you go back, like say I'm on episode 200, but I'm going back and listening to episode 1 and going all the way through. It's just funny how those conversations are and were. Not even just the growth part, but you're just like, I do not remember saying any of this. Wow.
Dude, somebody was like, I can't believe you said this on your podcast. And it was like 2 years ago, and somebody brought it up to me a couple months ago. And I'm like, what did I say? I don't remember saying that. Because you forget that you're recording, because you're hanging out with your buddies or your friends doing these shows. And sometimes things come out of your mouth that you would not normally say in public.
Yeah. And I mean, if it's one of those things too, where it's like, okay, how long ago did this come out? 10 years ago? Okay, this is how everything was going on 10 years ago. You're not going to hold someone to that standard. How are they talking? How are they acting talking now? They're acting regular how this decade is, or how this year. Okay, well, they grew.
Oh, dude, I'm so glad that like my lunch conversations in high school were not recorded, because me and my buddies would be canceled.
You got breakfast, lunch, dinner, just any type of conversation. You could say any conversation. It doesn't even have to be dirty or any type of bad thing. It could just be something that somebody could just pick up and be upset about just because they don't like it. It seems
hard disagree here on that, man. You could take any horrifying conversation I had in high school, such as reading the incest sections of like Flowers in the Attic to my group of friends, or saying terrible things about my friend who I said was going to end up being a gay male stripper, who did end up being a gay male stripper.
Or read page 1036 in the It book to your elementary school class.
Oh yeah, no, that's good. Let's go with the gang sex scene in the sewer system. That's going to be a good one between the kids. Yeah, or you could go.
In this book.
Or you go with Piers Anthony's Firefly, in which they have a graphic child molestation sequence put in, but done by the viewpoint of the little girl who's trying to seduce the older man. Horrifying shit. Used to read that out loud during lunch class to people, had these conversations. I would put any of those recorded up in public any day of the week, and I would have no fear of it, because I didn't mean any of that shit. It comes through in the jokes. You only get in trouble when you mean the shit. You know what I'm saying? When you don't mean it, you can say anything you want. It's when you mean it that people have a problem.
Do you think it's only when you mean it, though? Do you think?
Oh, absolutely.
I think that's half true.
100%.
I think if they really don't like you, they will find a way to make
you know what it could be too. I
for
feel
the most part, I agree with you.
For the ones that say that don't mean it, is I think when they go under fire is when it gets out of context. People will just take that one little 10-second clip of you saying whatever. I don't like blank, but they didn't take the whole thing where it's like I don't like blank, and you're saying this about every single, say if it's people, and you're saying all people. And this is why. And people are like, oh, well, he said he doesn't. It's like, oh my gosh.
I would have a problem with that, but that doesn't happen. It just doesn't. It's something we all say, I don't want that happening. But when you look at the people that do get canceled, which is, let's be honest here, boycotting, it's the only power we have in a capitalist society. So cancel culture is just going, I don't like them, I'm not watching them anymore. You're not robbing anyone of talent, because for every talented person out there, there's 400 that didn't make it right behind them that are probably funnier, smarter, better at it. It's not like you're losing anything by losing the people who say dumb shit. You're just letting the next person have a shot. So I don't feel bad about it. But I've yet to see anybody who's had their career canceled and destroyed over one little comment that was taken out of context. It's always one little comment that starts it, and then you find out a whole lot of horrible shit about them, and that's when it barrels out. Everybody's like, fuck you, I'm out.
Yeah. I mean, Chappelle is a good example of that. He said a lot of stuff that like the kids don't like, and yet he is still number one.
Still doing fine. Most of the people that complain about, oh, you can't say this these days, are saying the thing they say you can't say. They're literally saying it to you right then and there. They're just wrapping it in this package going, well, you can't say this thing right here that I'm saying, you know. And they're like, they wouldn't let me say this to you, even though I'm saying it on a national stage on a comedy special that's aired all over the world.
Yeah, Weinstein should stay canceled, but there is a lot of hypocrisy in the quote unquote cancel culture.
Look, point some out. I would love to argue the case, because like there's people like Louis C.K. who I think definitely got a raw end of the deal. What he did was he admitted non-consensual at times. He apologized for it. The people he did it against, he went and personally apologized to. And those people did come out and say that he did that. They felt like he had learned what the issue was. He did articulate, look, I'm this famous guy with TV shows that can make or break a career. You've had like one headliner gig at a small club in like Paramus, New Jersey. Like, yes, if I say, do you mind if I do this? You really don't have a choice, you know, because otherwise I'm kicking you off my thing and you lose your career. So he came to that conclusion. Yes, I understand this. It was the fact that when he came back on stage afterwards, he wouldn't confront it. If you confront it, people will be like, cool, let's move on. And they always have, you know, consistently. He refused to confront it. That's the only reason he's still paying the price for it. And I will stand by. People like Louis C.K. did take too hard a hit. But once again, I point out the fact that it's also the free market. If he was funny enough, no one would give a shit, because we got people who have done way worse out there that are still have lively careers. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you get to the point where you lose your career over something you said, it's either the thing you said was that bad, or you've done enough bad shit that people are just willing to bail on you.
And a good example of that is
like
Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby is a great example of that. We knew what Bill Cosby was doing 10 years before Hannibal Buress said something. And it was never an issue. Like, it came up. He went to court for it back in like the early 2000s, I believe, mid 2000s. And then it just went away.
But the defense that was used in the Bill Cosby thing is something I've heard my whole life. We still hear to this day, was the, you know, when you're famous like that, people are always accusing you of doing things. So his accusers were ignored pretty much prior to that, because he had such a good reputation. We all loved him. He was a part of our families. I mean, Bill Cosby didn't just make some great stuff. He changed society. Let's be honest here. That man shifted society, and made some of the best art that we'll ever see. And then we heard about this, and I remember my parents hearing about it, me hearing about it as a young teenager, and it was but when you're famous like that, there's always people trying to get your money, accusing you of stuff, and it was blown off. It wasn't until Hannibal Buress brought it to the public light, because he'd been accused a bunch, but it was Hannibal Buress saying, look, we all fucking know this, where everybody was like, actually we do, and we should do something about it, you know. And the thing is, I love that man's art. That man had a vast impact on me growing up, on who I am as a human being. Fuck that dude. There's plenty of guys that can create some amazing art that aren't raping women, and I'll go with them.
You had a comedy bit about a magical pill that would put women to sleep. Like, it was in his stand-up.
It was there, it was there. But we choose to ignore that stuff, you know. We choose to ignore those things because it's, well, every famous person gets that. But then you look at like the other famous people, and they don't have that. You know, that's not happening.
Yeah, people are upset about the people screaming into the microphone saying stuff. You guys need to look for the quiet ones that you think is perfect, because they're the ones with the skeletons in the closet. The guy that's being loud is probably a stand-up human being.
Well, you know, then you get Jimmy Savile. So
I was gonna say with that, you kind of get a mix of both, because then you have the people that are yelling because they know they're guilty of it. They're like, you know, I'm gonna cheer and yell with you guys, so you're not looking at me like that.
I think anytime you attain any amount of power, fame, anything like that, you should be under a microscope. I mean, more than anyone else. You should get less privacy than everyone on the planet. You've got the power to abuse it. We should be watching everything you do, you know.
I do want to point out that I love being able to look down and see Casey's face on the screen. It is a glorious thing. I wish I could see Mick's face, but he has it covered with the Scene Snobs logo. I can't hear you, buddy. You're muted.
And now I'm not.
There you go.
Magic, almost like a professional.
Welcome to the show, Casey. Welcome to your own show.
Oh, man, it's great to be here. Thanks, guys. It's wonderful to see you all. How are you doing today?
We're doing great. But I want to ask you, Casey, what is a 10 horror TV show that you like? It's going to be Charmed.
Well, I mean, I definitely said earlier, Scrubs still stands out as a 10 all day, every day.
Horror.
I think
horror.
Horror TV show?
The last season of Scrubs could be considered horror by some. Sure.
Which I'm with you on Scrubs being a 10. The whole story and everything with that, the bromance was beautiful. It was hilarious and amazing. It's a 10, and I think that's my favorite sitcom of all time, honestly.
Yeah, it's up there.
Before we exit this, there's one I wanted to bring up, and we have Casey on, so I really want to bring it up with Casey here because we have history on it. It only lasted for 2 seasons, but it's one of my favorite horror shows. It's like real fucked up. Is the BBC show Utopia? It's dark as hell.
Real dark.
You got to be in a special place to watch it. but like I can't recommend it enough. It's just a 2-series shot, and then it got canceled because it's real dark, guys.
And they did try to bring that to the U.S., and the U.S. series was immediately canned. Like it got like 4 episodes.
I think it got 4 episodes, and they were like, "No, we can't do this here."
It's so dark, and they didn't even realize. And it would have been like, I think it was something like NBC, and they were like too edgy.
It has a school shooting. It has a school shooting, and I think the 2nd season. And when they agreed to do the series in the U.S., only 1 season had come out, and they were like, "Cool." And then as they're doing production, they do a school shooting episode in the BBC version. They were like, "Yeah, cut it, guys, cut it. We're out.
Yeah.
We're out."
You know what? One of the horror shows that I always thought was great, and I can't give it a 10 by any stretch of the imagination, just because the end seasons were so bad. But Being Human. The BBC show was one of my favorite interpretations of ghosts, werewolves, and vampires I've ever seen on television. It was played by 3 fantastic actors who did a killer job. So that's one that I put up there. The new Chucky, I feel like it's still too early, but it's close to a 10. I got to say, for what they're doing, for what they're going for. What's that?
You finally watched it? How far into it are you?
Yes, I watched 3 episodes so far. And I jumped to the end too, and I love what they did with it. Well, I've had to condense some shows because I'm like, I really want to watch this, but I don't have time, so I just skipped to the end. It was like, okay, yeah, Chucky is fantastic. I like what they've done with it a lot because they just kept the story. They kept it easy.
One of the best coming out stories is the 1st season of Chucky.
I agree.
Absolutely adore that. And he's like. Chucky says something about I'm not a monster, like as far as like accepting gay people. He's like, I got a son who's or a daughter that's gay.
What's up, gentlemen? I listen, I just want to say to you guys, thank you so much for talking about Bill Cosby and school shootings on your horror show.
Hey, they're both horrific, Mick. They're both horrific.
They are.
Terrifying.
They are. I'm sorry. Let me reiterate. Thank you for speaking on those things on your horror movie podcast show.
They haven't made horror movies about them yet, but I forgot to point out, Sturdy, how many times have you watched Cocaine Bear today? It's on Peacock, and that's like all you talk about. So I
haven't had time. I've been busy watching The Scene Snobs all day. You see that?
That's
see how
strong.
he tried to set me up? But the documentary also dropped on Peacock today, so I will be watching that at some point, and I can't wait. I cannot wait. And I'm still going to get
I want to thank you guys so much for coming on. We're going to start the next show, but we appreciate you. Are you guys getting an echo on me?
Yeah.
A little bit, teeny tiny bit.
Can you just turn down the sound a little bit on yours? Thank you, sir.
There you go.
I want to say congratulations to Samantha Stevens. I want to say thank you very much for your donation, but you won with your donation. You won the Star Wars in a Galaxy Far, Far Away.
Thank you, Samantha.
Just remember how much I love you. You're the best girlfriend ever.
Oh, that's your girlfriend. Okay. Well, I will send that to you, Jason, since I have your address.
Jason, don't keep it. It's not yours.
Yeah, I'll give it to her. Dude, nothing would make me happier than have that in her living room. So,
but I want to say thank you guys so much for jumping in and doing this. I really appreciate, just it's been amazing, and you guys taking up this hour definitely helped us get a little break.
I was able to eat. Thank you.
I would
feel like a human.
A real break, but he was still like trying to help with the chats.
Well, I'm gonna let you guys go now. We're gonna jump on. We're gonna do our show, and we'll have you guys back tonight for a special crossover event of 3 Geeks podcasts and Horror with Sir Sturdy.
Yes. So that'll be stoked.
Yes, but thanks again, guys, and make sure to check out the Scary Snobs Thursday nights.
Have a good one,
Bye, guys. Thanks, guys.
Love you guys.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Be well.
Really nice meeting you.
Hey, thank you for having me on. I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna flip you guys around a little bit. Guys, I'm getting such a feedback. I don't know what's going on here. Are you on the mic or are you on the thing again?
No, I'm just on my mic. Nope,
He's
just
on
on my mic.
All right. I don't know why it sounds so. Maybe I'll go upstairs. Leave Casey alone. All right, hold on one second. Let me fix this a little bit. Right. Okay. All right, guys. So we are going to be doing our show. Of course, that was the Scary Snobs. You can check them out. Like we said, Thursday nights. We appreciate them jumping on and being a part of this. They were on it too. But today we are doing an episode of Quarter Impulse. This is our Star Trek mini show, our companion series to our Patreon series, Warp Factor Fiction. You guys can go check that out if you want to check out our Patreon and more. It's over there. But Quarter Impulse we put out on our YouTube channel. And that's just where we kind of talk about awesome things in the Star Trek universe. So, Casey,
My friend.
what's on the dock today?
So today we're going to be discussing entertainment on starships. Exactly what do people get up to? What are these crews doing while they're out there on these long journeys out in space with really, I mean, chance of war, famine, death, injury. You could always be concerned about potentially having, like, I don't know, contracting a disease, maybe getting pregnant. There's all sorts of weird things that can happen when you're out in space from different random alien encounters. So how does a crew blow off some steam? How do they hang out? I'd like to dig a little deeper on what exactly they're up to.
Very fair.
Is open or?
Yeah, please feel free, man, to jump in.
I think anybody who's worked in a restaurant or a small organization that has people of multiple sexes in tight places where they're dealing with strangers all day going back and forth, we all know how they blow off steam. It's sex, a lot of it with each other in various different ways, different triangles, different groupings, split. They go this way, they go that way, they fight, they laugh. It's a lot of sex. There's no way a Starship crew, it's not just, I mean, they don't have to worry about disease. You know what I'm saying? They're more open-minded than we are. They're a progressive, open society with very little privacy concerns, which tells me they bang all the time. They're like bonobo monkeys, guys, right? That's how they get the problems resolved. 90% of it.
As someone who was in the military, I am 100% aware that that is absolutely a thing you do just for fun. You got nothing to do. You're bored on a Wednesday. Yeah, go hang out across the quad. You'll meet somebody.
And the funny part about that is that you guys are talking about working in this place, but you're in the world. There's lots of people.
I thought we were talking. I thought we were talking just on a crew,
on a ship.
Oh no. That's my next step. I'm talking about you guys understand this after working in like a restaurant or bar setting.
Oh yeah.
Still on a world.
Yeah.
So in a crew on a starship anywhere, you are so limited.
It's amplified, man. Yeah, amplified to the nth degree. Plus, there is enough people that it's not going to be like the same dozen, right? I mean, there's a couple hundred people that are probably available.
But like Enterprise, it's a little tighter. You only got 83 on NX-01. But then as you get up to like the NCC 1701D, now we're talking 3,000 people on a starship. You're definitely good to go. And any ambassadorship, depending on the mission, you know, who knows who you're going to pick up. You might save someone and, you know, save their life and like totally bang them out like Captain Pike did in Strange New Worlds. I mean, the opportunity to just engage in Pon farr with a Vulcan would be pretty exciting. I'd be hip for that. Be like, hey, so what's it like? You know, every 7 years, let's throw down. They probably break me, but I'm in.
And then on top of that, as Daniel is saying there, holodeck. So it doesn't really matter if there's only 83 people, right? You do the math, you break that down. Half are women, let's go 40. Half those are going to be either taken or unavailable. So that leaves you with 20. Half those aren't going to be interested anyway, leaves you with 10. Over a 10-year stretch of working on a starship, 10 people is possible. I mean, it's still pretty good. But you're going to get bored. But the holodeck, game changer. You'll never get bored. Anyone you want, anytime.
Because I mean, you can just practice with holodeck people. You can create a holodeck person, like I don't know, Leia Brahms. You could, you know, wind up doing any sorts of crazy things. Like think about the different settings you can have for role playing. What was it? Lower Decks does that with Shrax and the Doctor, where they wind up being gangsters in a bank robbery, just so they can hump in the middle of it. It's perfect.
That's their foreplay. I mean, yeah. So, I mean, the possibilities are endless, but I think it's very clear it's sex.
Well, no, that's not. Clearly, we have many, many years of yes, sex is completely available, and that is it is a way to keep yourself entertained. But let's talk about more than just sex, shall we?
I mean, we can absolutely have some other stuff. Look, 1701 definitely taught us that they're willing to do lots of boring plays, like real boring plays. They do Shakespeare.
Right.
They have concerts, concertos with, people who randomly are like, hey, we're in engineering together and we all play violins. Let's put on a little concert. Like,
True.
it's neat that they do that. That's nice.
Those
At
are pirate
what
battles.
point- Here's what bugs me the most. All right. What your entertainment is all old as hell. You're in the 23rd, 24th, 25th centuries throughout. And you're telling me you're gonna just I'm getting there. We're talking to we're only gonna read Sherlock Holmes or Shakespeare. We're only gonna be playing on in the holodeck on like old boats. We're gonna be watching old movies. Come on. Go ahead, Billy.
I dispute this. I think we only saw them doing Moriarty and fucking 1920s gangster bars because that's the only thing we would have understand. But I promise you, there have got to be a group of people on those starships because it's adrenaline junkies, right? I mean, you choose your career and you rise to the aptitude of what your natural abilities are in this world. It's a meritocracy, the purest of them all. So I promise you there's adrenaline junkies that are like doing something like nebula surfing that's obscenely dangerous where they're wearing like a vacuum suit, like
or like how about that game that Riker and his dad played, the Kembo or whatever, where they just beat the crap out of each other with sticks. Like there's definitely stuff like that, or training with Worf. I think that alone is pretty much
doing like the Changeling prep wars. You know what I'm saying? Like they went through the Changeling planet on holodecks, firing at all of the shit, and the Changelings had fairly advanced society. So they were doing some futuristic shit. I just don't think they showed us the futuristic shit. I think they were going like, here's some Shakespeare for you. You guys are too fucking stupid to get what they're doing.
Well, I mean, and once again, when you're on a holodeck, you can create any sort of situation. So you can go mountain climbing in the middle of wherever at any point. You can be like, I'm going to free climb El Capitan and I can fall without an issue because it's not real. I'm in a room.
But as with any corporate structure, when the boss is involved, you got to do something more milquetoast to ensure that nobody gets offended. So when we're watching, it's always because Picard or Riker's involved. Now, probably if it were just Riker, we're watching like an Indiana Jones 2 like remake that they're doing live. But like with Picard,
watching a jazz concert from 1940. Let's be real.
Picard's involved, it has to be watching Shakespeare in the Park from like 2000 or from 1998 because that's just who he is, But I bet you when he's not around, it's probably wild. We just don't see it because we're following him around as he goes through shit.
Like the poker games that we saw were only always among the bridge officers. We didn't see the lower decks, and they're strip poker constantly.
Oh yeah, dude. They got wild shit happening.
I'm telling you right now, the best representation of entertainment in Star Trek comes from an unofficial Star Trek show, and that is the Orville.
Best Star Trek show out right now, in my opinion. Well, second best.
I think you're going to get movies like that, things like that. Why am I showing up on your mic so bad?
Are you?
Yeah, I can hear the echo. Yeah, it's going to drive me crazy. I need to take these off.
It's not passing through here that bad right now. Like it's nothing really noticeable. Maybe a little artifacting. That's it.
Sweet. Well, we're not on the XLR mics right now. We got to get on those. We're still
yes. Oh, so you're doing like pure condenser mics?
Yeah,
that's what I thought. It kind of felt like that.
Well, these are XLR, but they're just for right now. They're not. So yes, going through and talking about the entertainment that goes on, I still think the Orville did it the best because like even when you had the Mocklin orgy and stuff like that, like they actually showed you there's some dirty things that go on, but not just that, but like when they're watching the Muppet movie or other things like that, like it works. Like or in JJ's universe when he's listening to Beastie Boys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I was like, I feel like that's music they're going to touch down on more. Now, maybe not Picard because he's a bit stuffy at times.
But Kirk's definitely listening to super antique classic rock,
I would love to hear more of it. I'll tell you that much.
I want to hear what he listens to as classic rock. Like he probably puts on a little CCR and like is listening to it alongside Bach.
The problem is like, what would it be referred to as? Because it's not classic rock for them. It's well beyond classic rock for them. We don't have anything
non-existent rock
so
anymore.
We have nothing that we could refer it to, you know. Or
I
maybe
mean, isn't Chuck Berry
they stop
technically
making new rock and they just recycle it through their top 40? You know,
Chuck Berry's kind of classic rock, isn't he?
No,
Like
not
ancient classic rock.
You don't think Chuck
at this
Berry
point
is classic
golden
rock?
fucking oldies at this point?
Oldies. There you go.
Oh,
See, that's
I
okay.
didn't even
Yeah.
think about oldies. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying
Oldies.
is it phases out. So what will it become when it's that far phased out? You know,
And why is it that after all of these planets that we visited, that our culture only comes from America or Shakespeare?
What are you talking about? Picard's French.
I mean, calm down, but he still like everything's the UK. It really is. Let's be real.
because America's number one, obviously.
I mean, duh.
We conquered everything after World War III, and then we were the ones who made first contact with the Vulcans, and then we were the ones who led the Federation's united purpose. And in doing that, America became the figurehead of Earth in general. At that point, there were other world governments. They all dissolved and became part of the one world government on Earth in order to lead the Federation more unified. So American culture was our step out into the universe, right? And then from that defined who the Federation was. So as you go further in, every time we're introducing ourselves to a new species, I mean, we're further away from what it was. They probably have no idea it's American culture whatsoever. Kind of in the way that we've forgotten that American Southern accents are basically old British accents that never changed, and British accents changed, right? So like it'd be like that. Like we just won't acknowledge it anymore. Nobody will remember, and we move on.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. And I mean, after what happened in the eugenics war, I mean, we don't have much of Asia left. Remember, Asia got demolished between World War III and the eugenics wars. They just got ripped to shreds.
Yeah.
So and that's part of because the eugenics leaders were there, so they were taking over and like just destroying the nations. So there weren't many nations left.
Oh, I did want to point out one thing because we are talking about Trek, guys. We do have a new prize this hour, and we'll roll it out until about 4:15. When we're going to have the show, the next show come on after that. And if you are the highest donor, you're going to win one of these badges. These 50th.
Oh yeah.
Badges. So not this one, but you're going to win a new one in a box. So you will be able to check that out. So if you're the highest donor in this hour, you will win that, and then we'll keep going with the prizes.
I think it should definitely be the one you wore, a live shown worn.
No, they're getting their own. I like mine. What I find funny is that when you get to next gen, as far away as they're like 400 years removed from NX-01. And they are all about that old school. They're all about that old classical music. They're all about Shakespeare, all that old stuff.
Movies.
Except for the 40s. Not so much. They're not so much into the movies in Next Gen.
Oh, in Next Gen, they're not. No, you're right. Yeah, in NX-01, they are. In Enterprise, they definitely are more into the movies, sports, training. You know, everybody's really keeping in shape. It feels like it runs much more like a Navy ship.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Far more comparable.
And you got to figure, like, everybody on that ship is in shape, which means they've got to have sports going all the time, regardless of what they are. They've got to have classic sports running. They got to have new weird shit like Ender's Game stuff happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's definitely going on. These people too healthy not to.
Right.
How is the Enterprise not like the Olympic Village? Which just constant hanging out and banging.
They are. They certainly are.
100%.
We covered that. There's no doubt. The cameras just can't show you that. But literally in between every mission, they're like, ooh, hard day today. Anyway, who's coming to my bunk tonight? You know,
Lower Decks, I think, is that way. You know, the fact that it's the open quarters is so that you're in open bunks so you don't bang, but it doesn't mean they can't find a way to go bang.
And they bang all the time. What else you doing? She having Lower Decks, I'm banging everybody. Why not? What else am I going to do?
Heck yeah. And think about it too, because like think about on Enterprise. Let's go back to 1701, the original series. They didn't have holodecks. So the way they were entertaining themselves was similar to what NX-01 was doing. You know, they're running around, they're working out, and now you've got 300 people on a Constitution class. You're absolutely banging somebody. I mean, look, Nurse Chapel was throwing it everywhere. She wanted Spock something hard.
Well, I mean, who wouldn't?
Yeah, she was all about it. She wanted Spock so hard she couldn't get him that she settled for Kirk and had his kid.
What about Yeoman Rand and that huge beehive yellow hair? Telling me she wasn't throwing down?
Oh, she could get it. She could get it. Everybody knows that.
Amazing.
Oh yeah.
And then you got to figure there's some people that like holodeck shit doesn't work for, right? Because I was thinking about this, like you get sociopaths, you get stuff like that. If you make the holodeck, you take off all safety measures on it, make it a real thing, and let them really kill people in it, would that assuage their need to murder, right? Curious on it. Or would they know it's fake and it wouldn't be enough to trigger them? I think about this in terms of adrenaline junkies. Would it be enough to jump off a cliff in a holodeck, knowing that safety measures will catch you at the last second to make sure you don't die? And if you turn them off and die, like your memory shot to hell for eternity because you're a dumbass, right? So is that enough, or would you have to do something in real life to match that adrenaline junkie behavior? Personally, I think there would be a sect that has to do it in real life.
So when you're talking about an adrenaline junkie from this standpoint, you got to remember that you're literally in a tin can floating around things that want to kill you. The universe that you are around, your general everyday is staying alive. That's A1 purpose every day. So as an adrenaline junkie, I feel like you're already fulfilling some portion of that. Now, yes, it can be taken for granted and does become normal everyday hat. So going into a place where you can... Well, that's the other reason is entertainment also not just on starships, but entertainment planets. And I think that's where a lot of those come into play. So that's why you get your shore leave. And that's why you can go to a place like Risa where you can go cliff diving and all that, you know, because that's how they roll.
That's why the Frankies can't make money.
Yeah. Or like, you know, super zip lining for 40 miles. That'd be dope. I'd be totally in for that.
I'd do all of that stuff, but it'd have to be on the holodeck. But I would get that not being enough, you know, for certain people. But like, you got to figure, okay, maybe they can get away with, we have these hardcore situations, but underwater welders get bored of their jobs and get mundane and get killed because they just stop paying attention to the safety measures, right? So if you're on the Enterprise, yes, you're surrounded by death all the time. You're in a tin can in space, but you're good at surviving. You keep doing it and nothing gets you. And even when the ship gets split in half, you survive it and you end up surviving to the next edition of the ship, right? So like, what gets you going when like crash landing the disc into a planet just ain't quite cutting it, you know?
What they do is they open up, they put two shuttlecraft apart from each other and then put up force fields in the cockpit, lower the ramps in the middle of space, and you just jump from one to the other without an EV suit.
Oh my God, you know that would be a thing. You know that there's policies on the ship to prevent that shit because somebody would do it if you didn't say, no,
hey, you guys want to go runabout hopping? Like, oh yeah, there's absolutely.
Look, we lost 4 crew members last year to this. It's not happening anymore. It's not. Get back in the fucking ship.
Enough of this crap. We're not doing this again.
God damn you new cadets, all you ensigns always think you fucking found something clever. Regulations are written in blood, assholes.
It's like you're not the first ones who have ever thought of this, nor will you be the last, and you're morons, the lot of you.
It's like when they were running the cart around in Battlestar Galactica and the missile goes off and kills everyone. You sons of bitches. What are you doing shaking a deck full of missiles for?
Well, I kind of think of like Strange New Worlds touched on that a little bit. Remember when they run around and they play the game Enterprise Bingo?
Yeah.
So that's kind of, I feel like, a good way to catch your boredom. That's in a world, obviously, where you don't have holodecks. But it's like a good way to bond.
Version.
What's that?
I feel like that's the wholesome thing they're showing us. You know what I'm saying?
Those are the more wholesome ones. That's probably not as crazy as they get. Like signing the Scorch is nice. But the idea of you can set up, instead of having to put on an EV suit, you get to extend a shield around you so you can. I mean, that's pretty junky. I would be pretty adrenaline junkie ripped off that, man. That'd be pretty ridiculous.
That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool.
Now, so for me, as we're going on and we're talking about, I want to, you know, because we're kind of wrap up on this. We're going to go into our next show. What do you think? Take out the holodeck. All right. What is the best source of entertainment in any of the shows outside of the holodeck?
Outside of the holodeck, holy shit. See, okay, so were we talking like what would be it for me if I ended up on the ship, or for a regular crew member who's
just on the show, like from what you witnessed?
I would say drinking at the bar.
Yeah, DS9 at Quarks, man.
Yeah, they definitely have something that
to
prevents alcoholism, but they're always at the bar. Yeah,
yeah, they really do.
Yeah,
they drink a lot. Yeah,
10 Forward's great, but you get the synthahol. But yeah, I'm definitely more into opera in my captain's quarters. Yeah, if you're Worf, I only want Klingon opera now. Which, by the way, there are Klingon operas out there, and they're amazing.
I can't believe how fleshed out that language is.
So yeah, maybe Klingon opera is my number one. That's my top form of entertainment. Or, you know, just hanging out on well, okay, does it have to be on a starship? A Starfleet ship? Because, I mean, maybe I'd go get a beer with some Klingons.
Well, it would just be in the show. Like any show that you've seen, the source of entertainment that came from that show for that crew that you think was the best out of all of them.
I mean, the best is hard because I can't think of anything really better.
The most appealing to you.
Yeah, I think Quarks, man. Just grabbing a pint over at Quarks and throwing some darts. I think that would be
it's all
awesome.
drinking.
For that to survive on through all the years would be incredible.
It's either holodeck or getting shit faced. There is no in between. There is no other act. They don't bicycle through the hallways. It's holodeck or get shit faced, or fuck. So God damn, I can't stop with the profanity. I apologize.
It's all right. It's all right. No worries. School kids watching everywhere. It's all right. I will say this though. I like that you picked DS9. I get it, but you do realize that based on what DS9 was and where Quarks was placed, you're basically drinking at an Applebee's in the mall.
Yeah, but it's really cool because my mall is literally built by slave labor who were taken in and used against their will by a group of people who now are supposed to be their friends after you've been given back the property. So guess what? That is a weird mall. All right, that is a people watching mall. You will have an experience every time in that mall.
I would say
that mall would be dope.
I would say that you're eating. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say the weirdest part of that mall, because it essentially is a station, but with that mall inside of it, is all of the Federation flags that are covering up the giant rebel flags behind them, the stars and bars. You know, there's hiding.
I would say that you're actually eating at like the first Applebee's that's still run by the owner of the corporation, who's lost his mind the way that Colonel Sanders did near the end, and like is so important to the company that they just let him do whatever the fuck he wants at that one. And this is at like the world's largest mall in a country that has no other place to shop, right? So like yes, you're essentially eating at Applebee's in a mall, but you're eating a pretty fucking awesome Applebee's at like basically the only mall. So like, yeah, I'm cool with it. Dude. Did you see that the head of security is a shapeshifter? Fuck, I'm in, man. What's going on here?
I mean, Dabo girls, guys,
with freaking slitted nose.
Dabo girls. We got Lita. Lita is a Dabo girl. I'm good.
I don't even need a holodeck with Quarks around. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, you got to have a holodeck if all you've got is 10 forward. You have to, right? Because you need some spice to life. I mean, look, there's only so much Guinan can do to entertain you every night, all the time, as you're going through the fucking galaxy. But at Quarks, everybody knows your name, right? And there's like the best version of darts. Have you ever seen those machines he's got in there for gambling that are clearly rigged? I think they said that in the 3rd episode of the series that they were all rigged. And he, by the way, never fixed them. That was like literally a plot point early on, was they caught him rigging his machines and they never fixed them. And in like the second to last episode, somebody goes, "Hey, these machines are rigged." I love the continuity of that, by the way.
See, I have to push back on the 1701 part, because without a holodeck, it does have more than just 10 forward, because they still have an arboretum. They have stellar cartography. They have all of those different departments. There's a lot of stuff because they have family, because they have so many different things. So you are able to go to those cool different places where experiments are going on, and it's an open ship. There are very few places where the general public cannot go, like engineering.
Well, there's
or
not much
shuttle
general
bay.
public on that ship, so
Yeah.
it's mostly small chunks of the crew's family because most of that crew doesn't have family with them. So like, that it's not much of the crew's family that's there. So it's almost all like government workers, It's so
boring government workers who all hate their jobs.
I'm just
it's
saying,
like as a child, I was excited to go see the Pentagon, but people who have to go to work in the Pentagon are not as excited to go because it's just work.
They're not looking at the designs of the filigree on the edges of the wall. Go, wow, this is amazing. They're walking by going, this fucking place. I have to be here again. Oh my God, I need to find another job.
Yep. 100%.
Oh my God. Oh man.
So, Mick, what's your favorite though? What's your favorite non-holodeck related entertainment thing?
See, if I had a choice, now I'm saying if I'm out there and I'm in Starfleet, I'd rather be on a starship than be on DS9. Although I love DS9, but I'd rather be traveling. If I on the ship, I would say probably 10 forward. I know you guys say it gets bored, but I like the quiet bars. I like chilling out, seeing people I know. As much as I like quirks, there's a lot of in and out. You're going to a different galaxy at most points. Those busy Applebee's bars, not for me.
Fair.
I want to go to the quaint. But if it's any type of entertainment, Risa.
Yeah. Yeah, if I can go anywhere, I'm definitely grabbing my Horgon and throwing that bad boy down and being like, I'm open. What's up?
I mean, for real. I mean, there is no, but Rice is something you can't do as a normal source of entertainment. That's something you get to do like once or twice a year.
Yeah.
So like, I would count that. Though. But yeah, I mean, I think we'd all pick Risa over the holodeck,
True. How about this? How about blazing with Bev?
I would blaze with Bev all day.
She's the greatest. Go down to the medical center and just go blaze with Bev.
Absolutely. She knows what's up, man. Beverly Crusher totally throws down. She's like, come on, guys. Let's all just smoke up.
Billy would walk in.
Something here? Why? What?
Billy would walk in and just put on a sheet and be like, I'm a ghost. And then he's going to
Oh, I would bring it right to her. Okay. I would seduce as a classy woman like she fucking deserves. That's what I would do.
Damn straight, man. I would absolutely keep my clothes on in the first 3 hours, make sure she sees God. And then when everything was blurry and she didn't quite see my face, then we'd hump.
What are you giving her that she sees God?
Orgasms.
With your clothes on?
Yeah, my mouth.
Is God canonically tied to orgasms?
Yeah, it's actually a different candle.
Listen, if I'm taking care of
it's
business,
not the green sub rosa one from Grandma.
Gotcha,
she has an orange one. That's the God candle.
My bad.
If I'm out there and I'm taking care of business with my mouth, my shirt's coming off, Kirk style, and I'm
just have a tear in it and then be like, do you see my manliness?
Lay down, you.
Oh, it's terrible.
It is terrible, and it is only 3:30, so kids are probably out of school.
Yeah, my son showed up about an hour ago.
Well, I'm sorry.
Heard him come in and the dogs go nuts.
Well, we're gonna kind of shift gears, but guys, just so you know, this is our show, Quarter Impulse. This is our Star Trek companion show to our Patreon series, Warp Factor Fiction, where we cover the in chronological order in the entirety of Star Trek on screen. So our third episode, which will cover season 2, the first half of Enterprise, is coming out this month. So be on the lookout for it.
Yeah, it's like 26 days worth of content that we are filling our brains up with in order to be able to historically and properly bring you the best representation of one of the greatest television franchises ever created.
Very true.
Thanks for being along for the ride, and hope you enjoyed this quarter impulse.
But we're still here, so we're going to talk 5 takeaways.
Oh yeah.
We're going to each tell you guys our 5, and I don't know if we told Billy this, but he'll come up with something.
Yeah, no, he's good on his feet with this one. This one's an easy one.
So we're going to talk about our favorite starships in sci-fi. Any type of sci-fi, video games, movies, TV, whatever.
I can hit that easy.
Well, why don't you kick us off for
Battlestar Galactica?
Okay.
Not going to survive most ships in sci-fi. It will get destroyed, devastated pretty quickly. But for handling what it has in its universe, freaking amazing ship. First of all, enormous, humongous. I mean, like gargantuanly sized. Second of all, the iron shield it's got around it of just nonstop projectiles firing a cloud of stuff out that's just going to wipe you if you get anywhere near it. And then the heavy hitters of its cast isn't photon torpedoes or anything. It's just old-fashioned nukes. Like, fuck it. Whatever. Hit them. I just love the brutality of that ship. Nothing screams we're surviving the way that ship says, holy shit, we're barely hanging on to try to find a home than that one does. I love it. Big fan.
Nice.
Yeah, that's a great pick, man.
Yeah, it is a really good one. Case, what do you got? What's yours?
So I originally was actually thinking Battlestar Galactica as well. I was kind of leaning that way because of the size and the fact that I like it, but I actually changed my mind. My number 5 is the Resolute from Lost in Space.
Good shit.
The reason it's my number 5 is because it is a life ship meant to go extreme distances. It's a gorgeous design. I love the layout of this ship. I love the way it was put together. I think it's got really pretty clean lines. It's got that fun oval design. It's a little different from what you generally see, but the size of it, it's like a double as the size of the Millennium Falcon, but far more advanced. And I love the advancements in it. So inside, it's very clean. It's very sharp. And everything, all the surfaces you can interact with. The map room is rad. Like in the bridge is so cool how it pulls up the map in that sort of sandbox design to be a 3D representation. All the little things in that really made it one of what I think is one of the better ships out there.
Agreed.
Nice. All right. And my number 5, it's squeezed out, and it deserves honorable mention. I'm sure it's going to be mentioned again, but it's squeezed out Serenity. But I'm very big on ships from especially the Star Trek world, and this is one that's actually not from Star Trek, but the movie heavily influenced Gene Roddenberry. It had transporters, it had the crew, how they interacted, what they were. It's Forbidden Planet, and it's the ship from the Forbidden Planet. It's the United Planets cruiser C-57D. I like the saucer. It looks very Martian, but if you look inside, it's very advanced and very much like what you would see on Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that I put it up there because I really like it.
It's a good choice. It was a pretty ship.
Which ship is this? I'm trying really hard to remember it. I'm having a hard time.
That's one with on Forbidden Planet from the 50s. It's Leslie Nielsen was the captain.
Okay, gotcha. I remember now. Okay.
The Leslie Nielsen one that looks like it should be making fun of stuff, but it's not. He means it.
Yes. yes. Okay.
Yeah, that's my number 5. So Billy, what do you got for 4?
Shit. Okay. I came up with like 3 while we were talking. So let me think, because I want to do them in order here. I want to get one right. Let's go with number 4, purely on novelty effect. I'm going to go with I can't remember what the name of the ship was, but the ship from Spaceballs that turns into the vacuum cleaning lady.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Spaceballs 1.
And then ends up Spaceball 1. Yeah. And then ends up, as the Planet of the Apes statue at the very end. That shit just made me laugh so damn hard. Like, who cares if you're going to win a fight or not? I mean, first of all, that ship would. They clearly canonically made that an incredibly powerful ship. You just never get to see it do anything really powerful. But the fact that it can transform into a vacuum cleaning lady and suck up your planet's atmosphere is pretty rad. I'm down with it.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good point. A good pick. What you got for me, Case?
For number 4, I'm coming in hot, buddy. I'm coming in with one that I think everybody knows I'm going to hit with, and that's Serenity, bro. I love that ship, that hunk of junk. And I put this above the Millennium Falcon. Falcon didn't make my list. If there's a hunk of junk ship that I love, it's Serenity. I mean, it's all guile intact, and there's no guns to it, so it's a matter of you've got to outthink your way in the situation. And there's something that I love about that at the end of the day. So that's my girl.
Love it. All right. So mine going on for this next one is going to be the Rocinante from The Expanse.
Yeah, boy.
I love the ship. I know it's a smaller bird, but it look at everything it went up against and everything it did. It is such an integral ship to that universe and everything it brought to the table and how it kind of led the pack and inspired so many. It deserves that. Like, again, I love Serenity. I love so many ships, Millennium Falcon, but nothing inspired a people quite like the Rocinante. Maybe the Enterprise over that.
Okay. Nice.
Right.
All right.
So-
Billy, what you got for number 3?
So, okay. So getting the joke ships out of the way, I was going to go either Serenity or Rocinante as my next one because I like the small, nimble ships. But if you go in universe, I'm going to back up Rossi on this one. The Rossi was a terrifying ship. Everyone was scared of that ship. In universe, it was an absolute paper shredder going through everything. It would just destroy and devastate anything that came up against it. You may be able to knock it out, but you're going to die in the process. Even the big military ships were scared of it. That's
because it was that little thing with railguns. It was a fast ship with railguns.
Can hit you from real far away, and when it comes at you, it's this little target coming straight at you super fast. So it's like, you're kind of fucked on it. So great ship. Of course, Serenity. We all love the Serenity, but that is Pilot, man. That's Wash. You put Wash behind the seat of any ship, he would do the same thing. He just happened to be behind the pilot's seat of the Serenity. So I can't count the Serenity. That's Wash. So mine, since my two I would have gone with they're taken, I'm going to go with the Grig's ship from the last Starfighter that turns into the Death Blossom at the end. Right?
Wow, yeah.
That was able to turn the tide of an intergalactic war.
Yeah.
Bam. Small, nimble, brutal, bristling with weaponry. I'm all about it. Yeah.
That's strong.
I want to ask you guys your opinion. If you take Wash and you put him in any other starship, where do you think he'd be the happiest?
Enterprise.
Outside Enterprise?
Enterprise. That dude would be the best pilot that Starfleet had ever seen.
I think he'd be amazing in the Rocinante, man. I think he'd be dangerous in the Rossi.
I think he'd be wasted in the Rossi. I think he'd be super dangerous in it. I think he'd be wasted in the Rossi. The Rossi is too physically bound by physics, right? So, like, you still have to worry about strokes in it. You can't make really sharp turns in it. There's a lot of things you can't do. That is Wash's specialty. I think you need a brutal ex-Marine pilot to fly the Rossi. You can't have this nice guy who's just real good at floating on the wind in that one. But you give that man the Enterprise or the
Voyager,
the Titan.
Defiant.
The Defiant. Thank you. The Defiant. That's what I was thinking of. You give him the Defiant, son, he makes a difference in the fucking Borg Wars. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm passionate
totally
about
fair.
this. Wash belongs in Starfleet.
Oh, bad Watchman for Starfleet.
Damn straight.
That's amazing. All right. Casey, did you do your number? Was it 3? Is that wrong?
We're on number 3. Number 3 for me, I think it's a pretty weird pick because I haven't mentioned it yet. And honestly, after all of the thinking about all of these different ships, this is the ship I'd probably most like to be on, even though it's not my number 1. But that is the Orville when it was retrofit. So after the war with the Kalon, that was a bomb ship, my friends. Yeah. That is a beautiful vehicle. The lines on it are great. I love the style of the ships in the Orville, the fins in the back, like that all light up like nacelles, done slightly differently. They still have the holodeck and everything I want on the Enterprise D. It's just, done in a more fun style and really beautiful. So I would definitely be all about getting on that thing. Plus, that thing takes a beating. I mean, that ship gets beat up.
Yeah.
She's a tough bird. So yeah, definitely the Orville.
All right, mine's a little. That's a great choice, by the way. That is a great choice. Mine is I love the Millennium Falcon. I want that noted. It's not on my list, but I love it.
Yes.
And the thing is, this one etched it out of the third spot. And getting into it and really thinking about this list of like what I'd really like to if I had to be on one. That's how I rank these. It's the Milano from Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh, nice.
It's small, but it's fast. It's you get your base crew, and if you're going to me, the Rocinante is great, Serenity's great, but I compare the Milano to it, and I just think the Milano really works.
Yeah, I agree.
So
I didn't even think about that, but the Milano is a badass ship to have.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it did so many things. It was a really good ship. Now I'm kind of bummed. I feel like we're getting down to the nitty gritty here, and I feel like I want to redo. Like, let's start over again.
Dude,
my number 5 is going to be the Nostromo. All right, let's do this again.
Oh, yeah, the Nostromo is a good one. The Nostromo is. You start with the Nostromo. This is a very different list,
right?
Funny. George C3 says I like Voyager, kick-ass little ships.
Yeah, the Intrepid class, man. Those are bomb. That was a bomb-ass vehicle. Once again, another little like 190-person crew.
But
So
not
it's,
just an Intrepid, the Voyager. I mean, when it comes back, is kind of the peak.
Oh gosh, when it comes back, it's so awesome. The new
Yeah.
Kazon technology and everything else they've got. The
It
engines are more
outclasses
badass.
everything for a good 20 years after it returns. So, like, you go with that Voyager. Spoiler, my number 1 was going to be any Enterprise ship or any Enterprise class or above ship in Starfleet.
Yeah,
If Voyager gets grandfathered in when it returns,
So what's
Okay,
your number 2?
what's
Are
your
we
number
on
two, Billy?
2? Yeah.
See, you guys are killing me here because these are hard ones to go for. I want to go with something ridiculous like the TARDIS, but I feel like the TARDIS spoils the spirit of what we're going for here. So I'm going to leave the TARDIS out of it because it's time travel. I'm also going to leave out the ship from Event Horizon, which also brings the supernatural into it, becomes a major problem. So
And then you have Farscape. I had to leave the one from Farscape out because it has a pilot built in.
So there's a couple of ships here that you just have to Heart of Gold from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. There's certain ships you got to leave out of here because they become so potently overpowered that you basically rule the universe with them. So you can't have them. So for my number 2, I'm going to go with one that could still rule the universe as long as you don't have a TARDIS. I'm going to say the ships from, and I wish I could remember what they were called. They're like highways or something like that from Dune. The big motherfuckers that fold space and have the spice pilots in them. Right? Because they could see the future of where those ships were going before they went. That's as powerful as you can get. You know what I'm saying? They had mystics living aboard them. They were planets in and of themselves. They had billions of people on them. And like they could just womp and bring the whole might of an entire empire with them instantaneously from anywhere. So
the Highliner.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go. It's high something. I knew that. Those ships were wicked cool. And the fact that, if I remember correctly, because I think they only show it like 2 times in the whole series, but the fact that it looks like a sandworm is really fucking cool too. It's just like
a big weird tube that's open to the open mouth.
I couldn't remember if it had any tongs on the front of it, but I do know it was a tube thing going on. And I always loved that as a kid. But the thing is, you're carrying your whole empire with you when you take that. That's a whole nother, because I'd go Death Star for the number 1 because the chances of some mystical wizard finding your single weak point on this giant machine covered in guns is pretty fucking minimal. So at least you could destroy planets with impunity and carry your army with you. But you do have to worry about mystical wizards finding your weak point. So, dude.
Do we count the Death Star? Is it a starship, which is what these are?
Yes.
Or is it a space station?
It can travel between worlds pretty quickly. I count that as a starship.
It can travel because it can travel light speed and actually go wind up places. Yeah, I will actually lay on the side of that. Because I mean, Battlestar Galactica is kind of the same way. Another
humongous ship.
Huge ship,
Yeah.
And if you could choose a Cylon, carrier if you want to, I think those are pretty dope.
Dude, those are rad as shit. When Starbuck takes the little ship, that would be another one for the small ships, because when she learns how to control that thing with the tentacles and stuff and is whipping around, like fucking with the other pilots that are really good, she's like, what? And it's just like, that's a pretty fucking cool ship right there. That's just one of the little scouts. You know, the big ones are like badass as shit.
Right.
God, there's so many good sci-fi ships, you guys. This is a hard one to go with.
Casey, what's your number 2?
Okay, so my number 2, I went with a fighter. I had to. There's too many good fighter classes out there that I've always loved, and I went with, this is where I got my Star Wars one, and I went with the B-wing, one of the lesser known vehicles, but one of the strongest ships in the Rebel Alliance fleet. The B-wing having both ion and plasma cannons, while it also is the one that has the S-foils that lock out, and then it looks like a cross. Yeah, so it carries like a boatload of photon torpedoes, or if you want to do space bombs, it can do heavy bomber missions. I've always loved that vehicle. Plus the fact that the cockpit, everything spins around the cockpit. It's like a giant gyroscope around it. So it's so neat the way it moves and maneuverability of it. I just love that mid-class destroyer fighter, kind of like the P-38J Lightning from World War II. I've always liked the sort of, it wasn't quite a fighter, it's not really a bomber, it's somewhere in the middle. I love that style vehicle. So the B-wing is right there for me.
Very cool. I like that.
Wait, okay, so hold on. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I just want to clarify. The B-wing is the one, it has the 4 foils, not the 3. Right?
Yeah. So it just looks like an up and down piece, and then when it S-foils, it pops out.
Yes, okay.
And then it can spin to the side. And
and that's the one that carries the small complement of bombs, but huge amount of torpedoes on it, isn't it? Right? Okay, exactly. That is a pretty badass one. You know, I want to say real quick, because I love in the Star Wars series the fact that they have incredibly advanced technology they use incredibly primitively is one of the dichotomies I love about that series. But also those ships, I love how the small ships, Slave One, B-wing, the X-wings, the TIE fighters, the interceptors, they're more dangerous than the big ships in most cases, just because there's no shielding on shit. So these fast ones that can get in are just way scarier. All right, I'm sorry I interrupted.
No. I'm happy to hear it. I'd rather talk about that now.
Yeah. I mean, the A-wing is up there for me too. It's a difficult one not to choose. The X-wing is iconic, and it was always neat, and the fly one would be neat. But the A-wing was my favorite because usually the people who survived in the A-wings, you had to be a badass pilot because you were flying fast. You were flying faster than everyone else. You were just cruising, man. The B-wing I like because it's big enough because it can kind of dolt along, but it's also powerful enough because you have your 2 phase cannons, but you also have your 2 ion cannons, so you can disable ships. So you can kind of get away. So yeah, I love that.
Excuse me 1 second, guys. Just bear with me for a second. Just bear with me. I'm working on something. No, I was working on something because somebody who was supposed to be on tonight had an emergency come up, so he can't be there, which is fine. It's completely understandable. But I just wanted to answer and let him know it's fine. So my number 2 is the TARDIS. I'm sorry. I understand that it's a time traveling, but it is a starship. If the Death Star is a starship.
Yep, it is.
It is. I like I said, it would be my number 1 just because pen, space, and time. I mean, it's literally invincible. They've tried to kill it. You can't. It's impossible. So it is an invincible ship that could take you anywhere, anytime, and it's paradox free as well. Who wouldn't want that, right?
And plus, you can just make rooms inside of it. And you get to talk to it and interact with your ship. How awesome is that?
It builds itself to your needs. I mean, it's the best ship that exists. You can't have better. It's alive. Mike, it's alive.
It becomes a woman
and it has feelings.
Sexy.
Time Lord technology. It's a real bitch. Hey guys, before we get to our number 1s, though, I do want to talk about Cast for a Cause real quick. We seem to have hit a bit of a lull with the donations, but remember, the highest donation in this hour gets the 50th anniversary. It's not a pin; it's actually a magnetic badge, but you're going to get that. So please put your donations in. We're at 9:15 now. Let's see if by 5 o'clock we can get to 1,000. Really appreciate you guys watching. I'm going to put the link in the comments now, or it's in the description. Thank you guys so much for joining in and being a part of this. So let's go with number 1s. Billy, we're going to start with you.
Okay. So for me, it's going to be any of the enterprises, honestly, at all. Doesn't matter which one we go with. For their time, canonically, every single one of the enterprises has been basically the most powerful ship in the universe. I mean, the Enterprise C's defeated the Borg multiple times, right? The Enterprise D has taken out a planet. These are canonically they've defeated birds of prey. They've defeated entire armies from other planets. They never get defeated. And even when they do, they destroy their opponent on the way out to the point where there's nothing left, and they get their crew out too. So for me, if I got to cruise around the universe, I'm doing it in an invincible, bulletproof, shielded from everything ship that has dilithium cores it can eject in case of an emergency, warp cores that it can blow in case you want to fuck someone's world up. It's got the ability to teleport you out of there. It's got the ability to teleport itself out of there. It's got crazy. Now, if you give me the Discovery one, it's got the ability to pop you in and out wherever the hell you need to be. That one, basically, without the restrictions they give it, is the perfect ship in the universe. Like, you win everything with that ship. I'm going with any of those plus replicators.
No, I'm going to hold you. I'm holding you to picking one.
One enterprise.
Shit.
It's
so
not all the same. They change them.
They change them.
How do you compare the NX-01 and all that to which was getting beat up all the time?
No, that's true. But for its time, it was still a motherfucking baller of a ship.
And not to mention, you have the original series Enterprise A, or not even A, the 1701 Constitution class versus the Kelvin timeline 1701. Which was
very
beefier, sexier. Yeah. So now you have a whole different side right down there.
And then once again, we had the conversation of the Voyager would go into this conversation post-return because at that point it's more powerful than the Enterprise class ships for a bit. And also capable of much far further travel than any of the ships ever become capable of doing other than discoveries. So pinning me to one makes things real difficult. Okay, here we go. I'm going to flip the script. I'll take the future Enterprise that was in the last episode of Next Generation.
Yes, the 3-engine nacelles one that comes through.
That's
with Riker,
the one I'll take.
Admiral Riker with the super plasma cutter beam. Oh god,
that's the one I'm taking. You get to see it for like 3 scenes, and you can tell without ever being told it's the best ship in the universe of all time. So taking that one.
That's awesome. That is an excellent.
That is cool. That's a good one. I didn't even pop in my mind, so that's awesome. Casey, how about you, man? What's your number one?
So my number one, because of course it's me, and that's naturally what I'm going to choose, is the 1701D. It is my Enterprise. It's the one I grew up on A, B, C. I saw all the other ones. I'm aware of the other ones, but D was the one where I was following those adventures, and it was my ship, where I had different models of it. I legitimately had the blueprints of it. Like, I knew my deck structure. That was the one I learned. The biggest one, the most beautiful one, that warp core, the carpeting everywhere, just the ridiculous 90s chairs that look uncomfortable, except the captain's chair. You can tell they're definitely duty chairs, like you are here to do a job and then leave. But still, there was something warm about the whole place, and it's very nice, and I love the way they have that set up. That's my girl, the 1701D, the saucer section that attaches, that you can actually get out of Dodge if you need to. The one that, for as big as it is, it still manages to sneak by enemies without having, anything to help it, like a cloak or anything else somehow.
Other than people not looking at it. Well, where is it? I don't see it. Oh, what do you mean behind me? I'll look later.
Yeah, it's what they would do. Literally, they hide behind a planet. Like, just orbit this moon, and then we'll be able to hide behind the moon. I'm like, I don't know. You're kind of giant. You're sort of the biggest ship.
I will say this for my number one. It is going to be an Enterprise, a specific one. But I'm going to ask Casey, which one do you think it is?
I think you're going to choose the A.
Good guess, but no.
Okay.
I thought about this. The E was one I always like kind of gravitate towards. I love the E. Of course,
beautiful.
I respect them.
Well, I mean, E has better weapons. I get it. Like, you know, it's definitely it's a fighter.
I've changed it though.
Okay.
And it changed after last night's episode of Picard. I am going with the D. I'm giving the D to you guys right now.
Oh, I'm loving that D.
And why do you think I'm going with the D, Casey?
Because it reminds you of the late nights when you touch yourself.
Yes, but why else do you think I'm going with the D? No. No, you know what it is? What changed for me wasn't even nostalgia of them getting on the ship. It was a line that Picard threw out. And that was when he goes, the carpeting.
Yeah.
And you said it too. And what it made me realize was if I'm going to be on any ship, and I'm not talking I'm bridge crew or anything like that, and fat people really aren't allowed in Starfleet, so it's all right. But if I'm going to be on any ship and probably feel most comfortable, it's going to be the D. It feels the most at home. Your point, Casey, like it feels like a place you would want to walk around and be a part of a community. None of the other ships feel like that.
The Cerritos does. And I understand it's a bit of a stretch because it's animated, but it's very similar to the inside of the D. That's why I'm bringing up that California class is so similar to the Galaxy class because of the time they were built. Sort of like the Nebula class. All of those ships are very similar style, and I really dig that style.
Boom.
Boom.
There it is.
I love it. I just love it. I mean, the wraparound thing for ops is perfect. Your tactical station there is phenomenal. I love the fact that you can interchange the front and it can be either, you know, your ops station or your navigation station because they changed it again last night. If you didn't notice there, Mick, they changed the stations again. They swapped them. Yep. Notice how Data's the one who sets the course and he's sitting in the ops seat.
Son of a gun.
Yep.
You know what I did? What were you saying, Bill?
D get upgraded weapons at one point too? So it's got some like wicked shit in it.
Oh yeah, it's phaser banks. Those are some of the strongest phaser arrays.
Yeah,
hands down in Starfleet. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the E is gorgeous. I love the E.
Oh, the E's amazing.
I loved it in the movies, but the D, because again, if I have to travel through space, I want it to feel like a family. And that is probably the ship the most likely you're to feel like a family. Although there's only 7 of them on that ship in the new series, and the rest of that crew is probably all dead. So maybe not quite the family.
They even mentioned it that it's all drones loading it up, you know, because obviously if Geordi's been working on it the whole time, he had to take it out for a spin, and he's only got 2 daughters. So you can only get them in to help him so much.
True. Oh my God. But that's our 5s. That's our 5 takeaways from Starships. And we'd love to hear yours, guys. If you have them, let us know. Sound off in the comments. Go off with it. Again, we're doing Casters for a Cause, raising money for Multiple Sclerosis Association of America to help find a cure for MS. Kathleen's here. She says,
"Hi, Kathleen.
We have reached our destination for the day. Hotel with a pool with a view.
Sweet.
Awesome. Now I can actually pay attention to you guys again. That's awesome." So I know we're stepping into dinner time, and we're supposed to have a show on at 4, but he just canceled.
All right.
He had an emergency, so we're still on.
All right. Let's go.
But I have to use the bathroom.
All right.
So I'm going to let you guys talk about whatever you want, but I ask you that whatever you talk about, remember it's 4:00. We don't know who's watching or listening, so be very, very kind and considerate while you're on the air. Okay, Billy?
Who the hell have I ever not been kind and fucking considerate to?
No. I just need you to be very, very kind and considerate.
Okay, I'm sorry. I missed the thing you were throwing in, the dead horse being beaten in the corner. I
earlier. That's 2 puns. 5 hours later, I don't want to hear.
This is 3. This is the 3rd one since we started. I've caught you 2 other times, and I guarantee I missed at least one.
No,
I promise I missed at least one.
I had to re-say it because you didn't catch it. That's not my fault. That's your fault.
No. I think I think this is I think you're beating a dead horse. It's fine. It's fine. I don't expect any different. I mean, I didn't come here like, well, he's definitely gonna let all this stuff go. That's for sure. That wasn't In
I feel
this
like you're
brain.
hanging out in me, Billy. I haven't beaten a horse in a while.
Gosh. And this
No,
one you
no.
demolished. It's all right. Look, you can go to the bathroom, buddy, and it's totally fine because Billy and I will hang out and talk about Survivor.
There you go. Right.
I've got a lot to say about it. Hold on. I got to switch this up because I want to step outside and do a thing real quick. So I'm going to switch my microphone.
Absolutely.
All right, I'll wait with Casey while you do that. I can hold off for a few. So Casey.
Yes, buddy.
I'm looking at you, but I guess I should be looking.
I did that a few times. I'm like, well, if I look at you this way, it's looking at the camera, but still seeing you. It works perfect. I
know, right? All right, guys. So as we're getting into this, and we clearly have nothing to talk about, let's get into it a little bit more about, I don't know, whatever the hell we want.
I mean, what do you guys want to talk about? You want to talk about like our favorite sci-fi movies? What are the worst sci-fi scenes that still scare you to this day?
How about the worst lines in movies?
Worst lines in movies?
Worst delivered quotes or like lines, like
I love her.
Oh God! Talk about beating a dead horse.
Second Grade in Love, right?
Oh, I think Billy's trying to remember it.
It was the one that Mike did. Remember the Three Bro show when we watched him do his behind the scenes thing? Do you remember that, Billy?
I don't think he's all here with us.
I don't think he can hear us.
I'm actually kind of enjoying this part.
Oh, now he's gone. Is he there?
See, guys, this is what MS does to you. So we need to find a cure. So please donate today.
Far away. Nope, I'm pretty sure that's where they take our video. That's where we have to give them money.
Oh my God! Remember, guys, if you get whoever donates the highest donation, this nope, he left. The highest donation this hour is going to win the 50th anniversary special edition magnetic badge from Star Trek. So if you guys, whoever donates now, we have had no donations yet, but we have great shows coming up for you at 5 o'clock. We have Stuck in My Mind podcast with the Awesome Wise is stepping in. Then we have the Perfect 10 at 5:30. Then we have a crossover event from 6 to 7 with Horror Research 30 and 3 Geeks podcasts. And then we will be doing a reading of Back to the Future at 7 o'clock.
Super excited for that. It's going to be awesome.
Oh my God, I can't wait. I cannot wait. So we're going to get into that in a little bit. And then we're going to be doing a movie trivia battle royale as long as everybody shows up at the end.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed for sure. All right. Billy is traveling.
There he is.
He's up.
Oh, nope.
Aha. You're muted.
There we go. Let's try that.
Nailed it.
Decided to move outside because it's very nice out here, and I wanted to do a thing.
It is. I see it. It looks beautiful.
Look at this. Look at this gorgeousness.
How lovely is that?
Yeah. It's very nice out here.
All right. Well, I'll let you guys get to it. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then I'll be back in a little bit.
All right. What you want to talk about, Casey? What do we got?
Oh man. Well, have you seen the D&D movie?
Well, yeah, we saw it together.
That's right. What did you think? Yeah.
I
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
I reviewed it.
Oh, I didn't even know.
So we should wait for him to get back then.
Well, I guess we'll wait until you get back. Talk about it.
All right, let's talk about something else he hasn't seen or doesn't
Yeah,
know.
no.
about.
Is there anything he hasn't seen? No, he's seen way more than us. He's anything.
I don't
new.
know. I'll take the Pepsi challenge on that.
Have you watched any recent cool documentaries? I've been on a documentary tear.
This is the one I was just watching. Shit. Well, I got to go into the server and look because I was actually.
I watched one where the guy free climbs El Capitan.
Yeah. What is it? Free solo or whatever.
Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Oh,
I can think of about 10,000 other things I would rather do than that.
I mean, look, there was a day when I used to rock climb and cliff climb and stuff, and I really, really, really enjoyed it. So I get I get the allure of free climbing. I do. I understand why you'd want to do it. And I understand why people mountain climb and put themselves at extreme risk. I get it. It's exhilarating. But when you start getting into the like 60 feet and higher sheer cliffs, no fucking way I would do that without a goddamn guideline. There's no way.
No, it's straight granite, and you're just chalking your hands up and finding little crevices to hold and looking down like 3,000 feet above. What are you doing? What are you doing?
The high death rate amongst free climbers is obscene. I mean, it's obscene. If you do it longer than, I want to say it's 7 years, you have like a 90% chance of dying every like time you climb after that 7 years. So like that's insanity. And like once again, I get it. I do. I mean, it's the ultimate me versus nature skill thing going on, and
Sure.
you know, being able to do it is phenomenal. You know.
Sure. I mean, it's absolutely fantastic, but I mean, I can get the same effect and have a rope on me. And I'm still good, you know, I'm still up there. I don't know. I feel like that's enough. I
Yeah.
feel like there's certain positions where it's like, no, like the people in the what is it, the national parks in China, where you climb up all of those mountains and they have the mountain trails where it's just the two cables and you just shimmy along.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
That's
thank you.
just normal people like grocery shopping.
I know. That's not even people doing adrenaline junkie shit. That's just the guy who's like, well, I got to go visit my sister. Fuck. You know? Like, nah, I'm good, son. Can we just do something different? Like, I get a slide.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, I watched this. These people, I believe it was in Colombia, just outside where they live on top of a mountain. So they zip line like 40 miles down to the county, the little town where they do their shopping and everything, and then they get a ride back up. It's ridiculous, man. Watching that, it's crazy. Like you just get on and hop on and just zzz, and away you go. Oh
Yeah, that stuff's incredible, man. I you know me in heights, like there's just no way I could do it, but like
yeah.
yeah, I get, like I said, I understand it. And I understand like when you're doing the cliff climbing, that's like the getting to the top ain't the goal. You don't give a shit about the top. You know, it's the getting there. That's the important part. And like that's where they're getting their junkiness from. So it's kind of like watching people do squirrel suit shit, you know. Like I could see why you do it. Ain't for me. I'm never doing it. So it is really cool to watch though, but the whole time I get real anxiety from watching people in heights because I'm always waiting for them to fall. And occasionally, like you do watch a video where somebody's up high and they don't warn you, and then boom, they fall. And then, ooh, buddy, it gets me. I'm not good with it. I get all cringy and shit. Like,
yeah, the falling one always kills me. Squirrel suits, I think, are about as far as I would go. I would contemplate going. I would just need to know it's in a very like I couldn't do like the way we've seen those videos. Obviously, people are like right along the side of the rocks and they're like basically doing like map of the earth stuff where they're right up against it and then shatter their legs. No, that's not my world. But if there was a cooler way to do it, like if I just jumped out of a plane, squirrel suited for a bit, and then parachute and I'm good, I would do that. I think
that's why I'm rooting. That's why I'm rooting for super realistic VR with suits that give you feedback. Because then, like, shit, bud. Look, I'm terrified of heights, and we've had discussion because I use VR a lot to fuck with my own fear of heights because it does get triggered in virtual reality. So like Pilot Wings too, playing that a shit ton. And like I'm fine. I could dive between buildings. I'm having fun with it. I enjoy it until I get over 5,000 feet. And then all of a sudden my fear of heights kicks in and it's VR and it freaks me out. But there's a game where you can play as a bird and you just go flying through these cities or cathedrals in the cityscape in France. And I fucking love that shit. Like I want that to get super realistic. Maybe I won't be afraid of flying anymore.
Yeah, if you can just take the perspective of a pigeon and all of a sudden that's what'll make it all better. That's what helps.
Pigeons.
Yeah, don't mind me. Let's play a game called Pigeons, guys.
I mean, like, it's rad, though. You play as an eagle going through shit, and it's really rudimentary, so I wish they would redo it. But, like, with Unreal 5 coming out, this shit's going to get photorealistic. And then they've got the XR1 suit. That's basically the one from fucking Ready Player One. It's just super expensive. But they did one that was haptic feedbacks, little vibration pods all over the fucking thing, hundreds of little cells. And that was good, and it gets you in there because you don't need much to trick your brain into stuff. But they
Right.
found that using those little electrical sensors that and those things work obscenely effectively, and they can dial in how much it affects you, like perfectly, precisely. So they can make it hurt you, or they can make it just give you a little buzz, right?
That's really
So-
exciting. Like, imagine every time you're in Forza and you get a legit like car crash, and you just like bangs you up and everything, and it like winds up putting you in a real hospital.
Oh my god, dude. You just snap your arm because you like wrecked in Dirt 3. Like, that'd be bad. It'd be bad. But I mean, I'd still risk it. There's a guy.
Awesome.
There's a guy I follow on YouTube who is big in VR stuff and gets invited to all the new releases for things. And he has a full setup. He doesn't use it very often because it takes so long to use and get, because nothing's universal.
Right.
And he went to go test the new suit that uses the electrical impulses. And it's really funny to watch him, how he is like, all right, turn it up a little bit, gets shot. All right, turn it up a little bit more. And then till it gets painful. And then he starts getting real nervous about getting shot. And you could see it in his face the whole time he's playing, like he's scared to get shot again. I'm like, that's what I want to play.
Yeah.
I want it to be that realistic. But once it's that realistic, like I can actually get in a plane, feel like I'm in it, feel some air pressure changes, jump out of the bitch, hit the ground and survive. That's an important thing that has to happen. I have to live through it.
Once you can survive, I mean, look, you're lying to your system and you're essentially giving it an untruth. But if that helps you get over your fear, I say go for it.
But essentially, I want to get over the fear so that I can end up doing it in real life, which doesn't even make sense. Because if I'm getting to that point in VR, that doesn't make a difference if it's real or not. It doesn't really matter if I go out and do it in real life.
And if you crash
But I
in real
want
life, if it's anything bigger than a Cessna, it's not going to matter.
I mean, that's true. I won't remember it.
Yeah. It's like being stupid. It's not a problem for you. It's a problem for everyone else.
Everyone else. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm selfish enough to crash a plane into random strangers. I just don't think I'm there. I'll work on it.
Nah, probably take something special, MH370.
There you go.
I don't think anyone would really know what that's like. Although, did you see they just nailed some other pilot who was like, I don't know, I think he worked for Taiwan Air, either Taiwan or Korean Air, and he was they were getting ready to fly somewhere, and they found a suicide note he had written.
Actually, I did think I read something about that. Never followed up.
Yeah,
but
grabbed
I
him
think I
right
remember
before
what
he
you're
took
talking about.
off. Yeah,
yeah, because
That
he's going
was-
to do the same thing, crash that bitch. Like that's scary. That's scary. But then, like, how far away are we from figuring out how to read people's minds with technology? We're not that far away from it. So, like,
no, we're gonna have Minority
Before you-
Report probably first.
we already have it. No, we already have that. By the way, if you're not aware of it, there is future
Precogs?
crimes. Yeah, no, they're not precogs. They're using AI, predictive algorithms, and good old police know-how. God damn, I got to find this now.
Oh man, they better watch out. So so they've slated my mental snap that's gonna happen in 7 years.
Right? but okay, so I got to look it up. This I think I want to say it was in Tampa or something like that. It's a pre-crime reporting. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was in
And of
Tampa.
course, it would be Florida doing some sort of thing like this. This
Yeah.
totalitarian rule.
But of course, it ends up being exactly what you think it'll be. They're just busted people who haven't done a damn thing, and their records have wrong dates. So they're going after people that committed crimes 15 years ago but haven't done anything since. But they're attacking them like they're going to do something tomorrow because
Oh
their
my
pre-crime predictive algorithm is telling them this guy's going to commit a crime any moment. So they've got that, but it's only a matter of time until we've got this. I mean, we already can do brain, whatever.
Mapping.
The connection, we can get it working. We did the thing at the DC Science Fair. You can move the ball with your mind. It's a matter of time before they can read like intent, scan you before you go in any public thing. Your first, or when you get into work in the morning, it scans you real quick after lunch to make sure something didn't happen while you're on your break.
I mean, it sounds a little intrusive, but I think it's kind of brilliant.
That's the thing. I've had this argument for a while. Fuck it. We don't have privacy to begin with. It's just an illusion of it that we're pretending we have. The quicker we get rid of it, the quicker we all realize we all have the same stupid thoughts. We're all equally as dumb, and we're all equally as evil. And like, once we get past that shock of realizing it about each other, I think everybody will just get more into the, okay, well, then we all have our reasons and motivations. So let's just live life. And at that point, you know, you'll have that open honesty that you don't have to worry about it. Somebody coming in that way. I think it'll happen eventually. We'll have like a smartphone tapped into our brains that just lets us share thoughts instantly with each other. And after a while, we just won't care. You know, we'll walk by somebody who starts thinking a sex thought. We'll be like, yeah, whatever.
I mean, we already have it with Twitter. I mean, I feel like most people are just a step away. We're just missing the mapping to the brain. Once we have a chip implant thingamahoosit that will be able to coordinate and correlate with our phones, man, I'm in.
Google today has a contact smart chip. Contact lens smart chip. So you could put them in and it gives you a HUD and give you basic information. It's not all that complex yet, but they're working on it. The other thing it could do, though, is it can read, obviously it's in your eye, so it could read your eye movements. And so you can control it via eye movements, and you can put your hand out and control it via hand movements. So like, I mean, it's not going to be that far from, you know, having those things tap in. We're all wearing them, you know, or Neuralink kicking or something like that.
I mean, I'm excited for that. It would be a lot cooler if we were able to use them for, like, I don't know, controlling mechs or something neat.
Oh, we'll like definitely be controlling drones with them.
But I mean, drones, yeah, absolutely. But I want to get in a full-on mech warrior mech, man. I feel like we kind of missed that technology. We never went there. You know, we went with tanks and drones, and we just skipped over mechs.
All I'm thinking of now is the new Star Wars episode. Did you see Mandalorian?
Yeah.
Are we allowed to talk about it? I don't think it's a spoiler since it's out.
Of course. No.
Grogu has a mech body now, and IG-11 is now his goddamn mech body. And I'm like, well, they overnight just made this 90-year-old toddler like one of the most deadly people in the group.
Rapidly.
It's like we're going to see very quickly as they go out hunting that the little guy is just as potent as everybody else now. I was like, that's a smart move.
I mean, even when Din Djarin is like, all right, you got to keep up Grogu. And it's like, oh, he'll be fine.
Yeah, he's fine. Don't worry. I love that he's acting like, oh, I don't like this. No. And it's like, you don't have a choice anymore. He now is bristling with weaponry that can kill you. So you kind of gave your child like a howitzer.
And then told him, don't fire it. Don't point it at people.
Don't do that. The kid's like, nah, fuck you. I'm, you know, and that's the thing. He's smart, you know, so he's not an idiot kid. He is 90 and has the memories of
his people,
the younglings and going to academy and all that. So like, I just laughed my ass off though when they get. I was like, he's Krang. They made him Krang. Goddamn, Grogu is fucking Krang.
I thought the same thing. And then when the little guy hops out, who built one of the builders, and he's just like, no,
he kept trying to he kept trying to pick him up and grab him earlier. And I love that it was like, nah, fuck this, I'm out. I don't like this kid.
Personal space, Grogu. Personal space.
But holy shit! Like IG-12 basically is now going to be a small version of Yoda with a mech suit and force powers. Like we're watching the birth of the next version of General Grievous.
Yep.
Right.
Absolutely.
But a much cooler and like pro force, you know, light side of the force General Grievous.
The good version of General Grievous.
Yeah. Way more powerful too. But like, yeah, I'm excited to see what that show does with that. But it just made me laugh hysterically. So you're just talking about mech suits. I'm like, we just got mech suits, baby.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I want, though. There's got to be a mech suit out there because we've looked and you and I have definitely seen like.
Oh, you mean for humans? There 100% is.
Yeah.
In real life, no, there is.
Well, we've seen the like lifter ones. We've seen the ones that are more like Alien.
That's exoskeletons. That's exoskeletons.
The exoskeletons.
But they do have the God damn it, Boston Dynamics Atlas.
Well, yeah, Atlas is the big guy that runs.
Yeah, the one that can run over everything, can't be knocked over. Have you seen him do the full obstacle course now with the gymnast?
Yeah.
They've got it. We've got mech suits. We don't just have mech suits. We have smart robots now following us around. So, like, the next step is make it a little bit bigger so it has a human operator in it. That way you can have it travel the human operator where it needs to go. Human operator can have its own set of guns on it, blah, 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 while the robot's doing its own goddamn thing, you know?
True. Yep.
I mean, talk about an effective fucking duo that would end up being. We're a matter of time for that shit.
You almost like Rocket Raccoon and Groot, Groot yourself.
Right.
Because you could make the mecha, the Atlas even bigger.
Yep.
And then you kind of set yourself up in either like a backpack behind him or something in front. Like he doesn't need eyes, you know.
Doesn't need a head. Like, yeah, you just sit up in it. You
Oh
are its head.
What if you actually they make it so the saddle is like over it, so it's like you're sitting on top of it, like you're resting on its shoulders. So you're getting big piggyback rides or whatever everywhere you go. Chicken fight.
Mean, yeah. Chicken fight. The deadliest, most horrifying chicken fight ever.
Exactly.
You're leveling cities in a chicken fight.
Before you mow down a village. I mean, it makes you feel better.
Oh my god. Oh, hi Taipei. Chicken fight.
Oh man, did you see where China was pulling its ships around Taiwan the other day?
Yep. They're moving a lot of shit around all of a sudden. They moved a whole boatload of fleets or platoons out front of India as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, it's putting a lot of people on edge real fast there. It's like, hey, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah, a lot of craziness going on there. I only think of that because I immediately went mech suits, and then I thought of the giant Gundam in Japan.
There is one.
Yep.
I mean, it ain't gonna do shit, but it's there.
Yeah.
What if they're lying to us and the whole time it's been fully functional right in front of us?
That's what I'm waiting for.
Been pretending it's a tourist attraction. War breaks out. They go, ha, suckers.
And it's legitimately what they spend millions of dollars in. Yeah, it like flies out. All of a sudden comes down. Does a big superhero pose. Gets up.
I mean, let's be honest here. One Gundam could do a lot of fucking damage. Like, yes, we'll take it down eventually, but boy, until we do, it could do a lot of fucking damage.
Could have jacked some stuff up. You know, that's where we need to get, like, this is where I thought the Great Robot Wars would start with this Ukraine outbreak. But
no, that's too small for them to bust out the robots. They brought out the drones in force. They've brought out the drone controllers, which is really rad.
Oh, yeah.
The ones that are firing out the multiple drones, you know, that are holding a whole bunch. That's sci-fi as shit to watch. It's really cool.
Watching them, when they kick off the little swarms.
That stuff's wild. It's brought out surveillance drones, which are really cool to be seeing because you're seeing all kinds of levels of surveillance drones, including the little tiny mini ones now that are starting to pop out as things are getting more advanced. And it's starting to get like a closer war front into the main cities. They keep bringing out the more and more advanced little drones, and it's like, ooh, these are still not the latest and greatest. This is still the old shit that they're pulling out. So like,
still is in A1 day one, top of the line.
Yeah, so this is not our current shit. This is the stuff that was slated for disposal that they're popping out right now, which means like, oh my god, the stuff we've got now is so much cooler. But like, I mean, honestly, once you've got the robots, you got Little Dog, Big Dog, and Asmo or whatever his name is going, and you've equipped them with weaponry, and you've sent them out to do their thing. Like, why would you want a soldier in a mech suit? That's just putting a soldier in the way that doesn't need to be there.
Right, exactly. You no longer require it. I mean, they've proven how many rounds they can shoot, how accurate they can be with those. The new Sniper 50 cals on the back of the Big Dog. It's like, what?
They're ridiculous. They scope it out themselves. They can fire from max range with little to no prep time. Like, they're obscene. But the more important thing here is like, you'll never get rid of human soldiers. You got to have them.
No.
But whoever's got the most money to dump into frontline robots is going to win. You send in your frontline robots, they wipe everything out. Your human soldiers are just going in to kind of mop up the mess, really. You know, or you keep sending in the robots until they're gone, and then the human soldiers come into a much more weakened front to deal with. Either way, you know, we've got it. I wouldn't make mechs at this point. I feel like mechs would be a detriment at this point.
Well,
unless we end up fighting AI, in which case you have to have mechs.
Yes.
Because we're fighting robots. You got to have the comparable thing.
Absolutely. And I completely agree with that. My issue is I don't want I miss the idea of I feel like we missed the boat with mechs. I feel like it was something that if we had really invested in maybe in 1980s and really looked at that in a serious way from a defense standpoint, then maybe we probably have mechs today. Like there's a time where we could have put it into play. But I feel like because we skipped over that, we jumped some level of technology somewhere.
We went robotics instead. We went autonomous instead of human controlled. That was when drone programs started in the late 80s. Well, they didn't start. That was when late 80s is when they started getting their major funding. And that was when everyone started going, oh, this is the wave. It was kind of like when you choose VHS over Betamax. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
They went, we'll go autonomous instead of human controlled. Well, I mean, it was still human control, but with no human involved in the device. And now, because of that, like if we'd have gone with just like, I don't know, more armored, heavier, and faster ships, like we would have kept human involvement and ended up with Gundams, you know? But instead, we went with let's send in drones, and now we're going to end up with robots and androids probably at some point.
Well, and that also, I think, plays to the fact that we are an air superiority society. That's what won most of our stuff is due to the air superiority. We didn't stay on the ground with mechs that then would also be able to take out air at the same time. Instead, we just got so good with air superiority. It's like, why bother? What are you going to do? You know?
Well, that's the thing is the next step is space superiority, and then air superiority becomes useless. But until you get space superiority, air superiority will still reign supreme. And like, yeah, so we've got to be that way. And I mean, as they're finding out now, they just finished a long-term flight test that got published out that completed like in 2019, where it was one of our full-sized planes that was done up as a drone and was left up to fly, and it did it for like 287 days consecutively without issue. And it could have kept going. They just needed to end it because they had a better version they wanted to send up. They couldn't do it until this one came down. So finally they were like, all right, we're not waiting until it's done. Bring it down, bring it down. So like, I mean, there's definitely shit up there right now.
Oh yeah.
That's just been up there for a while, you know. Well, there's zero chance we don't have some awesome. I mean, we have a laser in space. We know that.
Yeah,
so there's zero chance we have a railgun in space.
How dope is that?
Yeah, there's zero chance we don't have a satellite that's a one-shot railgun. You know, that we just fire off, and it either turns that satellite into a projectile, fires it at something, or the projectile it fires does the damage and fires the satellite off into space.
We come to find out that Russia and the United States this whole time have actually had their own satellites individually staring at the ISS, just waiting in case something happens.
Just wiggling their fingers. Come on, do it. I fucking dare you.
Oh, man.
I just can't wait to see the cool shit we get out of it. Because, like, we're always like 5 generations behind the military on consumer product for the most part. There's exceptions, but like, yeah, I can't wait to see the stuff we get off of just the stuff the military has had to expose that they have.
Yeah, I mean, there's some form of active camouflage. That's going to be dope.
I was watching UFO videos the other day because I go berserk over UFO videos and ghost shit because they don't exist. At least
I disagree. I think UFOs
exist. They're not aliens. No alien.
How fucking dare you?
No. No alien species is making it hundreds of light years away, thousands of light years away.
Explain the pyramids.
Float. It's such an easy explanation.
Explain waterfalls.
They need an.
Where did we get gravity from?
Everywhere.
Did we have to buy gravity?
You son of a gun.
But okay, so I'm watching a UFO video, and the funny thing is you watch the comments of these UFO videos, and they're like super obvious what they are most of the time. Like I was watching one that was clearly a Mylar balloon, and it's like 400 comments of people like, "This is definitely not a Mylar balloon. You can tell because of," and then they would list everything that made it very clear it was a Mylar balloon. And like, and then finally, like somebody showed an accompanying video to it. It was very clearly somebody's birthday balloon that got cleared. Anyway, I'm watching one, And they're talking about because this is a flat shape, and when this jet comes up on it, it flattens out and hits brakes basically, and then flies by it real fast. That it's clearly a UFO and can't be debris that gets flipped up by the jet flying by it.
Couldn't be at all. No chance.
And all I was thinking of, here's the thing, guys. Even if this was
I missed
UFO, right?
I missed the Billy. Here's the thing. I haven't seen one. I haven't heard one so long.
Even if it was an unidentified flying object, chances are astronomically in favor of the fact that it's probably military equipment that is testing active camouflage, which we know they have, and we know they're testing on planes because they've been shot down and we've been exposed to it. We know that they have it, right? So let's go with that before aliens, or that it isn't some sort of either small, large, but more importantly, a scrambling small drone. They're specifically making drones that move extremely fast with high maneuverability. We watched this happen during the Red Bull races, and like these people will go through these videos and be like, drones can't move like that. It's like that. I mean, the commercial ones can move like that. Military ones probably wildly different. They can probably hit the brakes in midair and change direction instantly. But
Crazy
yeah. So like you're talking about this stuff, and I'm like, yeah, we definitely have that. We know we have that. Like we know we have the rudimentary shit on that. So there's zero chance we don't have much more wildly advanced version of it. That's way cooler.
Yeah, which would be so much fun to play with.
Fuck yeah.
Right? Where's that? It will give us access to just play with all these cool things. I want to play with the toys.
I don't know, because I'd be the jackass that gave my car like active camouflage and then forgot I had it on and just get killed immediately by an 18-wheeler. I don't think we should have a lot of this shit. Let's be honest here.
I mean, look, irresponsible may be, but freedom is freedom, and chaotic freedom is the best freedom.
It really isn't, guys. There's a reason society exists, is so we don't have chaotic freedom. Chaotic freedom leads to the Mongols killing a large percentage of the world. Let's not do that.
Yeah, but I mean, at least it was an adventure while it happened.
For them. For the rest of us, it was just slaughter.
Fair. Yeah, definitely don't be the other people when those situations come around, guys. Try to be on the winning side.
Also, while you're at it,
as far as I'm concerned,
and rich as well.
Casey, as far as I'm concerned, I never try to be anyone else, because there's only one me.
True.
Shit, I mean, because I tried to be a bunch of different people. I just did it young, so you got to do that.
Fair.
Get them when they're young.
What are you, the Irish mob? Calm down.
Apparently.
Hey, Case, do you have settings on your microphone?
I do.
Dale says that he thinks your gain is a little bit high.
I mean, not like that. It's just through the... Just through the thing.
Gotcha. All right. I was just giving you. All right. Let me get this situated.
There we go. How's that? Better?
That sounds good.
Try that. All right.
Nice. I can't really hear myself anymore. Perfect. All right. We have successfully maneuvered the fucking Jellicoe maneuver, the best captain of Starfleet ever.
I think we can both agree to disagree on that.
You're insane. You are insane. It's not possible.
I think Benjamin Maxwell was better.
All right, fair.
Go hunt those cardies. go sing some shanties, then blow up some spoonheads.
Oh man, dude, that guy was super racist.
He was really bad.
Righteously so. Righteously so. When your species has been brought to the brink of extinction by another, I think you can fairly hate them. That's cool. But considering the position he had as a prominent person, he really brought the hard racism to it.
Oh yeah, he loved it. He was just willing to go to every admiral and be like, "How about these guys?" Huh? And they were like, "Dude, no,
dude, chill it out." He's like, "Have you seen what they do?" And then later on, it happens, and he goes, "Huh? What'd I say?"
And I mean, not to mention, he goes and he runs a prison in Maine at one point, and then we all know how that
That's
goes.
Right. Yeah, which did not. I mean, it was interesting. He did learn to paint walls too.
I love it. Pizza's ordered, so it should be here in a little bit.
Sweet. Yeah.
I need
then
to go
by the-
take care of dinner, so I may need to leave here soon.
Well,
you
let's, we want to fire up the quick 20 minutes on Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you guys talked about it. Yeah, sure.
No, we were waiting for you. You said you saw it and did a review. Be interested in your take too.
Yep.
All right, go watch my review on YouTube. Make sure to hit like and subscribe. Well, listen, here's the thing. Like I said in the review, I never was allowed to play Dungeons and Dragons. You guys never let me play. You let me play Vampire once, and then you're like, no D&D for you. You can't handle it.
We never played it.
We never played it. We were trying to find a DM at the time. We play it now because we have a DM, and now I'm turning into a DM. But like, we didn't have a DM back then. It wasn't like keeping you out of a secret club or anything.
Oh no. I was kidding. I'm just kidding with you guys. A lot of people who did play in high school and such never let me go. Lenny was one of them.
What? Why?
He was like, I don't think you'd like it. You'll just make fun of it. And I'm like, really? You're not going to let me in?
I could 100% see that though. I would think the same thing. I would assume you were going to mock it the whole
Fucking
time.
Snoop Dogg over here turns off his camera. You can hear the lighter.
I don't know the rules on this shit. I'm trying to be respectful.
Turns the camera on immediately, and it's just smoke everywhere.
But that's totally allowable because we're not seeing him do anything.
Oh
I'm
no, I
trying
don't
to be
mind.
respectful.
I don't mind, and I don't know what the rules are either. But
No, that is the rules. You cannot be seen doing or talking about the drugs you're talking about doing while on camera. So he's fine.
I thought he was smoking a cigarette.
Sure.
That's what I'm doing. I don't know why you're bringing this up. I'm being respectful so the kids don't see a bad example of a person smoking a cigarette.
Boom.
That's very fair. Very fair. No, D&D.
Cools aren't cool.
Right?
I was when it came to D&D, I was very excited for it because I didn't really know much about it, but it always intrigued me. I loved everyone in it. Actually, I love when Michelle Rodriguez is not in a fast movie because I love her characters when she's not in a fast movie. When she's Letty, it's like it's like talking to a hollow tree. It's like you've got nothing going on right now. She's just saying family because he said family 72 times.
Well, it's only Nick's been doing the count. It's only been like I think at max 16 times in a single movie if you don't count the soundtracks. And also you got to keep in mind that all of these characters that were grandfathered in, like Letty, are kind of like they have to be that character. Well, she's one of the few that has to be the character that they started as, whereas like Tej can go from running a small garage and can, I don't know, organize thousands of cars to scramble at the same time to being the world's greatest hacker.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how he jumped the gun there pretty high. And then, well, I mean, how about Roman? He becomes a philosopher who realizes that they're invincible. And yet people don't want to interact with him because he knows
Roman realizes they're in a movie. He gets it. This is a cabin in the woods when the guy comes out of the car and he's got the big bong. That's the coffee cup. And they're like, what are you doing? He goes, the police don't want to pull over a man smoking out of a bong while driving a car. They fear this man. They know this man sees something they don't see, right? That is Roman from the Fast and Furious films from movie 6 on. Right from that point, well, so 7 on. From 7 on, he becomes aware that they're in a movie series, and then by 9, he's aware that they're invincible and basically superheroes. And through this, the more aware he gets, the more shitty the rest of the crew treats him, and not like we hate you, but a dude, shut up way. Until it gets to the point where they mock every word he says because they know this man knows something, and it's bothering them. You know, because they are all aware they're in this ridiculous series at this point, but only he's voicing it. It's amazing. It's amazing, guys.
Well,
pretty fantastic.
If I can point out one thing, because we did bring it up. Well, 2 things, if I'm allowed. Remember, why did Michelle Rodriguez's character get saved at the end of D&D? Because she's family. Secondly,
that's true. That is true.
God.
Holy shit! I didn't even make that. It's a good one.
And you forget that Roman and Taj also went to space. They're astronauts. And in what movie did they go to space? Number 9.
Number 9.
Yep. Threes.
Drifting in space.
That's true. That's true. It's a good point.
God. Because number 3 is Tokyo Drift. Number 6, and 9 is space.
Yep. He's right. The away crew thing works in the threes there.
It keeps going.
Oh man,
it perpetuates.
Now, what we need to figure out is where does Hobbs and Shaw fit into this? Does that add another to it so that the 11th movie will actually be the 12th? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that the last one, because the 10th is basically the end movie part 1, and then the 11th is the end movie part 2. And then we'll have more spinoffs after that. I wonder if it carries off into spinoffs. I don't know how this rule of threes works.
Yeah. It's got to be threes, so it's got to be the third sequel in a trilogy, or 3. It has to be a division of 3 as it goes on.
Like what's the Clint Eastwood Dirty Harry movies? What's the third one?
Fistful of Dollars.
No, that's
wait, that's the other one. Sorry, I'm way on a different.
Sergio Leone.
Yeah, I went through a totally different trilogy here. Was it Good, Bad, the Ugly?
Well, that's the third one. Good, Bad, the Ugly is the third one, and that's the one where they're traveling all over the different battlefields because they finally have the information to find the gold.
So the third in the Dirty Harry series is where he teams up with Tyne Daly. Dirty Harry reluctantly teams up with rookie inspector Kate Moore to foil a terrorist organization made up of disgruntled Vietnam veterans. That's right. They up the ante by the time you get to the third one. It's the whole city that's under siege now. Because remember, the first one was one serial killer based on Zodiac.
Yep.
Number 2 is the cops who were doling out justice to 4 cops.
Yep.
And this one was a circuit of terrorists that are tearing up the town. And he has to take them out. One cop. One cop.
Wait, is Tightrope a Dirty Harry series?
No, that's when he's sleeping with the prostitutes. That's a different one.
Okay, gotcha. God,
that was that was a good one. It took place in New Orleans, so I like that one a lot too. There was only 2 of the movies were in the 80s, and that was Sudden Impact and then the Deadpool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Deadpool was number 6, right?
No, number 5. There's only 5.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Because remember, the Gauntlet is in a Dirty Harry movie.
Gauntlet's not a Dirty Harry movie. That I always think of the Gauntlet as being a Dirty Harry movie because he's the same character, but
it's a Dirty Harry movie.
It is a Dirty Harry.
It's a Dirty Harry movie. His name's not Harry Callahan.
Because he's like bringing this woman to justice because he's got to take her to she's a witness who's going to turn on like the police or something, the chief. So it's all the police or the sheriff, and all the police are trying to take her out on the way to. God, it was a terrible movie.
It wasn't just the cops; they had everybody in order. Like they had the biker gang that was going after him.
That's right. Yeah, the biker gang from Any Which Way But Loose, but it's the same biker gang.
They're just a little meaner because there's no monkey in the movie.
They have guns. That's it. They're just willing to shoot instead of just coming after you with chains and everything else.
It's a well-known fact that orangutans calm people down.
Oh, yeah.
That's science. That's science.
That's how it works.
Dude, oh my God, man, we can come up with so many, but thinking about Dungeons and Dragons though, and then kind of going off that because I know you guys want to talk about it, and I feel bad that I walked away, and you saved it for me. All right, Dungeons and Dragons, my take on it, real quick, because I want to hear what you guys have to say. I thought it was really good. I don't really understand all of the elements of it, so going into it, it was very unknown to me, but I really dug. All characters, all the actors did a great job in their roles, and it was a fun adventure story. So I was a big fan.
I agree wholeheartedly with that. I think Justice Smith really stepped his game up as a wizard. He was a lot of fun. There was I really enjoyed the young lady who plays in It. She plays a druid who turns into an owl bear, which is just awesome. I mean, one of the greatest parts of the whole movie. We got a lot of the fun characters that we wanted to see with the aspects of the characters that you want to see. It's kind of watching one of the many stories that would have been set up for you in a tale as a DM would take that and then start your game. Like it felt like that was kind of, you could build off of their story. So it was pretty cool. It was very rad. I love the way they did it. Chris Pine he emotes so much, and he really shows pain and sadness really good in those eyes. Like he also looks like he's gonna poop, but he's a good actor. He rides the line of right before you look constipated, he's still holding it. He's right in there.
He hasn't realized if this is an emergency or not. He's
Bingo.
still on the edge there. I think this might be a big one, but it might pass.
And he puts you on edge because of that, and it's a wonderful job. I enjoy this movie. I think this movie was what it needed to be, the fun romp that I think the Marlon Wayans movie wanted to be, but just didn't have the budget to do it, or the cast. There's a big problem with that 90s movie. That cast sucked.
Cast was awful.
You couldn't do anything with that script and make it better. There's just no way to increase your functionality in that piece of trash.
You mean you didn't like the movie that starred Wish version of Jimmy Olsen?
Yeah, no.
From Lois and Clark. Yeah, no, I don't blame you.
That is what he looked like, yeah.
No, he was Jimmy Olsen on Lois and Clark.
Yeah.
Wait, was he?
Yeah. Justin Whalen or something like that.
Oh my gosh, I didn't even realize that.
But he's like the Wish version because he's just not
the Wish.com.
Hey, Justin Whalen, isn't that the guy? Didn't he date Jennifer Aniston at one point?
No, that was Justin. He was on the Leftovers or whatever. Justin Theroux.
Justin Theroux, that's it. Thank you. Yeah.
I knew he had like a French last name that made him seem like he's way more elegant than any of us.
It's just it sounds French. It's just Canadian. They need to get over themselves and just accept.
Canadians.
Well, the French Canadians too. They still are trying to get out of. They don't want to be Canadians because they're too much of pricks. Like they're too mean to continue hanging out with the nice people. They're like, we do not like these. So they'll be gone one day.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna put us back on track on the review part. Go with my quick thing. So I actually didn't play a lot of D&D as a kid, but I read every D&D book, not just the supplemental stuff from the game, but also there's a shitload of fiction books by Margaret Rice, Tracy Hickman. R.A. Salvatore's done a bunch. There's a lot of fiction based around the D&D and Forgotten Realms universe, and I read a lot when I was young, and I read all of them. Companion series, The War of the Twins, like all this shit. I love the universe, so I always wanted to play D&D. Finally got there, but I didn't really play much of it as a kid. I fell asleep for a grand total of 20 minutes in the first hour of the movie. But from what I hear, I may have skipped a little bit of the droning parts of it that were a little long in the tooth. So I really loved the movie. Chris Pine's relationship with his daughter does not exist. I don't believe a second of it. And I thought it was the weakest part of the whole fuck. I was like, why even bother? Like, it's not helping it at all. You could have made it like your friend's daughter and it would have been better.
I like that they had a disconnect. And I think they explained it pretty well in the movie because remember he's like, I didn't know how to be a dad. I wanted your mom. And they even mentioned that to her. Where it kind of breaks her heart a little bit.
And I get that. The problem is that he comes in as a guy who's never been her father for a day in her life. Like that's as soon as you see their interactions together, it's like, has he ever really spent more than a weekend with this girl? Like ever. And at that point, it's like, then why is he willing to invest everything into saving her at the end when it is genuinely all about his wife? You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't invest it. I think it would have worked better without her being a daughter per se. You know what I'm saying?
I will say I think it worked better. The part that worked for me was Michelle Rodriguez's character's relationship with the daughter. I think that's the part that tied it in, that made you believe more of the Chris Pine to her. Yeah. But and I go back to that show, Welcome Tomorrow.
Hello Tomorrow.
Yeah, Hello Tomorrow, the Billy Crudup movie, TV show on Apple TV, where he's kind of that same guy. He doesn't really dad. He doesn't know how to dad. He's not around him enough to do dad stuff. He's trying to do what he's seen other people do, and I think that's kind of what Chris Pine is doing, is trying to do what he's heard other people do. But I like the disconnect more now in the fullness of time, I appreciate that because it really strengthens the Michelle Rodriguez purpose there.
It does, but my
Yeah.
issue with it is that they try to sell it as he does love his daughter, just loves his wife more. Like that's what they try to sell it as. But then what they're showing is he didn't even know his fucking daughter. He doesn't love his daughter at all. Michelle Rodriguez loves his daughter, right? Michelle, and that doesn't. It's the incongruity between what they're saying and what we're seeing that got to me, and in their relationship only. Okay, that's all I'm saying. I thought that was the weakest part of it, and I kind of wish they had just made it like Michelle Rodriguez's daughter, and he has to give up on resurrecting his wife to save, his best friend's life for her daughter.
I disagree, and I think they set it up right because he plays the father to me who was always out, and she took care of the daughter, but he loved his wife. He was devoted to her, so he didn't really get to know her when she was a baby. So when the mother died because of his actions, and he completely devoid of that entire life, she was part of that. And she was, of course, connecting with Michelle Rodriguez's character, and she was becoming more of the mother, the one that she knew, almost like what's that Pixar movie with the two brothers who have to save their dad? Who's not save their dad, but like they get
Onward
a day
Bound?
up. Yeah, something like that. Onward, right? Yeah,
Onward, yeah.
Onward, yeah.
So like how when he finally gets to it, he's gonna let his older brother have the time with him because he has the memories. His memories are with his older brother as more of a father figure. This I felt like served the same way. He loves his daughter, but he doesn't know how to love his daughter. So by the end of it, he realizes once she's gone, he gets out of the prison. He just wants to save his wife. He wants to bring her back so she can love the daughter the way she deserves. And then he figures out, oh wait, that this is her mother. Right. This is who I have to give up for, and this is my family, and I need to start being more devoted to them. So I felt like there was a lot of arc there for his character at the end to finally come around and be like, this is my family. I got to save it.
Like, I understand what you're saying because I feel like that's what they wrote is exactly what you're saying. I think that's the story they were telling. What I'm saying is I didn't feel it emotionally between them at all. Like, I didn't feel that story was there, intention or not. It just didn't. It felt like, honestly, like Chris Pine was on set with that girl for maybe 4 days and they had to jam every single scene in real quick. That's what it felt like to me. It just didn't feel like there was any relationship there between them at all. So when it came to what they were telling us in the script, in the story, what the characters were showing, I feel like she got a lot of time shooting with Michelle Rodriguez because the two of them had a very clear relationship. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the actresses I felt were getting along. Whereas when Chris Pine was involved in it, it just felt like there was nothing there at all. So it pulled me out. But having said that, I understand that what you're saying is the intent, I believe, and was what I just didn't feel it. Beyond that, though, like having read as much as I have, that was one of the books entirely. I was so ecstatic through the whole thing. Every move they were making, everything they were doing, little sly comments, every place they were at, they described, the maps they showed, it was all accurate.
All the characters were actually characters from the story. Whenever they discussed a character, that was a character from the story somewhere in the lore.
They mentioned 5 different characters from the like Crystal Cavern storyline at the beginning of the companion series. They just constantly mentioned people and places that exist, and it was really cool. I was like, holy shit! Like, if you don't know, doesn't do anything for you. This is just really cool background on where they're at. If you do know, like, this is some fan service, like champions, you know. And then the badassery was nonstop. I mean, it was nonstop. The constant development of powers, as happens in D&D. The shapeshifter was just, the tiefling was just phenomenal. Amazing. The constant use of shapeshifting the way a person who plays a shapeshifter in D&D does. I laughed because at one point it was a signature move that I've done in D&D and Vampire we were playing. Like, I've done it in every game where I have a choice where I can turn into a bear, is the fly at somebody and turn into a bear midway through the air and land on him as a bear. And she does that, and I was like, yes! You know, fly at him as a bird, transform to a bear and land on him. And it was like, yes, there we go. For me, it was just nonstop adventure, start to end. I just loved it.
Yeah, and and that's what I love about it. I love that adventure aspect of it, and like just kind of how all the action played out in it. I will say this though. I was very disappointed that nobody said obfuscate.
Yeah, that's a Vampire the Masquerade thing.
All right, damn. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I hate to cut it short, guys, but we got to start going transitioning towards the next show. And it's stepping in, guys. We're going to take an extended break. Casey and I will be back at 7 o'clock for the Back to the Future reading. We'll be in and out to like just say to introduce the new shows and such. Hi, but it's not really us because we want to focus on these great shows. Next up is the Stuck in My Mind podcast, hosted by Wise. He is the man.
We love Wise. Wise is amazing.
You guys are going to have a great time with him. He's always a lot of fun, and just make sure to join in, watch all the shows, because after that we have Perfect 10 with George G3. Then we have the crossover with the Harris or Sturdy and 3P.
Yeah.
Oh, take it away, my friend, if you got it.
Oh, I was just trying to help. I was just
No, I trust you. You can take it. No. Then we're going to do the Back to the Future reading at 7. Then after that, Billy, we'd love for you to return for the Movie Trivia Battle Royale and hang out with us if you're up for it. You have the link, so once you see that, jump in, and it's going to be a lot of fun. All right, guys. So let's bring Wise in.
Yeah, Wise.
Wise, what's up, man?
What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing?
Good.
Great,
How you
man.
doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, brothers. I'm doing great. Can't complain.
Fantastic. Looking wonderful as always. That's really what matters, buddy.
Thank you. Nah, listen, you and anytime you and Mick do anything like this, I know I'm always down.
Hey,
This
the
is the power of podcasting, and that's what I'm going to talk about. So
You are the man with that. And before we go, Chris is asking where we at now. So why don't we check it, and then we'll take
who
off.
made the biggest donation for the hour?
Yeah, who do we have this hour? Who crushed it? Did we have a quiet hour?
Yes, we did. We did have a winner for this hour. Let me pull them up. I'll pull up everything, and then come on, where is it? All right. So we're at 940 now. We're 60 away from 1,000. Guys, let's get there. Hopefully, we can get there in the next half hour or so. Cole Johnson, thank you so much for this.
That's my brother Cole Johnson. He was we was actually chatting before, and he said, and I sent him the links and everything. And he says, "Yeah, I just made a $25 donation." But shout out to my brother Cole Johnson. I'll let him know.
Thank you, Cole. Thank you, Cole. We appreciate it.
He did win a. All right, I'll just show you that. It's a 50th anniversary Star Trek pin. He's going to get a new one, not this one, but
I'll let him know.
Yeah, if he messages me his information, I'll make sure it's sent over to him. But guys, thank you so much for your donations. This right now, though, for the next 2 hours, where's the? Oh yeah, we're going to do a Lost Boys 11x16. Casey's going to show it to you poster.
Let's see.
So highest donation.
Lost Boys.
It is brand new, never been hung or anything before. And if you know what, I may even put a frame on that for you guys when I send it out to you.
Frame would be a nice touch. Frame would definitely be a nice touch.
I've got one right here, so we will frame it up. So the next time I show it to you, it will be in a frame.
Yes. So yeah, if you guys can, whoever highest
the next
donation,
2 hours, right? Next 2 hours.
Yeah, we'll do it till 7 because then we're gonna have some Back to the Future prizes, and yeah, we'll go from there. So guys, we'll be back around 5:30 to introduce the Perfect 10. But until then, hang out with Wise because it's an awesome show. All right, Wise. I'll see you in a bit.
All right, guys. Love you guys. All right, what's going on, everybody? I am WIZE, and we're going to talk about the power of podcasting. And actually, what we're doing here is a perfect example of what can podcasting do. What was the goal, Mick? What was the original goal you had? If you can come on right quick and let me know. Anyone's there? Anyway, so let's get to 1,000 people. Let's get there. And this is what we do. This is what I love, giving back to the community. Anytime Mick and Casey have anything going on, I'm always jumping in because we're a family. This is a community making fun of Fast and the Furious movies, but we're definitely a family though. We always look out for each other. This has been a great community. So when you do join such a great community and network with such amazing people, it's so, oh man, like feel better. I don't have nothing but love, feel better. When he came on earlier, he talked about Palapalo. Phil has introduced me to so many different things to help me improve as a podcaster. And he didn't have to do it. He didn't have to offer me an opportunity to take one of his courses and learn. And so when you start building a great podcast and start developing stuff, relationships and all that, you get a lot of opportunities to help improve yourself. And when people see that you're serious about your craft, they're more than willing to help. So big shout out to Phil, because Podopolo is a great app. There are there's a lot of great tools out there. Phil's taught me how automation. He's definitely sign up for any other courses Phil offer, because the man knows what he's talking about. So all right, so why is podcast a powerful tool for sharing your message? This is a prime example. This right here going on right now, there's so many different podcasts coming together for a great cause. So this just shows you that podcasting is a great movement. A lot of people consume podcasts like crazy now. It's especially if you're putting out some great content like the Scene Snobs. I love the Scene Snobs. Great show, because Mick and Casey put their heart and soul into what they're doing, and people see that. So when you actually put yourself, really your authentic self, when you can really be yourself and do what you do and love what you do, it's just an amazing feeling. So that's the power of podcasting over here. There's so many different things, so many opportunities that I've gotten from doing my podcast. Number one is the relationships you build, of course. Where those are some of the great, like Cole Johnson, great dude, amazing man. Just told him about the cause. He comes out and shows what he's worth, and he's an amazing person. He's another person who's taught me a lot of things. He's introduced me to how to really structure my podcast and make it a much better show. It's the power of networking. It's the power of relationships that you build. And this is one of the benefits of starting a podcast and really investing yourself into your podcast. Let me mute this right quick. Hold on. Sorry. I was supposed to have Poppy J on. That's my nephew. We do a show, Wise and Poppy J. My camera on? Yes. Okay. And so check us out. We're on the BS3 network, which is a Roku channel, every Friday night at 8 p.m. Central, 9 p.m. Eastern. Another thing, man, it's just I love to be able to do podcasts. I've probably got like 3 or 4 shows that I do, but it's so much fun. It's not work to me. It's just being able to come on here and talk to people and express how I feel about what I do. I love to podcast. I don't really do it. Yes, there's, of course, everybody wants to eventually monetize a podcast, but there's other ways you can do it. There's other skills I've developed that has helped me not just worry about focusing and monetizing my podcast. I could just actually come on and just have fun and do my podcast. It's the skills that I've developed doing my podcast that is actually helping me benefit from doing it. All right. So one of the key things is promoting on social media, TikToks, Instagram. If you're serious about promoting your show, you have to at least drop two links or drop 2 pieces of content on Instagram, drop 2 pieces of content on TikTok, whatever, until you start seeing some growth on it. And it's just so many different things to help you get your name out there if you want to. But that again, I can't keep touching on networking, going on other people's podcasts, going out there and appearing on any other podcasts out there. I've probably done a bunch of shows with everyone in the network that me and Mick are on. Jeff, I've done Jeff Ravilla's show. Big shout out to Jeff, who has a great bunch of shows. I've been on Phil Better's show. The 3 Geeks, love them. They do some great stuff. Tim and his crew at they just changed the name again, but I keep trying to want to name it the old name, but if someone can remind me what it is, just what it is. Horror with gotta remember to have fun. Absolutely. You definitely gotta remember to have fun. This is work. Sucks. I'm at work. I'll be checking in. Sucks for you, Chris. I apologize. But hey, you at least get to check it out and see us live on air. But horror show with Sir Sturdy. How's it going? It's going great, brother. I listen to podcasts more than anything. I've grown to learn to listen. Oh man, there's so many shows out there, and it's really a lot. I listen to a lot of the people that I've become friends with because I just enjoy their content. They just create some great content. But I don't really. There's no one. I don't really listen to any of the big names. I really enjoy because I got some dope friends, man. Mick got some great guys. Has a great show. Phil has a great show. So there's a lot of people that I get to learn. Oh yes, thank you. Funny science fiction popcast, but it's FSF Popcast crew. Yes, thank you, George. I appreciate it. Sorry, Tim. I apologize for not remember. Tim's is a great dude, man. I love Tim. I just, oh man, I just have a great. Just the fact that I get to come on here and talk to people and share my love for podcasting and share and want to give back to the MS Association of America. People just keep donating, get us to 1,000. We want to get to 1,000 before 7, but let's go before 6. If we get to 1,000, see, the original was 500. Let's get to 1,000. Let's double that. Come on, everybody that's out there. If you haven't donated yet, please do. Mick said we were at 940. So we're at 940, $60 more. Let's work. Let me keep sharing this on Facebook. I really did earlier, but let me reshare it, see if someone can get it on the all right. Oh man, but it is a hot day here, and I really don't have a fan in my studio. I'm working on that. I'm here I didn't expect it to be so hot today up here. It's just extremely hot today. Let's see. Give me a second. See, I completely went off. So I've been using ChatGPT lately, right? And I've really completely went off whatever structure I have started on it. But let's see. What haven't I touched on? So when you do all right, so when podcasting is not when everybody starts to come to realize, especially when you're independent podcaster and you don't have anyone to edit your video, edit your audio. In my case, I started off with audio. I eventually downloaded Audacity, which is a free tool, which I recommend for anybody. It's simple to use. And just started with that. I still use it actually to edit my audio. And then people don't like that's something people don't like to do. So I sell myself to people to edit the audio. That's another way I've been able to help myself make some money. Please believe me, that's something no one wants to do is edit their audio. It's so tiring. That's why I've transitioned to live. It's so much easier for me to do live because now I can focus on my client's audio and not worry about my own because my show's live. I've erased that issue for myself. Going live has benefited me so much because, again, I don't have to go audio. If I mess up, I mess up. But on my show, I usually have a guest. So this solo episode thing is kind of new to me. I don't really do many solo episodes, as if you can tell. I usually do have a guest on, and we usually have questions for them. So it would be cool if anyone has any questions or anything. Okay. Okay, so one of the things we could definitely talk about is the future of podcasting and where it's going. When you have apps like Podopolo that are giving back to the independent podcasters, it shines a bright light for podcasting. When you have programs like Podmatch who pays podcasters when you use pay podcasters to interview guests, but they from the profits that from they're making from their clients, it's a great feeling. So my man Cole Sports, thank you for the how did I get started in podcasting? All right, everyone. So I started in 2020. I was furloughed from my job during the pandemic. I had equipment that I had purchased in 2019. I was going to do a sports podcast, and it never happened. Fast forward 2020, I get furloughed from my job, and I start doing my podcast. And it has nothing to do with sports. It has to do with mindset and developing skills and just wanting to help and put out positive content out there, because at the time it was just so much nonsense. It was the elections, George Floyd situation, just a lot of negative news and negative content. And I just felt that it was time to just create some positive content, put out content that would uplift and inspire people. So Stuck in My Mind was born, and it was born from I'm like everyone else out there. We've all gone through something in life. Everyone has a story. And I just felt it was time for me to share mine and have my guests come on and share their stories and share their journeys with what they've gone through. And it's been a great experience being able to come on and be myself, come on and talk to people and have some great conversations and learn from them, and at the same time providing content for people to learn as well. So it's been a win-win for me. It was just funny because I have a story where I thought I was being selfish because I was learning so much from my podcast, especially from a lot of the great guests that I've had on. And a guest broke it down to me was, it's not being selfish, it's actually self-love. It's you wanting to improve, and the fact that you're sharing it with your audience shows that you care about your audience, because you want them to grow and learn from what you're experiencing as well. So it's been great to be able to put the content that I put out. I've had some wonderful guests. I've actually got to speak to Bob Doyle, who was a contributor to The Secret, which is a book and a documentary I really do enjoy. And to be able to sit down and speak with him and interview him on my podcast was something I would have never dreamt of when I started this. And to be able to speak to him, be able to speak to learn and actually have feel better on my show. I still need to have Mick and Casey on the show. Definitely got to have them come on and talk about the Scene Snobs and talk about what drives them to do what they do, because they're some amazing guys. They're always doing some charity work. They're always giving back to their communities, and that's something us independent podcasters really need to know, is that we need to give back to our communities, give back to your local communities, help support them, and show them that, hey, we're here for you. Because a lot of my audience is local. A lot of my audience is that listen, even though I have my podcast has been listened to all over the world. A lot of my listeners are within my state, within my community. And so you have to learn how to give back. And they're always giving back. Who are 3 famous people, if any of you would like to interview on my podcast? Who would I like to interview on my podcast? Pat Flynn is definitely one person I would like to have on my podcast. That's interesting. Maybe I I don't know. Would I want Elon on my show? It would definitely boost up, but no. But Pat Flynn is definitely someone I would love to have on. Oh, definitely Gary V. Gary V is definitely someone I would love to interview because he just the way he views life is amazing. Um, and one other person. That would be the sports fan in me. That would probably be Derek Jeter. But that's just because I just love Derek Jeter. So just to be able to interview him would be awesome. And those would be the three people I would like to interview. What else? All right, so some tips for growing your podcast or actually no, this is some tips on growing your podcast and expanding your reach. One key is being consistent. When I first started, I probably dropped an episode every month or every month and a half, and of course, you're not going to get any listens that way. So when I started dropping a more consistency, it started growing and growing to the point where it went from people not wanting to be on the show to people wanting to come on the show and be a part of it, to where now with tools like Podmatch and Podopolo, I've actually almost doubled my downloads in the last 4 months compared to the first 2.5 years. And it's because it's consistency. Is you have to continue to do what you do and at the same time grow and develop. No one starts off a great podcaster. It takes time. It takes growth. It took me, I don't know how many episodes to really get comfortable with what I'm doing. To even now where I'm a little bit nervous because again, it's a solo episode. I really don't do solo episodes, but you have to make yourself uncomfortable to want to improve on things that you're not good at. And this is something I'm not good at, but I'm willing to take the risk and learn and go and grow from it because that's the kind of mindset you have to have. You have to believe that, hey, let me try it. I'm continue to do solo episodes eventually because I need to get comfortable with it. There's sometimes a guest is going to call out and I have to do a solo episode. So I need to get out of, and it's funny because that's how I started. I started doing the podcasting by myself. I just didn't enjoy it. Or maybe it wasn't because I wasn't enjoying the topic. It was, of course, stupid media stuff. So that's why I wasn't enjoying it. But maybe if no doubt, if I discuss topics like this, of like growing your podcast, tips about growing your podcast, or ways to find guests, if you are a interview podcast, ways you find guests using Facebook groups or listings like Matchmaker FM, Podmatch. There's different tools to be used. But it's just awesome to be able to, I can't explain how awesome it is to be able to do this. I kind of weak point for me as well. So because I feel I would overthink. And you know what, Sir Sturdy, you're absolutely right. Sometimes you do overthink it. You're trying to make it perfect. And so I have bullet points that I'm supposed to follow, but I'm still breaking that in. But it's a learning process. It's me wanting to take that risk. I didn't have to take it. It's just I wanted to take it at a time and hey, this is a perfect time. Being able to come on and it's for a great cause. I love you, buddy. It's fun risk. It is. Oh, my man, Jason. Thank you. What's going on, Jason? It is, brother. It's great to be able to come on and just take that chance and be yourself. Have fun. Love what you do. I love podcasting. I love to be able to come here and talk to people. I understand podcasting is supposed to be fun too. That's why my two crews and I do this. They were from Internet Station and they felt they were, yeah. It's being able to, first of all, being independent is great because I don't have a boss. I do what I want. I interview the people I want to interview. It's my show. I get to anywhere else, if you work for somebody, if you work for a station or whatever, you have bosses you answer to. Being independent podcasters, we don't have anyone we answer to, especially if you don't really have sponsors. If you can say what you want, do what you do, and that's it. You get to be yourself. It when the day this becomes a job is the day I stop doing it, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. I'm having too much fun. Being able to do stuff like this is one of the reasons that I do my podcast, is to be able to reach out to people and make a difference. And if there's someone out there that can benefit from my experience in podcasting, works. If you are passionate about the topics, yes. And my man Cole is definitely someone who I am blessed to have in my life. It's crazy because we've known each other for a year now, and Cole has become one of my best friends in the industry. He's taught me so much, and he's blessed me with being a great friend, and at the same time being a great mentor. So I definitely appreciate him. I was the opposite. I didn't do a podcast with other people for 6 years, and now we actually do a show together, which is called Mentality. Great show. He's an amazing executive producer. Definitely check it out. It's Mentality. You can check it out on Comey Media YouTube channel, or check it out on Real Wise TV. You can catch the replays. I think he's live Tuesday at 2, I want to say, and I'm Tuesdays at 8:00 on Real Wise TV YouTube channel. It's a great show. It's a great show, and it gives me the opportunity to just have fun. He gives me topics and he just throws an alley-oop and I just dunk it. I need to get better at the solo stuff. I need someone to play off. Yes, Jason. I know, because you always the 3 geeks. I joke with Jason because there's more than 3 geeks, man. There's always more than 3 geeks on this show. So it's funny that it's the 3 geeks, but it's always more than 3 geeks on the show. Yes, definitely the GoFundMe. Check out the GoFundMe. We're trying to get to 1,000 people. Definitely help get us there. Oh yes. And I appreciate everybody for the time. This has been fun. I promise next year it's going to be better, because I will be here next year. Anytime the snobs need me, I'm there. I love those guys. They're some amazing dudes. So, my brother Jeff DeWaskin, one of the few people I've been able to meet in live, in color. Yes. Me and Jeff have been able to hang out twice. Last year's Podfest and then this year's Podfest. Had a great experience. Jeff is a great dude. He's an amazing comedian. I'm lying. No, he's not. Nah, I'm just kidding, Jeff. I love you, brother. Jeff is a dope person, man. Definitely check out Classic Conversations with Jeff DeWaskin. I need to. Yes. Well, listen. This is me and Jeff's goal. Jeff and I's goal is to get the group that we know, make you, everybody, Tina. We want to get Maria Daniels, Stacy, all these people that we have this connection with. We trying to get everybody to come down to Podfest so we can take over Podfest. We definitely want to be representing at Podfest. So me and Jeff want to know whenever you're ready, Mick. If you don't have your other hosts here, if your other host is in here, I'm still willing to stay on some more. I'm having fun being able to chat with people. So if you want me to give me more time, give me more time. I appreciate it. But yes, Jason.
I'd always give you more time, Wise. I love you, buddy.
No, but
your show. I'm going on the other side.
me and Jeff actually we've been wanting to talk to everybody about going to next year's Podfest and getting a group together. Somehow, it's just a great experience, man, to be able to go down and network and meet some great people. Of course, they have some great classes that you can go learn stuff from, but some of the most fun is when you're in the hallways, walking through the Podfest and linking up with podcasters out there. So
I would love to check it out. Go back to my old stomping grounds of Orlando.
you're from Orlando?
No, I went to college there. I went to Full Sail, so it was like right outside of Orlando in Winter Park, and I loved it. I love when I was out there. I loved it. Now I'm a big dude. I don't know if I'm gonna take that heat.
No, yeah, we can't take the heat. Yeah,
I definitely can't. So I stay out of the kitchen.
no, actually, it was in January, so it wasn't so hot. So we had a great time, and where you're really not outside. You're indoors, and they have AC, so
I could take that. That's fine all day. Now, Wise, I want to say I appreciate you so much doing this. You are always a huge supporter when we do stuff like this, and us, and podcasting wise, you are somebody to look up to, for sure. I watch the show. I love it. You are so mindful with every interview you do. When it's just you handle yourself so well on the mic. You're absolutely somebody who, in this game of podcasting, I really enjoy watching, because more and more the majority of the things I consume are podcasts, and yours is definitely one of them.
I really appreciate it. Bro, listen, you, in case every time when I get a chance, I get to catch y'all live on YouTube on Friday mornings, 7 a.m. Definitely check them out. 7 a.m. Right? That's the time.
7 a.m. man. And
Friday,
if you want to come on, like, if you're available and you want to come hang out with us, you let me know, and I'll bring you.
Let me know. I always come on and definitely hop in. You have to listen. I love supporting all the fellow podcasters, man.
Yeah, you're very outspoken about that.
You have to support each other. There's no reason we shouldn't support you. You're not my competition. Like, no. We have to cheer each other on. We have to boost each other. Listen, we have to battle the machine. So us independent podcasters need to get together and boost each other up. We're battling the machine out there. So it's great to be able to have this great community where we're cheerleaders. Everybody, I have pom-poms waving when the three geeks come on, when Jeff come on, when Scene Snobs. You have to just be out there with your pom-poms waving. That's it. Cheering. I don't want to share it. Share content. What does it hurt for you to just share someone's content? It comes across your streamline, share it.
Yeah. And I think the cool thing for me, and what I see, especially with all of you, and especially the people you named, and even Jeff, who's a real jerk. No. Even Jeff, though. You guys, and I shouldn't even say even Jeff. He's of course included in this, but
of course,
you get a lot of podcasts that do the same things. You do. They're all over the place. Everybody's kind of it's very few niches in this world.
Yeah.
And what stands out are good hosts.
Yes.
And that is something, like, just through this whole journey, you can just see good hosts, and that's who the ones are still, like, out there killing it and moving up and bringing, like, originality to it and a lot of fun. And you for sure do that. And I love watching you being a part of it.
Listen, I appreciate you guys, man. I appreciate everybody. Jason, Jason I was on his podcast. That's one of the first podcasts I did was Three Geeks, and I had a blast. And I've done it a couple of times after that. But
yeah,
it's these relationships that you build. It's being able to connect with some amazing people. It's like you connect yourself. Even though our shows are completely different, we're still like-minded people. We like to have fun, talk, be ourselves, and just put out some great content. So,
and you know what, I want to pick this up too, because I know the guys are there waiting for Perfect 10, and we're going to bring them in just a second. Yeah. Listen, Jeff, I complimented you. You can at least compliment us too. No, but I want to continue this. I would actually love to do an episode where Oh wow, blinked for a
good?
second.
All right.
I would love to do all in lowercase, Jeff. God, he cannot win with me, and I'm picking on. This is like a thing we have going on lately where we're just kind of messing with each other. I feel when a comedian does that, I feel like blessed almost. You know what I mean? Like a comedian messing with you.
Episode where I don't freeze, Mick. Was it his episode he was freezing?
We just did. We just froze for a
Yeah,
second.
no, we froze. Yes.
So no, it doesn't happen often, Jeff. You quiet. No, but I would love to do an episode. You know, maybe we get Phil on stuff and just talk about like the art of podcasting and stuff like that. So
I would love to. Listen. Anytime I get to sit down and listen to Phil speak, that's my podcast crush right there. Is Phil.
Phil's great. Phil's such an amazing guy. He's such a sweet guy too to do as much. As
I love Phil. Like Phil's been amazing. Phil's he's teaching me how to automation. He's teaching me all that. It's helped me out a lot. Phil knows what he's talking about, people. Definitely. If you hear Phil speak, listen. Definitely sit down and listen, because his goal is to get 1 million podcasts.
That is a philosophy that I do not agree with, and he and I have actually had, and that's the best part about Phil too, is we have had real in-depth conversations. It's never an argument if we disagree. I listen to his philosophy, he listens to mine. It's like you and I have very similar conversations. I love you too, Jeff, and I appreciate you. And next time you ask me to be on, I'll be there. I was just busy the night you asked me. So well, I know the guys are waiting, so I don't want to keep them, but I will message you because I do want to do this. I think it would be a really fun thing to do, and we haven't done something other than this together, and I've been dying to do it. So
let me know. I'm there.
Wise, you are the man. Guys, everybody, you need to check out his shows. I'm going to have everything linked by the end with this, and it's also linked. I linked everybody on our social media post, so you can go and check it out there. But I would love to do a show with you. We're going to set that up. I'm going to bring in the next group of guys, and you'll have a little extra time. Sorry to take it up on you, but the Perfect 10 podcast is next. Wise, thanks again.
Thanks for having me, brother. Appreciate it.
If you want, after the Back to the Future read, if you want to jump back on the link, we're going to do a movie trivia battle royale.
I'll be there. I'll be here for that.
All right, sweet, man. I will see you then. Thank you so much.
Brother. Later.
All right, take care, everybody. All right, these guys need no introduction, but I'm going to give them one anyway because they deserve an introduction. A great introduction. So let me get my best Hugh Jackman on. Since the dawn of time, few podcasts have ever become so epic that they have exploded stars. And this is not one of them. This is the perfect. No, I'm just kidding. The Perfect 10 is a great show. It's a show where, like, when they go over their lists, it's just, I find myself either agreeing very happily or not happily at all, and I still love it because it's fun to listen to. So I'm going to bring them on without further ado. It's the guys from Perfect 10 and Jason from 3 Geeks jumping in with them. George G3, Bodine, and Jason. Welcome to the show, guys. And I'm going to step off. I'm going to let you do your show. Thank you guys so much, and I will see you in about 30.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear the 5% of George's list that is wrong. Let's go.
Jeez. Thanks a lot.
I love you, buddy.
Love you too.
Hi, Bodine. Nice to meet you.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I was going to say,
testing 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Uh-oh.
It's just us. George is gone. Well, I can fill up some screen time here. We're going to be doing the Perfect 5 on 5 of our favorite things to do. And why George is working on getting rebooted. I'm going to go to you, Bo. What is your number 5 favorite thing of all time to do?
Unbelievable.
He's back.
Unbelievable.
Back by popular demand.
Oh, it's that stupid Spectrum and their wonderful internet connection.
Hey, I have Spectrum. I'm fine. Look at me. I'm coming through in full HD.
Unreal. And I was just saying, it's locking up on me something fierce over on my side, and this is the problem I've been having for almost since January. This is just ridiculous.
All right, man, it's fine. Just talk through it. We can hear you.
Well, I'll just say, first and foremost, Bodine, thanks for jumping in and helping out. You know, we at the Perfect 10, of course, appreciate your friendship and your sponsorship big time as being a big part of the show. We really appreciate it. In fact, today I even shared a little bit of your book story to one of my friends, Dave, who is a good buddy of mine who works for a store. And he's very intrigued. And I said, get a book. So I think I sold a book for you today too.
Well, first of all, I'm happy because my ego is not so big where I would not be. I'm happy to come off the bench and be a rotation player, not a starter. I'm okay with that because rotation players do a great job of making the game continue. So it's all right. No problem. I'm happy with that. My ego isn't so big it can't walk through a door. Number two, I appreciate the shout out regarding the book. Actually, I found out yesterday that I did not get a chance to tell you. My hardcover is now in the top 100. So it's an Amazon bestseller, ranked number 63 as of yesterday. And so, you know, tortoise in the hair, baby. Tortoise in the hair. Not everybody's fortunate enough to be, you know, a bestseller, New York Times, Washington Post, USA Today immediately. Some folks get there by taking their time and getting there. So I appreciate the shout outs. Let's jump to it.
Yeah, and Jason, of course, is no stranger to helping us out and jumping in on being a part of the show either. Neither is Mick or Casey as well. We love having them for our holiday episodes.
Yeah, especially that Christmas episode.
First of all, I get one time a year. I don't want to hear it, and then you get mad at me because I talk about the Catholic Church. So leave me alone.
No, hey, no, that's not true. You did turn around and do the vacation destination with me just a couple months ago. So that's not true.
Don't forget when you're in church to kneel.
Okay. We are cramming in for a 30-minute show here and doing our top 5 favorite things that we like to do in life. And of course, I will let our guest go first. Mr. Bodine, give us number 5.
Well, I'm going to be, hopefully, I'm not, I'm a writer. I'm an artist. I think differently. So I might, my categories might be, unconventional, but I'll give it to you the way I got it. Number 5 is bowling. Did you hear me?
Yeah,
Yep.
no, bowling is a lot of fun. I really like the food at bowling. I like that you can, be a bowling athlete and be able to eat wings and some hot dogs and snacks. Yeah, bowling's solid.
Bryce would agree with that. Jason?
My number 5 is trolling George on the Perfect 10. One of my favorite things to do. George's lists are, to say that I don't agree with them would be an understatement, but it is always fun to support those guys. And I love trolling George. It's so much fun. He has some strong opinions.
Well, my number 5, of course, is going to the movies. That's the one thing that my wife and I have enjoyed doing ever since we started dating. Our first date was dinner and a movie. So we definitely love going to see a ton of movies. We even took Bryce, I think he was even as young as 3, going to movies. I mean, we saw Captain America was his first movie, and he loved it at age 3. And he was so very well behaved. All the other kids will be kicking and screaming, and he's sitting there going, this is cool. He enjoyed it a lot. So, movies is our thing. And so, yeah, number 5 for me, it's going to the movies. Let's move on to 4. Bodine?
This one was a tough one, but I'm going to put my foot down and say tennis is number 4. Playing tennis.
Nice. I like how your list is like the exact opposite of mine. Yours is like active and you're doing things. It's awesome.
And Jason, a common denominator that you said in a few minutes ago, food is a part of all of them. You gotta eat food. You gotta have some food.
My number 4 favorite thing to do is read. I love sitting down with a book and reading. I like going to a place of imagination. I love cheesy mysteries, like James Patterson books all day.
Oh, he's got it, and he's got it named the number 1 author of all time. The dude has sold billions of books.
Yeah, he makes a good airport novel. I think that's what they're called. The fast read. Yeah.
I love the way he collaborates with folks. He's helping folks jumpstart their career or boost their career if they're already an author. So he is my top guy in terms of authors.
Yeah, I'm a Stephen King fan and everything. So people, before you jump on me in the comments, I like other books too. I'm just saying that a good mystery is fast and easy reads. Where you at, George?
Mine is coaching. I've done it for now over 34 years, between coaching and officiating ever since I was 16 years old. Walked into a YMCA and helped out with a adult handicap gym and swim class, and next thing I know, 2 months later, I'm working with youth sports and have never looked back since. So number 4 is going to be coaching and officiating for me.
Nice.
Really enjoy it a lot. I liked sports, from the get-go, and that was something that I never anticipated on doing. I'm not going to lie. Especially officiating. I thought I definitely would go on to play something, but I really took to coaching and officiating a little bit more. So I enjoy that. So that's at my number 4. Let's
Awesome.
kick it over for number 3.
With me?
Yep.
Fishing. Love fishing.
The best relaxation sport on the planet.
Well, it could be both. It could be very exciting depending on the type of fish you're trying to catch that you do hook, or it could be a relaxing, just mellow time. So it depends on the crew that you're with and what you're trying to what's the goal of the day. So, yeah.
And that's true. I do know a couple of guys who do the deep sea fishing, and that one's more of a workout than it is the relaxation.
Nice. My number 3, and this is really the only one that involves me leaving my house, and that is going on vacation with the kids and going specifically to Universal Studios. I am so glad that my daughter takes after me and prefers Universal over Disney, because one, Universal is not as expensive. Like, you can get a drink at a decent price at Universal Studios, but if you go to Disneyland, it's like 4 or 5 times the price that Universal is. It's ridiculous, but I love going to Universal. I love going on vacations. I like reading on the beach. I don't like the water or the sand, but I do like reading on the beach. So that's where I'm at.
Well, Jason, I grew up 2 hours from both those locations.
Nice.
All right, my number 3, and this one's a strong one, and everybody knows that this would definitely be on my list. Fantasy football is definitely
I'm glad it's not watching Smallville. I'm glad that's not your number 3.
Oh man, I'm just gonna get hammered. It's like, come on, man, no, fantasy football. This is now going to be year number 31. I've been doing it, so This year will be 31 years. It's quite an impressive little feat, but hey, started off with the newspaper and pen and paper and a bet between me and my buddy Jamie and Kevin, and said, all right, who do you think could put a better team together? And it started off as just a simple little bet, and it blew up into one heck of a ride so far. So I definitely can't complain. A lot of guys now between two states. I have two leagues. I have one in Michigan, the MI Aces, and the Nuts for the Ohio guys. And we've been having a pretty good time. Plus the group, of course, on the Dueling Aces show as well. So we have a good time doing it.
You know, it's surprising. If anybody that's watching knows me at all, they know that I'm not a sports guy. But I love fantasy football because I love beating people that know about it. And I got first place this year. First place.
Did you really?
I don't know who any of the players are, but every year I do great.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
The Dueling Aces Football Fantasy League.
Oh, I'm sure we can I'm sure we can pull up a slot for you.
Yeah.
I don't think that'll be that hard. I think that'll be easy.
Good job, Jason. I would be one of those guys if I participated, but I don't participate. So good job. I mean, I love sports, I love football, but I do not participate in fantasy. So
I do. It makes them mad when I do well. It makes everybody mad, even the people not in the league.
Oh, I can see why.
Know anything.
I can see why.
It's all about stats, guys.
Yeah.
Right. Well, even the stats man can get it wrong sometimes.
Oh, that's because they let their emotions get in the way.
The one rule I was told, George, when playing fantasy football is never draft a quarterback first. I always draft a quarterback first.
I was going to say, in my scoring system, a lot of people will usually draft a quarterback first. 1 point per yard, they're grabbing a quarterback first.
All right, number two.
Number two, Bodine.
Number two is golf.
There it is. That's the one I figured for sure.
Yeah, that's my number two. Nothing like being out in the on the golf course, not just participating and playing the sport, but seeing the time of year, leaf change, the scenery, the animals. Depending on where you are, you can see different animals, be it foxes, deer. I once saw an albino deer. And so, yeah, you just, down south, you can see a gator, wild turkeys, armadillos. I mean, if you're paying attention, you could really enjoy the scenery. Very semi, walking a trail.
Nice. I haven't watched a golf game since Happy Gilmore won the PGA Tour. My number two is going to be one of the most nerdy answers anybody's heard. Binging a television show. I love binging a TV show. I have a gift, and I can work while I watch TV, and it doesn't affect my productivity. And I can say I binge a lot. I work like 12-hour days, and it happens to be one of my favorite things to do. So, I have the best job in the world because I can do both. And I can do both. I'm not just like sitting there watching TV and not working. But yeah, a good TV show, man. I'm in.
Sweet.
George's number two is hating on Steve Martin movies.
Oh. No, close. This right here. Since 97, I've wanted to beat up one of the ESPN radio dudes down in Cleveland for, not even letting me get a point across for an argument and just cut it off. And I was like, well, fine. I'll turn around and I'll make my own damn show. Here I am 5 years later, and I've got two of them. So the podcasting / vidcast is definitely something I really enjoy doing. And I've met some awesome people, you guys, of course, included along the way. Bodine's actually was truly just a Facebook news feed just happened to come across with their little demographic thing and came across his show. So I mean, it's amazing how much, you know, the previous Wise even said, how much of a family and a friendship group that podcasters can become is truly impressive. And
You know,
it's
crazy.
It's a lot of fun.
You're 100% right, and I should have put podcasting on my list. Ignore my number 4 because that's where podcasting is going to go. Because all of my best friends, like I was telling Samantha when we first started dating, like all of the friends that I hang out with now, I hang out with virtually. Like Mick, Casey, George, the guys over at Funny Science Fiction, my guys, like we all hang out in this little world, and they're all my best friends. Like I spend more time talking to Mick than I do talking to somebody in real life. And yeah, friends. Who needs friends in real life? You can have podcast. I get to finally meet Mick and Casey soon, and I'm really excited about that. Luckily, we met George last year. We had lunch together, but yeah,
that was awesome. It's a lot of fun when you do finally get to meet up and hang out, and you know, you get to have even more conversation. And you know, my guys, a large group of them for the Dueling Aces side, it was COVID, of course, hit, and I said, hey guys, why don't we talk about a couple different things within sports? I said, and we can just sit there since nobody else has anything better to do because nobody was working. And they said, yeah, why not? So they, of course, jumped in and said, yeah, we like this. We can do it once a week. Yeah, why not? So
yeah,
we did.
Wise, Jeff, I'm in a group called Land of Misfit Podcasts, and it's just those are the people I talk to on a regular basis as podcasters. So yeah, that should definitely be on my list. 1,000%. What about you, Bo? Where's your number 1? Sorry, George, I kind of took over.
No, we're good. Good lead in.
My number 1 is obvious football. Anything to do with football, all activities around football, tailgating, watching it, sitting in the stands at the tailgate, throwing football around. I am crazy enough at my age that if someone challenged me to put on a helmet and shoulder pads, I would do it. So, no question. It's in my DNA.
Nice. One of my favorite things to do is play John Madden football. I'm not a sports guy, but I love sports video games. All of them. So much fun. But
nice.
My number 1, it's my favorite thing in the world to do. It's where I get the most peace in my life. And I guess this does involve leaving my house, is going to the movies. It has been my favorite thing to do since I was 2 years old. I just love going in there, getting some popcorn. The popcorn is not important, but I have to have my drink and my ticket. Like tomorrow, I plan to go see 3 movies because I love going to the movies. And I love going to the movies. It's literally
Which three?
The 3 big horror movies this weekend: Nefarious, Renfield, even though Nefarious is more of a thriller, and then The Pope's Exorcist, because I want to review them for the podcast as well. Plus, I just like going to the movies, and I want to see Mario again. So I'm gonna try to fit that in this weekend as well.
Nice,
sweet. Well, my numero uno, I definitely do not take lightly whatsoever, because I thought it would never happen. And that, of course, is being the father that I am to Mr. Bryce. You know, especially being much older than I expected to be before I became a father. But thank goodness to a foster to adopt program. I definitely have had this little guy since he was 4 days old. So there isn't a moment that I don't take for granted because I didn't think it was ever going to happen for me. Because physically, you know, with medical stuff between myself and Kel, it just wasn't going to be a possibility. So when, you know, the opportunity did arise and gave itself to us, I definitely, you know, cherish it every single day. And, you know, I always had a promise to myself as like, hey, whatever my kid would like to do, I will definitely go ahead and support him and sacrifice whatever I have to turn around and try to make it happen for him. So being a dad to one Mr. Bryce is definitely my number one favorite thing to do.
You know, we all love our kids. Like, so I'm putting that out there before I say this next statement. But seeing George's posts on Facebook about his son, it's always heartwarming. Like, George loves his kid, like 1000%. I mean, we all do. But George, the way his passion behind it is always something like, it's remarkable. It's something that I really respect about George. And George, this is the first time ever I've agreed with your whole list.
It's a miracle. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Of course.
Nice list, guys.
That went through very well.
Yeah, listening to music could have been on here because I love listening to music.
Well, of course, we still have that ongoing with our regular programming for the Perfect 10. And on the 26th, we will be live in the WOBL radio station studios.
Nice. I'll be there too.
Yeah. As I say, I think we're going to have a few people that will be joining us for that one. But we definitely are looking forward to that specific show because Gary Tollett, the owner of the station, was one who asked us to be a part of airing podcasting on actual radio. And so far it has gone pretty well. So he's excited about it. We, of course, are excited about it as well, especially since this list will be our favorite all-time music. And why not have it in a radio station? So we're really looking forward to that list. Mick, we're ready to rock and roll, sir. We're ready to let you slide on up because we know that Mr. Jason is coming right up next again.
Guys, what's up? Thank you so much for doing this.
Hello, you magnificent human beings. It's wonderful to see you. Super grateful for that. Wonderful show.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much for having us. Really appreciate it a lot. As always, glad to be a part of it. 100%. Definitely always glad to be a part of each of your fundraisers every year.
Always nice when we can. It's a great way for us to bond and connect, all in our busy lives. So it's nice when we can pull together like this. This is great. Great sharing the screen with you all.
Couple of things, if I could, guys. When and I'm going to have everything linked so that way they can come see your show more and follow you. When does it normally air?
The Perfect 10's scheduled times are 6:30 on Sunday evenings. Right now, we're a little bit all over the place because of scheduling with between Adam, Clint, and myself. So we're a little disheveled right now. In fact, tomorrow night is our 90s episode at 5:30. So
nice.
We have that to cram in, and then we still have our 2000 to present to cram in. So we're a little behind, but we're catching up at the same time. And then, of course, Dueling Aces is every Monday night from 8 to 10 p.m.
Perfect. And Bo, should I call you Bodine or Bo? Is Bo good?
It's Bodine, but my friends, I allowed him to cut me in half and call me Bo.
Well, I know what, out of respect to you and everything you've done for us tonight, I will call you by your full name, Bodine, and thank you so much. What is the name of your book again? I'm sorry I missed it, but I'm very interested in checking it out.
That's quite all right. I have it right here in front of me. Let's get a good view. Race Against Race, My Journey of Diversity and Inclusion Through Sports. Don't let the title scare you or fool you. It's about how team sports helps build great relationships across different socioeconomic backgrounds. Jason was talking about the podcasting industry and how he's made a lot of best friends. It's all the same thing. It's about relationships. How do you build relationships? The title is just to catch people's attention. The subtitle gives you the overall view of what I'm talking about. And basically, I use my experience playing football at the oldest HBCU, historically black college or university, starting my career there, and then transferring to Villanova, which most folks know Villanova is a predominantly white, affluent institution. And I talk about how I was able to build great relationships that have lasted for 40 years.
Nice.
That's awesome.
And Jason,
man.
I was going to say, Jason, it's a good, very, very good read. It's very entertaining.
I am looking forward to it. I'm going to check it out. Congratulations on getting on the top 100 list. That's fantastic.
Yeah, that's great.
And thank you guys so much for jumping on tonight. I'm going to bring on the next guys, but for their show. But I really appreciate you doing this. It means a lot to me that you would, and I know Casey too. I don't want to speak for him, but I know he is just as much. It means a lot to us that you guys would come out and be a part of this and help us with this charity event. Trust me. I don't think I can put it into words, even though I'm a podcaster, just how much it means to me.
Anytime.
You're very welcome. We love you guys.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Jason, who do you have on the next one?
Sturdy and Justin.
Okay.
All right.
I'm going to kick you guys out, and then we're going to kick ourselves out. We'll give you guys the floor. Thank you again, George. Thank you, Bodine. We really appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Take care, guys.
See you guys later.
That was awesome, and thank you again, George and Bodine, for stepping in and doing the perfect 10 with us. That was I can't. I'm very tired too, so I cannot express my words. And I'm
great
trying to
job, Jason. Jason's hanging with us, man. Jason's going the distance with us. I appreciate it, brother.
I'm jealous, man. You guys have been talking for like 12 hours. I don't know how you do it.
I don't know how we do it either. Honestly,
you have not like doubled on a topic either. You're just rolling from one topic to the next. It's nuts.
Well, Jason, when you're as great as us, no, I'm just kidding.
We've barely scratched as much horror as I want to. Like, I feel like in the final hour, we might just jump whole hog into some good old fashioned horror chat, something we haven't done in a while.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
And I do want to point out, Jason will be a part of Back to the Future reading tonight.
Yes, sir.
We're very excited for that, and I think you're joining in for the Battle Royale, right?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So, and if Justin wants to join in too, we'd love to have him. And I'm going to bring them in just a second. I just want to say, guys, remember until 7:00. And Casey framed it real nice, and there's a piece of film over it, so that way it's nice and fresh for you when it gets to you. Highest donor before 7:00 will win this. So, and I have some goodies for Back to the Future as well.
Mom, if you're watching, I would love that. So please donate.
It'd be hilarious if while you were putting it down, it just shattered.
Oh my God. Well, we would definitely get another frame for you guys. But I will tell you this. We are super excited. We're going to step off. It's a great crossover tonight. You're going to get 3 Geeks podcast with the Horror Star Sturdy podcast. We're gonna get out of here. Let you guys do your thing. We'll be back on a little bit before 7 to kind of get started. Guys, stay tuned. It's going to be a lot of fun. We are $60 away from reaching $1,000.
$60, y'all.
$60.
$60.
Let's make it happen.
Thank you to everyone who's participated so far. Thank you to everyone who's donated so far. And thank you for everyone who's sharing it out. We appreciate you all. We're so grateful. And we hope you're enjoying yourselves.
And Sturdy, Steve Martin is a very funny man. And I hate you for saying that, but I love you.
Love you guys.
Sturdy with the hot takes.
I real quick, Mick, I got it last weekend because I got to review a movie with him in it tomorrow. And I'm not too happy about it once the wheel picked that. But
can
you need
just
to watch Only Murders in the Building?
Oh man,
yeah, you really do.
I gotta just stick to horror. I gotta stick to horror, man.
I want to point out one thing, Justin. You are looking sexy.
Oh my gosh!
Thanks, you look like dude. You look like Miles Teller in
Let's not go that far.
Yeah,
no, dude.
I saw him at the movies for like the first time in 3 months, and he's lost a lot of weight. Like
I'm not even talking about the weight. I'm just talking about like you're getting jacked, man. Like,
thanks, man.
But yeah, you look great, man, and it's great to see you again. It's been a while, but I love you guys. I watch the show, of course, and I try to chime in when I can, but I watch it on my TV, so I don't always get a chance.
Yeah, Justin, like
you guys,
Jason. He's like, Max and Jason are hideous. We need some sex appeal on this show.
That's never been in my thought process at all.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we all know that you bring the noise and the thunder, Jason. All right, so let's just calm down.
Justin, from now on, you should just start putting things behind you that you would find in a Miles Teller movie, like a set of drums or a plane or something.
Just a picture of Goose, like right here.
Yes.
Invite J.K. Simmons over and just have him hover in the background.
Oh my God.
Well, I am going to say right now, I'm going to leave you with these sexy men right here, all three of them, and we're going to get out of here. But guys, have a great show, and thank you again for doing this, and we'll see you in a bit.
See ya.
Yes.
So, Justin, this is Sturdy. This is Justin. I'm so glad you guys are meeting
Nice
each
to
other.
formally meet you.
Finally, yes.
Yeah.
How's it going,
I've
man?
talked to each of you about the other quite a few times, and I'm glad that we get to cross
Well,
streams.
hey, Matt,
tonight.
now that you said that, what did you say to the other? What did you say to him about me and vice versa? So we can kind of.
The only thing Jason said about Sturdy is that he likes you a lot and he enjoys being in the horror podcast, and we need to get you on the Three Geeks one. That's about it.
And I can't wait to be the big spoon, Sturdy, when we meet each other in person.
I don't.
I think we could we'll figure something. We could hug and shake hands, but
we can pivot from that awkward interaction. Yeah.
I love how we get through that though.
I don't know, man. After I try that chip that you're giving me, I think that we will already be in a very strong relationship. Justin's like, I don't even want to be on the show when you try the chip.
I am gonna send this out to you. I know we have that group chat going. I'm just trying to get everybody to get their stuff going on. I'm gonna get this out to you, man. Don't think I won't, because
just send the one, because I won't do it.
I'm gonna try to get Max to do it. If Max will do it, I'll buy him one. Because Max likes hot
does
stuff.
he like hot stuff?
Yeah. Oh my God, yeah.
Oh,
his family's Jamaican, so I didn't want to assume, but it's like maybe
this is different though. This is nasty. This is scary, nasty, like a horror. You don't want to deal with that.
There's stereotypes for a reason, Justin. I love mayo and ranch and all the stuff that I'm supposed to love.
So, have you already done the chip, Sturdy? I'm going to ignore Jason.
Twice,
yeah.
Twice. And I was talking about doing it a third time because, real quick, my nephews want my brother to do it, and he said the only way that I'll do it is if Uncle Aaron does it. So he just I already did it
the
twice.
bus.
So I'm thinking about it. I love my nephew.
I knew it.
But it doesn't mean it's gonna happen.
You should have heard him after the last stream. He's like, I'm done, never again. And we all said, yeah, right, you're gonna do it.
I said that the first time too, man. I can't.
And this guy, like he put the chip in his mouth for like 10 seconds. He had it digested, and he like stuck his head like face first into the ice cream.
Had to. Mouth's on fire.
Yeah, that seems like the go-to move. Yeah.
Did you guys see that? What the hell is the show called? With the kids, Netflix show.
Stranger Things.
Thank you. Stranger Things. They're doing an animated series.
Yeah,
that seems good. Is it going to be mature themed still, or are they going for a different audience?
I don't know. I'm hoping it's mature. I'm hoping it's mature themed though. I hope they don't go too kiddie, because then it's just kind of. It's gonna take away from it, because it's still. I feel like Stranger Things is like a good family-ish show. Mm-hmm. It's where you can show your kids that are around the same age as those kids. I would even say, honestly, because there's nothing too crazy. And I hope they don't like try to make it too cute, and it'll just take away from everything that we all were growing to love from that show. But I'm here for it. I am gonna definitely check it out.
Yeah. I thought I saw the word anime used with it, so I would think it's gonna be adult.
Okay. I'd hope so too. I think if I had to put my finger on it, I think Jason mentioned, it's a good thought in a previous cast, that the cast itself is kind of aging out, right? So this could be a way for them to tell a story that they wanted to tell, but the kids got too old, like live action. You know what I mean?
That makes sense. And what really hurt them was the whole COVID nonsense.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, not just them, everybody, but I'm just saying, because we're speaking on that. And yeah, I'm here for it though. I was like, that's pretty interesting. I'm always here for more horror, of course, than animated. I want to see more animated horror done well, and we can see what they do with it. They either be good or it won't be.
What's your favorite animated horror thing? I'm not sure. I'm familiar with a bunch of it.
That's my thing. I'm not familiar with a bunch of it either, so I couldn't even I want to be. But just because of that, I'm sure I've seen a couple. I just can't think of anything. I mean, best thing I can think of is Scooby-Doo. If you want to put it in that kind of lighthearted category, it was one of those things as a kid that kind of kept me in. I'm like, okay, when I can't watch Friday the 13th, all this other stuff, this is going to give me my fix. And so I guess
Yeah,
sure. Tales from the Crypt Keeper. I love that cartoon.
That's fair. That's true.
So I've got so Sturdy. After we finished horror with the Scary Snobs earlier, I sat down. I watched the Impractical Jokers with Bruce Campbell.
How was it? Without spoiling the especially like the anything of it, but especially the last part of it. How was it though? Because he's
dude. Like I said, Bruce Campbell was made for that show.
Yes.
1000 Q, as you know, is a huge horror fan.
Yes.
So The Punishment was amazing.
Great. I can't wait.
And Bruce Campbell was always amazing. Like whether the movie's good or bad, it doesn't matter. But Bruce Campbell's always good in it. Like his cameo in Doctor Strange just was amazing. And I love that it came back in the post-credit scene where it finally stops.
Did they take his hand in any of it and put a chainsaw on it?
I'm not going to spoil it for Sturdy.
Oh, well, that's already a spoiler. The fact that you had to caveat it. You could have just said no.
I can't wait to see it because it's going to be fun and funny. And it's one of those things that just makes so much sense with Bruce Campbell and his style. And like you were saying with Q being a huge horror fan, the silliness of it, and how Sal scares so easy over every freaking thing. Everything. I'm like, this is just like the perfect match. And I haven't watched it yet, like I said, but I'm definitely going to, and I can't.
Everything before Bruce Campbell is also pretty solid. So last season with Practical Jokers, they lost their fourth guy, so some of it was a bit awkward as they were trying to, develop into a threesome. But this season, they're on point. And this episode with Bruce Campbell is just another great. I wish Bruce Campbell would join the show as the fourth person because I love Bruce Campbell.
That'd be interesting.
So, yeah, I was really, really happy with that. Very, very much.
Are we excited for Renfield? Like, I know it's not horror, but I'm excited for Renfield. No, Sturdy doesn't know it at all. No?
I'm going to watch it. My wife is taking me to see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it could suck. It very much could suck.
Well, we're doing like as many horror movies as we can in theaters. Of course, with time and money, when we can go, we go.
Yeah.
And that's unfortunately a horror movie. I do not like Nicolas Cage. Everybody that knows me knows this. I cannot stand his face. I cannot like here. So I can't remember what movie we went to see. It may have been Megan earlier this year.
Mm-hmm.
And the Renfield trailer came on. I seen his face. I was just getting ready to go out anyway because I skip trailers, especially horror trailers. I always skip them. I was getting ready to go run to the bathroom. His face just came out. I just gave the screen the finger and just walked out of the theater. And I can't stand him, but I have to tough it out and deal with it.
If I remember, I think I've heard, and it might have been Jason that told me that he's not really in this movie very long in terms of screen time. So you might be in the safe for that. But
what's up, man?
But he's he'll be there though. He'll be on screen. Like,
his name will be in the credits.
You know how there's just I don't know if anybody else, if YouTube, there's like an actor or actress you can't stand, but even if there's just like somebody in real life, you're just like, oh my God, like he's here. It just ruins everything for you. That's what Nicolas Cage does for me. And my lovely friends I love dearly and family members love to tag me and everything. Hey, let's review this movie. I'm just like, well, I'm not going to say no because I say I'll watch and review anything.
Fair enough. That's funny.
It's tough, man.
It sounds rough. It sounds emotionally damaging for sure. There's a demonic movie that came out this, right? Like a ghost or a demon movie. I don't know. I'm spacing. Is it like the Pope's? No.
Pope's
Nefarious. Nefarious. I think it's Nefarious that came out.
Both of those came out today.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah, that and the Renfield. All three of those came out this weekend. Me and you were talking about this a couple weeks ago, Jason, about how you brought it up, how there's so many horror movies coming out today on the Casters for a Cause Day, which they messed up because they should have had the movies come out next weekend so people can tune into this because it's more important than those damn movies.
Now, this whole month is nuts. Like, we get those three, which I'm going to try to find time to see all three tomorrow. And then next week, we've got Evil Dead Rise, which I can't wait.
Yeah.
I am stoked. I'm taking both kids to see it, and I can't wait to watch them pee their pants in the theater.
It just traumatize our child early.
It looks horrifying. Well, they're 13 and 15. They can handle it. They're fine.
They'll be all right.
I started way earlier.
Me too.
Yeah, look how that turned out.
I mean, we're all still kicking. We're doing something.
Yeah,
I think it's starting horror early. I think it's starting horror early.
Yeah, for sure.
What do you guys think of Mia Goth being in the new Blade? The Blade, what is it? The reboot of the Wesley Snipes movies?
I didn't see that. That's amazing.
Yeah,
if that's true, that's amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, she's very good. So yeah, I'm all for it.
She's awesome, man. Like Pearl, I've seen her in Pearl, seen her in X, and Infinity Pool, and I just love her as like that psychotic character, that crazy wild character, and she does so. I mean, it's so believable that you almost think like she's really like this, even though she's just acting. I'm just like, this is just.
Yeah, you might be really crazy. Yeah,
yeah, and I mean, and then X, she's playing two completely different characters with the old lady and with Maxine. And I'm loving that I'm getting to see this, and I'm loving that I'm getting to see like her, Jenna Ortega, and many other like young people that are in the horror, just coming up, actors and actresses. It's cool to see those, and I'm hoping that they blow up to those legendary statuses of the ones that we got to grow up and love, like the Kane Hodgers. You know what I mean? All those, all those, because it's cool to be grown and see these younger ones kind of come up rather than like we grew up to these ones. Like these people were already grown, and I mean, shit, all them movies were damn near out in the 80s, which most of us were born besides Jason. He was born in the 40s, but you know, not all of us got the luxury of seeing all these movies in theaters the day they dropped.
Yeah.
Not that
went to high school with Hitchcock. Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. I saw Chaplin's The Kid in theaters. Talk about a quiet audience. Like that movie was intense.
It's a quiet audience.
They even laughed silently back in those days.
This is very flamboyant hand motions. It's so good.
It's so
I know she was in A Cure for Wellness. Sorry, sticking with Mia. Yeah, that's good too.
I read today that Maxine officially started filming, and that makes me so happy. And I know, Sturdy, I told you on Scary Snobs that X was my favorite. And then the other day, I'm like, maybe Pearl was my favorite. And the truth is, I don't have a favorite. I love both of those movies pretty equally. It's just, one's a bit more campy than the other one. And I'm for both.
Yeah. We all know X is going to give it to you,
Damn right. Rest in peace to DMX.
No kidding, yeah.
But you know what I loved about Pearl, since you mentioned that, was you've seen why she was the way she was from Pearl going into X. You see, for the most part, why she is the way she is, how the way she was treated at first, and then she just, that crazy switch just turned on, and it just got worse. And after that, it just got worse and worse and worse. And I'm like, wow, just wow. And again, from her going to the character in Pearl to the character in X as two different, in the same movie, playing two different characters, two different roles. Like this is just, and it's not like you're playing you're playing two roles that are kind of similar-ish, like just complete opposite, just different. Well, the horniness was the same, I guess, but other than that,
you gotta keep some themes the same.
Yeah.
Do you play horror video games? Or are you a Dead by Daylight guy? Or are you the Texas Chainsaw Massacre kind of guy? Like, do you enjoy any of that stuff? Or not?
Oh, I love horror games. Like the one I think I play the most right now is probably World War Z.
Okay.
But that Zombie Army 4, Friday the 13th, I'll play here and there. I haven't played that in a long time. What's that one? Oh, The Evil Dead. The Evil Dead is a good one too.
Nice. My roommate plays what is it? Not Left 4 Dead. I love Left 4 Dead. Whichever one that you are, either the killer or the survivors, whichever one that is. I'm spacing on that one.
Friday the 13th.
No, similar. Has the same thought. It's like it's not Dead by Daylight, I don't think. But
it's yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Anybody who listens that likes horror games knows what I'm talking about. But it's very good. He enjoys it. He plays the heck out of it. But
it's Dead by Daylight, right?
What?
I think
is it Dead by Daylight? Did I get it right? All right, I'll take it. Cool.
Yeah, you can be Freddy Krueger, or like you can have Ghostface.
A bunch of different ones. Yeah.
Yeah, I love horror games. Tony and I started playing Resident Evil 4, the remastered version.
Nice. How is it so far?
Have you enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's Resident Evil 4. It's good.
You know what's funny about the Resident Evil franchise is like, so growing up, I used to watch my older cousin play it, and I didn't really get into as far as playing it until, honestly, as far as playing all the way through part 5, which was the co-op one. My brother got me into that one, and I played 5. So I played through 5, 6, and 7. That's how I started and beat all those 3. And now I'm just like, I want to start from the first one and kind of go all the way through, and just it's just funny how that it's almost like when you watch a movie franchise and you start from like it's on TV, you don't even know it's a sequel, and you go to look it up because you're like, I want to rewatch this with with the cussing and all that other stuff. And they go, oh, wow, there's 14 other movies of this. I started at the last one. Like I gotta go back.
So a guest that I've always wanted to have on the Three Geeks podcast is Dan Master Shake, and he is joining us for the Three Geeks podcast and Horror with Sir Sturdy.
Look at that tie.
Biff
That's
Shake.
great.
You mean Biff Shake,
Yeah.
don't you?
Yeah, I do mean Biff Shake.
Think.
Oh, Biff.
Man, you even went dressed up as Biff.
That tie is excellent.
I love it.
Good work.
Welcome to the show. I know you got
Some
strong
courage.
thoughts about horror movies.
I do, and horror games in particular. And shame on you 3 for not mentioning the greatest horror franchise of all time, Silent Hill.
Oh yeah.
I've never played. Seen the movie. I've never played the game.
Oh, Pyramid Head.
Oh, dude, like every single one of those games has something to offer somebody who's into horror because they draw so much. So I would argue that Resident Evil 7 and 8, as popular as they are, well, it's not called 8, is it?
Oh, what is
It's called The Village.
Village, yeah, but I mean it's already 8. Let's say, let's just be honest, right?
The V, I, and the L make the 8.
Yeah. Both of those games just took what they were going to do with Silent Hills and then gave it to people.
Mm-hmm.
So I love Resident Evil. So if you guys are old school horror fans of horror games, I got so good at Resident Evil 2 that I unlocked Tofu. That's right. You could play Resident Evil 2 on the PlayStation 1 as a block of tofu that could only equip a knife and had no equipment.
That's
pretty
awesome.
rough.
That's hilarious.
Question is, did you finish the game as Tofu?
I did.
Did you?
Yes. Because the one thing that Tofu had was like a pretty decent life bar. And so you could run around a lot, but beating some of the bosses with just a knife you had to beat it with just a knife anyway to unlock Tofu. That was the weird part. But back then, I mean, now it's different. We can stream whatever game we want, whenever we want, whatever. I mean, I think I had 6 total games for the PlayStation. So it's like, well, what other game are we going to play?
Yeah, I love the streaming factor of that with the games. As far as being able to stream it. Going live, yes. And then also, like you're saying, with PlayStation, Xbox, they've been doing it where you can just stream the game. You don't have to buy all these games anymore. Get the little yearly subscription, which is cool because if it's a game you really, really enjoy, like, you know what? I don't mind spending the $60-$70 on it just in case it goes away from the digital thing. But I don't want to rent this game for $70 and then bring it back to GameStop and get $2.
$2 back.
Here's $2. Well, can I at least get that lollipop too? No, that lollipop is $6. You can't afford No, you can't trade in for that.
No, I like horror games are something that I think they go underappreciated. You guys were mentioning the one where you can be Freddy, you can be Pinhead, you can be. Is that Left 4 Dead? No, what is it?
Dead
No.
I've never played it, but I have a serious issue with. I was a top supporter for the Friday the 13th game.
Yeah.
I don't like the 8v1, 4v1. I don't like that format for horror games. I would rather it was story driven. Personally, I don't know how you guys feel about that. Story driven versus multiplayer. What do you think about it? Because I'm willing to bet you younger fellas might have a slightly different view than Jason and I on it.
So I think the multiplayer, I think it works if you have a group of friends. It's like with most multiplayer things. I don't think I would enjoy it if I was playing with strangers. I think I would enjoy it if the 4 of us got on and we were on a Discord and we were just BSing the whole night and getting murdered by one another. Like, I think that would be fun. But I think if once I remove that element, I'd like it a lot less.
Okay.
That's why I'm really glad the Evil Dead game introduced a single player mode, because
what they did, I gotta buy it now. That was my like. I'm sorry, Jason, for interrupting, but I haven't played it because I was like,
no, they had it since day one. They had a single player
did.
mode.
I didn't know that. I thought it was all 4v1.
No, I liked Friday the 13th, the game as well, but I don't want all of my video games like that. It works for Friday the 13th, but I want some story. Like me and Sturdy were talking. I want a Freddy Krueger game where there's a plot and levels, and like a Scream video game would be fun where you're trying to figure out who committed the crime and going through that fun little puzzle. Or my favorite horror game of all time, though, is Friday the 13th on the NES, and I'm ashamed that nobody.
Oh no! Don't be ashamed, Jason. I'm with you, buddy. I'm with you. Me and you.
The music alone had me hooked. Like my old flip phone, my old Razor phone. Remember the ringtone apps you can get?
Yeah.
Or whatever they call them then. I used to always download that as one of my ring because I just loved the music. Which, by the way, as simple as Nintendo was with their music, excellent job because it just sticks in your head, and you're just like, I can just go back to that. I can go back to that. All this newer stuff, great, cool. I turn the music off with the newer games now. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah. It's too much. I'm like, because I play. Answering your question as far as the horrors with the headset. Oh, nice.
A quick word from our sponsor. I just want everybody to know that we're here for a cause. We're trying to raise money for MS. Anything you can spare, $1 times 20 of us gets us $20 for this great cause. So please just take the time, check out the link, the GoFundMe in the description below, and thank you guys so much for the support.
And share, please share.
Yeah, like, share. Even if you can't donate, put it out on your socials. The tweets, the TikTokers, whatever.
Matters.
As the resident old guy, I don't mind making fun of myself a little bit with it. I don't really have any of them, but get that out there so that way we can make sure, we do the right thing.
Great cause. But to answer your question though, as far as the multiplayers, I'm with you on that, Justin. As far I play with my brother and a good friend of mine. So we'll play late at night. My brother's out in Colorado now, so we'll play usually late at night gaming on the weekends. But I enjoy both. So if I'm playing with people that I actually know, cool. If it's not that, then I was like, okay, let me go back to my solo games because it's just not the same. Gaming, like multiplayer, especially, I don't take that serious because I really don't care. It's not gonna make a difference. It's not doing anything about it. I'm just having some fun with it.
Oh, the 1v4 online with strangers sucks. Nobody works together. I'm going to go to the car. No, I'm going to the cabin. Wait, we can go to the car and let's fill it with gas and get the hell out of here. It's like watching a real horror movie when you play it online with real people.
Do you guys know the first 4-player horror video game?
Nightmare on Elm Street.
It's Nightmare on Elm Street.
Which I was about to say is one of the most underrated NES games.
Oh, there I disagree with you, man. I despise that game. The mechanics were so bad, and so the thing that I really like about Friday the 13th is what I hate about Nightmare on Elm Street, the NES game. The Friday the 13th game is a survival horror game. You have to collect resources. You have to go through, it is the first, in my opinion, the first survival horror game. Other people disagree with me, but I mean, they can go which direction they want. Did you guys know, however, that there was, and you see behind me right here, there was a Dream Warriors Commodore 64 game.
I did not.
I've played zero Commodore anythings, so sorry.
Yeah, there is and you can play it on Abandonware. So have you guys ever seen that website? So there's a website called abandonware.com, I think it is, or .org. It's also available on that internet library site. You can run it through a shell, so you could play it on your PC right now. It is terrible. It is terrible. But my friend had a Commodore 64 when I was a kid, and I'm curious. Do you fellas know how you played games on the Commodore 64?
Is it just with the knob and the wired? Is that not it?
Well, that's it. No? The controller was a keyboard.
Oh, then no.
But do you know how the games loaded?
I've never played.
I assume it's not cartridge based.
It isn't. It's a tape.
Oh.
It's a magnetic tape. So it's literally just like you loaded a tape. And if you put, by the way, like all my friends are always like, if you put the right tape in a tape player, Satan plays backwards and you summon Beelzebub from below and stuff. No, it just makes a really, really annoying noise, no matter what tape it is.
But just out here trying to summon the devil. Just like, why isn't this working?
But the games would take just ridiculous load times, and the Dream Warriors game for Commodore 64 had a 15-minute load time.
Oh my gosh.
Scenes. And you would sit there as a kid. And you would just watch this bar, and you had no problem with it because that's just what you did.
Man.
That's commitment, though. I appreciate the commitment.
That's more than commitment. That's dedication. That's 1 quarter of football right there.
Yeah.
You might as well watch the first quarter of the football.
Might as well do your homework in between the session, you know?
Yeah. I gotta do my homework, I promise. I'm doing it right now. 15 minutes, work on something.
I want to change the subject real quick from
go ahead, Jason. Yeah.
I want to ask Justin, because Justin, you saw my review on 3 Geeks last week about Mario Brothers. Did you get a chance to see it?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
What do you think?
It's a lot of fun. I mean, it was a lot better than I thought it would be. It's cute. It's for the kids. Like, it's fine. It's good. Honestly, just fine. It was a lot of fun.
Any complaints about the plot? I don't understand people complaining about the Mario plot because it's literally the plot of the video game. Like, I mean, 100%.
It's Mario Brothers.
Really?
Like, I don't. It's pretty on the nose of what you'd want. I mean, it's all fan service, right? Like,
were you overwhelmed by all the background, like teases and rabbit Easter eggs and stuff? Like, they're everywhere. Like that first restaurant, Punch Out.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no, it was fun. I was not overwhelmed. Maybe in the second pass through, I'll catch more stuff, but I wasn't. But it's fun. If you enjoy Mario Brothers, I'd encourage you to go see it. If you don't like Mario Brothers, this probably isn't for you because it's just nostalgia based.
Sturdy and Dan, have you guys seen it yet? I know Sturdy doesn't get it,
but I was curious if you guys thought they should have taken the Wreck-It Ralph route.
I think this was perfect for this.
Was it? Okay. Yeah, I love Wreck-It Ralph 1 and 2 are actually my favorite. Like, I know they're not Pixar, but like that style.
Okay. Sure.
I love those movies. I'm especially the first one just because I'm a sucker for a redemption story anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But I noticed that they don't have any representation of old school graphics, at least in the previews. Now, is there in the movie?
Kind of. There is a sequence where Mario does some stuff, and the whole time he's doing it, it reminds you of when you played the original Mario Brothers. You're like, I did that.
Resolution, no. It's always consistent. If I remember right, in terms of the visuals, I don't think it changes. But the motions of Mario are there.
Yeah. By the original game, the original Mario, which one do you mean? Because for me,
the first one.
The original Mario is not the one that came out in the NES. The very first Mario I played was in the arcade.
Yeah, that's true.
Where Donkey Kong is throwing barrels and you're just jumping over.
Yeah. No, not Donkey Kong is playing. That's Donkey Kong. So the very first Mario, you had a static screen. If you ran through the right, you came back from the left, ran through the left.
Oh, and it's dropping those. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah.
So that for me, and I had the most terrible port of it in the world because my first console was the Atari 2600. Like so many of us, that was my first console, and I had the Mario port, and it was so bad. And so for me, the first Mario game I ever played was that. I didn't play Super Mario Brothers until Christmas of 1990. I got $100 bill for Christmas.
Nice.
And the next day, December 26th, I went to the store with my parents, and I got the NES Classic box that came with Duck Hunt, and then I think I got 6 other games. I was dumb enough that my first game I ever played on the NES, though, forever, was Castlevania.
Another good horror video game.
Yeah, the Castlevania series is just phenomenal. But Sturdy, don't you stream some games?
I do. Not just horror games. I just
Oh,
Like whatever I feel like playing, mostly horror, but like whatever. There's times like sometimes me and the wife will want to play on the Switch and we'll play like Mario 3 or something. So I'll stream whatever when it comes to that. And
we should do a Mario Party.
I would down. Which Mario Party do you guys have?
I don't have any of them, but I'm down to get it. To play
well,
Mario
I've got
Party.
on the Switch has Mario Party 1, 2, and 3 in the N64 app.
Okay, I have that, and then I have
the Switch version of Mario Party, the second Switch version, the Superstar Saga or something like that.
Is that with like all of them mixed from 64 on?
Mm-hmm.
That I have the same one.
Can you guys bring in my brother real quick? I haven't seen him yet.
Oh my God.
George McFly!
Oh man.
I don't like confrontation, guys. I wanted to stay off the screen.
This is awesome.
So Tim's first foray into like this kind of console gaming like this, when he was a kid, he really wanted to play. His first do you remember your first console game, Timmy?
Well, I remember playing Final Fantasy VII, but before that, I played the X-Men game on SNES or on Sega Genesis, and that game was impossible unless you knew even with Nightcrawler and you knew the way to glitch across like half the screen, like it still didn't work, like because you got to the ship part in the middle of like the Sentinel factory, and you're just screwed. Like if you could get past there, you are good at video games.
Are you talking about the X-Men game for the NES?
No, for the Sega Genesis.
Oh,
yeah.
I was good at that one, but the NES
best part of the Sega Genesis, though, is Wolverine was unusable because to use his claws took health.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe too realistic, even though he could auto-regenerate, you know?
It was nuts. Like but every game, they had some sort of penalty to use Wolverine anyway, so you just never would. I always used Gambit on that game, so...
Yeah, the card projectile was way better than Cyclops for whatever reason.
Tim, what's your favorite horror game?
My favorite horror game?
You play horror games like I do, so.
Dead by Dawn was really fun. I really liked that game. But I'm trying to think of other ones. Obviously,
PS4 one.
Castlevania, Super Castlevania is probably the best playable horror game as far as getting through it. I was never a big Resident Evil guy, but Dan was, so I watched a lot of that. But like, I never really got into it.
I told the
much.
Tofu story.
I did play the first person one. It was at 7.
Mm-hmm.
It scared the crap out of me. The first time I played it, I only played like the first part where they chop your arm off. Spoilers. And then I was like, this game's too much. I gotta. And then I didn't come back to it till next Halloween.
Just as an FYI, Tim, Jason is with me on Friday the 13th.
What is survival horror?
That is great. That is a great, underrated, underappreciated NES game.
It's ahead of its time too. Like
ahead of its time, way ahead of its time. And anybody that can't figure out the map, I feel like isn't paying attention to what's going on.
Well, I didn't figure out the map till like 2 years ago.
Shots fired.
Something else I didn't figure out until like a month ago. You know, on the original NES, the second controller controls the ducks.
Oh yeah.
Duck Hunt. I didn't know that.
You used to mess with people so hard with that. Oh my gosh, we used to mess with people so hard. But every console back then had some sort of feature. Now, if you had the Japanese version, it had the second controller had an audio input. And if you played the original Zelda, the only way you could kill a couple of the enemies was to grab the second controller and yell into it. Otherwise, you couldn't kill them.
That's incredible. That's awesome. Wow. So what about Dead Space to pull it back into horror games?
Modern stuff?
Yeah.
Wait, well, hold on, Justin. Before we get into that, I wanted to just ask you guys a question.
No.
Have you guys ever played the original NES's X-Men game? Look at that awfulness.
Looks like they're playing Snake.
No, I can't say I played that.
I played it, and it is so bad. Nightcrawler. That's why when he was talking about Nightcrawler, I'm like, is he talking about the NES? Because Nightcrawler's phasing in this game is awful.
Who is the character on the screen currently?
Guess. He's white.
It's Iceman.
Silver Surfer. Oh, it's Iceman.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Iceman.
Silver Surfer wasn't an X-Men, Justin.
Listen, you can just drop him into wherever he wants. He's Galactus's envoy. It's fine.
Okay, continue with Dead Space.
No, I really enjoyed it. That's like the last horror game that I've played all the way through and really enjoyed it, which is probably not saying much in terms of horror games, but like I really enjoyed it.
I wanted to jump back with from what Tim was saying about Resident Evil 7 and scaring him. Now I smoke before I game, and it just makes it that much more like I can't tell you how many times, and you guys will see it on the stream if you go and watch the stream. I jumped, I yelled, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, like this game is intense, and I love that about it. I love that about it for Resident Evil 7. I forgot what it was called. Resident Evil 7, some Biohazard.
Yeah, Biohazard. Yeah.
Biohazard, and I'm just like that type of jumpiness and all that is what I want when I'm watching horror movies. Even more intensified with the games too, but just because of that, it just that adrenaline you get from it, that kind of whatever it was that we, for those of us who did jump during these, or not even just the jump, but being scared during those movies as kids, I want that fear back. I miss that fear. But again,
Sturdy, I'm telling you, man, you gotta watch The Dark and the Wicked.
I put it down on my list today. I just put it on my
like
list
that.
Today. I mentioned it earlier.
Every time I watch it, I notice something new, and I'm like you. Like I love the feeling of it, like that. And it was when we watched it during COVID. So prior to, you remember when Mick rebooted kind of the Scene Snobs?
Mm-hmm.
Prior to that, there were a couple guys we were all like kind of in tight with, and one of them brought in the actual director, and we got to have a whole conversation during a marathon with him, and he provided some really cool insight in it. But I can't remember. Sturdy, where do you live?
I'm in New York, Albany, New York.
Okay, so not being a Midwesterner, there might be a barrier for you there because it's really, really about being like living in a house, and your nearest neighbor is like 5 miles.
Okay,
and like
interesting.
It's the kind of thing that, like, if you haven't experienced that, it might not actually be scary for you. But I even want, so my mom, who we were talking, you guys were talking earlier with Mick's friend from Secret Elephant. What was his name?
Billy.
Yeah, Billy. Like, he was talking about his mom introducing. My mom introduced me to Freddie when I was 4.
Oh, God.
Yeah, like, but it worked because she taught me the difference between fantasy and reality.
Yeah,
like, I didn't have nightmares. Freddie teamed up with me. Okay, Freddie teamed up with me in dreams. Like, we were like a duo.
It's Give me your glove.
It's funny you
Like
say
me
that.
and Freddie were murdering kids in my dreams.
Well, it's funny because, like, when you think back to when you're a kid about how you think about things, I very clearly thought at an early age about like what an anti-hero was without even knowing the term. Because even in like my playtime, you'd play with all your stuff, and like Freddie was like an anti-hero, and then Optimus Prime was like the hero.
Yeah.
So even then, there was like a dividing line. I would only team up with him if I had to and stuff. And like I think that kind of stuff works, man. Like, I think you guys ever really discussed that idea about like what horror provides to people? And have you heard what John Carpenter said about like horror being the ultimate campfire location? And it's about either what's within us or what's without us. Have you guys ever really delved into that? Because to me, horror is the gestalt genre, man. It is the genre under which everything else can fit.
I agree.
And I know I'm like citing Joe Bob a little bit with that, but like horror can provide to the two genres that can provide whatever a person wants are horror and science fiction.
That's fair.
I could agree with that. And they're kind of, I mean, they can almost cross over each other, of course, and kind of be like hand in hand almost, to where it's like, is it sci-fi? Is it horror? And I'm like, look, man, there's certain stuff that happens. If this happens in real life, that's gonna be some scary ass shit. That's horror. If aliens come down here, just decide to take over, that's scary.
I do think it's one of the genres that you can make a terrible horror movie and people will still love it, and you can make a wonderful horror movie and people will still, you know what I mean? Like, there's such a broad range of like people liking the content you're providing. Like, and you can have that in any genre, but I think it's more prevalent in horror than almost any other one.
I'll even go more so towards the bad movies. I feel like horror with the bad films gets way more love than any other genre.
Looking at you
with their bad films, to where like horror fans will say, like Thanksgiving, for example, my favorite horror comedy, horrible,
gobble mother.
Exactly. It's not the best movie, nowhere near the best movie, but I freaking love it. And when I talk to other horror fans that have seen it, and they're just like, You've seen that, and just the conversations that come from those movies are sometimes the best, because it's like, yes, we've all seen the Halloweens, which there's nothing. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong with that gatekeeper nonsense. If you haven't seen this, you're not a horror fan. If you're a horror fan if you watch horror
stuff. Oh my god,
you're a horror fan if you enjoy horror. I don't care if you just watch one horror movie and that's the only movie you want to watch. You're a horror fan,
unless you don't like Indiana Jones, and then
Indiana Jones is just not good.
I mean, my favorite is number 4. You know.
Oh!
I got evicted. Got evicted.
Nicked them 2 times in one day. You got nicked, man.
Hey, man, the truth hurts people. Like, you know.
We need to get micked added to the dictionary. You got micked.
Yeah, added to the Urban Dictionary. I've added all kinds of stuff.
Oh, I did
when
too.
I was teaching. Oh man, I added. I would like. I'm standing by this. I think I invented the word Belfie. Now, I know other people have done this, but like my students were in the back of the room during yearbook taking selfies of their butt. And I said, "Are you guys taking Belfies?" And they're like, "What do you mean?" I was like butt selfies, like Belfie. This was in 2009. I swear I had to have invented that word. I had to have invented it. Like, so yeah, add it, man. Add it. Micked. You got micked. I like it.
Got micked. Put it on a shirt.
T-shirts. The original Belfie.
I had never heard that term before. Belfie.
Me either.
Butt selfie, man. Look it up on Urban Dictionary.
That's just a simple stick figure, holding the phone, bending over, taking a picture of the cheeks. It doesn't even have to be like, well, you know.
When you said
I was teaching in I was teaching in Benton Harbor at the time, and that's a mostly urban district. And you can use that coded word as you want. That it was an interesting kind of development, just in large part because like got some big booty, and so these girls are back there, and the guys are 100% doing what guys do.
Yep.
And I was like, "What are you guys doing? Stop!" Like, we're watching that, and in that school it was like, we're watching that ass. And I was like, well, you can watch that ass from your seat while you're doing your essay.
Big booty.
I'm with you, man. I know all about it. Come on.
Yeah, hey, man.
When you said, my students were in the back of the class taking butt selfies, the thought that went through my mind is this world is doomed.
That's the thing that flipped the switch.
You know what though? What I gotta say about that though is with stuff like that, it's really just kids being kids, because we've all done stupid things as kids. We used to
take butt selfies with a fax machine.
That's it. Yeah,
that's wild.
I know people did it. I mean, I would call part of what I grew up with, especially in the early 90s, even prior to Jackass, we had all those CKY videos, all those skate videos and stuff like that. And I mean, I let somebody pull me down the middle of a street with a Ford Bronco when I was 11, surfing a shopping cart. You know what's safer? Taking a butt selfie.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting at. Like the shopping cart, the shopping cart go-kart things, stupid. And we did that. Like we were, I think we were the last ones of that. I'm 38. I don't know how old everyone else is on here. Or 37. I'll be 38 in November. Why am I saying 38 already? Damn.
I'm 40.
Anyway.
40.
30.
Anyway, like a lot of the stuff that because we're all around the same era-ish, we're the last ones to do all that dumb stuff, which is probably a good thing. It's probably a good thing in a sense. But I do miss I miss seeing kids playing outside, to where it was like a norm. Like when we were outside, the whole neighborhood's outside. The whole neighborhood's doing all this. And I mean,
well, kids were still doing, we're only 4 years apart. Kids were still doing a lot of dumb stuff when I was growing up.
Oh yeah, they still are.
A lot of dumb stuff.
They still are in other ways.
Wait a second. This baby face is 32?
33.
Good for you, man. You hold on to that. I feel like I'm doing pretty well for 40. So, don't worry. I know we can't keep up with sturdies like my wife. My wife is 44 going on 24 and I'll let Sturdy say the phrase because
black don't crack.
There you go, buddy. And it is. So don't try to keep up with him, but you hold on to that because there's nothing wrong. Like I had to grow a beard when I was teaching a lot just because I had to, but, you hold on to that, man. Hold on to that baby face as long as you can, because before you know it, It doesn't happen like it. I know a lot. I have a lot of people I graduated. You know, I went to my 20-year reunion. Oh boy.
Oh no.
When I went to my 20-year reunion, I was looking around, and I'm not trying to be mean or blame anybody or anything like that. But your 20-year reunion's coming up next year, right?
Well, I ended up doing the whole GED route. Same year that I was supposed to graduate though, but I was just one of those ones barely going to school and stuff. And, you know. But so 05. So yeah, 2 years.
Yeah. Like it was like sifting through a sock drawer. I think that's an accurate metaphor. You ever find one of those socks at the bottom of your sock drawer that you forgot you had?
Oh, no.
What the heck is this?
Oh, I gotta say, man, I went
Just
to
shots
my
fired.
year, and everybody looked good. I was like, "What the hell is wrong with me?" That I look
I
like,
know that's it. Like you don't. That's the thing is some of the people looked hard,
dude,
and
some
like
of the,
it was unexpected. A couple of them, like I remember being in high school with them, like guys I played football with, guys that I wrestled with, guys that I played baseball with, and like. You guys, I mean, you guys are talking about like these horror games and stuff like that. Guys that we sat down and played that original Nightmare on Elm Street game together on the 4-tap. These guys, and like, I was like, "What has happened to you in 20 years?"
they're starting to look more like Freddy than they did. Back
Yeah,
then.
a little bit more
Oh,
like
no.
Freddy than like one of the teenagers, man. Like,
Oh man.
Like with the teenagers from Saved by the Bell or something, like those old 90s shows where the teenagers were really old.
that created talk about creating like an unrealistic expectation. When I was growing up, do you guys remember walking through the high school when you first got there as a freshman? You looked at senior photos and you're like, they look like they're 50.
Yeah.
Like those shows, Saved by the Bell, and even and I love, oh my God, the Wonder Years, and Tim's show is the what's the one from his brother?
Boy Meets World. He's
Boy Meets
running
World.
for Congress.
But
right
the Wonder
now.
Years was my gig, and like even that though, when they got into like high school, especially Danica McKellar, I thought every girl would look like Danica McKellar.
Yeah.
And like an unrealistic expectation for what we were going to look like in high school. That's what I'll say. Is like we thought we would look, especially the best movie ever made about the 70s that's technically about the 90s, Dazed and Confused. I thought we were going to be like them when they were seniors.
Sure.
If you've ever watched the movie.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, Sturdy, you got to watch it, man. So early representation. We're talking about 1993. Great representation in that movie. You always kind of do that plug, Sturdy.
Mm-hmm.
Great They don't play the token card.
That's good.
On top of that, it's a strong role. So this isn't like a oh gee shucks type of thing. This is like a representation of just a person who goes to high school with these guys and they treat them the same as everybody else. And like this was 93. Great movie, man. You got to watch it. I love Dazed and Confused so much. And it's about, if you watch that movie now, Dazed and Confused, just like that 70s show. You guys were talking about that 70s show, around 11, I think.
Mm-hmm.
That 70s show and Dazed and Confused are the best things about the 70s that are technically about the 90s. If you watch those shows, that's what they're about.
I got to say, you mentioned Saved by the Bell not giving you realistic expectations of what people would look like in high school. The Saved by the Bell reboot doesn't give a good expectation for teachers. Like Mario Lopez looks like he looks younger than he did
doesn't
on the
age.
original Saved by the Bell.
He's doing something crazy.
Him and Paul Rudd are like drinking blood of like a virgin somewhere or something because they are aging down.
Jason's channeling inner Cannibal Corpse there.
Yeah. They're just traveling to Transylvania just for like blood.
And
baths.
Paul Rudd, man, white people don't look that good at that age.
No, and it like I hope I'm like please, dear God, age well. And I ate it like when I had my beard, I think I look a little distinct. I got that like distinguished thing going on, but like please let me. My brother though, he's into all that yoga and like healthy stuff. Meanwhile, I'm like But like, at least I never smoke. Smoking is the key. If you smoke cigarettes,
nope,
I guarantee you it will age you 10 years.
Very much, yeah.
Oh man,
alcohol too. If you do too bad, like if you're like addicted to alcohol, that it can
all that yoga, Tim. That's right. Now I
Black people don't look old until they hit like 75 years old.
Even older than that. My dad's about to be 80, and he still can pass for like 50.
Like Morgan Freeman right now finally looks old.
Out there in time.
Wasn't he in something recently?
Yeah, I'm just saying he looks older now. Like
But
finally reached that point.
What
where
did he
he's
do
looking
recently that I just saw and I was like, oh my god, he does look old.
Good people or good
people. I didn't watch it yet. I saw a preview.
Yeah.
Morgan Freeman. Yeah.
Morgan
He's like 90.
Freeman.
It's about time. He hit 90. It's about time,
He had a good run.
I still maintain he hasn't made his best movie. I've said that since.
All right, that's it. Get out.
Are you kicking me out?
It's
McFly,
6:57. We got to do a reading.
Yeah.
We got to do a reading of Back to the Future. No, I'm just kidding. I came in like a barreling hellscape, but I just wanted to say, because I just realized what the time was.
Yeah, I can't wait to play Skinhead in Back to the Future. I'm ready to go.
You shut up. I'll tell everybody in a second. Thank you, guys.
Got nicked.
I was about to add myself back.
I'm saving you. I'm saving you for a minute. That's one I got to save. Okay, guys, I want to thank you guys so much for being on the show. Everything you're doing for us. It's truly amazing. Justin, if you want to come back after the reading for the movie trivia battle royale, you are more than welcome.
I'm not sure I can, but I appreciate the invite.
Yeah, well,
his mom doesn't let him stay out past.
I'm 33 years old, young man.
Now Justin's got to hit the gym.
That's actually what I had to go do.
But I'm going to kick you guys out, and we're going to bring you in one by one and introduce you for the reading. Justin, I want to say thank you again so much for doing this. I really appreciate you coming out.
Happy to do it.
I profusely have been thanking them, and will continue. But I'm not sure if I'm going to get to see you, so I wanted to make sure that you knew how much I appreciate this.
Of course, thanks, Mick, and great to meet you, Sturdy.
You too.
And
man.
Biff, it was great to see you.
Biff Shake.
Yeah,
Biff Shake. All right, guys, I'm going to kick you all out. We're going to start getting ready. We're going to prep, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. All right?
Yes, sir.
see you.
And all right, so I think we're waiting on a couple of more. We're gonna get ready in just a few seconds, guys. Guys, thank you all again so much for watching, for donating, for being a part of this. This is such an awesome time, and just as we go on with this, and Casey should be here, and I speak for him on this too, but I can't show them yet. I can't do it. You'll see as soon as I pull them in, but and I am very excited about this next bit, and the reason I jumped on I want to talk about is this movie Back to the Future is my favorite movie of all time. I'm obsessed with this movie. My wife was watching it last night to prep for this, and I was just enjoying it. It's a movie that no matter how many times I see it, that last bit where Marty has to get back and he and Doc are racing, it still exhilarates me. I'm still thrilled. I don't know if he's going to do it. And I have pulled together, we weren't originally going to do a script reading, and we were talking about it. And I pulled together, I was like, who can we get? Who can we do this? And everybody who's doing this tonight are like probably my closest people. Like, these are my people. I love these people. They're amazing. And we're going to introduce them one by one because they're really getting into it. We're really going to have a fun time with it. And I'm so touched that you guys were able to come out. Everyone who's been a part of this live stream, everyone who has been watching and commenting along. It's amazing. I'm filled with such gratitude and that I get to be with such great people sharing in this experience. And in the private chat, Biff, aka Master Shake, said best trilogy, and actually I agree that it is, but that's neither here nor there. We'll get there. A couple of things, guys. Let's check and see where we're at in donations wise. Yes, we're still at 940. We're holding strong at 940. Let's try and get there. We have till 11 p.m. We have a lot going on. We're going to do the script reading. Then we're going to do the movie trivia battle royale. It's going to be a fantastic time. I am super stoked for all this. Your camera went out if you didn't turn it off. No, I did that. Okay, cool. Oh, wait, then I'll just bring you in. Sorry, buddy. Now we know. So Casey, man, I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm overjoyed. I'm overjoyed.
As you should be. I mean, for all the reasons you said, it's going to be absolutely fantastic. You're getting to do this with all of your people. It's the opportunity to do one of your favorite movies. It's
Yep.
exciting. All right.
And all the people here, like, again, I get to share in this with such amazing people, and we're going to introduce them one by one. We're going to tell you who their characters are, and we're going to have a good time with it. Couple of things that I do. Oh, wait, I didn't put my headphones in. That's the problem. So now I can hear myself everywhere. All right.
I can hear myself. Yeah, I noticed I was maybe muted previously when I was saying how excited we are for this to be an opportunity for you to be able to do this with all your friends, man. I mean, why not? This is a great time. Let's have some fun on a Friday night and do a script reading.
Well, before we bring them in, I just want to say the Snobnation and this community that we've built means the world to me. So to see you guys all come together and be a part of this and just have a great time, it means so much. And I know I've been kind of gushing about this, and I'm going to shut up now, and I want to bring everybody in, and we're going to get started. So one by one, we're going to go over it. Let me get this situated. I'm going to bring in the first man to be introduced in this is the narrator of the whole thing. He's been reading the action lines and various unassigned characters. And he's a good buddy of mine. I haven't been able to hang out with him enough lately, and I love this guy so much. Brian Patrick. What's up, Brian? How you doing, Bob?
Hey, what's happening, man? What's up, Casey?
Dude, thanks so much, man.
Yeah,
great to have you, buddy.
My pleasure. This is one of my favorite movies, and I didn't want to act or pretend to act, so I'm happy to do the narration. And yeah, it'll be interesting because I saw the list of who's got what role, but I'm not going to memorize it. So if there's ever a lull, I'll just start reading.
Perfect. That's the way to do it.
Our buddy AJ was supposed to make it, but if he's not able to, I might need you to read his roles, or we can divvy them up as we go, or I can help fill in the spots there as well.
Hey.
All right, so we have Brian as the narrator and fill in various roles. Let's get down to it. I am going to introduce Casey, who's playing Doc Brown. I'm catching a lot of.
There he is.
Yeah, what's up? Super excited for this opportunity to play Christopher Lloyd.
Do you have a bandage on your head?
I do not. No.
All right. Well, you know. Way to phone it in.
Yeah, right. I know. I really did only half the effort. So there's nothing below the waist.
Oh, all right.
Oh, yeah, doing it right.
Now, before we go on, I do have some special things I want to mention to you guys. We still have prizes in the 7:00 hour. The top 3 donors will receive. These are authentically from 2015 to 30th anniversary. I collected a bunch of them and saved them. There's 3 newspapers here, and it's from Back to the Future 2 because it took place on the same day for Back to the Future Day. So the top 3 donors will win one of those. And whoever's a Joe Bob fan, the
Joe Bob action figure.
The 4th donor will get the Joe Bob action figure. So very happy to do that and get stoked about it. And then I have another special prize in the 8:00 hour, which actually I might as well just say it now, right, Case?
Yeah, just do it.
All right. In the 8:00 hour, the highest donor will receive the Back to the Future trilogy.
Boom.
Very nice. Very nice.
Comes with all the movies and the complete animated series.
Oh, I love that show.
Yep.
Oh, what a good Saturday morning cartoon that was.
Yeah. So, guys, get excited for it. Let's get into it. Let's start introducing everybody because I know they're anxious, chomping at the bit. I will be playing Marty tonight. I'm not in costume because the only red vest I have was my son's sitting behind me, and it's way too small. So bear with me, but I'm going to have a good time with it. Now, I'm going to save the best for last. She's playing every female role tonight. So I'm going to save the best for last. And guys understand why she's the best in this scenario. I'm going to introduce George McFly next. The man, the specimen from Krypton. Mr. Tim Forbes is George McFly.
Woo!
I think you're muted, pal.
Muted. Oh no.
I said, "Oh dear, why'd you put me on screen? I don't like confrontation."
Well, if you don't like confrontation, let me introduce our next character who you confront quite a bit. And that is Biff, playing part of Biff, the man, Master Shake himself, Dan.
Why? I drove all the way here, McFly. And
No one said my supervisor was going to be on this stream. I don't know. I don't know if I can be on this stream anymore.
Light beer? Think, McFly. Think.
Light beer is really good for you, Biff. It keeps you thin.
Light beer makes me angry, McFly. And you know what happens when I'm angry.
I'm sorry.
Well, you guys will be pulling double duty on a couple of characters tonight, of course. Tim's playing George McFly, but we also play Mayor Red Thomas's announcer.
Isn't that like one line?
Yeah, but whatever. You got it.
Hey, still speaking part. That guy got credits for it.
No small parts, only small actors. Dan the Man is going to be playing Tim. Dan the Man's going to be playing Biff, and he will also be doing the role of Dixon, the school bully at the dance. You get the double duty of bully. Then next
Can I cut in?
Next up, we have the man himself, Sturdy, is going to be playing various roles tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I is.
Sturdy will be playing Lorraine's father. Will be playing 3D with one of Biff's cronies. He will also be playing, I'm sure, Goldie Wilson, Marvin Barry. There has nothing to do with him being our only black friend. But
listen.
He says it, not me.
Boom. Thank you, Chris. Yes, it's our black friend Sturdy. Exactly. And I'm doing my part. I didn't want anybody to get canceled by doing. We're not going to say that because these guys are too good to do that. So I just. And they didn't want me doing it. I didn't want to do it in the reverse way either. So, you got to get with roles you fit with.
You got a lot of roles to play tonight, so you're going to have fun. I'm probably going to have some more for you. So I might even, if we don't have somebody here, I'm going to throw them at you. So let's introduce our next actor tonight, Mr. Jason Taylor from the Three Geeks podcast.
Yeah. Acting is a new term with me. I'm here to play all the skinhead roles. So
there you go.
You're playing Biff's skinhead is what they call him. Biff's crony Jason is playing him. You are also playing Lou from the diner, Sherman Peabody, Milton Baines, Lorraine's brother, and we'll throw something else at you once we have it. And last but not least, the best of them all, my lovely wife will be playing every female role tonight. Mary Butcher Kimball, what's up?
Yeah. Is she doing wardrobe changes? That's awesome.
She's got it set, so she will be jumping off little by little. So we're gonna let me take this off so that way I can.
Mick, who has the highest voice? If Mary gets hit by a bus, who is taking the female roles?
I like how he's
Casey could do it.
If Mary gets hit by a bus, that means we're dead.
Yeah, I think
because the bus would come downstairs.
We've been dead for weeks.
It's the magic school bus.
Miss Frizzle's
Listen, I have bad news for you guys.
Well, I appreciate this. Thank you so much, everyone. She's gonna change her voice throughout.
Amazing.
But guys, again, this is for a good cause. If you're just tuning in, this is Casters for a Cause. We are raising money for multiple finally messed it up.
It took all night, though. All day. Nailed it. You can just say MS. It's okay.
All right. The MS Association of America. That's what I'm going to call it. we're having a good time with it. And all day we've had lots of great shows, great talks, everything. So I'm super excited to get into this. If any of you want to stay for Movie Trivia Battle Royale, I'd love to have you afterwards. So stick around afterwards. I'll bring you out, but you can stay for that. So without further ado, let's get started. And if you guys want to make donations, in the descriptions or all over social media and stuff, and in the comments, we're gonna you can go to the GoFundMe and donate. So let's get started, shall we? Brian, whenever you're ready, my friend.
Back to the Future, written by Robert Zemeckis and Bob Gale. Oh, page one's on the back of that. Sorry.
Double-sided printing.
Yep.
Awesome.
Yes. Interior, Brown's garage, 1985 day. Close in on a ticking clock, showing 2 minutes to 8. Camera moves, exploring, revealing more clocks, all varieties, cuckoo clocks, digital clocks, grandfather clock. Felix the cat with moving eyes, and all of them are ticking away in dead sync. We continue exploring the garage, noting in no particular order a jet engine, a stack of unpaid bills addressed to Dr. E. Brown, marked overdue, automotive tools, electronic parts, discarded Burger King wrappers, a video camera, and an unmade army cot. We go past a clock radio. It lights up and comes on.
Weather for Hill Valley and vicinity for today, Friday, October 25th, partly cloudy with a chance of drizzles.
Now we come to a coffee maker with a built-in clock timer. It too turns on, only there is no coffee pot. Boiling coffee drips into an already wet hot plate. Another timer triggers a TV set. An AM newscast is in progress, and the anchor woman talks against the slide plutonium theft with the yellow and purple radiation symbol.
Mary, you want to take this one? You weren't prepared.
I didn't know I was
right?
supposed to be the anchorman. Officials at the Pacific Nuclear Research Facility have denied the rumor that a case of missing plutonium was in fact stolen from their storehouses 2 weeks ago. A Libyan terrorist group had claimed responsibility for the alleged theft. Officials now attribute the discrepancy to a simple clerical error. The FBI, which is still investigating the matter, had no comment.
We pass a toaster attached to a timer. 2 pieces of black toast sit on it. And as the timer clicks on, the ashen toast drops into the toaster again. Clearly, we are seeing a morning routine for someone who hasn't been home for a while. On the floor, a timer clicks on an electric can opener with an empty can of dog food. The empty can goes around. Below it, in a dog dish labeled Einstein, is dog food that's been sitting for a while. Now we hear a key turning in the service door. A pair of feet and Nike tennis shoes enters.
Doc Brown? Hello? Anybody home?
A skateboard is dropped onto the floor and rolls under the army cot. Under the army cot, coming to rest against a yellow case with purple radioactivity symbols stamped plutonium, property of Pacific Nuclear Research Facility. Series of shots, close images, hands connect wires to a terminal, fingers flip switches, illuminating power on lights and consoles, hand, wrist, rheostats. New word for me. Needles on gauges jump to life. A hand poses in readiness over a set of guitar strings about to play. Fingers turn a calibrated knob from 3 to 10. As we see a high school age kid, we can't see his face, ready to play his electric guitar, is connected through a battery of amplifying equipment to a huge speaker 10 feet tall. The kid hits it, and there's a tremendous explosion from the speaker, which literally blasts the kid off his feet and into a set of shelves, which collapse, covering him with books, tools, and junk. The blown speaker spokes. On the rubble, as the stunned kid regains his senses and looks around, he's Marty McFly, 17, dressed in jeans and a jean jacket.
That's what I call rock and roll. I'm doing a real line on that one.
As Marty picks himself up, a huge alarm bell on the wall clangs. Marty runs over to the phone and answers it.
Yo.
Marty, thank God I found you there.
Doc, where have you been all week?
Never mind that now. Listen, can you meet me at Twin Pines Mall tonight at 1:15?
1:15 in the morning?
All right. I've made a major breakthrough, and I'll need your assistance.
Okay, Doc, but what's going on?
I'll give you all the details at the appropriate time. Don't forget now, tomorrow morning, 1:15 a.m.
Yeah, Doc, about your amplifier?
Oh, that's right.
Whatever you do, don't use the amp. There's a slight possibility of overload.
I was just thinking that.
Suddenly, all the clocks strike 8 at once. Chimes, cuckoos, and digital beeps all toll in a bizarre cacophony.
Are those my clocks I hear?
Yeah, it's 8 o'clock.
Perfect! My experiment worked. They're all exactly 25 minutes slow.
25 minutes slow? Doc, are you telling me it's 8:25?
Precisely.
Damn, I'm late for school.
Marty hangs up. Marty hangs up. He puts his Walkman headphones on, grabs his backpack, and reaches down to retrieve his skateboard. Once again, we see the plutonium case, but Marty doesn't. Exterior, Brown's garage, day. The door opens. Marty throws his skateboard down and hops on. He hits play on the Walkman, and a hot rock music kicks in as the main titles begin. Marty skateboards past the garage, an architectural gem that has seen far better days, and past a Burger King. A truck is pulling out. Marty grabs the back of it and hitches a toad down the street. Very dangerous. Exterior, another street, day. Marty is towed down another street on his way toward town square and school. As the truck he's on continues forward, Marty lets go and turns down an intersecting street. Titles continue. Marty skateboards down through town square. There's seen better days. We will particularly note the Essex Adult Movie Theater featuring wet teenage sluts, all $5.
These are wild.
The modern self-serve Texaco station where an old lady gets no help as she pumps her own gas. Lou's Aerobic Fitness Center where 15 or 20 motley women are exercising in a window. The Bank of America where customers wait in line at the Versateller. Ask Mr. Foster Travel advertising 10 days in Hawaii. A dilapidated welcome to Hill Valley sign on the corner, the main square in front of the old courthouse, a parking lot for the Department of Social Services, and the abandoned town theater all boarded up with Assembly of Christ on the marquee. Marty hooks up on another vehicle and is towed along. Exterior, Hill Valley High School. The front of the school has chipped paint and graffiti on the walls. Marty arrives, hops off the skateboard, kicks it up, and runs up the stairs. An attractive girl rushes out towards him. She's Jennifer Parker, 17. The two of them are an item.
Jennifer, you look so hot.
Marty, you're late. Don't go in this way. Strickland's looking for you. 2 more tardies and you'll get detention.
Jennifer peeks around the corner down the hall.
I think we're safe.
This time it really wasn't my fault. The doc set all his clocks 25 minutes slow. Oh, who's playing Strickland? Sturdy, or yeah, I think it was Sturdy's playing him.
Oh. The doc. You gave me
No, Strickland.
Huh?
The voiceover OS. That's you.
OS, yeah, it's Strickland. He's around the corner.
All right, I'm lost. Hang on.
Page 7.
See this? I just seen it. A tardy slip for you, Miss Parker, and another one for you, McFly. I believe that.
No.
Oh,
No, you got to start with
Where?
the doc. The doc. Am I to understand that you're still hanging around with Dr. Emmett Brown McFly? There you go. Now you go.
Now I go for the one I just read, the tardy slip.
Yeah, you could start from there.
All right. My bad, people.
You're good, man.
No. A tardy slip for you, Miss Parker, and another for you, McFly. I believe that makes 4 in a row. Get your stuff together. Now let me give you a nickel's worth of free advice, young man. That so-called Dr. Brown is dangerous. He's a real nutcase. You fool around with him, and you're gonna end up in big trouble.
Yes, sir.
Clearly, Marty's looking forward to that kind of trouble.
You got a real attitude problem, McFly. You're a slacker. You remind me of your father when he went here. He was a slacker too.
Can I go now, Mr. Strickland?
I noticed you're on the roster for the dance auditions after school. Why even bother, McFly? You don't have a chance. You're too much like your old man. No, McFly. No McFly ever amounted to anything in the history of Hill Valley.
Yeah? Well, history's going to change.
Ooh, foreshadowing. Interior school gym day. Close on a sign reading auditions, Battle of the Bands. Jennifer Parker, 17, stands at the side of the stage and gestures with crossed fingers and hopeful expression. The object of her attention is Marty on stage with his band, the Pinheads. Marty acknowledges her. Then he steps forward to address the dance committee.
All right. We're the Pinheads, and we're going to rock and roll.
They kick into a red-hot number. Marty's fingers dance across the strings and frets in a complicated lead line. He's terrific, and the band sounds great. They get out only about 25 seconds into the number when a voice calls out.
I'm going to take this one real quick because I want the real line said. All right. I'm afraid you're just too darn loud.
Thanks, Huey.
Marty and the group stop playing, exchanging bewildered glances. Cut to the town square, exterior shot day. An election sound vehicle wipes the screen with red and white and blue bunting proclaiming re-elect Mayor Goldie Wilson, honesty, decency, integrity, and a picture of the incumbent. Mayor Wilson is black, about 50, with a gold front tooth. The truck broadcasts a campaign speech by the mayor. Marty and Jennifer are walking together. She carries school books and he has a skateboard, and she's depressed.
Marty, one rejection isn't the end of the world.
I don't know. Maybe I'm just not cut out for music.
But you're good, Marty. You're really good. And this audition tape of yours is great. You've got to send it in to that record company.
Yeah, that's what Doc Brown keeps telling me. Confidence. If you put your mind to it, you can do anything.
That's good advice, Marty.
Yeah, but what if I send it in and they hate it? What if they tell me I'm no good? What if they say, get out of here, kid? You got no future. Why should I put myself through that kind of rejection? Jeez, I'm starting to sound like my old man.
Well, they say all of our emotional anxieties come directly from our parents.
In that case, you can kiss me off right now.
Come on, Marty. Your father's not that bad.
I think deep down inside he means well, but the man just can't get it together.
At least he's letting you borrow the car tomorrow night. That's a major step in the right direction.
Marty spots a tricked out 4x4 truck on display in the town square of the parking lot.
Check out that 4x4. Wouldn't it be great? Let's take it up to the lake tomorrow night.
Got to do that in Michigan.
Some sleeping. We could put some sleeping bags in the back. Make out under the stars. Someday, Jennifer. Someday.
What about your mother? Does she know?
Are you kidding me? She thinks I'm going camping with the guys. If she found out I was going camping with you, she'd freak. And I get standard lecture about how she never behaved that way when she was in high school. She must have been born a nun or something.
She's just trying to keep you respectable.
She's not doing a very good job, is she?
They move closer.
Terrible.
They're about to kiss.
Save the clock tower.
Marty and Jennifer turn. A middle-aged church group type woman has a donation can and an armful of printed flyers.
Mayor Wilson is sponsoring an initiative to repair that clock.
She points to the stop clock on the old courthouse building.
30 years ago, lightning struck that clock tower, and the clock hasn't run since. We at the Hill Valley Preservation Society think it should be preserved exactly the way it is, as part of our history and heritage.
All right, lady. All right, here's a quarter.
Big spender. Marty drops a quarter into her can and turns towards Jennifer again, but before he can move closer, the clock woman sticks a flyer in front of his face.
Don't forget to take a flyer. It tells the whole story of the clock tower.
Marty grabs the flyer out of her hand.
Thanks.
She moves along to bother someone else.
Now, where were we?
Right about here.
They move closer again as before, about to kiss.
That's my dad. I've got to go.
This is not my day. I'll call you tonight.
I'll be at my grandma's. Here's the number.
She writes the number. She writes something down on the back of a clock flyer handout and gives it to him. Marty takes it and she hops into the waiting car. Marty watches it go. Then he looks at the paper Jennifer just gave him.
FYI, that is the exact number she writes down.
Along with the phone number, she's written, "I love you." Marty smiles, then looks at the back of it. A reprint of a newspaper article about the clock tower. He folds it up and puts it in his pocket and hops onto his skateboard. Cut to exterior road, dusk. A pickup truck cruises down the road with Marty towed behind it on his skateboard. As the truck passes an intersecting street, Marty lets go. That's where he's going. A pair of dilapidated-looking lion statues indicate the entrance to a subdivision, Lions Estates. The lions are someone's failed idea of class, and they're chipped, weathered, and covered with graffiti. Marty disappears behind them, and we hold a beat. I think it's still me. Exterior McFly home, dusk. A wrecker is in the McFly driveway with a 1979 Plymouth Reliant in tow. Its front end is completely smashed as if someone has rammed it into a brick wall. The truck driver is unhitching it. Marty skateboards up to the scene and is shocked.
My God, the car is wrecked.
Marty rushes into the house. Interior McFly living room. Marty enters to see Biff Tannen, an intimidating lout of 48, lambasting Marty's father, George McFly, a timid man of 47.
I can't believe you did this, McFly, you Irish bug. I can't believe you loaned me your car without telling me it had a blind spot. I could have been killed.
Biff, I've never noticed any blind spot before.
What are you, blind, McFly? It's there. How else can you explain that wreck out there?
Can I assume that your insurance will pay for that damage?
My insurance? It's your car. Your insurance should pay for it. I want to know who's going to pay for this. Oh, I spilled beer all over me when I hit that car, McFly. Who's going to pay my cleaning bill?
George hesitates, then meekly pulls out his wallet.
You think $20 will cover it?
Biff snatches the $20 bill out of George's hand.
It's a start. And hey, McFly, where are my reports?
Well, I haven't finished them yet. I figured since they weren't due till Monday.
McFly! Hello, McFly! Anybody home? Think, McFly, think. I've got to have the time to get the reports retyped. If I turn them in your handwriting, I'll get fired.
Okay, I'll finish them tonight and run them over first thing in the morning.
Oh, not too early, McFly. I sleep in on Saturday. Oh, hey, McFly, your shoe's untied.
Huh?
He looks down and Biff hits him in the chin. Biff laughs loudly.
Don't be so gullible, McFly. Think.
Biff heads towards the door and notices Marty staring at him.
What are you looking at, butthead?
Biff exits. Marty shakes his head and steps over to his father, outraged. He's about to say something, but George raises his hand and cuts him off.
I know what you're going to say, and you're right. You're right. But he happens to be my supervisor, and I'm afraid I'm just not very confrontational.
But Dad, the car. He wrecked the car. He totaled it. I was counting on using that car tomorrow night, Dad. Do you have any idea how important this was to me? Do you have any idea at all?
I know, son. And all I can say is, I'm sorry.
Dad, did it ever occur to you to say no? Just once try saying no?
Son, I know it's hard for you to understand, but the fact is, I'm just not a fighter.
Try it once, Dad. Just one time. Say no. N-O, no.
Now there's a rap on the screen door as Howard, the pot-bellied next-door neighbor, steps in with his daughter 11 wearing a Little League uniform.
Well, this is new.
Indeed.
I'll take it. Hey, McFly, my kid's selling peanut brittle for their team. It's $5 a box. I'm putting you down for a case, okay, McFly?
Marty shakes his head. George hesitates and gulps.
Well, okay.
See, Michelle, I told you we'd only have to go to one house.
Marty shakes his head hopelessly.
Where was that in the original cut?
Right.
That would have made sense because he was eating peanut brittle at the dinner table.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Interior at the McFly dinner table. Night. The McFly family is dining on meatloaf, Kraft macaroni and cheese, bird's eye mixed vegetables, and French's instant mashed potatoes. Apparently, there's peanut butter there somewhere. Mary's mother, Lorraine, 47, was once very attractive. Now she's overweight in a rut, a victim of suburban stagnation. I feel you, sister. She
Not
has
true at
more
all.
food on her plate than anyone else and a glass of vodka. George has papers in front of him instead of food. He's doing the work Biff gave him. He's also glancing at the TV, which is turned to a Honeymooners rerun. Sister Linda, 19, is cute, but wears too much eye makeup. Brother Dave, 20-something, because there's a smear. 27, wears a McDonald's uniform and is wolfing down his food.
Believe me, son, you're better off not having the aggravation of dealing with the YMCA dance. You'd have to worry about getting all your equipment there, making contingency plans in case someone got sick, making sure you got paid correctly, settling with the musicians union, and what if you're so good that other people want to hire you? You'd have to worry about scheduling your jobs around school. Believe me, son, you're better off without those headaches.
He's right, Marty. If there's one thing you don't need, it's a headache.
Marty nods unenthusiastically. Lorraine brings in a cake which says, "Welcome home, Uncle Joy," with a black bird flying out of the barred prison window.
Kids, I guess we're going to have to eat this cake by ourselves. Your Uncle Joey didn't make parole again. I think it would be nice if you all dropped him a line.
Uncle Jailbird Joey?
He's your brother, Mom.
Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, I think it's a major embarrassment having an uncle in prison. We all make mistakes in life, children.
Damn, I'm late.
Please watch your language, David. Jennifer Parker called. Wants you to call her back. I don't like her, Marty. Any girl who calls up a boy is looking for trouble. Pass the mashed potatoes, please.
Marty passes them, and Lorraine takes a big helping.
Oh, Mother, there's nothing wrong with calling a boy. Well, I think it's terrible. Girls chasing boys. I never chased a boy when I was your age. I never called a boy or asked a boy on a date or sat in a parked car with a boy. Because when you behave like that, boys won't respect you, Linda. They think you're cheap.
Well, Lorraine, it sounds like you're reminiscing, actually. So Linda rolls her eyes. She heard this 1,000,000 times.
Then how are you ever supposed to meet anybody? It'll just happen, like the way I met your father. But that was so stupid. Grandpa hit him with his car. It was meant to be. I still don't understand what Dad was doing in the middle of the street. What was it, George? Bird watching?
Did you say something, Lorraine?
Anyway, Grandpa hit him with the car and brought him into the house. He seemed so helpless, like a little lost puppy, and my heart just went out to him. Yeah, Mom, you've told us 1,000,000 times. Florence Nightingale to the rescue. The next weekend, we went on our first date, the Enchantment Under the Sea school dance. I'll never forget it. It was the night of that terrible thunderstorm. Remember, George?
What's that, dear?
Your father kissed me for the first time on the dance floor, and that was when I realized I was going to spend the rest of my life with him.
Marty and Linda exchange a look and shake their heads.
I can't believe Dad actually got up enough nerve to kiss you in public. Well, I may have encouraged him a little.
I want to say something before I say this line. You're killing it playing two roles talking to each other, Mary.
Yeah, you are. Yes, you are.
You deserve credit on that. And everybody's doing a great job, and I love you guys. So. I'll bet you had to practically jump on his bones.
Marty gets up, finished eating, and exit. Lorraine looks at George, then smiles demurely at herself.
Thinking back on it, I did.
Interior, Marty's bedroom, night. Marty's walls are covered with posters of rock stars and cars, particularly Toyota 4x4s. There's also a portable home synthesizer, a tape recorder, and a stack of lead sheets. What's a lead sheet?
I don't know.
All right. Well, Marty's got them. Marty sits at his desk with a submission form that has an RNG Records letterhead and an envelope and the cassette tape Jennifer Parker gave him. There's also a picture of Jennifer there. He signs the form and puts it in the envelope along with the cassette tape. He is about to seal it. Then he hesitates and ponders a moment. He stares at the envelope. It's addressed to RNG Records New Talent Division. He sighs, shakes his head, pulls the tape out, chucks the envelope and the application into the trash can. Marty sighs, then he kicks back on the bed and sprawls out. He closes his eyes. Interior, Marty's bedroom. Clock on Marty's nightstand. It's almost 12:30. Camera pans to pick up Marty lying asleep on the bed, fully clothed. Now Marty's cordless phone beeps. Marty stirs and answers it.
Hello?
You didn't fall asleep, did you?
No, of course not.
Uh-huh. Listen, I forgot my video camera. Could you stop by my place and pick it up on your way to the mall?
No problem, Doc.
Marty hangs up. He looks at the clock, then shoves pillows under his covers to make it look like he's asleep. He takes his Walkman, his orange down vest, his skateboard, and opens the bedroom window. He climbs out. Exterior, Twin Pines Mall parking lot, night. Camera pans from the lit entrance sign depicting 2 pine trees in a row with Twin Pines Mall and lettering below, along with a digital clock at 1:18, to pick up Marty on his skateboard with a Walkman and video camera. Marty skateboards around the corner of the mall and sees an oversized step van with a drop-down tailgate, like a ramp, all by itself on the vast sodium vapor lit parking lot. It's beat up. It has lettered on the side, Dr. E. Brown Enterprises, 24-hour scientific services. A large dog sits patiently beside it. The animal has a battery-operated digital clock attached to his collar. There are a few boxes, some equipment, and a suitcase nearby. Marty skateboards over to the truck and the dog.
Doc? Hello? Hey, Einstein. Where's the doc? Where's the doc, boy?
We hear an engine rev up. The truck engine, the rear truck doors suddenly open, and a sleek stainless steel DeLorean drives down the drop-down gate onto the parking lot. It's been modified with coils and some wicked-looking units on the rear engine. Marty stares at it in amazement. The DeLorean pulls up to him and stops. The gull-wing driver's door opens, and out steps Dr. Emmett Brown, 65. He's clad in a white radiation suit, hood off. His hair is wild. His eyes are full of life and energy.
Good evening, Marty. Welcome to my latest experiment. This is the biggest one, the one I've been waiting for all my life.
Marty ogles the vehicle.
It's a DeLorean. But what did you do to it? And what's with the Devo suit?
Bear with me, Marty. All of your questions will be answered. Roll tape and we'll proceed.
Marty raises the camera. Brown clears his throat and addresses the camera.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Emmett Brown. I'm standing here on the parking lot at Twin Pines Mall. It's Saturday morning, October 26th, 1985, 1:19 a.m., and this is temporal experiment number 1. Come on, Einstein. Get in, boy.
The dog obediently jumps in and sits in the driver's seat. Brown buckles him in with the shoulder harness.
Please note that Einstein's clock here is in precise synchronization with my control watch.
Brown holds up a digital watch next to Einstein's clock. Indeed, the two are dead sync.
Good luck, Heine.
Brown reaches in and starts the ignition. The DeLorean engine roars to life. Brown turns on the headlights and lowers the gull-wing door, sealing Einstein in. He steps back and picks up a remote control unit similar to the one for radio-controlled toy car. There are buttons labeled accelerator and brake, a joystick, and an LED digital readout labeled miles per hour. Brown flicks the power switch on and, using the accelerator button and joystick for steering, sends the DeLorean down to the far, far end of the parking lot. He turns the car around so that it's pointing towards them, idling.
Here we go, Marty. If my calculations are correct, when the car hits 88 miles an hour, you're going to see some serious shit.
Brown takes a deep breath and then pushes the accelerator button. The DeLorean takes off, shifting gears automatically. The LED speedometer passes 30. The stainless steel vehicle zooms faster, past 40. Marty is getting it all on tape. Brown watches intently. The speedometer climbs past 60. In the car, Einstein remains calmly in the driver's seat. Gauges and instruments, lights mounted behind him, begin flashing. Brown's finger holds the accelerator button down. The meter passes 75. The DeLorean keeps accelerating, approaching Marty and Brown. The coils mounted around the car begin glowing. Exterior mall DeLorean night. The speedometer hits 85, 86, 87, 88. The automobile is suddenly engulfed by a blinding white glow. Then, blam, it's gone. A trail of fire left in its wake. Brown and Marty are hit by a sharp blast of air. Marty blinks in disbelief, as if the car never existed. Only the license plate is left behind, a vanity plate. No time.
What did I tell you? 88 miles an hour. Temporal displacement occurred at exactly 1:02 a.m. in 0 seconds.
Christ almighty. You disintegrated Einstein.
Calm down, Marty. I didn't disintegrate anything. The molecular structure of both Einstein and the car are completely intact.
Then where the hell are they?
Well, the appropriate question is, when the hell are they? You see, Einstein has just become the world's first time traveler. I sent him into the future, 1 minute into the future, to be exact, and at exactly 1:03 a.m. in 0 seconds, we shall catch up to him in the time machine.
Time machine? Are you trying to tell me you built a time machine? Out of a DeLorean?
The way I figured it, if you're going to build a time machine into a car, why not do it with some style? Besides, the stainless steel construction of the flux dispersal. Beep, 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 beep. Roll tape and brace yourself for a sudden displacement of air.
Marty aims his camera right where the DeLorean disappeared. Brown grips the remote control unit tightly and counts down.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Their hair stands up on end, charged with static electricity. Suddenly, a sharp blast of wind comes up out of nowhere, along with a deafening sonic boom, and the DeLorean reappears right where it vanished, still going 88 miles an hour. Brown hits the brake button. The car wheels lock up, and the DeLorean comes to a screeching halt, smoke pouring off the body. Brown and Marty rush over to the car. Brown approaches cautiously and reaches for a door handle. He touches and recoils in pain.
Is it hot?
It's cold. Damn cold.
Brown raises the driver's side door. There sits Einstein, none the worse for wear. Brown again compares his watch with Einstein's. Insert watches. Einstein reads 1:20:10. Brown's is 1:21:10.
Exactly 1 minute difference. And still ticking. Marty.
Oh, is Einstein all right?
Brown unbuckles the shoulder harness and Einstein bounds out, happy and playful. Brown gives the dog a milk bone reward.
Good boy, Heidi. He's fine, and he's completely unaware that anything happened. As far as he's concerned, the trip was instantaneous. That's why his watch is a minute behind mine. He skipped over that minute to instantly arrive at this moment in time. Come here, let me show you how it works.
Marty is still a bit skeptical, uneasy. Brown waves him over like a kid who wants to show off a new toy. Marty approaches cautiously.
First, you turn on the time circuits.
Brown flips the labeled switch. An array of indicator lights go on inside.
This readout tells you where you're going, this one tells you where you are, and this one tells you where you were.
The three readouts are respectively called destination time, present time, and last time departed.
You input your destination time on this keypad. Want to see the signing of the Declaration of Independence?
He punches 7/4/1776. The destination time readout lights up with the date.
Or witness the birth of Christ.
He punches in 12/25/0, which is wrong.
Here's a red letter date in the history of science, November 5th, 1955.
He pauses, realizing something, as if something suddenly makes sense to him.
Yes, of course, November 5th, 1955.
What happened then?
That was the day I invented time travel. I remember it vividly. I was standing on the edge of my toilet, hanging a clock. The porcelain was wet. I slipped and hit my head in the sink. And when I came to, I had a revelation, a vision, a picture in my head, a picture of this.
Brown points to a particular centerpiece unit mounted inside the DeLorean. Marty aims the video camera and gets it on tape. He continues taping as Dr. Brown explains.
This is what makes time travel possible, the flux capacitor.
Flux capacitor, huh?
It's taken me almost 30 years and my entire family fortune to fulfill the vision of that day. My God, has it been that long? I've been working on this 29 years, 11 months, and 355 days, excluding vacations, of course. Almost 30 years. Amazing. Things have certainly changed. This all used to be farmland here, as far as the eye could see.
This is heavy, Doc. It runs on like regular unleaded gasoline?
Unfortunately, no. It requires something with a little more kick.
Brown indicates a container with purple radioactivity symbols on it.
Plutonium? You mean this sucker's nuclear?
Well, electrical. But I need a nuclear reaction to generate the 1.21 gigawatts of electricity I need. The flux capacitor stores it, then discharges all at once like a gigantic bolt of lightning.
Hold the phone, Doc. Plutonium's illegal. Did you rip that off?
Of course, from a group of Libyan nationalists. They wanted me to build them a bomb. I took their plutonium and in turn gave them a shiny bomb casing full of used pinball machine parts. Let's get Einstein in the truck. We must prepare to reload.
Close on the plutonium container, as Brown's gloved hands remove a 4-inch cylinder with plutonium rods within. It's surrounded by water. Wider, Marty is now dressed in a yellow radiation suit. Both he and Brown have their hoods up. The DeLorean has been moved close to the truck. Marty videotapes as Brown steps over the rear of the DeLorean and places the plutonium cylinder into the loading hopper. Plutonium rod drops down to the reactor, which then seals shut.
It's safe. Everything is lead lined.
Working.
Mustn't...
Marty removes his hood. Einstein watches from the truck.
Oh, I mustn't forget my luggage.
Brown grabs a suitcase and puts it in the trunk. It's in the front.
Who knows if they'll have cotton underwear in the future? I'm allergic to all synthetics.
Brown slams the trunk shut.
Future? Is that where you're going?
That's right. 25 years into the future. I've always dreamed of seeing the future, looking beyond my years, observing the progress of mankind. I'll also be able to find out who wins the next 25 World Series.
Foreshadowing. Well, be sure to look me up when you get there. I'll fill you in on what's been happening.
Indeed, I will. I, Dr. Emmett J. Brown, am about to embark on a historic journey.
Suddenly, Einstein starts barking at something.
What is it, Heidi?
Brown turns and reacts with horror as to an approaching pair of headlights. It's an ominous van.
Oh no, they found me. I don't know how, but they found me.
Who?
The Libyans I ripped off.
The van's side door slides open and a swarthy character who resembles Yasser Arafat, leans out with an AK-47 submachine gun. He opens fire.
Different times.
These were wild. These were wild.
We talked about this earlier.
Oh God! Damn.
Excuse me. Can we keep it together? Keep it professional. Let's keep it.
I'm starting to believe they don't know where Libya is.
Yeah, right.
I think you're up, Doc.
Oh, am I?
Run for it, Marty.
Run for it, Marty! I'll draw their fire!
Brown runs into his truck, rummages around, and comes out with a .45 revolver. He tries to fire at the van, but the gun won't work. He then breaks for the mall, a good 500 yards away. Einstein watches from Brown's truck. The terrorist van screeches around sharply and gives chase. The terrorist fires a machine gun blast.
Doc, no!
But Brown keeps running, and the van closes distance. No way can Brown outrun it to the mall. The terrorist gunner screams a Libyan curse, then fires a burst at Brown. The bullets rip into Brown's chest, and the scientist goes down. Marty stands frozen in horror, video camera still in hand.
Doc, oh my God. You bastards!
As if hearing Marty, the van makes a U-turn. It's coming for Marty. Marty looks around. He's out in the open. He only has one chance, the DeLorean. Marty dashes for it. The Libyan gunner takes aim and pulls the trigger, but the weapon jams. He jerks the mechanism, trying to unjam it. He swears in Libyan. Interior DeLorean. Marty swings the door shut. Okay. Yeah. Then looks over to an array of switches and buttons on the console with frightened bewilderment. How do you start this thing? He then spots keys in the ignition on the steering column, like every other car in 1985, just like any other car. He turns it over and shifts it into first. He floors it. The chase, the DeLorean rolls off. The van gives chase. Interior DeLorean, the speedometer approaches 40. Exterior mall parking lot on the van. The terrorist gunner leans out of the van and takes aim. Interior moving DeLorean. Marty looks into the side view mirror. Marty's POV through the mirror. The Libyan gunner takes aim. The speedometer climbs past 50. Exterior mall parking lot. The gunner fires. Bullets rip into the parking lot just behind the speeding DeLorean. Marty has the pedal to the metal. The The speedometer says 75 on Marty. Marty again checks the side view mirror. Marty's POV through the side view mirror. The van is still keeping up. Marty reacts.
Let's see if you bastards can do 90.
What a tort. The DeLorean continues accelerating. The van continues pursuit, but begins to lose ground. The speedometer passes 85. The gauges and indicators light up behind Marty's head, just as they did before Einstein traveled through time. The flux capacitor is about to kick in. The speedometer climbs 86, 87, 88. Interior moving DeLorean behind Marty through the windshield. The mall parking lot has suddenly changed to an open field with a scarecrow in the middle of it. Marty is speeding towards it at 88 miles an hour. He hits it. The scarecrow's face is hideously smashed against the windshield. Marty can't see. He's completely disoriented. The scarecrow head falls off the DeLorean. Revealing that Marty's heading toward an open barn. The DeLorean speeds right into the open barn. We hold on the barn exterior. We hear a crash. Hay and dust are kicked up on the floor, out the door. Then the crack of wood at a large section of the barn roof caves in. We hold on the barn. We hear a dog start barking. Dog starts barking. Marty swings the door shut. Then he looks over an array of switches and buttons on the console with frightened bewilderment. Wrong page. Dog started barking. Nearby farmhouse night. A light goes on in a nearby farmhouse. Farmer Pa Peabody, 45, comes out of his red flannels carrying a lantern. Behind him is his wife, Ma, their buxom 14-year-old daughter, and a lively 11-year-old son, Sherman. They approach the barn cautiously, enter through the rear doors. Interior barn night. The Peabodys stare in open-mouthed astonishment. The stainless steel vehicle faces them head-on, headlight beams shining through the dust. With its wheels buried in the straw, the amber hazard lights blinking, it looks like a spaceship. The cows in the barn don't seem to care much, but Ma and Pa look up at the hole where the roof caved in, then exchange an uneasy look.
What is it, Pa?
It looks like an airplane with wings.
Jason? You should be Sherman.
Jason, you're Sherman.
Sherman. Oh, he's muted.
My bad.
Oh, you're muted.
Airplane? It's a flying saucer, Pa, from outer space.
The driver's gull-wing door rises slowly, just like a hatch. Pa motions them all back. They watch expectantly, uneasily, with expressions of curiosity mixed with fear. Now Marty steps out, dazed. He's in the radiation suit, and the hood is down, giving him the appearance of an alien.
Run, children! Run for your lives!
They all run like hell out of the barn. Marty takes a few steps, then removes his hood.
Hello? Where am I?
Marty looks around. The cows in the barn just chewed their cud. Marty shakes his head, then steps out of the barn door. Exterior barnyard night. Marty steps out into the barnyard.
Excuse me. Anybody here?
Exterior farmhouse night. Pa busts out of the farmhouse with a double-barreled shotgun. He's scared. Sherman comes running out right behind him with something rolled up in his hand.
Shoot it, Pa. It's already mutated into human form. Shoot it.
Pa raises his shotgun. He's nervous and unsteady. He fires. Buckshot cracks into the barn wall behind Marty.
Take that, you mutated son of a bitch!
He squeezes off the second barrel. Shot explodes into the dirt near Marty's feet. He dashes back into the barn. Pa breaks the gun and reloads.
Be careful, Pa. Don't get too close or he'll take over your brain.
The hell are you talking about, boy?
Read this. It's all in here.
Sherman shows him his Tales from Space comic book. On the cover is a spaceship that resembles a 50s version of the DeLorean. An alien is stepping out who looks something like Marty in the radiation suit, and he appears to have enslaved several human females. The title of the story is Space Zombies from Pluto. Pa gulps. Now the DeLorean...
Females, why are there multiple... Never mind. I'm sorry.
Why is the 14-year-old described as buxom?
Was she 14? Was she a tad younger? I don't know. Pa understandably gulps. Now the DeLorean thunders out of the barn. Pa Peabody jumps back. The car spins around in the barnyard and smashes through a white picket fence surrounding two newly planted pine trees in a line, just like on the sign at the Twin Pines Mall. The DeLorean takes out one of the small trees and then finds the dirt access road and roars away.
You space bastard! You killed one of my pines!
Bob fires both barrels at the departing vehicle and blows his own mailbox to shreds. He runs over to his pine grove.
Now I only got one!
The farm dirt road, morning. The DeLorean tears along the dirt road past an entrance sign reading Twin Pines Ranch and then onto the main paved road. Moving DeLorean, daytime. Marty is driving. He's out of breath, scared, disoriented.
Okay, Marty, get a hold of yourself. There's got to be an explanation for this. It's probably all a dream. One very intense dream. It's all going to resolve itself.
DeLorean floorboards. Marty's foot slams on the brake. Exterior, the road, daytime. The DeLorean burns to a screeching halt. The engine dies. Farmland, crane shot. Marty gets out of the DeLorean and takes us to the Lions Gate of Lions Estates, standing alone on a dirt road surrounded by colored pennants and a large sign promoting the development. The gates are brand new. We crane up, revealing empty farmland beyond. Marty is totally astonished. Now we hear the sound of an approaching car. Marty turns. A 47 Hudson is coming down the road. Marty waves his arms at the car. Moving POV of Marty from the Hudson, a bizarre image, Marty in the yellow radiation suit next to the DeLorean. Marty on the Hudson. The driver of the Hudson reacts with fear. He honks and speeds past Marty. Marty gulps.
Ugh. It can't be. It can't be.
He rushes back to the DeLorean and looks in. Interior DeLorean. The time displays show present time, November 5th, 1955, 6:23 a.m. Destination time is November 5th, 1955, 6 a.m. And the last time departed, October 26, 1985, 1:35 a.m. Suddenly, the displays blank out as the car dies. The plutonium chamber gauge reads empty. Marty turns the ignition key, but the engine won't start. He tries again and again. Each time the starter sounds worse. Finally, it completely dies. Marty hits the steering wheel in frustration.
Perfect.
Cut to behind the Lions billboard, day. Marty, in his regular street clothes, pushes the DeLorean behind the billboard, hiding it from view from the main road. Marty takes a deep breath, then walks around the sign and down the main road. Up ahead is a mileage marker that says Hill Valley 2. Cut to Marty now spots a woman walking towards him.
Are we in the same one?
Did I not flip a page?
I don't think so. You should be at the exterior of Hill Valley Town Square.
Yep. So what Mick just said, Marty arrives in Hill Valley Town Square, 1955. It's vibrant, bustling, alive. Marty is amazed at what he sees. He walks across the street, staring at the town square. He notices the movie theater is now playing Cattle Queen of Montana, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Ronald Reagan. A record store with Patti Page and Edie Gourmet albums on display. Marty walks toward the center of town and reacts to the clock chiming at 8:30. He moves along, pausing to stare at the Studebaker dealership. As he reaches the corner, he sees the travel agency promoting vacations in Cuba and the realty office advertising bomb shelters. He now looks up and reacts to a political sound truck heading around the corner promoting Red Thomas for mayor. Marty shakes his head, then spots a discarded newspaper in the trash. He picks it up and looks at the date. The date is Saturday, November 5th, 1955. Marty now spots a woman walking towards him.
Excuse me, ma'am, but could you pinch me? What?
I beg your pardon?
Pinch me. What is that?
The woman slaps
Thankfully,
Marty.
they cut that.
And I don't think she would be that upset in the 50s.
No. What do you know? The woman slaps Marty across the face and walks off in a huff.
This is definitely not a dream. Thanks a lot.
Now he notices something across the street. Marty's POV of the public telephone sign in Lou's Cafe. Marty has an idea. He runs across the street and into the cafe. Interior cafe, day. Typical cafe soda fountain of the period. 2 or 3 customers are at the counter. Marty stares at the signs. Coffee 5 cents. Ice cream 10 cents. A calendar displays the date, November 5th, 1955. Lou, the counterman, spots Marty in his orange down vest.
What'd you do, kid? Jump ship?
Huh?
What's with the life preserver?
I just want to use the phone.
In the back.
Lou points it out, a phone booth. Marty goes into the phone booth and flips through the directory. Marty's finger comes to rest at Brown Emmett L., scientist. 1640 Riverside Drive, Klondike 54385. Marty smiles, just what he was hoping for.
Thank God you're still around. Thank God you're still alive. It's a better line.
Marty puts in a dime and dials the number. It rings and rings and rings. No answer. He hangs up.
Not my day.
He rips the page out and shoves it in his pocket. Interior cafe. Marty saunters out of the phone booth and takes a seat at the counter. A nerdy-looking kid is seated nearby, sipping a soda and reading a comic book. Marty looks at Lou, indicating the address on the phone book page.
Can you tell me where 1640 Riverside?
You gonna order something, kid?
Sure. Give me a tab.
I can't give you a tab unless you order something.
Let me have a Pepsi free.
Kid, if you want a Pepsi, you got to pay for it.
Oh, just give me something to drink without any sugar in it.
Lou gives him a look. Then he puts a cup of coffee in front of him. Marty looks at the bowl of sugar cubes in front of him.
Have you got any sweet and low?
Sweet and what? Say, kid, you'd better pay for this right now.
Okay.
Marty puts down a nickel. Marty raises his coffee cup, and just as he's about to take a sip,
McFly!
Huh?
He spins around on his stool. The voice came from a punk, 17. Behind him are three other punks. The lead punk is coming right toward Marty. No, he's stepping over to the nerdy kid next to him.
Wait, you're a nerdy kid, right? That should be George.
That's George. Yeah.
I don't know why they wouldn't put George on
Oh,
it.
you're
Tim, you're muted.
you're muted.
Oh, hi, Biff. How's it going?
Yes, the punk is Biff Tannen, age 17, and the nerdy kid is George McFly, also 17. Biff's boys buy cigarettes at the counter. They are match, perpetually chewing a wooden matchstick. What?
That's their names.
I didn't know Match
They,
had a name.
all right. They are match, perpetually chewing a wooden matchstick. Skinhead who has a crew cut just like the side, just this side of being bald, and 3D who always wears red-green 3D glasses. Marty watches the exchange between Biff and George with utter amazement.
Oh, hi, Biff. Hi, guys.
You got my homework finished, McFly? You Irish bug?
Well, no, I figured since it's not due till Monday.
Biff knocks on George's head.
Hello, anybody home? Think, McFly, think. I gotta have time to recopy it. Do you realize what would happen if I turned in my homework in your handwriting? I'd get kicked out of school. You wouldn't want that to happen, would you? Would you?
No, Biff. Of course not.
What are you looking at, butthead?
What
Hey,
happened?
Get a load of this. He's got a life preserver. This dork thinks he's going to drown.
What happened? You get shipwrecked?
No, he just he's just getting ready for flood season.
They all laugh. Biff turns back to George.
So how about my homework, McFly?
Okay, Biff. I'll do it tonight and bring it over first thing tomorrow.
Oh, not too early, McFly. I sleep in on Sundays. Oh, hey, McFly, your shoe's untied.
Huh? Biff hits him in the chin. He laughs loudly, as do his cronies, and they leave. Marty, still in disbelief, turns to George.
I don't believe it. You're George McFly.
Uh-huh.
Your birthday is August 18th, and your mother's name is Sylvia?
Uh-huh. Who are you?
Marty doesn't know what to say. A black busboy is seen sweeping up in the background and has made his way over. He looks at George. As he talks, we see he has a gold front tooth. It's Goldie Wilson, age.
Guess.
I think
Aged.
age.
It just says aged.
Oh, just says aged. All right.
Yeah, 22, I think, is what they're going for there.
Say, what do you let that boy push you around for?
Well, he's bigger than me.
Stand tall, boy. Have some respect for yourself. You let people walk all over you now, they'll be walking all over you for the rest of your life. Look at me. You think I'm going to spend the rest of my life in this slop house? Slop house.
That's you, Jason Lou.
Watch it, Goldie.
No, sir. I'm going to make something of myself. I'm going to night school. I'm going to be somebody.
That's right. He's going to be mayor someday.
This is an idea that's never occurred to Goldie.
Mayor? That's a good idea. I could run for mayor.
All right, time out. We are not saying the next one. Jason, skip that. You could say the other stuff. A mayor, that'll be the day. Don't say that word.
Why not? Be real with it. We don't believe in it. You want me to say it?
I'll say it. I don't care.
Ha! A colored mayor. That'll be the day. You said that about the president too, people. Look.
Yeah, look, it's 30. Own it, brother.
I host a podcast with 2 black guys. I'm fine. Ha! A
Boom.
colored mayor. That'll be the day.
You wait and see, Mr. Carruthers.
Carruthers.
I'm going to be mayor. I'll have that most powerful man in Hill Valley. I'm going to clean up this town.
Well, you can start by sweeping the floor.
Mayor Goldie Wilson. I like the sound of that.
Now Marty notices that George has left. He sees George bicycling past the windows. Marty runs out after him.
Hey, Dad. George. Wait up. I'm doing a real one.
Exterior Hill Valley Town Square. Marty looks around and sees George bicycling down the street.
Hey, George. I want to talk to you.
But George doesn't hear him. He disappears around a corner. Marty runs after him. Exterior residential street. The homes evoke pleasant nostalgia. Front porches and white picket fences. Marty comes from around the corner and sees George's bike parked underneath a tree. Marty looks around and spots George up in the tree, precariously on the branch overhanging the street, about 12 feet up. George has a pair of binoculars trained on a second-story window in the house across the street. Marty can't figure it out. He moves closer for a better view. George focuses the binoculars. George's POV through the binoculars is a naked girl on the second-story bedroom window dressing.
I am not playing that role, just for the record.
There's no costume change for that.
Marty watches.
Wait, can we test it later?
Who's going to be in the tree outside?
Me. The branch is going to break, but that's not my fault.
Marty watches in disbelief as he realizes what George is doing.
He's a peeping Tom.
George's POV as the girl moves closer to the window. George tries to move closer, but loses his balance. He tumbles into the street. Wider, Marty watches as George groans and slowly tries to get up. Now, a car comes from around the corner. George doesn't see it, but Marty can see that it's going to hit George.
Dad, look out!
But George is still dazed. Marty dashes into the street and in a spectacular flying leap knocks him out of the path of the oncoming car. As Marty moves to avoid the car swerves in the same direction. There's a screech of brakes and the car hits Marty. George, never one to get involved, grabs his bike and pedals off, leaving Marty lying in the street, unconscious. Interior darkened room, night. Marty is lying in bed, lit by ambient light from a doorway. Female hands place a cold compress on the bruise on his forehead. Marty groans.
Mixed Calvins.
I just want to say how awesome this is that a husband and wife are playing Marty and Mother.
Right?
It adds to the
We're also playing Marty and Jennifer.
There's a lot of levels.
It adds to the level of this.
Listen, there's a lot of layers happening. Yeah, there's a lot of emotion
problem
that's coming.
Welcome to the onion reading.
Marty groans and stirs.
Mom, is that you?
Shh. Everything's going to be all right.
It sounds like his mother. He opens his eyes. All he can see is her silhouette.
God, what a horrible nightmare. I dreamt I went way back in time.
He starts to sit up.
Take it easy now. You've been asleep for almost 9 hours.
It was terrible. It was a terrible place to be. The music was awful. They didn't have Huey Lewis. Our neighborhood hadn't been built yet, and everything was so weird looking.
Well, you're safe and sound, back where you belong in good old 1955.
1955?
She turns on the bedside lamp. It's the same girl George was spying on, and Marty recognizes her just as we do.
Oh my God, you're my mom.
My name's Lorraine Baines.
Marty stares at her for a long moment.
But you're so thin.
Just relax, Calvin. You've got quite a bruise on your head.
Where are my pants?
Over there on the chair. I've never seen purple underpants before, Calvin.
Marty covers himself up.
Can I just say the line that they do in the like?
Say the line in the
on,
movie.
on my hope chest.
Oh, my hope chest.
Calvin, why are you calling me Calvin?
Well, isn't that your name, Calvin Klein? It's written all over your underwear. Oh, I guess people call you Cal.
No, well, actually, people call me Marty.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you, Marty.
She comes over and sits on the bed right next to him. She's very interested in him.
Mind if I sit here?
No.
Marty moves as far away as he can without falling off the bed. He holds the blanket tight around his waist. She looks at him fascinated.
That's quite a bruise there.
She gently strokes his bruised forehead and then runs her hand through his hair. Marty moves even further and falls off the bed. He covers himself with the blankets.
Lorraine, are you still up there?
We hear footsteps coming up the stairs.
It's my mother. Quick, put your pants back on.
She throws him his pants. Cut to the interior of the Baines house night. Stella Baines, 40 and pregnant, leads Marty and Lorraine downstairs.
So tell me, Marty, how long have you been in port?
Excuse me?
I assume you're in the Navy. Isn't that why you wear that life preserver?
No, actually, I'm in the Coast Guard.
In the living room, Sam Baines, a gruff man of 45, is fiddling with the rabbit ears on a TV set.
Sam, here's the young man you hit with your car. Thank God he's all right.
Sam gives Marty a look.
Is that me?
Yeah.
Okay. What were you doing in the middle of the street? A kid your age.
Oh, don't mind him. He's just in one of his moods. Sam, quit fiddling with that thing. It's time for dinner.
Sam ignores her as Stella leads Marty to the dining room where the other kids are.
Now, you've already met Lorraine. That's Milton, and that's Sally. That's Toby.
Milton, 12, wears a Davy Crockett coonskin hat. Sally is 6. Toby is 4.
And next to you there in the playpen is little baby Joey.
Marty turns and looks with amazement at 11-month-old Joey rattling the bars of his playpen.
So you're my Uncle Joey. Better get used to these bars, kid.
Oh, yes. Little Joey loves being in his pen. He actually cries when we take him out. So we leave him in there all the time. It seems to make him happy. I hope you like meatloaf, Marty.
Listen, I should really be going.
Now, Marty, I won't take no for an answer. You sit down and have dinner with us. Sit here, Marty.
Lorraine beckons him.
She's my mom. She's my grandmother. She's my wife. I don't know what to do anymore.
It's very Freudian. This is very Freudian.
Donate to Casters for a Cause. This is Electra and Oedipus all at once.
Lorraine beckons him to the empty seat next to hers. A plate of meatloaf is there waiting for him. It looks like the same meatloaf he had for dinner in 1985. In fact, the whole dinner is the same.
Sam, would you quit fiddling with that thing and come in here and eat?
Sam Baines, 45, rolls in a brand new television on a plywood dolly of his own construction.
Look at this. Now we can watch Jackie Gleason while we eat.
Oh, boy!
Sam fiddles with the rabbit ears and brings in a rather muddy image of a cigarette commercial. On TV, a surgeon steps out of an operating room, lights up a cigarette, and turns to a testimonial.
You want this one, Case?
After facing the tension of doing 3 lung operations in a row, I like to relax by lighting up a Sir Randolph. I know its fine tobacco taste will soothe my nerves and improve my circulation.
Look at that picture, crystal clear. Why would anybody want to go to the movies when you can see this in your own home? Free.
Our first television set. Dad picked it up today. Do you have a television?
Can I just say one thing? It's very weird that I'm attracted to my grandmother, my mother, and
Told you it's
this
Freudian.
beautiful woman on
Wait,
camera.
you just got a book.
I got a
Everyone
book from the
donate
young
and subscribe.
lady.
Yeah, donate, subscribe, like.
Thank you,
smash.
God.
Miss my,
Yes.
my mom.
Smash that like button.
Oh
And,
yeah,
and
you know
Justin
we have.
Jefferson can't be stopped.
Yeah, you know we have two of them.
Wow, you must be rich.
Milton, he's teasing you. Nobody has two television sets.
The Honeymooners has resumed the classic Man from Space episode.
Hey, I've seen this one. It's a good one. This is the one where Ralph dresses up as the man from space.
What do you mean you've seen it? It's brand new.
I saw it on a rerun.
What's a rerun?
You'll find out.
Quiet. I want to hear this.
Marty, there's something very familiar about you. Do I know your mother?
Marty glances at Lorraine, then smiles weakly.
Yeah, I think maybe you do.
Well, I'd like to give her a call. Let her know you're all right.
Well, you can't. That is, no one's home yet. Could you tell me where Riverside Drive is?
Riverside, sure. It's on the east end of the town, a block past Maple.
A block past Maple. That's John F. Kennedy Drive.
Pardon me?
That's John F. Kennedy Drive.
Who the hell is John F.
You don't
Kennedy?
know? Love that.
Talking about the senator?
You don't know.
Oh, shit.
Mother, with Marty's parents out of town, don't you think he should spend the night here? After all, Dad almost killed him with the car.
She gives him a flirtatious smile.
Marty, Lorraine is right. You must spend the night. You're our responsibility.
Gee, I don't know.
And he can sleep in my room.
Under the table, Lorraine puts her hand on Marty's leg. Marty immediately jumps to his feet.
Actually, I've really got to be going. So thank you for everything, and I'll see you all much later. Much later.
He turns and hurries out of the house. Lorraine sighs romantically.
A very strange young man.
He's an idiot. Comes from an upbringing. His parents are probably idiots too. Lorraine, if you ever have a kid who acts that way, I'll disown you. That goes for you all too.
Exterior, Dr. Brown's house. Night. The house is at 1640. The house at 1640 Riverside Drive is huge, beautiful. Marty checks the address against the phone book page. It matches. He recognized the garage as the same one we saw in 1985, except in much better shape. In 85, the house has been torn down and a fast food stand put up. Marty rushes to the front door of the house. Brown's front door, close angle. Marty runs up and pounds on the door knocker. We hear barking from within. The young Dr. Brown opens the door. He's wearing an outrageous contraption on his head, a bizarre conglomeration of vacuum tubes, rheostats, gauges, wiring, and antennas. But there can be no doubt that it's the same Dr. Brown, some 30 years younger. Beside him is another dog. Marty stares at Brown's weird headgear. Brown yanks him inside.
Don't say a word. Quiet, Copernicus. Down, boy.
Brown attaches a suction cup to Marty's forehead, which is connected to a wire into Brown's contraption.
Dr. Brown, I really...
Don't tell me anything. I'm going to read your thoughts.
Marty indulges him. Brown flips the switch on his brainwave analyzer. Tubes hum to life and sparks jump from antenna to antenna. Brown concentrates as if he's picking up brain waves.
Let's see now. You've come here from a great distance.
Marty nods.
Because you want me to buy a subscription to the Saturday Evening Post.
No.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. No. Donations.
To Casters for a Cause.
For the coast, for Casters for a Cause.
Yes, but no.
Are you here because you want to use the bathroom?
Dr. Brown, listen. I'm from the future. I came here in a time machine you built. And now I need to get back to 1985, and I need your help.
Brown stares at him in utter amazement for a moment.
My God. Do you know what this means?
He pauses
Means
dramatically.
This damn thing doesn't work at all. A month labor for nothing. Where did I go wrong?
Dr. Brown, you've got to help me. The only one in the world who knows how your time machine works.
Brown knits his brow and rubs a bandage on his forehead.
Time machine? I haven't invented any time machine.
You will. Look, I'll prove it to you. Look, here's my driver's license. It expires in 1987. See my birth date? I haven't even been born yet. Here's a picture of me, my sister, and my brother. Look at her sweatshirt. It says class of 84.
Brown looks the items over.
Pretty mediocre photographic fakery. They cut off your brother's head.
Please, Doc. You've got to believe me. I'm telling you the truth.
Then tell me, future boy, who's the president of the United States in 1985?
Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan, the actor?
Marty nods. Brown rolls his eyes.
And who's the vice president? Jerry Lewis? That's the most insane thing I've ever heard.
Brown picks up the brainwave analyzer blueprints and rushes out the back door. A beat, then Marty runs after him. Exterior, Brown's house and garage, Pasadena at night. Brown runs across the lawn towards his garage with the brainwave analyzer blueprints in hand. Marty chases after him. Brown's Packard is parked in the driveway.
I suppose Jane Wyman is the first lady and Jack Benny is the secretary of the Treasury.
Brown's garage door. Brown runs up to the garage door and opens it. Marty comes in behind him.
Please, Doc, listen to me.
Brown turns around and faces him.
I've had enough of your practical jokes for one evening. Good night, future boy.
Brown slams the door in his face. We hear it lock. Marty stands there for a moment, then he gets an idea. He yells at the closed door.
Dr. Brown, that bruise on your head, I know how you got it. It happened this morning. You fell off your toilet, you hit your head on the sink, and then the flux capacitor, and then you came up with the idea for the flux capacitor, which is what makes time travel possible.
After a moment, we hear the door unlock. Brown opens the door, looks at Marty with new interest, and rubs his bandaged head.
Doc, how else could I have known that if I was unless I was from the future?
Take me to this time machine.
Exterior, Lions Gates. Marty and Brown climb up Doc's Packard with flashlights. Marty leads Doc toward the hidden DeLorean.
There's something wrong with the starter, so I hit it here.
The abandoned DeLorean is suddenly illuminated by approaching flashlight beams. Brown gasps upon seeing the vehicle. He looks it over with amazement. Now he pulls a folded paper out of his pocket.
After I fell off my toilet, I drew this.
It's a sketch of the flux capacitor. Marty raises the gull-wing door and points out the real thing. Brown stares. It matches his drawing perfectly. His eyes light up and he jumps and shouts with joy.
It works! It works! I finally invent something that works! Let's get this thing back to the laboratory. We've got to get you home.
Brown's garage. The DeLorean is now in the garage. Marty is hooking the video camera to a TV set while Brown is examining the contents of the 85 suitcase.
So these are my personal belongings in here, huh? What's this thing?
A hairdryer.
A hairdryer? Don't they have towels in the future? And this underwear, it's all made of cotton. I thought for sure we'd all be wearing disposable paper garments in 1985. And what's this?
Brown leafs through it and opens the centerfold.
Hey, suddenly the future's looking a whole lot better.
Okay, Doc, take a look at this.
Brown steps over and Marty rolls the videotape he shot at the mall parking lot in which Brown is explaining the operation of the time machine. Brown is amazed to see himself as an old man.
Why, that's me! Look at me. I'm an old man. Say, I don't look bad for an old geezer. Thank God I've still got my hair. Baldness runs in my family, you know. But what on earth am I wearing?
A radiation suit.
Of course, because of all the fallout from the atomic war. This is truly amazing. A portable television studio. No wonder your president has to be an actor. He's got to look good on television.
Watch this. This is the part coming up.
The part of the tape comes up about the plutonium. We see the image of the plutonium container with old Dr. Brown next to it.
Plutonium. You mean this sucker's nuclear?
Electrical, but I need a nuclear reaction to generate the 1.21 gigawatts of electricity I need.
Angle including Marty and Brown.
What'd I just say?
Marty rewinds it a bit and replays it.
I need a nuclear reaction to generate the 1.21 gigawatts of electricity I need.
Brown is shocked.
1.21 gigawatts? 1.21 gigawatts? Great Scott!
Brown runs like hell out of there. Marty doesn't.
Everybody take a
understand
shot.
why.
Great Scott.
I don't have anything.
Got water.
Doc. Hey, Doc.
Exterior Brown's garage. Dr. Brown runs out of the garage and over to the house. A beat, then Marty follows. Cut to interior Brown's house. Marty makes his way into the house through the back door. He hears Brown talking to someone in the next room. He cautiously approaches. Brown is seated in the chair.
How could I have been so careless? 1.21 gigawatts? Tom, how am I going to generate that kind of power? It can't be done, can it?
Brown is talking to a portrait of Thomas Edison.
Plutonium, Doc. All we need is plutonium.
Oh, I'm sure that in 1985, plutonium is available in any corner drugstore, but in 1955, it's a little hard to come by. Marty, I'm afraid you're stuck here.
Doc, I can't be stuck here. Don't you understand? I have a life in 1985. I've got to get back. My girlfriend's waiting for me. Look, here she is.
Marty pulls out his wallet and shows Brown a picture of Jennifer Parker.
Say, she's not bad.
He's not so much older than she is right now. So
yeah, exactly. It's not weird yet.
It's not weird yet.
That hasn't elapsed yet.
You take those 30 years off, yeah. Not bad. She's great, Doc, and she's crazy about me. See this? See what she wrote? It's poetry.
Poetry.
He's pulled out the clock tower flower on which Jennifer wrote, "I love you." Brown looks at it.
Doc, you're my only hope. I know you can figure something out. You've never let me down in the past.
What do you mean in the future?
Right. And you've always told me that if you put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything.
I said that? Say, that's pretty good advice. I'm sorry, Marty, but 1.21 gigawatts is just too much power. Do you realize how much power that is? The only power source capable of triggering that kind of energy is a bolt of lightning.
What did you say?
A bolt of lightning. Unfortunately, you never know when and where lightning is going to strike.
We do now.
Marty turns over the note.
The clock tower.
Marty turns over the note Jennifer wrote. It's on the clock tower flower. He shows it to Brown. Insert newspaper in newspaper Xerox. The headline is "Clock Tower Struck by Lightning. Clock Stopped at 10:04. The date is Sunday, November 13, 1955. Back to shot. Brown snaps his fingers. He's getting an idea.
This is it. This is the answer. According to this, lightning is going to strike the clock tower precisely 10:04 p.m. next Saturday night. If we could somehow harness the lightning, channel it into the flux capacitor, it just might work. What do you think of that, Ben? Harness lightning? If you could do it, so can I. It's brilliant. Next Saturday night, we're sending you back to the future.
Marty is delighted.
Next Saturday night, spending a week in 1955 won't be so bad. You can show me around, Doc.
That's completely out of the question, Marty. You must stay in this house. You cannot see anybody or talk to anybody. Anything you do could have serious repercussions on future events. Do you understand?
Sure.
Marty, who else did you interact with today besides me?
Well, nobody really. I just sort of bumped into my parents.
Great Scott! Let me see that picture again of your brother.
Brown takes Marty's wallet and looks at the picture. His expression becomes grim.
What's the problem?
It's happened. This proves my theory. Look at your brother.
Brown shows him again. Inserted the photograph. Marty's brother Dave has no head.
His head's gone. Like it's been erased.
Erased from existence.
Interior Brown's garage. Marty steps in front of a mirror, dressed in his underwear. His hair is slicked down in proper conservative 50s style. As they talk, Brown hands Marty one article of 1955 clothing at a time. The tags are still in the clothes, and the boxes the clothes came in are scattered around.
I don't know, Doc. This sounds really heavy.
Oh, weight has nothing to do with it. It's a simple genetic mathematical extrapolation. It was your father who was supposed to get hit by that car, not you. Thus, you interfered in your parents' first meeting. If they don't meet, they don't fall in love. They won't get married. If they don't get married, they won't have any kids. That's why your brother is disappearing from that photograph. He's first since he's the oldest. Your sister will follow, and unless you can repair the damage, you'll be next.
But why do I got to go to school?
You're a kid. Kids go to school. Your parents are kids. They go to school. You're interfered in your parents' relationship. Therefore, you have to go to school to fix it.
Marty is now fully dressed in 1955 style clothes. He looks at himself, touches his hair, and he shakes his head.
Well, I'm going to wear a disguise. At least I'm going to look like Elvis.
Marty starts combing his hair Elvis style.
Elvis? What's Elvis?
You'll find out.
Hill Valley High School day. Hill Valley High looks pretty much the same in 1955, but with no graffiti. There's not much activity in the front. School is in session. Dr. Brown and Marty approach the school entrance. Marty is dressed in 1955 garb with his hair slicked back. Marty notices how much cleaner the school looks.
Wow. Really cleaned this place up. It looks brand new.
Remember now, according to my theory, all you have to do is introduce them to each other and nature will take its course. I hope.
They go inside. Through a classroom door, Marty and Dr. Brown are watching from the hall.
That's her in the second row.
Oh, yes, I see the resemblance.
My God, she's cheating.
Their POV of Lorraine copying an answer from the boy sitting next to her. The school bell rings in the hall. It's passing period. Another classroom door opens and students head out for the next class. George McFly is one of them. His shirt tail is out. His hair is poorly combed and papers are practically falling out of his 3-ring binder. Marty and Dr. Brown watch from down the hall.
So which one's your father?
That's him.
As George walks down the hall, students laugh at him behind his back and some of the boys kick him in the ass. A kid named Dixon takes a particular glee in kicking George. George's turn. He has a kick me sign hooked on his collar. Dr. Brown shakes his head at the pathetic sight.
Maybe you're adopted.
Now a hand yanks George by the arm. Mr. Strickland, and he looks exactly the same. Marty is amazed.
McFly, shape up, man.
He pulls the sign off George's shirt and shows it to him.
You're a slacker. Do what you want. Excuse me. You're a slacker. Do what you want to be a slacker. Do you want to be a slacker for the rest of your life?
George shakes his head unconvincingly. On Marty and Brown, Marty can't believe what he's seeing.
It's Strickland. Jesus, did that guy ever have hair?
They watch a moment more.
Oh, it looks like a match made in heaven.
My mom always said it was meant to be. And I'm sure hope she's right.
Marty takes a deep breath and starts walking towards George.
George, hey, buddy. You're just the guy I wanted to see. You remember me? I saved your life.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, there's somebody I want you to meet. Come here.
He pulls him down the hall around the corner where Lorraine is at her locker with Betty and Babs.
Excuse me, Lorraine?
Lorraine turns and reacts with delight.
Calvin, I mean Marty.
Lorraine, there's somebody I want you to meet. This is my good friend, George McFly. George, this is Lorraine.
Hi, it's a real pleasure to meet you.
Lorraine doesn't pay George the slightest bit of attention. She only has eyes for Marty.
Oh, Marty, I was so worried about you running off like that the other night with that bruise on your head. Is it all right?
Yeah.
The bell rings.
I'm late. See you later.
She hurries off down the hall with her girlfriends. They pass by Dr. Brown.
Isn't he a dreamboat?
George has run off in the opposite direction. Marty stands in the middle of the hall, completely bewildered. Brown joins him.
She didn't even look at him.
This is more serious than I thought. Apparently your mother is amorously infatuated with you instead of your father.
Wait, Doc, are you trying to tell me my mother has got the hots for me?
At the risk of sounding crude, yes.
Jeez, Doc, this is pretty heavy.
There's that word again, heavy. Why are things so heavy in the future? Is there a problem with the Earth's gravitational pull?
Huh?
Brown snaps his fingers. He's got a new thought.
The only way those two are going to successfully mate is if they're alone together. So you've got to arrange to get your father and mother to interact in some sort of social...
Can't think of the word.
You mean a date?
Right.
What kind of date? I don't know what did kids do in the 50s?
They're your parents. You must know them. What are their common interests? What do they like to do together?
Nothing.
Brown notices a hand-painted banner in the hall announcing the Enchantment Under the Sea dance this Saturday night.
Look, there's a rhythmic ceremonial ritual coming up.
Marty sees the sign and has a revelation.
That's right. Enchantment Under the Sea dance. They're supposed to go to this dance. That's where they kiss for the first time.
All right, kid. You got to stick to your pop-like glue and make sure he takes her to that dance.
Interior school cafeteria. George is seated at a table having lunch and writing furiously. He has a copy of Amazing Stories science fiction magazine with his books. Marty comes over and sits down across from him.
Hey, George. Remember that girl I introduced you to, Lorraine? What are you writing, George?
Oh, it's a science fiction story about visitors from other planets coming to Earth.
No, I never knew you did anything creative. Can I read it?
Oh, no. I never let anyone read my stories.
Why not?
What if they didn't like them? What if they told me it was no good?
Marty is having a bad case of deja vu.
This must be pretty hard for you to understand, huh?
No, it's not that hard at all.
There's a long moment as Marty looks at George in a new light and sees himself.
Listen, George, about Lorraine. She really likes you. And she wanted me to tell you that she'd really like you to take her to the Enchantment Under the Sea dance.
Really?
Yep. All you got to do is go over there and ask her.
Marty points out where she's sitting.
How? Right here? In the cafeteria? What if she says no? I couldn't take that kind of rejection.
Marty is starting to get exasperated.
George, I'm telling you, if you don't ask Lorraine to that dance, I'm going to regret it for the rest of my life.
I don't know. I think she'd rather go with someone else.
Who?
Biff. Sorry,
Marty looks and reacts with horror. At another table, Biff is trying to put his hands on Lorraine. She's trying to push him away.
Quit pawing me, Biff. Leave me alone.
Come on, Lorraine. You know you want it. You know you want it. And you know you want me to give it to you.
Shut your filthy mouth. I'm not that kind of girl.
Maybe you are, and maybe you just don't know it yet.
Get your meat hooks off me.
But Biff persists.
She said, get your hands off of her.
Biff turns. Sorry, go ahead.
What's it to you, butthead? You know, you've been looking for.
Mr. Strickland approaches behind Marty. Biff sees him and plays it cool.
Since you're new here, Twerp, I'm cutting you a break today. So why don't you make like a tree and get out of here?
Biff walks off. Lorraine looks at Marty and sighs with infatuation.
Oh, Marty, that was wonderful. Thank you.
Strickland puts his hand on Marty's shoulder.
I lost my place, guys. I'm sorry. My wife just came up. You seen the soda come in the hand.
Page 78.
Nice. Wait, 73.
73.
73, but 78 on PDF.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Oh shit! Yeah, you're right.
That's not confusing at all.
Right?
Yeah, see?
I read a lot of PDFs, guys.
Getting to know your actors here in the, behind the reading.
Yes.
Have you found it yet, bud? It's at the bottom.
Bottom of
Hey, everybody, make sure you're going out there and donating for our casters
Take this
for a Cause
opportunity.
And smash that like button.
Smash it. Share on all of your social medias. We would love it.
Yeah,
Hey,
guys.
seriously, if you
Share
can't
it
go
out
out
if you
there and
can.
donate, you take this opportunity, you share it with as many people as possible, or Biff's coming to your house right now.
Boom. Here it is. Young man, let me give you a nickel's worth of free advice. Don't slack off in my school.
Cut to Exterior Street and McFly House, 1955. Marty is walking along the tree-lined street with George on his way home from school.
George, I'm telling you, if you don't take Lorraine to that dance, I'm gonna regret it for the rest of my life.
But I can't go. I'll miss my favorite television program, Joe Bob's Last Drive-In Show.
Come on, George. Lorraine really wants to go with you. She's looking forward to it. You wouldn't want to disappoint her, would you?
They're now in front of George's house.
Look, I'm just not ready to ask Lorraine out. And not you or anybody else on this planet is going to make me change my mind.
George storms into his house, leaving Marty speechless. Marty takes out the family snapshot and looks at it. All that's left of Dave are his feet. Marty gulps. Now the paperboy bicycles past and throws the evening paper onto the McFly lawn beside Marty. Marty has a look at the open front page. Farmer sees flying saucer. Otis Peabody under observation at County Asylum. A photo shows Farmer Peabody in a straitjacket. Marty smiles. He's getting an idea. George's house, night. All is quiet. The house is dark. George's room, close on a clock on the nightstand. It's almost 1:30. We pan over to George's face. He's sleeping soundly in a bed. Now a pair of gloved hands place featherweight headphones on George's ears. George doesn't stir. The same hands now insert a cassette tape labeled Edward Van Halen into a Walkman. The finger dials the volume level to 10, then presses play. George awakes screaming. He opens his eyes and reacts to further terror. He sees a frightening yellow monster, Marty in full radiation suit and at the foot of his bed. Marty turns off the music. When he talks, his voice is distorted through the mouth filter in the hood. An open window indicates how Marty got in.
Silence, Earthling.
Who? Who are you?
My name is Darth Vader.
We're getting
I'm
sued.
an extraterrestrial from the planet Vulcan.
I must be dreaming.
This is no dream. You are having a close encounter of the third kind, and you have reached the outer limits of the Twilight Zone.
I'm dead!
George throws off the covers, but Marty pulls the portable hairdryer from a brown suitcase out of his belt like a gun. He fires a blast of heat at George.
All right, I surrender.
Marty.
Oh, sorry.
Silence. My heat ray will vaporize you if you do not obey me.
George raises his hands in surrender.
All right, I surrender. Turn it off.
Marty lowers it. Now his digital watch alarm begins beeping. Marty raises his wrist as if it were a radio.
Silence. I am receiving a transmission from Battlestar Galactica. You, George McFly, have created a rift in the space-time continuum. The Supreme Klingon hereby commands you to take the female Earth person called Baines Lorraine to the location known as Hill Valley High School exactly 4 Earth cycles from now. Saturday night in your language.
You mean take Lorraine to the dance?
Affirmative.
But I don't know if I'll be able to.
Marty turns on the Walkman again. George screams.
Turn it off, please! Turn it off!
Marty does.
Insolent Earthling. Do you wish me to melt your brain?
No, please. I'm sorry. I'll do it. I'll take her to the dance. But please, don't turn that noise on again.
Very good, Earthling. You will tell no one of this visit. Now close your eyes and see no more.
Okay.
George closes his eyes. Marty holds a vial under George's nose and George passes out. I don't remember that. Marty removes the featherweight headphones from George's head, takes off his hood, and goes back out the window. Exterior George's house. Marty climbs down the trellis and jumps down into Doc Brown's waiting Packard convertible.
How'd it go?
Great. That chloroform sure put him in. Jesus Christ. I hope I didn't overdo it.
Wow. Okay.
Hey, George, does this smell like chloroform?
Oh, I just was going to say that.
Or you just roofied his dad.
Sweet. If you don't donate to this telethon, Darth Vader's going to come and chloroform you.
While listening to Van Halen.
Yeah.
Town Square day. Marty is loitering on the grassy town square. Now George comes running up from the street. He's disheveled and wild-eyed.
Marty! Oh, shit. I'm good.
George runs frantically through the town square, then spots Marty at the Pepsi machine at the Texaco station.
Marty!
Marty's trying to twist off the bottle cap. Of course, he can't.
George, you weren't at school today. Where have you been all day?
I just woke up. I overslept. Look, you got to help me. I want to ask Lorraine to the dance, but I don't know how to do it.
All right. Keep your pants on. She's over there in the cafe. How do you open this thing?
George takes the Pepsi bottle from him and opens it with the church key at the top of the machine. On Marty and George as they walk past the record store towards Lou's.
So, George, what made you change your mind?
Last night, Darth Vader came down from the planet Vulcan and told me if I didn't take Lorraine out, he'd melt my brain.
George, why don't we keep this brain melting stuff between you and me, okay? Look, there she is.
Hold on, guys. I got a question. We know that George McFly makes a book. Did he just change sci-fi for everybody? Is there no more Star Trek and Star Wars?
Yeah, that's why he's rich at the end.
That's why he's rich. Yeah.
Because he used all of those. Yeah.
So then everyone has to pay him likeness rights.
Love it.
It's all about royalties, guys.
I'm learning so much. I didn't know that at all.
Don't worry, you'll see Hot George later. He's coming.
Hot George.
Look, there she is. Their POV through the window of Lorraine, seated with two girlfriends, Betty and Babs, in a booth, sipping ice cream sodas and talking.
It's simple, George. You just go in and invite her.
All right, but what do I say?
Say whatever feels natural, whatever comes to your mind.
George thinks about this for a moment, then shrugs.
Nothing's coming to mind.
Christ, George, it's a miracle I was even born.
Huh?
Nothing. Just tell her destiny has brought you to her and you think she's the most beautiful girl you've ever seen. Girls like to hear that. What are you doing, George?
I'm writing it down. This is good stuff.
Interior cafe day. The place is really jumping. It's full of kids. A jukebox is playing. Marty enters with George.
There she is. Just go and ask her.
Marty points George in the right direction and sneaks back outside to watch. George looks at his script and mouths the words to himself. He gets up his nerve and approaches Lorraine, then chickens out and steps up to Lou at the counter.
Give me a milk. Chocolate.
Lou serves him a glass. George takes a slug. Now with a brown mustache, he approaches Lorraine despite his awkwardness and fear. There's something endearing about him, like a lost dog.
Lorraine? My dentistry has brought me to you.
No, density. Say it right.
Oh, sorry.
That's like my favorite line. And
I'm so sorry.
I love you.
My
buddy.
density has brought me to you.
Can I just
Dentistry
say
works
that's the
too, though.
shittiest thing I could have said to him. I feel so bad. Tim's such a nice guy.
Okay. I'm trying.
Marty cautiously enters to watch, keeping himself out of view.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, what I mean to say is...
Haven't I seen you somewhere?
Yes! I'm George McFly. I'm your density. I mean, your destiny.
Lorraine giggles with her girlfriends. We hear the sound of a door being thrown open, and a familiar voice calls to George.
McFly, I thought I told you never to come in here.
George turns and sees Biff with his gang standing there. He shudders. Marty drops his head in his hands and sighs.
Well, what's it gonna cost you, McFly? How much money you got on you?
I don't know. How much do you want, Biff?
As Biff starts to walk towards George, Marty sticks out his leg and trips him. Everyone in the malt shop laughs, but Biff doesn't think it's very funny. Now Biff sees who tripped him.
Oh, you! All right, wise ass. It's fat lip time.
That's a scary threat. Marty jumps off his stool, ready for action. Biff throws a punch, which Marty easily avoids. Then Marty delivers a left jab to Biff's gut and slams a right into his face, sending Biff reeling backwards into a table. Match, 3D, and Skinhead rush Marty. Marty doesn't like the odds. He bolts out. The three guys pull Biff to his feet, and they all run out after Marty.
That's Calvin Klein. Oh, God, he's a dream.
Exterior cafe and street. Marty dashes down the street, followed by Biff and the boys. Most of the kids at the cafe hurry outside to watch, including Lorraine and her friends. Marty looks behind him. Biff and company are gaining. Then one of the kids on scooters comes by. Thinking quickly, Marty yanks the scooter out from under him, kicks off the orange crate, and creates a homemade skateboard. Marty hops onto it and sails off down the sidewalk. Biff and the boys have never seen anything like it, nor has the kid whose scooter it was. Everyone stares as Marty whizzes down the sidewalk.
Wow,
Hey,
look at him
Sturdy,
go.
Sturdy, will you play the other kid?
What is that thing?
In the car.
Biff and the gang jump in Biff's convertible parked nearby. Biff peels out after Marty. Further down the street, Marty looks over his shoulder and sees the convertible closing in. He cuts a sharp turn into the street, crossing right in front of Biff's car, and heads back in the opposite direction. Biff's moving convertible. Biff and the boys are stunned. Exterior street. Another car comes from up behind Marty, and it passes Marty. As it passes, Marty grabs onto the back and hooks a ride. Biff cuts a U-turn. Exterior cafe. Marty, towed by the car, zooms past the cafe. The spectators are truly amazed. Lorraine stares in open-mouthed awe.
He's an absolute dream.
Biff's convertible continues the pursuit. Exterior town square. The car towing Marty turns right and heads up the street towards the courthouse. Biff screeches around the corner and speeds after him. Marty looks over his shoulder. Biff is closing in. Wider, the tow car is approaching the courthouse. Biff is moving right onto Marty's ass. Suddenly, Marty
Can I just interject for a second? It's a big step from fat lip to vehicular manslaughter.
it's the age, it's the hormones and the uncontrolled rage, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's how it naturally goes.
Also, Biff is constantly drunk.
Oh, wardrobe change.
Oh, okay, I'll leave him alone. I feel bad. I was like, was it that bad with the dentistry thing?
Suddenly, Marty lets go of the car and cuts a hard right turn onto the sidewalk in front of the courthouse. Biff is going too fast. He overshoots it. Marty freewheels down the sidewalk around startled pedestrians. Biff backs up, shifts into first, cuts right, and roars down the sidewalk after Marty. Maybe on the sidewalk, pedestrians dive out of the way onto the square or up the courthouse steps. Marty reaches the intersecting street and Biff is ready to nail him. Another angle as Marty makes his turn, Biff cuts over. Marty does a quick 180 on his board and ends up holding the front end of Biff's convertible. Biff's car pushes Marty backwards down the street. Biff smiles sadistically at Marty. Marty gulps. He has no choice but to hang on. Biff jerks the wheel back and forth, weaving, trying to knock Marty off. Marty hangs on, waving with him. Marty looks over his shoulder. Ahead in the same traffic lane is an open manure truck. What could happen? In Biff's car, Biff's boys exchange looks. Further down the street, Marty looks over his shoulder and sees a convertible closing in. He cuts a sharp... Oh, I didn't turn the page. Sorry.
Match, knock him off of there.
Match picks up a beer bottle and gets ready to throw it. Marty looks around. He doesn't know what to do. In Biff's car, Match stands ready to let fly. In an amazing maneuver, Marty leaps up, sending the board forward under the car and lands on the hood of Biff's car. Marty jumps over the windshield, bounds over the seat, onto the rear deck and off the car, just in time to catch his skateboard as the car passes over it. Biff and his boys are stunned. They turn their heads in disbelief to watch Marty. On Marty, as he skateboards away from Biff, we hear an off-screen crash. Marty turns. Marty's POV of Biff's car upended against the rear of the manure truck. Now the car falls back down, revealing that Biff and his boys have been thrown into the manure. Marty smiles. Biff shakes his fist.
I'm gonna get you, you son of a bitch!
The truck continues along, taking Biff and his gang away. Marty watches a moment, then spots the kid whose scooter he swiped along with his friend. The two have witnessed the entire thing.
I just want to point out that that's cooler than anything Ferris Bueller ever did. Thanks a lot, kid.
Marty hops off the board and sends it back to the kid. Marty takes off down the street. The kid immediately tries out his new skateboard, and his friend kicks off his orange crate and makes his scooter into a skateboard too. Interior Brown's garage. The service door opens from outside, and Marty steps in. He notices that Brown is absorbed in the TV as he fiddles with the video camera. On TV, the end of the tape is coming up. Old Brown is reacting to the terrorists.
Oh no, they found me. I don't know how, but they found me. Run for it, Marty.
The tape ends abruptly. Marty reacts with pain, remembering what followed. He clears his throat. Brown turns around in surprise, like he's been caught with his hand in the cookie jar.
Oh, hi, Marty. I didn't hear you come in. Fascinating device, this video unit.
Doc, there's something I haven't told you about that. What happens that night? The night we make the tape.
Please, Marty, don't tell me. No man should know too much about his own destiny.
But Doc, you don't understand.
I do understand. And if I know too much about the future, I could endanger my own existence, just like you've endangered yours.
What did I lose? Oh, yeah, maybe you're right.
Now, let me show you my plan for sending you home.
Brown takes him over to the tabletop model of Hill Valley Town Square, which Brown has constructed himself. A wire runs from the top of the clock tower between two lampposts across the street.
Forgive the crudeness of this model. I didn't have time to build it to scale or to paint it. Now, we run some industrial strength electrical cable from the top of the clock tower, suspending it across the street between two lampposts. Meanwhile, we've outfitted the time vehicle with a big pole and hook, which connects right into the flux capacitor.
Brown indicates a wind-up toy car with a wire sticking straight up from the back and a hook at the top of it. There's a similar rig on the real DeLorean visible in the background.
At the calculated moment, you'll take off from down the street, driving right toward the cable, accelerating to 88. Lightning will strike the clock tower, electrifying the cable just as the car's connecting hook make contact, thereby sending 1.21 gigawatts into the flux capacitor and sending you back to 1985. Let me demonstrate. You release the car, and I'll simulate the lightning.
Marty winds up the toy car and releases it towards the cable. Brown touches the live wire to the top of the clock tower. The toy car's antenna snags the cable. Sparks fly. The toy car catches fire, flies off the tabletop into some drapes, and they catch fire as well. Brown grabs a fire extinguisher and puts everything out. Marty shakes his head.
You're instilling me with a lot of confidence here, Doc.
Don't worry. I'll take care of the lightning. You just take care of your pop. Say, what happened today? Did he ask her out?
I think so.
What was her answer?
There's a knock at the door. Brown and Marty exchange a look. Then Brown glances out the window.
It's your mother. She tracked you down. Quick, let's cover the machine.
They pull a tarp over the DeLorean. Now Marty opens the service door. Lorraine steps in.
Hi, Marty.
Lorraine, how did you find me here?
I followed you.
Oh, this is my Uncle Brown.
Hi. Marty, this may seem a little forward, but I was hoping you might take me to the Enchantment Under the Sea dance on Saturday.
Me, but what about George McFly? Didn't he ask you?
Yeah, but I turned him down.
You did what?
George isn't exactly my type. He's sort of cute and all, but he's, well, I think a man should be strong so he can stand up for himself and protect the woman he loves. Don't you?
She moves closer. Marty gulps. This is really getting out of hand. George's backyard. George seems very bewildered about what Marty has been trying to explain to him.
No. Oh, George. Yeah, sorry.
Oh, no.
You muted, Tim. I saw the passion, though.
I'm trying to help, team. Sorry. I still don't understand. How can I go to the dance with her if she's going with you?
She wants to go with you, George. She just doesn't know it yet. That's why we've got to make you look like a fighter. Somebody who will stand up for himself. Somebody who will protect her.
But I've never picked a fight with anyone in my life.
You're not picking a fight, Daddy-o. You're coming to a rescue. Maybe we better go over the plan again. Where are you going to be at 8:55?
At the dance.
And where am I going to be?
In the parking lot with her.
Okay. So right around 9 o'clock, she's going to get very angry with me.
Why?
Why what?
Why is she going to get angry with you?
Well, because, nice girls get angry at guys who try to take advantage of them.
You mean like you're going to like touch her on her?
George, it's just going to be an act. Don't worry about it. Just remember that at 9 o'clock, you'll be strolling through the parking lot and you'll see us struggling in the car, and you'll run over, open the door, and say,
George doesn't say anything.
You're lying, George.
Oh, hey, you, get your damn hands off her.
I'm sorry. This is funny.
You really think I should swear?
Yes, definitely, George. Swear. Then hit me in the stomach. I go down for the count, and you and Lorraine live happily ever after.
You make it sound so easy. I wish I wasn't so scared.
There's nothing to be scared of. All it takes is a little self-confidence. You can do it, George. If you put your mind to it, you can do anything. Now give me a shot right here.
Marty indicates that George should punch him in the stomach. George takes a deep breath and throws a flimsy punch into Marty's gut.
No, George. Put some confidence behind that punch. Some emotion, some anger. You could do it.
George tries to get himself angry. He makes some faces and throws another punch. It's not much better.
Anger, George. Anger.
Maybe if I used my left.
No, George. Just give me some anger. You can do it.
George throws another punch. This one is slightly better than the last one.
That was good. She'll believe that. Oh, wait, sorry.
Okay. That was good. She'll believe that, right?
Marty isn't so sure.
I'll tell you what, George. Why don't you practice on this? And I'll check up on you later. Just remember to concentrate on your anger.
Marty walks off, leaving George with the body bag. He stares at it, trying to make himself mad.
Anger.
He hits it. He hits it again, harder, again, and he hits a tree. George howls in pain. He's really angry now, and he socks the bag with his left, and he knocks it clear off the pole and through a window. What the hell just happened? George is astonished. Then, realizing the possible consequences, he runs away.
They shouldn't have cut that. They should not have cut that.
Yeah, seriously. That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
That would have been a great build to the end. You're right.
No, it's great. I lost it.
Exterior Town Square Clock Tower night. It's a few minutes before 8 o'clock. We hear a radio weather forecast as the camera takes us from the lightning rod at the top of the clock tower, along the cable strung down across the square, to the street where Brown's Packard is parked nearby. The weather report emanates from the car radio. Brown is on a ladder. He's connecting the paddle plug end of the clock tower cable to the socket on an extension cable tied around a lamppost. The DeLorean is nearby, covered with a tarp. Marty arrives, dressed up for the dance.
Area weather on this Saturday night. Most clear with some scattered clouds.
Brown reacts to the weather report.
Are you sure about this storm?
Doc, since when can a weatherman predict the weather, let alone the future?
Brown smiles. He plugs in the cables and descends the ladder.
Right. You know, Marty, I'm going to be sad to see you go. You've really made a difference in my life. You've given me something to shoot for. Just knowing that I'm going to live to see 1985 and that I'll succeed in this, that I'll get a chance to travel through time. Well, it's just going to be hard for me to wait 30 years before we can talk about everything that's happened in the past few days. I'm going to really miss you.
Marty is particularly uncomfortable knowing the fate of Dr. Brown.
Yeah. Doc, about the future.
No, Marty, We've already agreed that having knowledge of the future can be extremely dangerous. Even if your intentions are good, it could backfire drastically. Whatever it is you want to tell me, I'll find out through the natural course of time.
This is not what Marty wanted to hear, but he can see there's no arguing with Brown.
Yeah, listen, I'm going to get a candy bar or something. You want anything?
No, thanks.
Interior Cafe, insert on a letter as a hand with the pen writes. Interior Cafe, wide angle night. Marty is sitting at a booth writing. He reads it over.
Dear Dr. Brown, on October 26th, I know, I'm doing the right one. Dear Dr. Brown, on the night I go back, you will be shot by terrorists. Please take whatever precautions are necessary to prevent this terrible disaster. Your friend from Marty, November 12th, 1955.
Satisfied, Marty folds the letter and puts it in an envelope, and he writes something on it. Insert of the envelope. Dr. Brown, do not open until October 1, 1985. Cut to exterior on the street at night. Brown is on the ladder stringing electrical cables in the street between the two lampposts. Marty returns with a candy bar. Brown's trench coat is laying on the ground, laying on the tarp DeLorean, making sure that Brown isn't watching. Marty surreptitiously places the envelope into a pocket. Now a cop meanders over and watches.
Is that Jason?
Actually, Sturdy, you want to play the cop?
Not really.
Hell yeah.
Dr. Brown, what's with the wire?
And will be a cop. He's been a bully the whole time.
Sturdy, trust me, it's going to pay off.
Oh, Biff took it.
Biff's got it.
Oh, I'm just doing a little weather experiment.
What's under here?
Some new specialized weather sensing equipment.
Brown comes down from the ladder.
Hey, you got a permit for this?
Of course I do. Right here.
He takes out his wallet and gives the cop a $20 bill.
You're not going to set anything on fire this time, are you, Dr. Brown?
Brown looks to Marty for guidance. Marty shakes his head.
Nah. In that case, good luck.
He continues down the street.
Thank you, officer. Say, kid, you'd better pick up your mom and get going.
Yeah, I guess.
You look a little pale. You okay?
Marty is uneasy, a bit distant, scared.
I don't know, Doc. This whole thing with my mother, I don't know if I can go through with it. Hitting on her, I mean?
Well, nobody said anything about hitting her. You're just going to take a few liberties with her.
Jesus!
What? Dr. Brown's a fucking creep.
Whoa!
Everybody
really
in
weird.
1955 is a creep.
1980s were something. The 1950s. Oh
Nick,
boy!
I don't know if in that read you looked enough distant or scared. So I'm gonna have you re-roll it.
Okay. All right.
Like,
whoa! I don't know, Doc. This whole thing with my mother, I don't know if I can go through with it. Hitting on her, I mean?
Nobody said anything about hitting her. You're just going to take a few liberties with her.
That's what I mean. I'm going to actually have to cop a feel. What? This is the kind of thing that could permanently screw me up. What if I get back to the future and I end up being... No, I'm not doing that.
Wow, why shouldn't you be happy? Look, you'd better get going. Just be back here before 10.
Marty is about to get into the Packard. He hesitates and pulls a snapshot out of his pocket.
What Mick didn't say is he said, "Wait a minute, would I end up having an alternative lifestyle?"
There it is.
There you go.
Nailed it.
Killing it with the modified language. Love it. Snapshot of the photo. Linda's gone except for her feet. Back to the shop. Marty stares at it, then puts it back in his pocket.
Doc, if this thing at the dance doesn't work out and my folks don't get back together, when do you think I'd fade out?
Beats the hell out of me.
Thanks for nothing, Doc. Interior School Gymnasium Dance Night. Enchantment Under the Sea is well underway. On stage is a band, Marvin Berry and the Midnighters. They're all black. Marvin plays lead guitar and sings. There's also a drummer, piano player, sax, and bass. They're playing 3 coins in the fountain. The gym has been decorated in an undersea motif, seaweed, fish on the walls, paper mache. Is that how you spell mache? Sunken ship, a treasure's chest, and a single school locker labeled Davy Jones. There's also a bubble machine a la Lawrence Welk. As usual at school dances, there are teachers acting as chaperones, including Mr. Strickland, a busy refreshment table, including a cake in the shape of a fish, and wallflowers on the sidelines. George is on the sidelines, bopping out of time to the music. He is quite nervous. Exterior school parking lot. Brown's Packer pulls into the lot and parks. Marty at the wheel, he's very uneasy. Lorraine next to him looks beautiful in her best party dress. Marty glances at the clock on the dashboard. It's 8 minutes before 9.
You don't mind if we park for a minute?
That's a great idea. I'd love to park.
Huh?
Marty, I'm almost 18 years old. It's not like I've never parked before.
What?
She scoots over very close to him. Marty fidgets. Boy, is he nervous.
You seem nervous, Marty. Is anything wrong?
No.
She pulls a pint bottle of slow gin out of her purse. Marty is shocked.
What are you doing with that?
I swiped it from the old lady's liquor cabinet.
She takes a nip.
Lorraine, you shouldn't drink.
Why not?
You might regret it later on in life.
Don't be so square, Marty. Everybody who's anybody does it.
Maybe I could use a hit.
He takes the bottle. Just as he takes a swig, she pulls out a pack of cigarettes and lights up. Marty spits the gin in surprise.
Jesus, you smoke too?
Now, Marty, you're not going to tell me that smoking is unhealthy, because it is. Everyone knows that it calms your nerves, which it doesn't, and it's good for the circulation. Absolutely untrue.
It'll give you cancer. Look,
yes.
It says so right here.
Marty takes the pack and looks at the side panel. Inside of the cigarette packet says, "This fine tobacco blend calms the nerves and improves circulation." Marty gives it back.
You know, you sound just like my mother. When I have kids, I'm going to let them do anything they want. Anything. That's not true.
Sure like that in writing.
The comment goes right past Lorraine.
So what are your parents like?
Lorraine. Oh, wait, no. What am I reading? Sorry. Lorraine, lately you've come to the conclusion that I don't know anything about them. Lately I've come to the conclusion that I don't know anything about them. Sorry.
Thanks, Marty. Interior School Gymnasium, the dance. Marvin Moon and the Starlighters finish up a number. Everyone applauds. Marvin steps up to the microphone.
FYI, in the movie, it's Marvin Berry.
Marvin Berry, yeah.
Is that me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
We're going to take a break now, but we'll be back just a little while. So don't go anywhere. So don't go away.
The band members leave their instruments on the stage and head out the side door. George now glances at the clock in the gym. It says 8:59. Alarmed, he checks his own watch. Insert George's watch, which reads 8:55. George is even more alarmed. He runs over to the nearby student. "What time do you have?" Oh, sorry.
You're good. What time do you have?
5 after 9.
Anyway.
George is panic-stricken. He runs like hell out of the gym. Interior school hallway night. George runs into a phone booth, dials a number. It rings, and a woman answers.
At the tone, the time will be 9 o'clock. Ding!
Does anyone remember that was a real thing?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
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 A kid named Dixon, class prankster type, sticks a broom through the phone booth door handle. George tries to get out, but he's trapped. Dixon laughs. Dixon laughs loudly, as we heard. George jerks the door frantically, and Dixon just laughs louder. Sorry, that was my alarm. Interior Packard Marty, Lorraine Knight. Marty fidgets and looks at the clock again.
Marty, why are you so nervous?
Well, have you ever been in a situation where, well, you know you have to act a certain way, but when you get there, you don't know if you can go through with it?
You mean like how you're supposed to act when someone's on a first date?
Well, sort of.
Is this a recreation? Is this like a documentary right now?
It is.
Hold on 1 second. I'm going to go upstairs.
I think I know exactly what you mean.
You do?
And you know what I do in those situations?
Marty looks at her.
I don't worry about it.
And with that, she throws herself on him, kissing passionately. Marty is absolutely shocked. Lorraine abruptly stops and pushes him away. She's very confused.
This isn't right. I don't know what it is, but when I kiss you, something's wrong. Almost feels like I was kissing my brother. I guess it doesn't make any sense, does it?
Believe me, it makes perfect sense.
We hear the sounds of approaching footsteps on gravel.
Sounds like somebody's coming. No,
Marty hears it too. He looks at the dashboard quickly. 9 o'clock. He sighs with defeat.
Yeah, I know.
Suddenly, the driver's door is open. An arm reaches in, yanks Marty out, and Marty finds himself face to face with Biff. Match, 3D, and Skinhead are with him.
You caused 300 damage to my car, you son of a bitch, and I'm going to take it out of your ass. Hold him, guys.
Biff shoves him roughly into the arms of Skinhead. Marty struggles, but Skinhead and Match grab him and restrain him.
Let go of him. Leave him alone, Biff. You're drunk.
Biff takes a look at Lorraine in the car.
Well, look what we have here. Maybe I'll take it out of your ass.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Good night.
Okay.
I'm glad that you changed that line.
Yeah.
We said a lot of things tonight, fellas.
We've learned a lot. We've bonded over some things.
We've gone on a journey.
She lunges at her door to escape, but Biff grabs her and climbs into the car.
Oh, no. Oh, no. You're staying right here with me.
Biff pulls her towards him.
Get your hands off her, you bastard.
Biff leers at Marty.
I'll take care of you after I take care of her. Hey, boys, take them around back. I'll be there in a minute, you know? Go on. This ain't no peep show.
They drag Marty away. Biff shuts the car door and tries to kiss her. She struggles. And then in a moment, we all see through the windshield our tussling arms and legs, accompanied by Lorraine's muffled screams. Exterior side of school. Skinhead, Match, and 3D drag Marty around the corner to the side of the school where a Cadillac is parked with its trunk open.
Hey, let's lock him in the trunk.
They throw Marty into the car trunk and slam the lid shut. Then the Cadillac's driver's door is thrown open, and the drummer from the band steps out. He's smoking a reefer.
Yeah, he is.
Hey, Sturdy, why don't you grab that one?
Oh, this would piss me off too. Say, what you messing with my car for?
No one is saying that.
No
one is saying that.
I'm not saying that one. Beat it.
This doesn't concern you.
The other three car doors open, and Marvin Moon and his other band members get out. They look real bad with their processed hair.
Who you calling?
Peckerwood.
Biff's boys exchange worried looks as the band members advance on them.
Hey, I don't want to mess with no reefer addicts.
Biff's boys take off and in the opposite direction from the Packard, but Marvin and the band manage to kick them all in the ass as they run away. Now we hear beating on the trunk from the inside and Marty's muffled voice.
Let me out of here. Let me out of here.
Hey, Reginald, where's your keys?
The drummer checks his pockets, and inside the car, he can't find them.
They're in here. The keys are in here.
Damn it, boy, you left them suckers in the trunk?
Inside the Packard, Lorraine is trying to fight off Biff. It's a real struggle for her. Exterior parking lot on the Packard. Through the windshield, we see arms and legs flailing about in the struggle. We hear screaming. Now George arrives. He spots the car and goes into his act. He adjusts his pants, strides to the car like John Wayne, and opens the driver's door.
Hey, you, get your damn hands up. Oh.
George realizes he's facing Biff. Now he's really scared.
I think you got the wrong car, McFly.
George, help me.
George doesn't know what to do. He stares in dumbfounded amazement.
Just close the door, McFly. Close the door and walk away.
George hesitates. He doesn't know what to do. He looks at Lorraine, who looks back at him with pleading eyes. He looks at Biff.
Are you deaf, McFly? Hello, close the door and beat it.
Again, George looks at Lorraine. She looks so helpless. George takes a deep breath.
No, you let her alone.
All right, McFly. You had your chance. Now I'm going to teach you a lesson.
Biff gets out of the car and grabs George's arms. George tries to fight back, but his lame punch is ineffectual. Biff twists George's arm. George grimaces. Exterior at the Cadillac. Marvin has a screwdriver in the lock. He gives it a hard jerk. The trunk pops open, but it puts a big gash in his hand.
Damn it, I sliced my hand.
Marty jumps out of the trunk.
Thanks a lot.
He dashes back towards the Packard. Exterior of the Packard. Biff twists George's arm harder. Stop.
Stop it, Biff. You'll break his arm.
She tries to pull away. He pushes her down. Biff laughs. Now Marty arrives just in time to witness. George's expression immediately goes from pain to rage, intense rage, and George lets go with a tremendous left hook, smack into Biff's face. Biff hits the ground out cold. George can't believe he did it. He looks at his fist, he looks down at Biff, and he grins widely.
Oh, George, you were wonderful.
She looks at him with adoring eyes. Marty can't believe it either. George and Lorraine embrace. Marty keeps his distance, allowing them to have their moment. Nearby, a few kid bystanders trade comments. Who's that kid? Does he go to our school? Yeah, that's George McFly. He's been in our homeroom for 2 years.
Yeah.
I never noticed him before. George and Lorraine head for the school. Omitted. Exterior school, side entrance. George and Lorraine go up the front stairs. Marty watches from the safe distance away. Just as they're about to go in, Lorraine turns and sees Marty. She smiles. He smiles back. Now Marty pulls out the snapshot and takes a look. Linda's feet are now gone. Marty is the only one on the picture. In the background, we hear distant thunder. Marty is shocked. He considers the situation a moment, then realizes the answer. He runs back towards Marvin's Cadillac. At the Cadillac, Marvin is wrapping a handkerchief around his cut hand. The band members are all shaking their heads. Marty runs over to them.
Sorry, I lost my place. Hey, you guys, you've got to get back in there and finish the dance. Look at Marvin's hand. He can't. Oh, is that sturdy?
Oh,
Okay.
no. Look at Marvin's hand. He can't play with it like that. And we can't play without Marvin.
But you've got to play. That's where they kiss for the first time on the dance floor. And if there's no music, they can't dance, and they won't kiss, and they won't fall in love. And I'm a goner.
Hey, man, the dance is over unless you know somebody knows how to play guitar.
Marty looks at Marvin and smiles. Interior school gym. Marty is playing the guitar with the Midnighters in a version of Earth Angel. George and Lorraine are on the floor dancing. Marty looks at them, then looks at the back of his guitar where attached with chewing gum is the snapshot. Nothing has changed. Marty watches his parents. He's getting very nervous. George and Lorraine are looking at each other as they dance. George seems a little unsure of himself.
Aren't you going to kiss me, George?
Well, I don't know.
Now,
I want to hold off on Dixon for a second because I have a very special celebrity cameo.
Scram, McFly. We're checking out the Scene Snobs.
Now, with that, Tim, please take it away.
Wait a minute. Is it? I think I said, well, I don't know.
Wait, going downstairs.
Oh, wait, no. Who's playing Dixon?
You just hit it, so just go on to Marty.
Just go on to the next one.
All right.
He pushes George, beating McFly and cutting in. He pushes George out of the way. On stage, Marty reacts with horror. He looks at the snapshot. Marty's own image is now beginning to fade. Marty blinks his eyes and starts hitting wrong notes. He doesn't seem to be able to play the guitar anymore. The drummer notices this.
Hey, man, what's wrong?
I can't play.
I don't know how to play the guitar.
Marty is turning pale. He can barely stand up.
I think he's left-handed, Mick.
I am not left-handed.
I don't feel so good.
Extreme close-up on Marty. $10,000 film shot. That's a weird note. He holds his hand in front of his face. He holds his hand in front of his face. We're actually able to slightly see through his hand to his face. Interior school gym. The band keeps playing while Marty gets woozy. George sees Dixon with Lorraine. He strides over to them with determination.
Excuse me.
He yanks Dixon away from Lorraine, then takes Lorraine in his arm and kisses her. On stage, Marty immediately recovers. He jumps up, full of life, wired with energy. The color returns to his face, and he looks at the snapshot. Marty's image is now sharp and clear, and his sister and brother are fading back in. At the dance, Marty rejoins the band in Earth Angel. He sees that George and Lorraine are dancing very close. From the looks of their faces, there can be no doubt they're in love. George makes eye contact with Marty. They smile. George gives Marty the okay hand sign. Marty takes another look at the snapshot. The photo is now as it was originally, with Marty, Linda, and Dave all back in existence. On stage, Marty is delighted. The band finishes Earth Angel, and the audience applauds.
Say, man, you're good. Do another one.
Nah, I gotta go.
Come on. Let's do something. Something that cooks.
Marty thinks a moment, then smiles slyly.
Well, all right. You guys will just have to follow me on this one. No, I'm going to say the right line. Sorry. All right. All right, guys. Watch me for the changes. Listen to Blues, Rip, and B. And here we go. We're going to do one more where I come. Why did I mess these lines up? This is an oldie, but well, it's an oldie where I come from. Rock and roll.
Marty starts playing a guitar riff.
Way down in Louisiana, down in New Orleans.
I said Johnny be good.
There you go. I'm not getting sued.
I say keep it going, man. That was great.
Okay. Drums, give me a blues beat. This bass, this, do this. Yeah, all right. Let's roll on. Go to
And then we're going to cut to the top of page 110 or 138, depending on what side you're looking at.
But regardless of what page you're on, we're going through a series of shots. There's a dance number on the dance floor, heads turn, the reactions of astonishment from everyone, and the kids start dancing. Marty euphorically begins cavorting around like Little Richard. The band is really getting into it, and all the kids go nuts, jumping and screaming. Mr. Strickland, however, just shakes his head with disgust. Marty whips off his sport coat and throws it onto the crowd. As George and Lorraine dance, the other couples move past George to talk to him.
George, I hear you laid out Biff. Nice going.
George, did you ever think about running for class president?
We could sure use you on the team, George.
Well, I'll have to think about it.
Lorraine beams, proud to be seen with George. Backstage, public telephone. Marvin Berry is on the phone.
Chuck, this is Marvin. Marvin Berry, your cousin. You know how you're looking for a new sound? Well, listen to this.
He holds the phone towards the music. Interior school gym. The pandemonium continues. Now Marty tears open his shirt and does some Elvis pelvis moves. Girls scream. Marty's movements become Mick Jagger-esque and then take on a Michael Jackson style. Finally, he drifts into pure heavy metal, puts his guitar next to the amp, making feedback. This goes a little too far for the 1955 musical taste, and the band stops playing and the kids stop dancing. They all watch Marty, not sure what to think. Marty suddenly realizes he's gone too far. He smiles sheepishly and steps up to the microphone.
Sorry. I guess you guys aren't ready for that yet. But your kids are going to love it.
He picks up the song again with the band. They do one more chorus. Marty wraps up the song with the final riff, and the students all go berserk with applause. School gym backstage night. Marty appears backstage about to exit. He sees Lorraine approaching and George behind her.
Marty, I hope you don't mind, but George asked if you could take me home.
That's great. Lorraine, that's great. I love like nothing better. You know, sort of had a feeling about you two.
I know. I sort of have a feeling too. I think George could really make me happy.
Marty gulps, knowing what's in store for these two.
Yeah. Listen, I've got to get going tonight. And I just wanted to say that it's really been educational.
Marty, will I ever see you again?
I guarantee it.
George steps forward, extending his hand.
Good night, Marty. Thanks for your help and all your good advice. I hope I can do the same for you someday.
Yeah, sure. I've got to go. Good luck, both of you. Listen, if you guys ever have any kids and one of them accidentally sets fire to the living room rug when he's 8 years old, go easy on him.
Marty runs off, leaving George and Lorraine together.
Marty. It's such a nice name. When I have kids, I'm going to name one of them Marty.
Aren't you rushing things a bit?
Well, maybe a little. I was thinking I'd like to go to college next year.
Me too.
That's pretty damn corny right there.
This is so problematic. I was half waiting for him to be like, "You can't go to college. You're a woman."
Well, that seems pretty forward.
George is into sci-fi, man. He's into the new world.
It's true.
True.
Yep.
I believe that George is a good guy outside of the peeping Tom thing that he did.
I agree.
Did you forget 40 minutes ago?
It was the 50s, man.
Hey, we were all 18 once, right?
It was just a phase. That's all.
Dude, back then, they didn't have a lot to look at, man. I don't know what else he was going to find.
Yes, Dan crushing it.
Oh, God.
Exterior clock tower night. It's 4 minutes before 10. On the street, Brown, wearing a trench coat, paces back and forth anxiously. The wind is picking up and we hear distant thunder. The entire lightning rod setup is complete. With the cable strung across the street between the two lampposts, Brown checks his wristwatch. 9:56.
Damn. Where is that kid?
Brown pulls out a pocket watch and checks it. It's 9:56.
Damn.
Brown checks his wristwatch on his other wrist. It's 9:56.
Damn.
At last, the Packard pulls up across the street from the tarp DeLorean. Marty jumps out, dressed in his 85 clothes.
You're late. Do you have no concept of time?
Brown pulls the tarp off the DeLorean and raises the trolley hook on the back to its full height.
Take it easy, Doc. I had to change my clothes. I wasn't going to go back in that zoot suit. Everything's cool. They're back together, and here's the proof.
Marty shows him the fully restored snapshot.
Yeah, old George really came through, laid out Biff one punch. Cold cocked him. I thought it was cold clocked. I don't know.
I'm cold cocked.
Cold cocked him. I never knew he had it in him. Hell, my old man's never stood up to Biff in his life.
Brown opens the DeLorean door.
All right, let's set your destination time. This is the exact time you left.
Insert LED readout. On a readout labeled last time of departure is October 26, 1985, 1:31 a.m. Brown punches in the appropriate keypad.
All right, let's send you back to exactly the same time.
The readout labeled destination time lights up to read October 26, 85, 1:31 a.m. We can see that the two readouts show identical dates and times on Brown and Marty.
It'll be like you never left. Now, I've painted a white line on the street up there. That's where you start from. I've calculated the precise distance, taking into account the acceleration, speed, and wind resistance retroactive from the moment the lightning will strike.
He picks up a wind-up alarm clock.
When this alarm goes off, you hit the gas.
Brown gives it a wind, then sets it on the DeLorean dashboard. Brown looks around, then sighs.
Well, I guess that's everything.
Marty extends his hand.
Doc, thanks for everything.
They shake hands.
Thank you. I'll see you in about 30 years.
Marty sighs, again thinking of Brown's destiny and the letter.
I hope so.
Don't worry. As long as you hit that wire with this hook, everything will be fine.
All right.
Brown puts his hands in his pockets and withdraws the letter Marty put there. He looks at it curiously. Marty turns away.
What's the meaning of this?
You'll find out in 30 years.
It's about the future, isn't it? Information about the future. I warned you about this, kid. The consequences could be disastrous.
You got to take the risk, Doc. Your life depends on it.
No, I'm not going to accept the responsibility.
Brown tears up the envelope and shoves the pieces into a Packard ashtray.
All right, Doc. In that case, I'll just have to tell you straight out.
But before Marty can get the words out, a tremendous gust of wind comes up and accompanied by a loud crack. They turn. A tree limb in the square is blown down right on top of the cable between the clock tower and the first lamppost. The paddle plug attached to the lightning rod on the clock tower is yanked out, and the cable drops down from the clock tower.
Great Scott! Kid, find the end of that cable. I'll throw the rope down to you.
Brown grabs a big coil of rope and dashes to the courthouse. Marty gulps. He takes a look at the fallen tree branch on the cable, then goes hunting for the end of it. The wind is picking up, and the sound of thunder approaches. Interior clock tower stairs. Brown charges up several flights of stairs like a madman. Marty pulls in the cable, hunting for the end of it. At last he finds it. He looks up the clock tower. Brown rushes up a flight of rough-hewn steps into the belfry. He's momentarily silhouetted by the clock face as he slips between the giant gears and disappears behind the bell. Exterior clock tower. A door opens up, giving access to the ledge below the clock. Brown steps out as pigeons flutter away. His hair blows wildly in the wind. Lightning flashes. And the distance, he looks up. Brown's point of view, the connecting socket dangling on its cable between the 1 and 2 and on the huge clock face. Its other end is attached to the lightning rod on the tower above. Brown looks down. Marty, 5 stories below, waving the paddle plug in hand. Brown tosses one end of the rope down. The coil unravels. The rope drops to the ground. Marty runs over, grabs it, and ties it to the paddle plug. He waves back to Brown. Brown nods and starts pulling the rope with the cable back up. Marty watches anxiously as the cable goes back up. He yells up at Brown.
Doc, I gotta tell you about the future.
Brown can hardly hear him.
What?
The future. On the night I go back. The terrorist show. And you get...
It's exactly 10 o'clock and the clock bells strike 10. Marty can't be heard over the sound. Brown almost loses his balance with the huge bells tolling so close. He regains his footing, then he pulls the rope the rest of the way up. He's got the paddle plug in hand. Brown yells at Marty, but he can't be heard over the bells. Brown gestures that he's got the cable and that Marty should go. Marty hesitates, but Brown gestures adamantly. At last, Marty nods and runs to the DeLorean. Brown unties the rope from the end of the paddle plug, and he looks up at its socket mate dangling on the clock face. He reaches up for it, but he can't quite get it. He'll have to move across the ledge to get closer to it. Marty climbs into the DeLorean and closes the gull wing door. Interior of the DeLorean. Marty turns the key in the ignition and revs it up. He puts the car in gear. The DeLorean takes off. Brown looks down and sees the DeLorean heading down the street. The cable drops onto his left foot. Brown hangs precariously from the clock face like Harold Lloyd. Wind blowing in his hair, lightning cracking in the sky. Brown carefully moves his right foot toward the intact section of the ledge while trying to keep the cable balanced on his left foot. His right foot moves closer. At last, he finds safe footing. Brown takes a deep breath, then he hops over onto the ledge. He kicks the cable up with his left foot and catches it in his hand. He sighs relief. Everything is all right. He reaches up with his right hand, and the cable is... He reaches up with his right hand and is able to grab the dangling socket. Marty is still fiddling with the destination time. Insert readouts. The destination time drops back to 126, 125, 124, 123, 122, 121. Suddenly, the engine dies. Marty tries to restart it, but it won't turn over.
Come on.
Exterior clock tower. Brown still has the plug in his left hand. The socket is in the right. He brings them towards each other to plug them in, but they won't reach. Both ends are taut. But he's about a foot short. Brown looks down. The tree limb caught on the cable, which is the reason there's no slack. Brown jerks the end of the cable, trying to free it from the... Can't read that word. Caught in the limb as Brown tries to disengage it. Brown can't free it. His face takes on intense determination, exaggerated by the wind and lightning. He gives the cable a tremendous yank. The cable jerks free from the tree, but the plug at the other end is wrenched out of the connecting socket on the lamppost. Brown reacts with horror. He now has a useless plug in his hand. Lightning cracks even closer. Marty is still trying to get the car restarted. Now the alarm clock rings.
Shit.
At last, the engine roars to life. Marty switches the time circuits on. The various indicators light up. Marty puts the car in gear. Marty's foot hits the gas pedal. The DeLorean peels out. Brown looks at the two cables in his hand and the loose end below. How can he get everything connected? Suddenly, he realizes what he must do. He ties the two of them tightly together, then plugs them in. The DeLorean accelerates. The speedometer says it passes 40 miles per hour. Brown tests that he has tied the connected cable ends to make sure that they won't come apart. They're secure. He takes a deep breath, then he grips the line tightly. He jumps. Brown slides down the cable. Exterior courthouse square. Brown drops down to the ground. He runs with the cable towards the lamppost. The DeLorean approaches the square. Marty drives with determination. The speedometer passes 65. Marty's POV of the approaching wire strung across the street. Brown gets to the plug end of the cable. It's dislodged from the tree limb, so he has enough slack. He races to the lamppost and the dangling socket. The DeLorean continues accelerating. The speedometer passes 85. The indicator lights behind Marty begin registering. Brown grabs the socket cable and plugs his cable in. DeLorean, the speedometer hits 88. The most spectacular bolt of lightning in the history of cinema strikes the lightning rod. Series of cuts. The connecting cable becomes electrified. The DeLorean passes under the cable between the lampposts. The trolley hook on the DeLorean makes contact with the electrified cable. The flux capacitor glows and discharges. The DeLorean's time coils light up and the vehicle is sent back to the future. Dr. Brown lets out a whoop of delight. No whoop of delight. And relief as he's drenched by the deluge. The cable across the street has wrenched the trolley pole out of the rear of the DeLorean. It's left there, swinging from the cable. Brown looks up the clock tower. The clock has stopped at 10:04. Lightning cracks behind it, and we dissolve to the clock tower, October 26, 1985. The storm dissolves away into an ordinary night sky. The clock tower shows 30 years of additional age. Camera cranes down to reveal Hill Valley Town Square as we saw in the beginning. All is quiet. It's late. A raggedy bum is asleep. Is asleep on a bench.
That motherfucker's raggedy.
Brutal.
This raggedy bum is asleep on the bench. Suddenly, his hair begins to stand on end. He is lit by an off-screen flash of light, accompanied by a sonic boom and sharp blast of wind. We hold on him as we hear a screech of tires and an off-screen crash. The bum awakens and looks up to see the boarded-up movie theater. Bum's POV is that there's a big hole in the front of what used to be the theater. Suddenly, the DeLorean backs out and onto the street. The bum shakes his head. Crazy drunk driver. He goes
Well,
back.
if I can interject for 1 second, I want everybody to know a little piece of tidbit of this. Buck Flowers plays the bum, and that is Red, the mayor from back in 1955.
If you watch this movie with Mick, anytime he will tell you that every single time.
I'd buy that for $1.
I was just about to ask
I
you
can
that.
talk about RoboCop too.
I'm like, is the bum the same guy? Thank you for clearing that up.
All hail character actors, by the way.
Absolutely. Crazy drunk driver. He goes back to sleep. Marty looks at the readouts. Insert readouts. Preset time now matches destination time is October 25th, 1985, 1:24 a.m. Last time departed is now November 5th, 1955, 10:04 p.m. Marty is delighted.
All right.
He turns on the car radio. Contemporary rock tune comes on.
All right.
He puts the car into forward gear. The engine dies.
Oh, shit.
He tries to start again, but he can't get it to turn over.
Come on, Marty. Come on.
He looks up and sees the windshield. Marty's POV through the windshield night. The terrorist van cruising down the street and around the corner. Marty is horrified.
The terrorists. Damn, it's frozen.
Street in front of the theater and the DeLorean at night. Marty gets out of the DeLorean and runs like hell down the street after the terrorist van. The mall at night. As Marty arrives at the mall, he keeps on running past the entrance sign that reads Lone Pine Mall with just an image of a single pine tree. That's curious. Into the parking lot just in time to see a good 150 yards away, the terrorist van chasing down Dr. Brown with Marty's younger self watching frozen in horror. Marty is horrified and amazed, horrified at being too late, amazed at seeing himself, and to be seeing something he's already experienced from a third-person point of view.
Oh, God.
Too late.
The terrorist leans out of his van with the machine gun. He blasts Dr. Brown in the chest. Brown goes down. Everything is as it already happened.
Oh no.
The terrorist van turns and goes after younger Marty. Just as before, Marty dives into the DeLorean and roars off. Marty watches himself chased by the terrorist. The DeLorean accelerates, and even as it's being shot at, going faster and faster until it's enveloped in the blinding white glow and vanishes. But the terrorist van drives into the white glow. We hear cursing as the blinded driver loses control of the van. It swerves and goes out of control, crashing into a photomat type stand. Marty now runs towards the fallen Dr. Brown, lying face down in the parking lot. He reaches him, along with Einstein, the faithful dog. Marty turns Brown over, tears in his eyes.
Doc,
Suddenly, Brown opens his eyes and smiles.
you're alive.
Brown stands.
Sorry, I lost my spot. Of course I'm alive.
But you were shot. I saw it. I saw it twice.
Brown rips open his radiation suit, revealing a bulletproof vest.
It's the latest fashion in personal protection. It'll stop a slug from an elephant rifle at 30 yards.
No, it won't.
Let's not try it.
Have you watched the X-Files? The bulletproof vest could stop anything.
I stand corrected.
Hey, that logic is sound to me. I love that show.
It's
how
called
did you know?
bulletproof for a reason, gentlemen.
Yeah, you can't shoot a bullet through it. It's bulletproof.
Hello.
Hello, McFly. Hello.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's great. Where was? Oh, but how did you know?
Brown smiles, reaching to the pocket and pulls out the letter that Marty wrote scotch taped together. It's yellow and brittle, 30 years old.
After all that lecturing about screwing up future events and the space-time continuum?
Yeah, well, I figured, what the hell?
We hear approaching police sirens. Outside of Marty's house at night, the DeLorean pulls up to the darkened house. The gull-wing passenger door opens and Marty gets out. Brown is driving and Einstein takes Marty's seat. Marty turns to talk to Brown. Intercut with Brown in the DeLorean.
So how far ahead you going?
Well, I figure I'll take it slow at first, go about 30 years just to get my feet wet, then maybe see what's shaking in the 22nd or 23rd century.
Well, good luck. And if you get a chance, look me up. I guess I'd be about 47.
I will. Funny. I had to wait 30 years to catch up to you. Now you've got to wait 30 years to catch up to me. Ain't life weird?
Brown gives him a wink. Marty closes the door. Marty's house. Marty waves Brown off and heads around the side of the house. In the background, the DeLorean zooms off, and we see light from an off-screen time travel glow. Marty is hit by the sharp blast of wind. Marty's bedroom. Marty is on top of the bed, asleep in his clothes. Morning light streams in through the window. He stirs and opens his eyes. He blinks several times as if getting his bearings. Then he sits up and looks around. Yes, it's his room, all right. And everything around him seems the same. From the SR5 posters. What's that? What's SR5?
That's a Toyota SR5.
Ah, gotcha.
4x4.
Gotcha. From the SR5 posters to his audio equipment. Marty looks at the clock, 8:30. He looks at the wall calendar. The first 25 days of October are X'd off. Today is the 26th. Could it have all been a dream? He gets out of bed and looks at himself in the mirror, then pinches himself to make sure he's real. He is. On the nightstand is a framed 5x7 version of the snapshot with he and his siblings. It looks the same. He reaches into the waste can and pulls out the submission form to the record company. He looks at it, then decisively pulls the cassette tape out of his drawer, puts it in the envelope with the form. Bedroom corridor day. Marty comes out of his room with the envelope. He goes down the hall and stops short as he enters. In the dining room, Linda and Dave are seated on the dining table, in the dining room table, which has been beautifully set for breakfast. The 5 table settings are elegant. Dave is eating half of a grapefruit. Linda has strawberries and a croissant. Dave is wearing an expensive tailored suit and reads Forbes magazine.
Hey, Linda, I'm not your answering service. Somebody named Craig or Greg called you a little while ago.
Well, who was it? Greg or Craig?
I don't know. I can't keep track of all your boyfriends.
Dave. Oh, wait, no. Oh, sorry. What the hell is this?
Breakfast. What happened? Did you sleep in your clothes again?
Dave, what are you wearing? Are you working today?
Sure, I always work on Saturday.
Then what's with the suit?
What else would I wear to the office? Are you all right, Marty?
Yeah.
Now, George and Lorraine enter from outside. They're tanned and healthy, dressed in tasteful clothes. George carries himself with an air of confidence, and Lorraine looks terrific, thin and svelte, radiantly healthy and positive. This is a happy marriage. Marty can't believe how good his mother looks.
Oh, Jesus.
Say it, Mick. Say it.
Say it.
Say it.
I'm getting there.
You must suffer
Mom.
for your art.
Mom, you look so thin. I mean, you look great.
Thanks, Daddy.
Oh, yeah!
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Something in my throat.
Oh, my
Thank you,
God.
Marty. Say, tonight's the big night, right? Your big date with Jennifer Parker. Such a nice girl. I sure like her.
Yeah, she does.
You two have similar taste.
It's true.
Pardon me, Mom.
You're going up to the lake tonight, aren't you? Haven't you been planning it for 2 weeks?
Mom, we went through this last night. How can I go if Dad's car is wrecked?
Wrecked? There's nothing wrong with my car. In fact, Biff should be out there waxing it right now.
Outside the McFly house, Biff is in the driveway waxing a new BMW. Biff is working diligently. His rough edges and arrogance are all gone.
Hey, Biff, don't forget 2 coats of wax this time.
I'm finishing up the second coat now, Mr. McFly.
Biff, don't try to con me.
I mean, I was just about to start on the second coat, Mr. McFly. I'm so sorry, Mr. McFly. I'll get it right away.
Time out real quick. Time out real quick. The fact that you two are from Hill Valley, California, and you sound like my dad and my uncle talking. It's priceless and perfect.
It was completely unintentional.
I see the Michigan. I see the Michigan brothers here, and they're doing their best Jersey impersonations today.
I have a question. So George McFly hires the guy who tried to get rapey with his wife in high school.
Well, yeah, because now he's over him.
Okay,
This is the 80s, man. Everyone tried to rape each other's wives at one time. We figured it out.
Exactly. They just walked right through it. They figured it out.
I've seen that website. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Inside the McFly house, Marty is absolutely astonished.
What a character. Always trying to get away with something, that Biff. Some employees will get away with murder if you don't stay on them. I've had to keep him in line ever since high school.
Now, George, you know if it wasn't for Biff, you and I never would have gotten married. Oh, yeah, Mom. You told us a million times. Dad beat him up when he was bothering you, and that's how the two of you fell in love at the fish under the sea dance.
Bothering.
Marty at last understands what's going on here.
No, it was the enchantment under the sea dance.
That's right. Your father literally came to my rescue. It was so romantic. Cornball City.
Biff enters and hands George a hardback book.
Dan, where you at, buddy?
Oh, snap.
You say
I didn't have it highlighted. I'm so sorry.
It's all right.
It's okay, buddy.
Oh, I didn't have a highlight. Oh, Marty.
No, Mr. McFly. This just came in. It's the cover artwork for your book.
There it is. I can't believe I missed that. Oh, Mr. McFly. This just came in. It's the cover artwork for your novel. I don't even have it zipped up. I didn't have it highlighted. I had everything else highlighted and squared and noted. I did. How did I miss the last 2 lines?
You have to suck up to me as I wrote the best sci-fi novel of all time.
Ever.
Which is called A Match Made in Space.
Yeah.
And the cover shows a bedroom with a space alien talking to a couple in bed. Very reminiscent of Marty's Darth Vader visitation to George. The style indicates that it's a science fiction romance novel. The author's name, George McFly, is in big letters.
My first novel. I hope it sells.
Of course it'll sell, dear. After all, you've been selling stories ever since college.
Time out.
That's
How is that his
right,
first
Dad.
novel? How is that his first novel? We've been selling stories since college.
Well, this is his first novel. He's been selling short stories.
Yeah.
There's no money. The most I ever made on a short story was $128.
The Brothers Grimm say otherwise.
Well, in 1985, 125 lots.
That was a lot. So,
Maybe he wrote scripts.
Dan, you got to remember, at this point, before he made his first novel, he became a teacher and then an executive director. And that's where the money was.
That's where the money was.
Boom. The old ED.
Sorry, I don't like that's just crazy to me. Like, this is my first novel, but I'm already rich. Which anyway, let's continue.
Yeah, he lives in Hillville.
Continue
That's why I
this
freaking
story.
love you. This is why I freaking love you. You guys are amazing.
That's right, Dad. Where's the positive attitude of yours?
Sure, this book is going to do just fine. And where's that tape of yours, Marty? I want to mail that for you. This is going to do just fine, too.
It's called white privilege.
Something I know nothing about. Yep, I did it.
These are like my best lines, team. I got changed for this.
And you are crushing it.
I hope so.
Confidence, Marty. Like I've always told you, if you put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything.
Oh, Marty, here's your keys. You're all waxed and ready for tonight.
Biff tosses him a set of keys.
My keys?
Outside the McFly house, Marty comes out of the house and opens the garage door, revealing a tricked-out black Toyota 4x4 that I have recently learned is an SR5, just like he saw in the showroom. Marty can't believe it. Marty approaches it.
How about a ride, mister?
Marty turns. It's Jennifer. She looks just the same. Great.
Jennifer, it's been a weird week. We got to go do it right now.
We can go over it later.
Also, that's pre Back to the Future 2, Jennifer. So, like,
yeah. He shows up and he's like, "Hey, Jennifer, guess what I learned in 1955? This is called copping a feel."
Learned a lot about his mom, I'll tell you that.
Oh God. Jennifer, are you ever a sight for sore eyes? Let me look at you.
Marty looks at her as if trying to make sure she's real. Jennifer is hard-pressed to understand why Marty is making such a big deal about this.
Marty, you're acting like you haven't seen me in a week.
I haven't.
Are you okay? Is everything all right?
Marty looks back at his house. Marty's POV of George and Lorraine in the doorway, arms around each other. Marty looks back at Jennifer.
Everything is great, Jen. Just great.
He pulls her towards him. They're
Can
about
I have that again with a little more enthusiasm?
I'm sorry. Can we reshoot that? Let's start back at right around 154:08. We need to recut that scene.
Did I not throw the sport coat well enough?
No, you were perfect. But the Marty.
All right, I'll go back. All right. Everything is great, Jen. Just great.
Thank you.
He pulls her towards him. They're about to kiss. Closer, closer. We hear a sonic boom, and Marty turns. Outside the McFly house from a different angle, the DeLorean streaks up in front of the house. Dr. Brown jumps out, more wild-eyed and frantic than we've ever seen him. Hard to imagine. His clothes are bizarre, a weird mixture of past and future, strange variation of Roman tunic, a cape, and a striped plastic pant. His baseball cap is embroidered with the logo Peoria World's Fair 2015, and the American flag shoulder patch has 63 stars.
Morty!
What?
Imperialism is not dead.
Who else do we make a state? Canada?
Only 13 more to go, y'all. It's gonna
Mexico, Canada,
Puerto Rico finally made it.
Nope, it's actually Portugal.
All the Caribbean islands. We just took them all.
There you go.
Marty, you've got to come with me. Back to the future.
Doc, I've got Jennifer here. You're gonna take the new truck for a spin. I was just gonna try out my new wheels.
Well, bring her along. This concerns her too.
You know, because every high school relationship, you know, ends in marriage.
Every time.
Lifetime.
In the 80s, it does.
In Hill Valley, it definitely does.
If you're a
Especially
good
with Ronald
child,
Reagan
it
as
does.
president.
Brown opens the passenger gullwing door for him. Marty and Jennifer approach cautiously.
No.
Brown goes around to the back of the DeLorean and pours a bottle of beer into an opening labeled Westinghouse Mr. Fusion Home Energy Converter.
I need fuel.
What do you mean? What happens? Does something happen to us? Do we turn out into assholes or something?
No, you and Jennifer both turn out fine. But your kids, Marty, something's got to be done about your kids.
Brown gets back in the DeLorean. Marty gets in and Jennifer sits on his lap. She closes the door.
That sounds like a promise, Mick.
Right? Okay, here we go.
Have you ever parked before? Oh, yeah. I have with my mom.
Jesus.
Okay, take it again. Take it again, Doc.
Okay, here we go.
You better back up. You better back this thing up, Doc. We haven't got enough road to get to 88.
Roads? Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Brown hits the new switch in the dashboard. Exterior street, the DeLorean speeds down the street, then blasts off into the sky like a streak. Once again, the coils glow and the DeLorean is enveloped in a familiar white glow and disappears into the future. Roll in titles, fade out.
Oh, my God.
I wish I could go back in time.
Oh, my God. Guys. First off, big round of applause. I'm going to go around the horn. Let's start off with Brian, the man reading all the action.
Holy crap, the ending, my friend. Oh, there wasn't a lot of dialogue.
That was perfect.
So much action there. So much. You did it great. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Let's go. Let's just go through. All right. Doc Brown, Casey, thank you, man.
Woo!
Biff, the man himself.
Biff, yeah!
And the man, thank you.
Yeah!
Tim, George, the man McFly, thank you so much. Jason, thank you so much. Thank you, brother. Sturdy.
I'm still here,
buddy.
Oh, there. I was like, where'd he go?
Where'd you go, man? Where's my
still
black
here.
friend?
This
Right
script
here.
is really offensive. I get it. Thank you guys so much. And last, of course, but not least, my beautiful bride, not my mother, definitely not, but my beautiful bride, Mary. Thank you so much. Everybody, thank you guys.
Yeah, had to read every female role.
I gotta say, Mary, you're a great mother, grandmother, girlfriend. Like,
Yeah.
great
Also,
job.
the bedroom is forever changed.
That's right.
I still think her best performance was the Weather Woman.
And that one was like off the cuff. I was not ready. Yeah,
Oh, he crushed it.
I was not ready.
Oh, man, we're getting the applause from the audience,
very
guys. Thank
fun.
you so much.
Thank you, everyone, for hanging. We appreciate it. That was
Marry the
awesome.
real hero. Marry the real hero, man.
Mary was a hero. Brian, that was a lot of action.
I know,
Strong
Brian.
performances.
Yeah, Brian, thank you.
Amazing job, y'all.
All right,
Everybody's
guys.
lights are so much darker than when we started.
Right.
Slowly but surely, they go down.
Mhm.
So-
All right. I want to check the number real quick while we're here.
Casters for a cause. Let's see where we're at.
It is We got over 1,000.
Awesome.
Thank you, everyone.
We're at
Wow.
10:51. Thank you guys so much. Everything you guys have done, all the help along the way. It has been truly so much fun. Tank, and you know, I can't thank you enough. I'm sorry, I did not realize how offensive this movie could be.
We skipped the most offensive part. We skipped the most.
Yeah,
the movie is a little less offensive than the script is. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, that's it. Katie said it. Like, edits are important, man. Like, I felt real uncomfortable reading a couple lines. Man, let me tell you, I felt real uncomfortable.
Editing is bigly important.
30 told me I could say.
Well, but with that one though, it was that one. But the one that I had, I was like, nah, I'm not even saying that one.
Yeah, I don't blame you, man.
Yeah.
Good call.
Well, we lost Mary, but I know she had to go because my son is still awake. And we still have some time. Now, guys, I know you guys have just done a huge reading. I know you're tired. This went longer than I expected by about an hour. We have Phil here. We'll bring him in for a minute. I
have to say, you guys were amazing. I was watching it live and then in the back scene. You guys did phenomenal. Hats off to all of you.
All right, Phil, but how did I do playing a black character?
I have to say, you need to work on it. It wasn't the best.
A little bit more blackface.
Nightmare 4 or 5. Nightmare 5. The black actress in Nightmare 5 got the feedback saying she wasn't black enough. Is that what you're citing, Sturdy?
Wow.
I wasn't
saying anything.
Nothing. I got nothing on that one. I don't want to take that crazy turn. I'm trying to be more mature, guys.
We're all mature.
Let me pull up the things real quick just to announce. So Morgan Smith, Clayton Ross, and Katie Steinrock. What's up, Katie? You guys, if you message me, you can message me anywhere on the Scene Snobs social media, and I will get it. I will send out to you this right here, which is the newspaper. It was a commemorative newspaper they did in 2015 for the 30th anniversary. So congratulations on that.
Morgan Smith is my boss, so you can send that with Sammy's sign, and I'll give it to them.
Awesome.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. And I'll send that out. Clayton, if you can get in touch with me, and Katie, just send me a message. And actually, while we're here, just so you guys know, Katie is going to be hosting an Aliens watch along on 4/26.
No. Hold on, because this is important. Sorry. We got outvoted 2 years in a row. We're watching Alien 3 and Resurrection because
what?
We've watched Alien and Aliens the past 2 years. We're going the other direction.
Okay. I mean, 3's great.
So you better buckle up.
But 4 is awful, man.
Why, Tim? Why? That is literally a quote I want on my grave. Why Alien Resurrection? Why?
Because we haven't watched it yet.
You don't need to.
You don't. I watched it for you. I took that.
We're gonna watch it, and we're gonna make everyone watch it with us.
No, there's a YouTube channel where you can watch the 10 minutes that's worthwhile. You get.
No, I don't want to watch the 10 minutes. I want to watch all of it, and I want to make everyone else suffer.
Tim, I will say this. I'm definitely going to be there because we're going to shoot some video for the day. But I will definitely watch along with you as long as Aliens 3 is the director's cut.
That's fine. Okay. We can make that work.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's got to be the director's
cut. It is the better version.
Nick, I have watched worse films for you.
Fair.
All right, I'll watch the regular version for you.
No, the Resurrection's going to be bad enough.
Alien 3 director's cut's fine. Dude, I love director's cuts.
Sigourney Weaver owes me $9.
Sigourney Weaver owes you nothing.
$9 for Alien Resurrection because it happened to me.
Who cares? She gave you Aliens. Everyone needs to pay the rent, man. Everyone has a mortgage.
Sigourney Weaver can just take me out to dinner and we'll call it even. All right?
They're brothers. They're brothers. You got to let them go.
No, Sigourney. Like, listen, Alien Resurrection is an aberration, and not even the Buffy guy. What's his name?
It was one of Ron Perlman's greatest roles. You watch your mouth.
There you go. There you go. There's
Not
the
Hellboy?
actors.
Boys, I gotta go. Unfortunately, the
Jason,
boys
no!
here and the girlfriend's here, so I will see you guys all later.
Love you,
I thought you were on
buddy.
for trivia.
Love
man.
you all,
Thank you so
Mick.
much.
Mick,
I got trivia questions.
We gotta do Back to the Future 2 and 3.
Maybe.
Well, I'm holding off on another charity event for a little while.
No, we don't have to do it for charity. We can do it for fun.
Listen, we're doing this. We're doing it for charity.
All right, guys. See you guys.
Love you, buddy.
Have a good one,
Take
Jason.
care,
Thank you,
Jason.
my
Thank
friend.
you. All right. We can do that. If you guys are up for it, we can definitely do this. We only have a few of us. A few people didn't show up. So I got questions, though.
I got answers.
As long as they're not about alien resurrection, I'm good.
Yeah, I have to go take a
Yeah, can we
bio
get like
break
a
real quick.
potty
Just
break? Can we get a potty break?
Yeah, please, please do. Please do. I'll
I'm gonna
talk about
talk
the
to my wife
charity.
too.
All right,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna remove you guys, but I'll bring you back in when you're done. I want to say thanks again to you guys, everybody joining in and being a part of it. And
I'll be right back. I'm gonna...
how dare you?
Alien Resurrection, dude. I'm sorry. Like I'm a defender of Alien 3, but I saw Alien Resurrection in the theater as a teenager, and I was so pumped for it. It was the only larger letdown in my teenage years was when I stood in line to get Metallica Load. And that's the parallel I'm putting Alien Resurrection on. Metallica
Ron
Loaded, in my
Perlman
opinion,
saves the film.
Okay.
Nick,
Bad
can you do the next
movies.
segment? Can you
Do
do
you
the
know how
segment
many
where it's
bad
like-
movies I've watched in watch-alongs? We're gonna watch Resurrection and 3 because we watched Aliens 1 and 2 2 years in a row.
I'd watch Alien 1 and 2 right now.
Well, yeah, but everyone will.
Yeah.
Well, we want diehards. This is Aliens Day. I'm gonna wear that shirt that Katie made, and we're gonna watch Aliens Resurrection and Alien 3, and it's gonna
Alien
be
3.
fantastic.
Alien 3 is a great second wave feminist film. Like I'll say that Alien Wave 3. Alien
Well,
3
you
is a
wouldn't
great-
have Alien 3 if Alien Resurrection wasn't so bad, right? Or is it the other way around?
It's the other way around.
Well, still.
Jesus Christ, you guys are amazing.
Also,
I
keep
love how you guys
cool,
are throwing.
keep cool and chive on, my friend.
Chive
I love it.
The chive.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Hey guys, if you're still watching, there is time to donate. It's going all through the weekend. The link is in the description below. It all goes to the multiple sclerosis. God damn it! And the MS Association of America. We did make it over 1,000. Our goal was 500. Thank you for everybody.
I
who
called it.
donated.
I called it.
You did. You said we were going to double. And I truly appreciate everybody who came out, supported, and you guys are all truly amazing. And I thank you guys for doing this. I know it's not easy. I know it's crazy. Oh, I was looking for Sturdy because I know like he doesn't love doing these things, but he did it for me, and I just appreciate him so much for that.
What, Sturdy didn't like doing the reading?
It's not like his thing. So like this was like a favor. I was like, come on, man. And he was always more than welcome. He's just been so supportive, and everybody, all of you have so much.
Dude,
And,
I was jumping
truly
across my
appreciate it.
office making props, finding props, changing wardrobes.
You did. I can't get over what you guys did with the wardrobe. That
was
like,
impressive. That was good stuff.
Yeah.
For sure. Casey
You look
did
just
phone
like
it in,
George
right?
at the end.
Where's Casey? Where'd he go?
In fairness, he ran to have a smoke and go to the bathroom, I think. I will say, in fairness to Casey, I bought him that outfit, so it does look cheesy for a reason.
I forgot to put the sunglasses on. I literally went outside in my car to grab them.
You know, Mick, I actually have a Marty McFly costume I won a competition for.
True story.
Well,
why didn't you wear it?
Didn't you be Marty?
Like I'll play whatever role. You know me. You could be like, you are the whatever.
I don't know. I think Biff and George were a match made in heaven.
I liked it. That was a good match.
Didn't you play? You played all the asshole roles, right? You were Biff. You were a punk. You were the cop.
And a cop.
And I just dropped in for it, man. Like I'll own it. I wish I had thought to do young, because I actually have a couple of those like floral shirts. I should have real quick switched in one of those floral shirts for young Biff, but I didn't even think about it.
Oh, sorry. We were just getting a compliment from a few people who couldn't comment, and I just wanted to say thank you for watching. Radar, you were awesome. All right, let's bring Casey. Jesus Christ, Casey.
Oh, no.
What did he do? I can't wait to see Casey.
What is he?
Hey, everybody. What's up?
Hail
It's good to see
Cthulhu.
everybody. Hey, what's up, guys? Pleasure. I'm very happy to see everyone.
Did you feel the call for Cthulhu?
Oh, yes. It's kind of like my friend Zoidberg.
Oh, why not
Everybody likes
Cthulhu?
Zoidberg. Why not Cthulhu? I never know.
I'll be right back, team.
This is how I enchant everyone with my dance.
Nick, I do have to say, I drank 7 beers during that script
Wow.
reading, man. Plus whatever I drank out of this flask, and I kept like.
Jesus.
Amazing.
Trivia's going to be fun.
Let's do
Oh
it.
my God.
For you.
LFG, let's go. I want to win.
All right. Here's what we're gonna do. So because it's only us, we're supposed to have 20. I'm guessing we didn't get 20, but we had more, but I don't know where they are. So
It might be a little
we're
late
just
right
gonna go on.
now. They probably were planning to be on an hour ago. So
Yeah, that's fair.
I think the
So
script scared them away because it was so damn sexist.
it was problematic.
here's how it's gonna work.
They're cowering in the corner with their traumas right now.
Hey, Oreos in the shower are perfectly normal.
Oh God. All right. Let's get to it. Let me explain the rules. All right. Oh, Tim's not here. God damn it. Tim, where are
He'll
you?
be back in a second. He's getting a booze, I think.
He's a quick learner.
I got to run. I'm not going to be able to hang out. I apologize, guys.
Hey,
No,
worries.
it's-
I
we get
appreciate
it, man.
Brian. That was so
Take
much
care. You
fun.
did a great job.
Thank you so
Hey,
much.
thanks
Thank you
for,
so much.
Good job,
Awesome,
man.
Appreciate it. That was fun.
Really, truly appreciate you, brother.
Let me know if you read something else. I'll be happy to participate if it was
Oh,
worth your
absolutely,
time.
man.
Tomorrow night we're gonna do Back to the No.
Hey, 1,000, like you were part of $1,000 for MS, and that's a big deal, man. Like,
Yeah,
This go-
yeah,
this is
right.
going on my IMDb credit. So
As it should.
As
Darn
it should,
shooting.
for sure.
All right, I'm back.
Have a good one.
Everyone missed me.
So here's how
miss
we're
you
gonna do
deeply.
it. I have a series of movie trivia questions for you guys, and so I will ask the first person to raise their hand. And Casey, you will tell me who raises their hand first.
Dope.
Okay. If
Is
you
Casey
get
not
the question,
participating?
he's not. He's going to be watching us.
oh, I want to beat Casey too.
I rise above.
Do you want to do it?
This is not fair.
Of course not. I don't. wanna
Dan
lose
took film
publicly.
class. Other individuals have been involved in film. I'm like a casual observer.
I don't know. If they start whipping out 1950 stuff, you have me. So
I'm terrible with trivia. I'm just in for the ride and the fun.
I'm going to
just
make
got-
him
I'm
fun.
ready.
Don't worry. Okay. All right. All right. I will see who Casey you're in too.
Okay.
So, all
Can
right.
we say our name if we want to answer it?
Everybody, keep your hands below the screen.
Oh.
Down by your sides. Down by your sides. First person to raise. Thank God I'm not doing this. I took a gummy. All right.
yeah, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Did you?
All right,
Are you part of the reefer people?
He's one of them reefer addicts.
Listen,
Reefer.
I will hang out with those people they call reefer people any day of the week.
All of those reefer junkies.
Hang out then.
Oh.
Let's hang out then.
Damn right, man. You know that. I'm not calling you a reefer person, by the way.
Oh, I'm a reefer person.
No. That's not in the 50s connotation.
Not in a Back to the Future connotation.
Yeah. That's what we get to say now. Let's avoid the Zemeckis.
Yeah,
crowd,
let's
really,
face
and
facts.
just
The
maybe other
1950s
ideas.
were way worse.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, I felt real uncomfortable. I'm not gonna lie. I was like,
I did too. As soon as I saw it, I'm like, oh my God.
let's go. I was like, all right, let's go. Like,
All right, we're gonna start. Here's how it works. First person to raise their hand gets to try to answer the question. If you
Like
get
that.
it, yes. Jesus Christ,
Oh,
Casey.
too fast.
If you-
Come on.
All right,
now.
all right. Wait. Let me tell the rules.
Easy.
Tell the rules.
Easy.
Shut up. I'm gonna mute you. Casey. All right. I'm gonna I'm gonna ask the question. Whoever raises their hand first gets a chance to answer it. If you get it wrong, you have one challenge. You can challenge to stay in, but you have to answer a question about the Scene Snobs.
Oh God.
Let's go. Let's go.
I know the hosts.
Yeah.
Then you should do fine.
All
So-
those days.
And I know
all those
general
days
Bond
tuning in. Let's
opinions.
go.
I've watched a lot of the Bond episodes.
Tim, trust me, you'll be fine. All right. Is everybody ready?
No.
Last one standing wins the coveted "You're an amazing snobtastic person"
Coveted
award.
urine.
Yeah, I heard urine. That's it. Won't be our urine, so it's okay.
Oh, shut
Drip,
up, I'm
drip,
high.
drip.
Leave me alone. So we're gonna start off nice and easy. What mode of transportation is the Polar Express?
Ho!
Dan, you were first.
It is a trend.
Hey,
A what?
hold on.
Train.
Actually, it's a steam engine train.
I could have been more specific. Let them ask me to be more specific. It's a train.
No, I got it right, and you didn't.
That's right. It is a steam engine train that is a
steam
little
engine
bit
locomotive.
make-believe.
But
I
who?
will
But who
That's
is the
right,
one who runs the
locomotive.
train?
I will accept the
Hanks.
answer of the train.
A conductor.
It's not Tom Hanks. It's the conductor.
Tom Hanks
This
is
is
the
why you can't have
conductor.
brothers in anything. This is like me and my brothers when we're in the same room.
Tom Hanks
right.
conducts the Polar Express. He's
Next
the
question.
hero.
We shall not
Yeah.
find an answer here.
All
Next
right,
question.
all right. I'm gonna go with another kind of lob. For any '80s child should get this. What land are the tiny dinosaurs trying to get in the Land Before Time?
Oh my God!
I'll raise my hand.
Tim,
Is it the land that time forgot?
it is not.
Casey.
So I either kick you out. No. I'm gonna.
But that's like
or
the
you-
fifth one, right? There's one where they go to the land that time forgot.
The answer is the Great Valley.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! I knew that.
Now you have a chance to challenge, or you're out. Do you want
I'll
challenge?
challenge.
Okay. Again, we're starting off a little easy. What is the name of our number one canine fan?
Tink.
Tink, you got it. You're in.
Boom.
You hold on.
watches Tink. Okay, so Tink Thursday through Saturday or Sunday watches golf, but other days she watches the Scene Snobs.
As she should, you know.
And
Because
this is
she's
amazing.
Loves
cultured.
golf.
Yeah.
All right.
Tell the
It's
places
not
she
that, it's
can
not that
see.
her dad bet on a lot of golf. It's that she likes golf.
It has
course,
nothing
it's
to do
all
with
her, yeah.
it has nothing to do with the betting bros like putting money on golf or anything.
Nothing
Why
at
is
all.
Betting Bros not live doing the Masters? Jeez.
Right?
I have to be right
One
back.
half of the betting bros
Okay.
has no idea of what to do with the Masters, but we do. Tim, we haven't put together the draft.
Did we
yet.
lose Phil?
Oh no, he has to be right back. He'll be right back.
Oh no, we
okay,
will. Okay,
I
but
can
while we're
sense it
on the
right now.
subject,
He's
we
fine.
will do a draft episode. It's coming
It's
before
in
the
3
draft.
weeks. We gotta. You and I need to talk about that.
We'll figure it out. But there will be a
Mhm.
Betting Bros draft episode. It will come.
Nice.
Whatever time you're ready, man. You do whatever you gotta do. I love it. I would love to correspond from the draft, but I don't have the money to go to a draft.
It'll
So-
be live, and we will chat about the draft because
I might have box seats to the draft when it comes to Detroit. Just saying.
you better not.
Ooh.
That better not be
What?
just you. That's all I gotta say.
And Tim
Oh,
knows
God.
what this means, but one Mr. Gutman, I can't make any promises, but one Mr. Gutman, Jay hooked me up, so I'm gonna try.
That's fine.
Wow.
I'll stand in the public. I don't care why I have to stand to boo Roger Goodell, but I'll do it.
I will too. Just to boo him hard, and then mock the Jets when they're up.
All right, let's keep trying this. Put your hands down, everybody.
All right, let's do another one.
Wait.
All right. What was the name of the boat in Jaws?
Oh,
Dan?
Orca.
Correct.
good
You,
job.
you
That's
took
unfair.
entirely
His
too
wife
long.
watches Jaws.
No,
like,
that was too
all
long
the
for me.
time.
That was too long. It should have been quicker. I would have gotten owned in my house if I had. But I got it. I got it, so I can live another day.
Hooray!
Okay. Here
Mama
we go.
Shake is satisfied.
I got another one. Oh, let me bring Phil back in.
Bring him
Phil,
in.
Bring man.
bring Chive Man back in. We're chiving on.
Yeah, we are.
Okay, everybody, arms down. What is Tom Skerritt's character's name in Alien?
Oh. Me.
Watch your hands. Watch your hands. Nobody's
Casey.
Googling.
Dallas.
Dallas. Very good.
What? As in Debbie does.
Bingo. Dallas.
What is Debbie Does Dallas?
That's Dallas.
All day.
Can you blame her?
Hey, I've been in Dallas. It's cool.
Yeah, but their team is terrible.
Yeah.
I've only been to Fort Worth.
Austin's
never been.
better.
All right. Arms down. Let's get to the next one. I'm trying to find a good one for you guys. How many stripes does Nemo have on his body? Oh, Dan, go ahead.
3.
Yeah.
Jesus, very good.
Yeah.
You totally were staring at
So
Nemo's
Dan
body.
used to use Pixar movies to get the women.
I believe it.
Tim, don't
Absolutely.
share my secret. I gave that. That was in confidence. That was older brother to younger brother. That's how you do it, son. You get them thinking about that like motherly. Yeah, never mind. I'm not going to go.
Holy.
Okay, Marty, calm down.
Oh man.
I use way too many Pixar movies. Let's just say that.
Oh my goodness! But the
Oh
fact
my
that it's
God.
so efficient, bravo.
I'm trying to sprinkle in some horror for you guys.
Psychology is an important thing to study.
Truth.
God.
All right, here we go.
Jesus Christ.
I don't want to be canceled.
I don't want to be canceled.
I don't want to be canceled.
Has anyone seen the
by
ant
everyone
from the-
everywhere? I'd like just Mick. You should just like be like, oh damn.
What's the San Francisco Pixar movie?
Big Hero 6?
No,
Big Hero
it's
6. The
Big Hero-
ant from Big Hero 6 is an all-timer.
I don't think that was a Pixar movie. I think it was just a Disney movie.
No,
There's Pixar.
Pixar, yeah.
Also, Elastigirl's an all-timer. Just gonna throw that one up there.
That booty
Oh,
though.
love
That
Elastigirl,
booty though.
right?
Come on.
Back to
That
the booties.
Elastigirl booty. Let's have it.
All right, let's ask the next question. This is going to get a little tougher, but it's a horror, so you guys should know it.
All right, come on.
Put your arms down. I don't want to see them above the screen. All right, guys. What is the name of the camp in Friday the 13th? Let me finish. That they call it not Camp Crystal Lake. What do they call it? Sturdy.
Sturdy's
Camp
got it.
Blood.
Camp Blood. There you go.
Boom.
You got it.
Oh, just I was like Camp Death or Camp Blood, and I was like going back and forth. Damn it.
All right. We'll do another horror, and then we're going to switch it up a little. All right. In the ring.
Ooh.
How long do people have to live after watching the videotape?
Casey,
Casey was up first.
24 hours.
Nope. Oh, God. I hope you get the Scene Snobs question right. Are you going to challenge, or are you out? I can't believe I'm going to kick my co-host. This is what you get for playing.
I'm going to challenge.
All right.
Make him do a physical challenge.
Oh, there. Physical challenge.
Casey has to do 25 push-ups.
Good luck.
No.
everyone.
I'm going to ask him a Scene Snobs question. He earned it. Casey.
Me.
On the first logo for the Scene Snobs,
Yeah.
what does
my
it
refrigerator.
exactly say?
What?
What does it exactly say on it?
For the first logo in the Scene Snobs?
Yep. You've looked at the white logo background that we've had on the thing every day.
Every day.
Dude.
I'm gonna have to kick Casey out. He's in my house.
He's the admin. How is this working?
Oh man.
Think
Do I
about
have to
it.
run up
Think
and get my
about it.
magnet, Casey?
Think about it. It's a little black button.
Yeah.
Think about what it says.
The Scene Snobs, and then there's another little word after it.
Yep.
Podcast.
Casey, I'm sorry.
Yes.
It says
Yes.
snobs.com.
It says thescenesnobs.com.
Yep.
It's on my stapler.
It's on my refrigerator 3 times.
Casey's taking a break, I guess. You're
It's
coming
break
back.
time for Casey.
He is the seed snob.
I know, not anymore. He doesn't even know the website.
Welcome
they
to
do
the
a regular.
Seed Snobs podcast.
Yes. Thank you. See, I told you it would stick. Welcome to the Scene Snobs podcast.
To fit your lifestyle.
That's me, though. That's me. Your lifestyle.
Who wants? Well, all right. I'm going to give you guys the choice. What genre of a question do you want?
Whatever.
Comedy.
All right, let's do comedy. That's fun.
All right, let's do comedy.
It's my
Let's- we can
weakest.
do
That's
that.
why I picked it. That's my weakest.
No, it's not.
Oh, by far. Oh my God, that's by far my weakest.
All right. What? What was Jim Carrey's character's name in The Mask?
That's a great question, Mick.
You can all pass if you guys give up. Oh, go ahead, Dan.
Ipswich.
Nope, I'm sorry. Did you have a challenge yet?
No,
Oh,
I
he
didn't. Is it not Ipswich?
Nope, it is.
That's his last name, right?
Ipkiss.
Ipkiss.
Stanley Ipkiss.
Mock.
Yeah.
Bird.
No, yep. I was close, but yep, you're right. Yeah. Ipkiss, not Ipswich.
All right. Well, this is going to be the one for all the marbles, and
Oh,
I
let's do it.
will let Sturdy help you if he remembers.
No, Sturdy. No, he doesn't have to. He's my
All
black
right,
friend, but
Black friend's 30.
Listen, Sturdy, you
Amongst
can't
many
say-
others. My God.
Sturdy, you can't get mad at that. You're the one that says it.
Sturdy
I
is
love
not
it.
my only
I
black
love
friend.
it. I'm glad he said it. I've been trying to get you to say it all the damn time, Mick.
I love you. All right, Dan. We went on a ghost hunt last October, right? We did a live special from a haunted location. Casey got a haunted item given to him by a ghost.
Yeah.
Not physically. The ghost just said he could have it. Do you remember what the item was? You don't have to know it exactly, but just what was it?
It's not the flashlight, is it?
It is not the flashlight. Is that your guess? Is that your
That
guess?
was my guess. Yeah, I didn't like. I remember like the
It was a Bob Seger 8-track. Are you kidding me?
Oh,
It was not. Sturdy, do you remember what it was?
Was it a hat?
Yes, it was. It was the haunted hat.
Sturdy hosted. I like.
Instead of kicking out Dan, I think we just bring Casey back.
Casey,
can-
they want
no,
you
you
back.
can-
It's like
you can-
dodgeball rules. But Dan can't win anymore.
No one's gonna win. There is no winning.
I can't believe I'm Ipswich versus what did you say it was? It was
Ipkiss.
Ipkiss.
Stanley Ipkiss.
God.
Oh God. All right.
That's gonna make me mad for days, Mick.
I'm so bad at like the actors. I'm actually good at like the movies, but like the behind the scenes stuff.
I should have
suck.
had that though, because like I still remember going to see that movie in the movie theater with my friends, and then afterwards we went to Wendy's. Do you remember when Wendy's had that salad bar?
I legit went to
it was-
Wendy's today.
It was a taco bar, sir.
I had a Frosty, French fries, and a Baconator.
Did you dip the fries into the Frosty?
No, I'm not that kind of guy.
We can't be friends then. I'm sorry.
I don't dip
thought-
my French fry to
It
anything
took me a
cold.
while to find the spoon, though. I was worried.
Oh man.
And I won't raise my hand, but you guys can continue. Like I don't mind staying in, but
No, you're gonna play. We're playing. We're
I
good.
don't care. Play. Have some fun.
That's funny.
Casey's the only one who could kick out.
Twitch versus. Oh man.
All right,
gonna be
I'm
real
looking
mad
at
about
Phil. I think I'm looking at you on this one. I think I know you're going to get it. All right. Who was the only non-Jedi in the original Star Wars trilogy to use a lightsaber? Tim.
Non-Jedi. Is it
Hey,
Han?
listen. It was Han, yes.
That's what I figured.
Good.
I thought it was Han. I was pretty sure.
What does he do?
He cuts open the tauntaun.
Cuts open the
Yeah,
tauntaun in Return of
The
the
Don,
Jedi.
no, it's the Don Don. Oh
Or not Return of the
no!
Jedi, but, Empire Strikes Back. He cuts open the tauntaun.
And stuffs Luke's inside.
Yeah, it might smell bad in there, but at least it's warm.
Hey guys, I hope everybody watching, please remember that we're taking donations for Casters for a Cause is the event that we're at, but the donations go to Multiple Sclerosis Association of America. We've raised $1,051 so far. Please, if you can, hopefully you'll donate. We really appreciate it. If not, if you could share it out, just let people know, because we will be running it. It will be open till Sunday.
Mick, if we do part 2, are we doing the next charity for Parkinson's?
Oh shit! Yeah, we probably should. That'd probably be a pretty good idea.
Could we call Michael J?
I would love to.
Dude, I'm
For
just
sure.
saying. You guys know me. I'll do whatever it takes for charity. So I've
I
got.
know you got me. I'm down for number 5 already. You got sign me up for number 5.
Oh yeah, I already told you, Mick. I'm here for all these
What?
things. It's dope. It's a fun thing because we all get to joke around and laugh. We get to make other people laugh, and more importantly, we get to
raise funds.
Yes, yes, he's back.
That Giants hat. Get that off your head.
No.
You leave it on
Oh,
your
here's
head.
an early betting bros take. The Giants all the way.
do not
I
listen to
love the
him.
Giants this year.
I think they're going to be amazing.
Smash has no part in what is coming out of his mouth. The Giants are going to finish 3rd in their conference. You mark
No
first.
chance.
First. They're going to finish first in their conference.
No way.
I promise you, the NFC East turns over every single year.
Yep.
Brian Dable is the best coach in that division.
No, he isn't.
Easily.
I thought this was movie.
All right.
trivia.
We're back to movie trivia.
Here we go. What is the highest grossing animated film in history? Dan.
It's now Super Mario Brothers.
Very good. It was a trick question because on here it says Frozen 2, but Super Mario Brothers did just.
Oh man, I was going Ghibli. I'm glad Dan answered.
Princess Mononoke?
I wanted to say Spirited Away.
Spirited Away, yeah. Definitely not Ponyo.
Princess
go some
Mononoke
horror.
is better than Spirited Away, but I love both films.
Nice.
I will agree with that.
First anime I probably ever watched, in fairness.
Nice.
Also, Billy Bob Thornton voices an anime. Let's just throw that one out there.
Jesus Christ. In which city does Rosemary's Baby take place?
Dan
the man.
Not
You lost. You're out.
Yeah, I know, but like I feel bad. Is it not Philadelphia?
It is not. Now you get another Scene Snobs question. Here we go.
I think I might have the answer.
Okay, what do you got, Tim?
Is it San Francisco?
Jesus, you both have to answer Scene Snobs question.
All right, we're both together in this one.
Yeah.
All right, I'll give you one Scene Snobs question.
Where is it? Somewhere stupid like New York?
What?
Maybe like Paris or something. I don't know. Mia Farrow, like,
I thought
performance makes the film. What else matters?
Because I thought New York was too obvious.
It is New York City.
Oh my god.
All right, here's the Scene Snobs question. What month is our anniversary for the podcast? And bonus points if you can tell me the day.
Dude, I have no idea.
Isn't it not? So isn't it not March 24th?
It is
That's-
not March 24th.
Nope.
I thought you were in that whole. Wasn't it 3 weeks ago? You were in that whole anniversary thing.
No. What that was the Scene Snobs podcast. The anniversary for that.
The anniversary of the Scene Snobs is November 5th, Guy Fawkes Day.
Oh, so close.
It'd be easy to remember if it was, but
instead of 11/5, it's 10/6.
That's right. It is 10/6, October 6th.
Oh wow!
That is when we came together with the Scene Snobs.
Right, Dan and I can no longer win.
No, between you.
I got
it's between me and Surdy.
Yeah.
Yep,
it is. And wait, did Tim leave? Oh, Tim and Dan left. Oh, all right. I missed them.
You ready for this, Sturdy?
Oh, they want to finish it off. Okay. All right. Do you guys prefer horror or do you guys prefer
all right, we're back. We're not going to answer.
I'll keep my hand down.
Anything.
Let's go.
Right. Let's go with horror then. Let's try the first one. What title is Danny crowned in Midsummer?
Don't die, Tim. Don't die. Don't die. I had it. Don't die.
I never saw the movie, so I don't know. Surdy, it's all yours. This is your goal.
No.
I don't remember. I see the movie.
Come on, guys.
Can I answer?
All right, we're gonna skip that one.
Can I please answer?
Okay, let Tim answer. I know the answer, but let
What
Tim
is the May Queen?
It is the May Queen,
Very
ladies
good.
and gentlemen.
I watched
Very
the director's cut. Oh my god. In 4K?
Okay, slow down. A person who hates that movie knows it. So let's slow down a little bit.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you
everybody.
this. Let me tell you this. That question is above the question I'm going to ask now, and I only chose to say that question as soon as Tim was like, "We're not going to answer." I was like, "Okay."
There you go.
It's like a top.
What is
It's
the name?
like it's getting near top 5 territory, and I can't.
What is the name of the hotel Jack Torrance is hired to care for in The Shining?
Fuck you, Mick.
I was just there 2 years ago.
Fuck you, Mick.
First hand up. Sturdy. What you got?
Lookout.
Oh, you're so close.
Whoa, so
So
close.
close.
You got a word.
The Overlook Hotel.
It is the Overlook Hotel.
Overlook.
But you can answer a Scene Snobs question to stay alive. Are you ready?
I'll try.
He's giving it the good college try.
Got to.
Jesus. I'm trying to think of Scene Snobs history myself. Okay. No, that's too hard. I'm not going to do that. All right. What is the name of the game show on the Scene Snobs channel where two movie fans go head to head?
Oh, Real Combat.
Boom.
Very good.
All right, he's still alive. He's still alive.
Still alive, folks.
There you go. There you go.
He's still in the fight.
Phil's going to get it wrong.
Oh,
And
I
be like,
hate
Phil.
that Tim is 2-1 to me right now in that. I just want to mention that. But.
Phil's going to get one wrong.
Oh, yeah.
and
Okay,
it's-
fair enough.
Phil's gonna
I'm
get
just
one
going to walk
wrong.
off. Be like, bye.
I just want you to know, Phil, your question is going to be, what's the Scene Snobs Gmail password?
Oh.
Feel better.
All right.
Does it count if I have it on my Google Chrome? Does that count?
Oh, shit. Do you have it? Did I give it to you?
Yeah, I don't know what it is anymore. I have no clue what it is
They've been
anymore.
hacked. They've been hacked.
Top tier security.
Everybody shut up. I need to call LifeLock.
Help, I've fallen. I can't get up.
Saved. It's just saved in my Chrome. That's all.
I don't think that's how it works.
Whenever I have a cyber attack, I just hit this alert.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God. All right. 1922's Nosferatu is an unofficial adaptation of which vampire book? Phil?
Brian Stoker's Dracula.
You better know, Phil, better.
Thank you, Jesus.
There's so much litigation tied into that. There's so much litigation tied into it.
I feel like everyone should know this.
Yeah.
Who directed 1963's The Birds?
Good, they love
Phil.
One of the greatest directors, Alfred Hitchcock.
That's
I
very
destroyed
true.
his name.
But you nailed it.
We knew what you meant.
You didn't start it with what
PM on a
is.
Friday. You nailed it.
What is? That's true.
What is Alfred Hitchcock?
Bam.
There we go.
Which actor appears in all of these horror movies? The Purge, Sinister, The Black Phone. Sturdy.
Ethan Hawke.
Boom.
Ethan Hawke.
Fuck you,
Very
Sturdy.
good. Very good.
I knew that, and I
White
hate The
Fang.
Purge.
You gotta say White
Purge
Fang.
is literally one of my least favorite horror films.
Yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that. It was-
Your white friend Dan says fuck you.
Also, it's only worse to.
It sounds so much worse when you say your white friend tells you "fuck you." It sounds so much worse.
Hostel is probably the worst horror film ever made.
Oh,
Yeah,
what?
I beg to differ, my friend.
Slow down.
I don't know about
Yeah,
that.
Tim, come on, man. Come on.
Oh my
We've
God.
seen some bad.
I mean, you can watch torture porn all you want, but it's not a
bad
valid
stuff,
genre.
dude. Come
And
on.
look, I
We've-
still masturbate the same, but it's not as bad as Blood Lake. All right.
Thank
I'm
you,
just-
Casey.
Still Dutch
Thank
rudder
you.
Casey to the
All right.
movie, but let's
Done.
slow down. Like it. We've seen some bad. Like it. The nerd says this. Like I think we need to recalibrate what a bad movie.
No. Before we get into more questions, this is important.
Oh.
There is a difference between like bad indie film and bad horror film.
Yeah, I
Because
agree.
multiple indie horror films have a ton of merit to them. It's just they didn't have budget.
Also, we
There-
saw Pieces.
And 1884 days later or whatever that
Dude,
movie
it is,
was.
like Pieces is bad in both categories, and I will never, I will not watch that film again.
It
I love
it doesn't matter though. Like
What, Mick? Come on.
I love
That
it.
is
What
a
about
bad
Basket Case?
movie. I'd
there
rather
are
watch a
horrible
romance.
films out there.
What's
but
mixed
horrible
romance
films-
movie? What is that, Casey?
Basket Case?
No, mixed romance movie. The like
Oh, Second Grade to
Oh,
Love.
good.
yeah. No, I'd rather watch that than Pieces.
Then you got problems, but
No, I'd rather watch. Yeah, give me any choice other than Pieces. Pieces is dirt. It's trash. The script's bad. The film's bad. The technique is bad. It's bad. Like I feel. Why are you guys making me feel like I'm like out here
You're not-
saying
You're not.
All
you're not
I'm
wrong,
saying
brother. We're
is
letting you
that
You're not
any,
wrong.
get it.
any film made under $100,000, inflation adjusted, is better than any bad film that's made over $1 million.
I
plus.
disagree.
I completely agree because
I'm
people
more
had
than
to be
happy to argue
creative.
this with you. I'm more than happy to argue this with you. Let me get a winner first.
We're so close. We're so
We'll
close.
end off the show. In which state does 1968's Night of the Living Dead take place?
I'm just gonna guess. I gotta pee.
Go for
New
it.
York.
It is not New York. It is Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
And you lose, my friends, because you used your one challenge.
Yes, I did.
So, Phil
better.
You win, my friend.
Congratulations, Phil.
Keep cool and chime on, Phil.
With the least amount of work I won, just proves my theory. Hard work doesn't pay off.
True. You're not wrong.
So
God.
true. That's what we got to teach you.
Medium work is what pays off. Just
I work hard every day.
You just work smarter, not harder, bro.
There we
Oh,
go.
We're done.
with a New York Giants like leather cap on.
A team that would never work hard.
Yeah, no.
Eli Manning is the
Hunt.
hardest working man in show business.
He's trying really hard all the time.
All the time.
And
Oh,
never
Sometimes he
succeeded.
wins.
Yep. Big old E's for effort all the time.
He's like a husband that underperforms, but he really put in the effort.
Dude, he won
Well, I
2
mean,
Super Bowls. He won way more than Oliver win.
2 rings.
And he was 2
Sure.
Super Bowl MVPs. Boom.
No, I'm kidding. I love you.
You know who else is a huge
Of course
winner?
you do.
Phil Better.
You damn Giant
Right there.
fan.
It is.
Woo.
Congratulations, Philip. We appreciate
Phil,
you.
Eli Manning on the same level. You know,
About right? We're on the same thing. I take it. I'll take it.
Makes sense.
I love Eli Manning. The other Manning, like having 2 Super Bowls, is the greatest thing ever.
Yeah, fair.
Peyton saved us from Brady being 10-timer. So
God King.
No, Eli saved us.
No,
Eli,
Peyton did
stop that
because the
Eli's
years
2 and
Eli
2.
won, yeah, sure, but Peyton prevented him 2 other times. So
Eli's 2-0.
Yeah, but they didn't really count.
Phil, is
was
there
it
anything
Eli?
you'd like to say in your victory lap?
Donate to the Scene Snobs casters for a cause because it's worth your time. We need to get them triple their original goal, so we need to get them to 1,500. Come on, people!
Jesus.
If everybody gives $1, we're $1 closer.
Boom.
Or if
I
you
don't know
give
how many audience
$500,
members we have. The Snobs Nation is a limited community, which I love. But
I think it's bigger than you think.
only at the
Look,
moment,
we
but
have
$1.
handsome son of a bitches in this league.
You do. You do. The league is elite. I'm not saying that.
It's pretty elite.
It's like you guys lucked out in the fact that like everybody in the Snobs Nation's elite, except like if I'm the head coach, you got like I don't know Rex Ryan, unfortunately.
I like Rex Ryan.
I like Rex Ryan. Mick, if you're Rex Ryan, does your wife like toes?
No.
Oh yeah,
he's the foot guy.
I am not.
I hope Mary at least got a little giggle. I hope Mary got a little giggle out of that at least. I hope she got at least a little giggle.
I'm waiting for her to open up the door and just be like, "Shut up."
Just a 2-2 just flies through, hits in the back of the head.
Go to bed.
It's time to go to
All right.
bed, Michael.
Yeah, we got
You're
9
gonna eat
minutes.
that roast beef, and then you're gonna go to bed.
And you're gonna go to bed. Daddy, would you like some sausage?
Sausage.
Don't call me Daddy.
Would you like some sausage? Daddy, would you like some sausage? Tom Green, amazing
Freddie
Canadian.
doesn't like Freddie Got Figured.
That one didn't. One of my co-hosts hates it. It made him so mad. That's why I'm smiling about it.
Oh, Sturdy Commando.
Freddie Got Figured is the greatest,
so good.
absurdist film ever made.
Yeah.
agreed.
Yeah, it really is. Japan 4. All right.
Because it's watchable. All other absurdist humor is not.
Except
All beef
Aqua Teen.
brisket.
Aqua Teen is perfectly watchable and super absurd.
Yes,
Wait,
it is.
Sometimes.
Hey, Mom. Hello. I think it's a really good show, and I don't like the idea that anyone put it down. All right, you know what I'm saying?
Wait.
Everyone should watch Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Is there beef brisket upstairs?
I don't think that's what she's talking about, Mick. You better run upstairs real quick because that's how it happens, brother. And then there'll be another snobby waiting for you.
All the money we can.
Deuces.
That's it. We're out. He's running upstairs, and I have no
I know that
control
was
over
Tim.
anything.
Or is it Sturdy? Which one did it?
Who has the admin power?
You and Sturdy.
Apparently, Dan
man.
does too. It's everyone here. has
Dan,
some
you have
password.
okay. Dan does too. Everybody
No,
has
I'm
it.
not logged in. I'm not logged in. I'm
Yeah,
just
Dan's not logged in. But
I'm not
I
logged
was the one that removed Nick. I gave him a chance.
Oh snap!
I love it. I love it. All right.
Oh, so
All right,
good.
guys, we are winding down. I want to congratulate you again, Phil. We're gonna let you guys go. I cannot say thank you enough for everything you guys did.
Yeah,
No. We have to thank you and Casey for putting this on. You guys did 16 freaking hours of live streaming, raising money. This is amazing, guys.
Oh, that's all
Yes,
for Mick.
no.
That's all for Mick. He
You
does
did
the
more
stuff
than
here.
Cheddar Goblin. Cheddar Goblin put in his hours in the charity, but you guys really put it in.
We appreciate it. Cheddar Goblin did work.
Gio was the first
How
to
did you
Mick.
do, man?
Mick. Congrats.
Way back when. Oh,
Which one
thanks,
does?
George.
Casey, could you Mick right now?
Could I Mick?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, I could totally Mick.
What is
He
that?
said,
What are you talking?
No, we turned that into a verb, right?
We did.
Sturdy knows.
Get micked.
Yeah, get micked.
Yeah.
I can't Mick though.
Oh.
I don't have the power to Mick.
Sturdy, can you Mick?
He can Mick.
Oh,
What the hell is Mick?
I'm not logged in.
Patty,
Right
give a
Mick.
dog a bone. This old man came
Tim,
rolling
can you
home.
Mick?
Micking Mick means that you get to throw him off the webcast.
Oh,
that's
All
getting
right.
micked. That's getting micked.
Jason, I turned
That's
it
a
into
real
verb.
micking.
You get Mick.
Got Mick so hard.
You got Mick so
Don't
hard.
mick me. Don't mick me.
Oh no, he's about to Mick everyone.
Oh, Mick's
just gonna end.
everywhere.
It's just
Oh,
gonna
I got
end.
fucking Mick.
Cover your eyes.
now I don't want to do it. I feel bad. You turn it into a verb with my name. I'm afraid to kick everybody out.
No, don't make me.
You just got fucking micked.
I surrender.
Every time you do it, just that comes across the screen. You just got micked.
Your friends are dead. Your family's dead. You just got micked.
Oh my God! That brings it back to Friday the 13th. Jason, if you're listening, he just brought it back to Friday the 13th, dude.
He did.
Oh my God! All right. Well, thank you guys again so much. I can't believe I have to kick you guys out.
Appreciate you all. He's about to mick you so hard.
I can't wait to get micked. Micked all over my face.
I'll do it for you, Mick.
Oh, Tim, I love you, buddy.
Oh, I'm gonna make you mick me. I'm gonna make it. You gotta mick me, otherwise I'm here for fucking life.
It's a forceful mick.
I felt so bad doing that.
Mick, I'm going to give you permission. I want you to get really all your rage, all the anger that you may have from this week or tournament, and kick me the fuck out of here.
Oh.
I did it before we finished the sentence. I'm starting to feel a lot less worse about it.
Had a great time.
Sturdy.
Had a great time. Seriously, shout out to you guys. I love what you're doing. I love being able to try to help others. I feel like that's one of the most important things we all need to be doing, and this world would be a way better place. But seriously, thank you guys, and great job on doing another amazing Fund-A-Thon. I can't wait for the next one. Well, I can't.
Thanks, brother.
You know, out, man.
I want to be a part of the
great time.
rest.
Yeah, we could definitely wait a few sleeps in between.
Yeah, we're definitely waiting a few sleeps. Thank you, Sturdy. Take care, brother.
I'll try to get some more black friends.
Awesome. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I love you guys. All right. I do have a special request. Hey, Tim. Bye, Tim. You got micked.
Double micked.
I didn't mick him the first time. You micked himself.
Oh, that's true. You didn't mick.
Don't make me bring myself back.
Oh, he's like Gozer. He's a god.
He timmed it.
He did. He timmed it. If you can return circle, you've been timmed.
Wait a second. How is this my show and he outdid me with the mick thing?
Reverse Irish goodbye.
I do love a good Irish goodbye.
Hold on.
Thank you for
Hold
the-
on. Are we doing a Midwest goodbye? Because I gotta be like, oh, I'm so sorry, I gotta leave.
Oh, hey, it's great to see you. I'm
It's
sorry
great
you
to
gotta
see
head
everybody,
out.
like-
This was so nice. Thank you so much.
This was a good time. But
I was up good.
how's your mother? How's
she's
mom
fine.
doing?
How has your aunt recovered recently? Is she okay now?
Oh my God.
I can't leave. I'm so sorry.
You'll get eventually. Do you want some water? Do you need anything before you go?
The Midwest goodbye is unstoppable.
You betcha.
You betcha.
Tim is timming so hard.
Oh, he knew he came back.
I love it.
Full on delirium now.
I don't know. I
As
pulled
we
it off,
enter
guys.
This final round. Thank you, everybody.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Mick. Thank you for what you do in this. The amount of effort you put into putting these together. It's always wonderful.
We're
It's a
not
great
done
amount of
yet.
work. I know, but we're right there. We're rounding the.
All right, I'll give you the con. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just saying thank you. I'm just thanking you, my friend. I'm thanking everyone out there who participated, everyone who shared, everyone who put money in. We appreciate it. Yeah. Everyone who was here to hang out with us and just make this a fantastic event. Super grateful for that, as always.
We need to get everyone to do a perfect 10 panel soon. No, you keep kicking me off every time I do it because you don't like my stance on the Catholic Church. Anyway.
Well, you have to keep bringing it up.
Well, it's not my fault that my stance on the Catholic Church is that they make the boys kneel.
You know what? I feel like that's not the best way to wrap up tonight.
So let's keep going. We're going to midnight. Tim is raging so hard. Like, let's do it. Not Tim. Dan is doing that. Tim is calmly sitting there looking like, God damn, dude. You look like a goddamn model. I can't look at you.
Of course he does.
So Mick, the secret is I don't sit, I stand.
That's a good point.
That's it.
This is a standing desk from Steelcase Inc.
Oh, I love Steelcase. All right. Let's check it out.
That's great. My wife has one of those upstairs. You guys are so lucky I'm not in Mick's house finding Mick's props. Oh, Tim said that. It said George, and I'm like, wait, George wasn't in this.
Yeah, but Casey gets to find Mick props, and I'm really jealous.
Oh, you have no idea.
This is just, I'm having fun with this at this point. Every time Tim shows up, you guys have to donate $10.
I love it. He's gonna. It's just everyone strap in. If you have epilepsy, please be careful. There might be flashing.
$10. $10. $10. $10. Negative $10. Negative $10. Negative $10. Dan, look up.
He's so angry.
How did I get so involved with this chicken shit organization? Do you believe in life after love, after love, after love?
I can hear something inside me say, I really don't think it's strong enough.
All hail Cher, because she's the real queen of showbiz.
Oh, thank you.
That's true. That's true.
She's amazing.
She reinvented herself 6 times, and she's still going.
Boom. Man, she was a mom in The Mask back in the 80s and still came forward and crushed it, being even better and sexier in the 90s and 2000s and
Guys.
2010s. And she's geriatric age, and it's just stunning.
That's because
Guys,
she's a vampire.
I'm getting breaking news. I'm getting breaking news. Nope. Yep, that's right. Dan is not negative $10. He's a gold bar every time he's brought in.
Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh.
What's gold going for these days?
About 46 cents.
No, it's going way more than 46 cents.
I believed you 100%, and I was like, "Well, I don't want to offend Dan now."
No,
gold.
No,
Dan,
it's
you're on
fine.
mute. You're muted.
Dan, you're muted.
I probably should have mentioned while we were doing this whole thing, the whiskey that's in this happens to be 134 proof.
So
Jesus
it's moonshine.
fucking Christ.
So you've got moonshine.
Are you blind? What's going on?
Why don't I
The
have
whole
moonshine?
time we were reading that, every time I took like a because remember in the movie Biff, he pulls it out of his jacket.
He does, yeah.
He does pull it out of his jacket. That's right.
Like that's the whole thing. I was just committing to the role.
Mrs. Shake, if you're out there, you're gonna have to come down and pick up your husband.
She's at the lake house. She's at the lake.
Oh, well, good.
Oh,
Yeah, I
wait,
hope that
Dan's
feels
alone?
comfortable.
What does it smell? You smell that?
Smells like Up Dog.
What's up,
What's
dog?
up, dog? It's the twofer.
You're really not going to finish it?
Yeah, come on.
Me?
One of you? We just set you up.
Finish it. We left you the wide
What's
open
up, dog?
for what's up, dog.
It
Yeah,
smells
you
like
said
up
say
dog.
what's up,
Yes,
dog. There's no finish.
I don't know. What is up,
Yes, it is.
dog?
I don't know. What's up with you?
Oh, I didn't. I thought that was the finish. Was like
No,
what's up,
I
dog?
always just say that.
Yeah.
But like, have you guys met Joe?
Joe who?
Joe Mama.
Oh, mama. Oh my God. Are we?
You was talking about Dee Dee.
Okay. All right. We're doing 10 more minutes and then I'm going to bed. Let's do this. Yo mama jokes. Let's do it.
Your mama.
We can't
is
because
so old.
we share a mama and she watches.
I'm
it.
saying, Nick, your mama's so old that her breast milk is like powder, and when she breast milk, she says like.
Ooh. Well, your mama's so old, she was friends with Moses.
Well, your mama's so dumb. She heard it was chilly outside and she grabbed the bowl.
Ew.
Your mom is so fat. When she walks around the block, she walks around the block.
Oh,
Your
your
mom-
mama's so fat when she sits on a quarter, a booger comes out of Washington's nose.
Whoa. Your mom is so fat that they can't even give her a zip code to classify her. I don't know.
Zing.
I'm tired.
No, it's your mama's so fat she has her own zip code.
Bam.
That was a good one. Whatever. Shut up. You
God,
be
I don't
pretty and
remember any of
smart.
these.
You
I'm
can't
trying
be
to
pretty
harken back
and smart
right now.
and
My
witty
brain is
and
trying to
funny
harken
too.
back to
It's too many
fifth
things.
grade and like,
Don't make me do a handstand live on camera.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus. Wait.
No,
He'll do
no.
a line.
Tim,
If we
your
get another
wife did
$100
this
donated,
at my house.
Tim will do a
She
handstand.
was the last one. Don't. Oh my God, Tim.
I can do a. I can do a headstand. I can't do a handstand.
No. I want $100 for this. This is action. I can do that. I just don't want
Your
it.
mama's so fat when she wears high heels, she strikes oil.
The good doctor is cheering on. Oh my God. Here we go. Dan, don't die.
I don't die. I do it every day.
No, your brother's
Dan's,
trying.
No, Dan, don't do it. Don't do it.
Dan, don't do it. Dan, don't do it. Don't. It wasn't a challenge. Wasn't a challenge. He's.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh!
Are you okay? Are you all right?
No, don't do it again. Don't do it again. This is how Dan goes.
Stop
Dan,
doing
stop. Dan. Yo, my God.
He's trying.
Dr. Forbes, you know who's not saying that at the moment? Oh my God. Dan, are you okay?
That is a Rudy triumph right there. That is
Tim.
Rudy.
Tim, how far away from Dan do you live? You might need to get there at some point, really.
No, don't worry. It's an hour. I'm not driving, but I'll find a way.
Excuse me, ambulance. I can give you the address.
My grandpa has a record service. We'll go get him.
Oh my God.
I had it.
You kind of had it.
You definitely went up on your head, which is more than I'll ever say because I'm not
That's
trying.
the most convincing I've got this ever in my life. I can't wait to come hang out with you guys.
Dan said that. Dan fell over and kicked his computer desk twice, and he still had the confidence to say, I had that.
I'm holding like a strong 10 seconds, and I come down softly. Dan falls over as it almost knocks his
I have
computer.
consumed a lot more than everyone else on this stream.
Well, very true.
I want it noted that being in a group chat with you two, and the fact that the two things that I see most from both of you is Tim sends pictures of him getting ready to go do yoga to inspire us, and Dan sends videos where he's cheering and cheersing us and having a drink. And the one with the cheers videos is trying to outdo the handstand.
Tim's seen this though live. Tim's seen me do it live.
I've seen a handstand live, but I promise you that you can't hold it longer than I can.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!
Oh man,
Dan, you clearly didn't twice.
Yeah,
and he gets down on his own. He doesn't fall over.
Do I really have to do this again?
Yes.
All right, guys, donate because this is gold right now.
Oh,
Dan, do it the other way. You're gonna kick your computer. Oh no.
Okay.
Well, Tim's up. Dan's kind of up. All right.
And now we have them up. All right.
2 Mississippi.
Oh, full
3
count going here.
Mississippi.
There's some
4
good flex going by Tim
Mississippi,
here. We can see him really tightening up there. Dan's got that
6
core
Mississippi,
engaged.
7
I tell you what, the fact
Mississippi,
he has it
8
wavered is all
Mississippi,
fantastic.
9 Mississippi.
There's a
I'm
lot of
very
head wiggle
impressed.
coming. There's
10
a little more
Mississippi,
shakiness now coming.
11
Looks like it's starting to
Mississippi,
go. We got a little bit of lean on
12
Tim there. Tim's
Mississippi,
gonna skip it a little bit.
13 Mississippi.
Looks like
Oh, and he
back
went
out. Oh,
down.
coming around.
Oh,
no, both of
man.
them still strong. Oh, look
No,
at
they
that.
needed to get off their heads.
Down easy.
You guys,
Both
all
down
right,
easy.
here's the
Crush
problem.
it.
Neither
That
of you
was
fell.
fantastic.
Neither of you
Yeah.
fell. I was starting to worry just in case. So I called it. But here's the thing. You guys stayed up the exact length that I counted together. But technically, Tim jumped on 2 seconds first. So it's
He
just
was
a
in
couple.
position
But
slightly earlier.
but that doesn't count because I stopped it. So you guys were able to stay up at the same time.
But come on,
Yeah, no, you did
Yeah,
it.
no, we're
Yeah,
giving
you
you
nailed
credit.
it. Absolutely, brother.
Give
You
me
nailed
his
it.
flowers.
Both of you
20
did great.
seconds. 20 seconds, man.
Yes.
You know how many I would get? Fucking bagel.
Oh.
Soon,
I would
though,
get-
Nick, you're going to yoga, and you're gonna kill it.
You know what? Yeah, my wife and I, we're talking about maybe going to a class. So,
Nick,
yeah, I think
Grateful Dead guy kills it. You can kill it.
Absolutely.
again, I love Grateful Dead guy for doing
Dude,
it. For
Grateful
Your
Dead
Bob
guy is a
here
legend,
inspired.
an absolute legend. A man who is 6'5" plus and big plus. Dude shows up in a rainbow shirt and rainbow flowy pants, and he does yoga, and no one will ever mess with that man.
Oh, that's amazing.
That's awesome.
That's got to be your new spirit animal, Nick.
Oh, dude, he's my hero. Absolute hero.
Grateful Dead, man.
Rightfully so.
All right. We're going to end this.
Dude,
we're going to officially
Nick's
kick you guys
edible is
off.
kicking hard, and he needs to
I
get
feel like
off
we should do another
screen.
headstand.
Oh, my God. We're not getting any donations.
I donated so much. I don't like.
You did?
Yeah, but I don't want
We
you to
appreciate
have to
it.
do the headstand. You're the dancing monkey.
Don't make me donate another.
No.
No.
I'll do it right now.
No. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Way to go,
Don't do it, Dan.
Tim.
Don't do it.
That'll inspire him.
No.
Yeah, kick me out.
No.
I'll do it. I really will, man. Like,
kick me out.
Casey, why do I have a feeling it's just going to be Dan and I all night, and me saying, "Do not donate that much
The
money."
next 4
Don't
hours.
do it.
All right. Telling him to
We're all
stop.
friends. We all love each other. Nick, you're the man.
Yes.
Thank you. I love you guys. I appreciate you coming on doing this for us. You guys are amazing.
What's the strongest ship in the fleet, Captain?
Well, I'm going to let the man say it himself.
Oh yeah, baby.
Do it.
What's the strongest ship in the fleet? And I know fleets. Friendship. Scene Snobs, you guys are great.
Love you guys. Have a great night. Dan, do not donate any more money.
I'll do it.
Dan,
right
don't do it.
No, you stop.
I love you. I love your faces. I'm
Love
kicking
you.
you off. We're just signing off.
Getting mixed.
Night, gents. I love those guys so much.
They're
Damn,
amazing.
they're so awesome. You know what sucks about knowing them though? Is like they
Nothing.
show you they show you like what level of man you are compared to them.
No, valid. And both of them, but it's like each one is a different half of
I
which kind
know.
of man you could be. And then both showing the shining image of what the
They're
best
like-
man and those versions of being a man could be.
You know how Superman has Bizarro?
Yeah,
We're like their Bizarro.
100%.
They're like the normal heroes types.
Yep.
And we're the mutants that were cloned by them but done wrong.
Bingo.
So
We're the Danny DeVito in the twin scenario here.
they're like in their minds, they're like, well, we could just motivate them and then they'll end up like us. And it's like, no. That's like that's like telling the Ninja Turtles we're gonna turn you into real boys. That's just not gonna happen. They didn't start
Good
from
chance.
They didn't start from kids.
Hey, that's why they got to stop building Pinocchio up with that whole dream of becoming a real boy. All right, it was bullcrap. How you gonna do that to a wooden puppet? That's mean.
Jesus Christ, we're a couple of donkeys. That's right. Well, my friend, it has been a hell of a night.
Yeah,
What'd you
man.
say?
And the morning into the day, into the night.
Day, into the night, into everything. We successfully navigated 16 plus hours of this. We had a reunion of one of our original podcasts.
We did.
Fucking crazy.
Amazing. A lot of fun.
We got to hang out with some very cool people.
Yeah.
We
awesome shows from incredible friends, our wonderful Snobs Nation.
God
coming through as always to help us put on a wonderful event.
Let me tell you, reading my favorite movie with my friends, like actual friends, was just truly wonderful. It was a wonderful experience. I'm gonna cry because I'm really hyped, but leave me alone. I love you, Dr. Forbes. I'll see you in the green room. I will always call her doctor.
Because she is.
Fucking earned it.
Yeah.
I did not, so I call myself doctor, but it's not earned.
No, I call myself reverend, but I don't tell anyone that. That's my secret.
I'm a Dudist monk. I can marry people too.
Hey-o.
So everybody, thank you so much. This is, I mean, our fourth one. It kind of probably a little bit of our swan song of doing these. Not that we're not going to do charity events, but
Right.
these long telethons, they seem to
The
be
marathon runs are getting to be a bit much, as they're
They're
getting a
getting
little
to be
long in
much.
the tooth.
but we'll see. I tell everybody,
We say that, but in like 4 months, we could be energized and
I-
amped could be like,
I kind of dig the idea of maybe doing like 6 hours and doing the Back to the Future 2 read.
boom.
I
think
kind of dig
could
that
fit.
because then like we can get everybody in and just have a hangout session the whole night. So we'll see.
Right.
We'll talk about it. It ain't happening anytime soon. So
That sounds like more brain power, and I don't believe either one of us has much of that.
I don't have much brain power left. I didn't even sleep last night. God damn it.
Yeah,
So
samesies. Well, barely. I got more than you.
Fair.
I was able to close my eyes for a prolonged period of time.
I know. I woke you up.
Yes, you did. Yep.
But you were here with me the whole way, brother. And I appreciate you. I love you. Thank you so much, Case. Thank you all so much for this. We got more than double what our goal was. I'm gonna cry. I don't want to talk about this.
Let's go ahead and hit that final tally real quick before we sign off for the night and see where we stand.
All right. I'll do that. That's a good point you got there.
The whole point of this is for MS, Association of America, to help find a cure.
And one thing I do want to say, if anybody didn't watch this morning's Snobnation show, I am going to make it into a podcast because Billy, who hosted Mystery Elephant with us and came back to do the reunion today, we had a great time with him, but he has MS and he's been suffering for, almost 20 years. And he gave so much great information about MS and MS building MS awareness and such. So if you guys really want to learn about it, and you should, go check out earlier, because we did have fun. We had some jokes. We lived it. But
it was great.
He did a wonderful job. And so the tally is, at the end of the night, $1,051. That's amazing, man.
That is fantastic. That is just a testament to the people out there who are just so fantastic, day after day, night after night, so supportive, so helpful, and we appreciate and love each and every one of you. That is just such a great number. I'm really happy to see that number, that we're going to be able to put to some research.
Well, I will say this. If you guys are watching this at a later time, what the fuck are you doing? It's like 10 hours. You're ridiculous.
Thank you. If you made it to this point, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm nothing but being grateful on this end.
We are, if anybody's watching right now, and we have a few guys, just so you know, the GoFundMe will end on Sunday, so we can still share it out. Hopefully we can make a little bit more. All directly goes to MSAA. Thank you again, everybody. I'm drawing this out because I'm tired and getting emotional.
You the real MVP.
Oh, stop it. Cut it out.
Hey,
I did that for you. So we're going to, from us, Casey and me. Love you guys, and have a great night.